After many years of marriage, Sue E discovers that his wife has secretly remarried her male best friend. Rather than succumbing to hysteria, Sue E quietly prepares for divorce. This change in his wife's affections began when her male friend entered the picture, diverting all her love towards him. Each inquiry met with her indifferent responses. Zhao is my male best friend. If we were to have anything, it would have happened by now. Exhausted and disheartened, Sue E finally resolves to end the marriage. Upon his proposal for divorce, his wife expresses regret and desperately attempts to retain him, even bringing her male friend to kneel before Sue E in repentance. Husband, I realize my mistakes. Let's remarry. I beg you for another chance. Chapter 1. Are you pretending to marry someone else? Wife, I have been in an accident, and our daughter is injured. Could you come here right away? With blood streaming down his forehead, Sue E crouches on the roadside, surrounded by chaos as traffic police maintain order. His complexion is ashen, plagued by ringing in his ears and blurred vision, while cold sweat drips down his forehead. In his arms lies a little girl of about 7 or 8, dressed in a princess gown. Although she shows no visible injuries, her pallor betrays her shaken state. As soon as Sue E finishes speaking, a gentle female voice emanates from the other end of the line. Darling, be good. I'm quite busy today, let me finish up, and I'll tease you later. Love you. At these words, Sue Yi's throat tightens. Wife, we truly. Before he can finish, jubilant cheers and the sound of firecrackers erupt from the phone. Stunned, Sue Yi's face pales as he trembles. Wife, you aren't seriously involved with someone named Zhong, are you? Lin Kuku's voice turns icy. Sue E, is there no trust left between us? Let's discuss this later. Hearing the busy tone, Sue E's hand weakens, and his phone crashes to the ground. His daughter, E, looks up at him. Daddy, is Mommy with Uncle Zhong again? Taken aback, Sue E forces a smile and replies as calmly as possible. Mommy is preparing a birthday gift for E. Now let's get you to the hospital. Although he speaks reassuringly, bitterness gnaws at his heart. He doesn't need to think his wife is undoubtedly with Zhong Zihao at this moment. Zhong Zihao, Lin Kuke's male best friend, grew up alongside her, their bond deepening through childhood. After marrying Sue E, Zhong went abroad, but upon his return, Lin Kuke instantly rekindled their closeness. Sue E has lost count of how often he has quarreled with her over Zhong Zihao. Each time, the most frequent words he hears are, Zhong Zihao is my male best friend. If we wanted to be together, we would have been by now. Each time he hears this, it feels as though he has struck a pillow with all his might. That moment, a woman in a French dress stumbles toward him. She is strikingly beautiful, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, appearing to read the depths of one's soul. With a delicate nose and long, fair legs, she bears a shocking gash on her leg.mr. Sue, I'm so sorry. This is entirely my fault. I will take you and your daughter to the hospital immediately. I will also compensate you. Run YMN stutters, her voice trembling. Sue, still clutching his daughter, stands up shakily. Miss Run, you're injured too. Let's discuss compensation later. First, take my daughter to the hospital. Within 10 minutes, an ambulance arrives to transport the 3 of them to the hospital. While attending to his wounds, Sue E's phone suddenly emits a notification sound. Startled, he looks at his phone, and his heart sinks that a message from Zhong Zihao contains a photo of a woman in a wedding dress intimately embracing another man. The couple in the picture is none other than Lin Kuku and Zhong Zihao. Sue E's eyes widen in disbelief as his pupils constrict, the color drains from his face at an alarming rate. His mind goes blank, and a persistent buzzing fills his ears. It feels as though something is tightening around his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Images of moments shared with Lin Kuku flash through his mind. The thrill of their first encounter, the sweetness of their love. After the shock comes an overwhelming fury. He can no longer attend to his wounds. Instead, he grabs his phone and calls Lin Kuku. The call connects after a moment, and Sue E roars in anger. Lin Kuku, why are you wearing a wedding dress? On the other end, Lin Kuku pauses, her voice flustered as she replies, I told you, I'm attending a wedding. Sue E's voice rises in pitch, teeth clenched. Who attends someone else's wedding wearing a wedding dress? I see you are attending your own wedding with Zhong Zihao. Lin Kuku falls silent for a moment, then explains with a hint of guilt. Husband, don't misunderstand. I forgot to tell you, Zhong Zihao is terminally ill. His parents' greatest wish is to see him married. We're only pretending to marry, please don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. Veins bulge on Sue E's forehead as his nails dig into his flesh, blood oozing between his fingers as he seethes. Lin Kuku, you are such a good person. My daughter and I were nearly killed, yet you are holding a wedding with that man. hurt and feeling wronged, Lin Kuku responds, Su-yi, how can you be so unreasonable? Zhongzi Hao is my male best friend. If we wanted to be together, it would have happened long ago. He saved my life and helped me. What's wrong with me helping him? We are in a hidden marriage. The outside world doesn't know about our relationship. Is my action so wrong? Besides, I love you. Can't you understand? Lin Kuke's voice trembles with emotion. How could he understand? The once inseparable lovebirds had become entangled in a web of betrayal with another man. Chapter 2. I can no longer pretend. It's time to confront the truth. He yearned to vociferously question Lin Kiki, yet she offered him no opportunity, abruptly terminating the call. When Sui attempted to reach her again, she had already powered off her phone. A bitter smile crept across Su-yi's lips as his mind was inundated with memories of the injustices and grievances he had endured over the years. During his university days, Su-yi had fallen head over heels for Lin Kiki, launching an ardent campaign to win her heart. He severed ties with his family to be with her, going 5 long years without a single phone call home. However, Lin Kiki insisted on a clandestine marriage, forbidding him from disclosing their relationship to anyone, not even allowing their daughter to refer to her as mother in public. Despite all this, Su-yi bore no regrets, for Lin Kiki was truly worth it. Prior to the arrival of Zhong Zihao, Lin Kiki was a pure, playful, and charming girl. A simple confession or a corny line could flush her cheeks with a rosy hue. Yet, ever since Zhong Zihao returned from overseas 2 years ago, Lin Kiki had become utterly captivated by him. 3 particular incidents remained etched in Su-yi's memory. The first was when an issue arose in Zhong Zihao's business, and Lin Kiki accompanied him to provide explanations, neglecting to visit Su-yi's daughter, who had been hospitalized with a sudden high fever. The second incident transpired on their wedding anniversary, when Zhong Zihao encountered trouble at a bar and ended up at the police station. Su-yi had reserved a private room at a restaurant for a celebratory dinner, only to be stood up by Lin Kiki. The third incident was even more ludicrous. Zhong Zihao lost a game of truth or dare, and Lin Kiki rushed to his aid, sharing a cup of wine with him. Such occurrences had become all too frequent over the past 2 years. Whenever it involved Zhong Zihao, Lin Kiki was completely engrossed. Just a few days prior, Sui learned from Lin Kiki's close friend that Zhong Zihao and Lin Kiki had grown up together and had once been romantically involved. Since then, Zhong Zihao had become Lin Kiki's idealized figure, her white moonlight. Sui was engulfed by a tumult of anger and desolation. He, the scion of the illustrious Su family in the capital, the son of a business magnate and the richest man in China, with a father holding considerable military influence, was supposed to lead a life envied by all. Yet, due to Lin Kiki, he had been reduced to a mere cuckold. He had always believed that Lin Kiki loved him, but the events of the day had sown seeds of doubt about his unwavering convictions. Slowly, he rose to his feet, trembling involuntarily, and shakily made his way to the restroom. Are you still a man, Su? Lin Kiki holds significance in your life. But past affections are merely that, past. People can change. If she does not cherish you, why persist in your suffering? You are not always this humble, this pitiful. It seems Su-yi had come to a realization. He struck the wall with a fierce punch, the glimmer of rebirth igniting in his eyes. Ultimately, the doctor reassured Su-yi that his daughter was fine and merely needed rest. Su-yi nodded in agreement, taking his daughter's hand to leave. Just then, Ruan Yimin hurriedly approached him. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Su-yi halted, turning to look at Ruan Yimin. Ruan Yimin approached Su-yi, pulling out a business card and a bank card from her pocket. Mr. Su, this is for you as compensation. Please provide me with your contact information, and I shall treat you to a meal as an apology. Su-yi gazed at the bank card she extended, but did not take it. Miss Ruan, there is no need for compensation. If you truly feel remorseful, please just repair my car. Ruan Yimin was momentarily taken aback, but insisted on giving Su-yi the bank card, which he promptly declined. After leaving the hospital, Su-yi looked at Yi with affectionate indulgence and asked, Aren't you always curious about what your grandmother is like? Would you like to meet her? With wide, watery eyes brimming with curiosity, Yi inquired, Daddy, can I really meet Grandma? Su-yi replied, Of course. I will call your grandmother right now. With that, he stepped aside and dialed the number he hadn't called in 5 years. When the call connected, a brief silence enveloped both parties. After a moment, Su-yi let out a bitter laugh and, with a hoarse and trembling voice, uttered, Mom, I'm sorry. On the other end, A gentle and familiar voice reached Su Yi's ears. Son, have you been wronged? This simple expression of concern caused the suppressed emotions within Su Yi to erupt. Mother, you are right. I was too naive. I was truly in the wrong. Hearing her son's choked sobs, Su Yi's mother felt her heart clench painfully. My dear, don't cry. Share your grievances with me. I am here for you. With halting breaths, Su Yi recounted the events of the past 5 years to his mother. After listening, she replied slowly, Xiao Yi, for these past 5 years, I have had people keeping an eye on you. I know some of what you have endured. You have faced much hardship. However, Lin Kiki is not without merit. Her nature is not inherently bad, and you have a daughter together. Whatever choice you make, I will respect it. You asked me to care for Yi, and I will come over now. Su Yi responded with a muffled acknowledgement. As he hung up, Yi, concerned, grasped his hand and asked, Daddy, why are you crying? Are you still angry at Mommy? Coming back to himself, Su Yi wiped his tears and feigned calmness. No, Daddy just misses your grandmother, but she will be here soon. 5 hours later, within the opulent confines of Jiangsheng Imperial Residence, an elegantly dressed woman with a graceful demeanor warmly embraced Yi. My little granddaughter, I did not expect you to be so beautiful, exclaimed Su Yi's mother, Meng Qinghan, with delight. Yi shyly lowered her head and replied, Grandma, you're also very young and beautiful. After showering Yi with affection, Meng Qinghan called Su Yi into another room. He stood before her like a child who had misbehaved. Anger flickered in her eyes as she spoke sternly. Xiao Yi, what do you intend to do? Su Yi replied solemnly, I want to divorce Lin Kiki. Meng Qinghan countered, what about my precious granddaughter? Are you going to let her grow up without a mother? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Meng Qinghan, his throat instantly constricting. Over the years, Lin Kiki had prohibited Yi from referring to her as mother in public, yet she had lavished her with meticulous care. As long as the matter did not pertain to Zhong Zihao, Lin Kiki excelled in her role. Su Yi fell into a deep silence. Observing this, Meng Qinghan gently patted Su Yi on the shoulder and said, Take your time to contemplate. Whatever you choose to do, your mother will support you. First, sign this. With that, she produced a contract and handed it to Su Yi. This was the transfer agreement for the position of chairman of the Jiangsheng Long Corporation. Signing, it would make him the chairman of the Long Corporation. Chapter 3. Then Let Us Divorce. The Long Corporation stood as a veritable titan of industry in China, boasting countless branches throughout the nation, each a pinnacle of local enterprise. Su Yi gazed at the share transfer contract, momentarily stunned, and inquired, Mother, are you truly willing to entrust the Long Corporation to me? Meng Qinghan nodded affirmatively, stating, This has always been yours. However, the Jiangsheng branch is currently embroiled in some troubles, with many board members harboring ulterior motives. Although your business acumen is remarkable, it would be challenging to win their allegiance without a solid foundation, especially since some are deeply entrenched and seek to seize control of the corporation for themselves. The Long Corporation represents both the confidence I place in you and the test of your abilities. You must conceal your identity as chairman and start from the ground up, rooting out those individuals to demonstrate your strength to me. Su Yi resolutely nodded in agreement. After signing the document, he remarked, Mother, I must trouble you to look after Yi for a few days as I attend to matters with Lin Kiki. Meng Qinghan readily consented. Once everything was settled, Su Yi departed from the imperial residence and headed to the home he shared with Lin Kiki. At dawn, Lin Kiki returned, supported by Zhong Zihao. Both appeared somewhat disheveled, a strong scent of alcohol enveloping them. Upon entering, Lin Kiki immediately spotted Su Yi sitting on the sofa. She approached him, nestling beside him, and softly said, Darling, my head aches terribly. Could you perhaps brew some hangover soup for me? It would be great if Zihao could have some too. Su Yi, his expression dark, remained silent. Zhong Zihao helped Lin Kiki settle onto the sofa, glanced at Su Yi, and remarked to Lin Kiki, Kiki, I should be on my way. Lin Kiki, taken aback, unabashedly reached for Zhong Zihao's hand, insisting, Zihao, you've had quite a bit to drink as well. Please, have some hangover soup before you leave. If it's too much, you can stay here for the night. Zhong Zihao stole a glance at Su Yi, offering an awkward smile as he timidly replied, Kiki, it seems like Su Gu is not in the best of moods. My staying might lead to misunderstandings. Lin Kiki frowned at this comment, her gaze evasive as she retorted, Su Gu is not that petty. Just take a moment to rest before you leave. Turning to Su Yi, she playfully pleaded, Darling, My dear husband, I truly feel unwell. Please show me some compassion. Brew me some hangover soup. Throughout this exchange, Sue-yi remained silent, his handsome visage darkening, exuding an aura that resembled an unfathomable abyss. On ordinary days, Lin Kiki would often appear pitifully delicate. Whenever Sue-yi heard her soft, coaxing voice, he would eagerly rush to fulfill her requests. Yet now, Sue-yi seemed glued to the sofa, utterly immobile. Sensing the unusual aura surrounding him, Lin Kiki felt a wave of unease wash over her. Darling, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Kiki's once tender tone grew tense. Sue-yi slowly turned around. When Lin Kiki caught sight of the bandage wrapped around his head, she froze momentarily, then sprang to her feet, her face a mask of concern. Darling, what happened to your head? What's wrong? Didn't I tell you over the phone? Sue-yi's voice was cold and detached. Lin Kiki bit her lip gently and glanced at Zhong Ziheo behind her, as if a thought had struck her. She reached out to tug at Sue-yi's shirt, whispering, Darling, were you joking about this? And what do you think? Sue-yi retorted icily. Lin Kiki bit her lip again, her eyes filled with sympathy for him. She then glanced back at Zhong Ziheo. Darling, Zhong Ziheo is here. Let me take you to the hospital, and I'll explain everything properly, all right? Explain? What is there to explain? I nearly died with Yi, and you chose to have a wedding with someone else. You are a married woman. You clearly did something wrong. Why are you pretending to be so pitiful now? Upon hearing Sue-yi's accusations, Lin Kiki seemed to grasp something. She shot him an annoyed look and took his hand, leading him aside. Darling, why are you acting like a child? I know you're angry, but you can't resort to self-harm to manipulate me, can you? I'm worried, aren't I? Please behave, all right? Once Ziheo leaves, I'll comfort you properly, okay? Sue-yi was rendered speechless by Lin Kiki's words. Even now, she still believed he was deceiving her. Lin Kiki waved her hands dismissively. All right, darling, stop being jealous. Ziheo is here. Can you show me a little respect? Sue-yi remained unresponsive, observing their hushed exchange. Zhong Ziheo feigned a headache and said, Kiki, I need to leave. My head really hurts. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki immediately called out, Wait. You must drink the hangover soup before leaving. After this, she turned back to Sue-yi with gentle words. Darling, just endure a little for me. My head hurts. Could you help me make some hangover soup? Sue-yi sat down, pulled out a cigarette, and took a long drag. Seeing this, Lin Kiki was infuriated. Sue-yi, didn't you promise me you would quit smoking? Have you forgotten? The doctor said you have lung disease. Do you want to throw your life away? In her anger, Lin Kiki snatched the cigarette from him and crushed it beneath her foot. Sue-yi looked at her, smoke swirling around his face, accentuating the ominous expression that darkened his features. Want hangover soup? Don't you have hands? At his words, Lin Kiki and Zhong Ziheo stood frozen in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the once obedient Sue-yi would dare to respond in such a manner. Lin Kiki even questioned her own hearing. What did you just say? Sue-yi forcefully discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, coldly remarking, Are you deaf, or is your ear stuffed with chicken feathers? Do you both lack hands? Why should I be the one to prepare the soup? You two are hardly deserving. His frigid tone and grim countenance instilled a sense of trepidation within Lin Kiki. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, she finally regained her composure. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, she heard Zhong Ziheo interjecting, Kiki, please don't be upset. Brother Sue is merely concerned for you. The harshness of his words stems from that concern. Communication is paramount in any marriage. With earnestness, Zhong Ziheo turned to Sue-yi and continued, Brother Sue, I understand your worries for Kiki, but it is not right to speak to her in such a manner. Kiki often praises you in my presence. Has something gone awry today? Regardless of your anger, you must not address her so. She has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. You should care for her instead of harboring resentment. With that, Zhong Ziheo prepared to leave. Sue-yi inhaled deeply, slowly rising to confront Zhong Ziheo. Wait a moment. Zhong Ziheo halted, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. Observing this, Lin Kiki felt a wave of relief wash over her and said, Darling, you are truly kind. Zhong Ziheo was exhausted yesterday. Let him rest here. Disregarding Lin Kiki, Sue-yi strode directly towards Zhong Ziheo. The latter, brimming with pride, stated, Brother Sue, there is no need for apologies. Just explain things to Kiki. I am indifferent. However, before he could finish, Sue-yi abruptly raised his hand and struck Zhong Ziheo's face with tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Su Yi's palm collided with Zhong Ziheo's cheek. Stunned and speechless, Zhong Ziheo stared at Su Yi in disbelief. Apologize to you? Who do you think you are? Lin Kiki gasped and hurried to Zhong Ziheo's side to help him up. Su Yi, have you lost your mind? Zhong Ziheo is unwell. Why did you hit him? She looked at Zhong Ziheo with deep concern. A bitter turmoil churned within Su Yi as he approached the coffee table, his face as cold as ice. He opened the drawer and retrieved the divorce agreement he had prepared earlier. Slamming the document onto the table, he declared, Lin Kiki, let us divorce. Chapter 4. Tomorrow, we shall visit the aquarium. Su Yi's tone was unwavering as he placed the contract and pen forcefully on the coffee table. Lin Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced she must have misheard. After a moment of stunned silence, her voice trembled as she asked, What did you say? You want to divorce me? Su Yi, have you lost your senses? Why would you say such things when you have nothing better to do? I merely accompanied Zhong Ziheo for a meal. Can you not be so childish as to threaten me with such words? Apologize to Zhong Ziheo at once. What give you the right to hit anyone? Lin Kiki's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse as she shouted, desperately attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Zhong Ziheo, clutching his stinging cheek, initially felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon witnessing Su Yi produce the divorce papers, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes, transforming his fury into exhilaration. Yet on the surface, she feigned a sense of grievance, wearing an awkward expression. Kiki, don't mention Su-go. He must be feeling jealous and angry, impulsively jesting with you. I'm fine. I'll just rest a bit when I return. I apologize, Su-go. It was my fault for not informing you in advance that Kiki was by my side. Please forgive her. She truly cares about you and feels pain to see you hurt. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki glanced at Su Yi, whose expression darkened with fury. Turning, she pulled away Zhong Ziheo's hands that covered his face and said tenderly, Are you all right? I'm sorry. Su Yi was too impulsive. I apologize on his behalf. Please sit down. I'll fetch you some ice. Su Yi, what are you still doing sitting there? You think you can just let it go after hitting someone? Hurry and get the ice. Su Yi let out a cold laugh, pulled a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and then pointed a finger heavily at the divorce agreement. His voice frigid, his face etched with frost. Sign this, and I'll get you the ice. You. Lin Kiki gestured towards Su Yi, rendered speechless with anger. She stepped forward, attempting to snatch the cigarette from his mouth, but he tilted his head back to evade her grasp. I told you, with your lung condition, you shouldn't smoke. I just threw it away, and you light up again. When did you become so disobedient? Sign it, sign it. I will never do that. Give up on it. Lin Kiki, unable to retrieve the cigarette, bent down and tore the contract on the coffee table to shreds. Su Yi seemed to have anticipated her reaction, promptly retrieving a new divorce agreement from the drawer and placing it before her. Sign it. After this, you can live whatever life you desire. I want to disturb you for a moment. And keep your voices down or you'll wake Yi. Tonight, you both can leave. As he spoke, Su Yi slowly raised his head, a surge of hostility erupting in his gaze. Lin Kiki had never witnessed such a ferocious look in Su Yi's eyes before. She was momentarily taken aback and instinctively stepped back. Zhong Ziheo hastily moved to support Lin Kiki, internally elated, though he feigned indignation on her behalf. Su Fei, what has happened to make you so irate? Kiki genuinely worries for you. If it's a head injury, we can go to the hospital together. Don't keep it bottled up. Kiki, I see Su-go is quite upset tonight. Perhaps I should take my leave. You two should have a proper discussion. Some matters can be resolved with clarity. Lin Kiki firmly grasped Zhong Ziheo's arm, disregarding Su Yi's watchful presence. At that moment, a flicker of anger ignited within her as she retorted, You're not leaving. It's not your fault. Besides, you kindly brought me back. When has a host treated a guest this way? Wait here. I'll get you some ice for your face. Su Yi, don't think you can cause trouble like this. You must apologize to Ziheo today. Lin Kiki strode towards the freezer, retrieved 2 ice packs, and hurriedly applied them to Zhong Ziheo's face. Her eyes filled with concern and urgency. Are you all right, Ziheo? Does it still hurt? I'm fine, Kiki. Let me handle it myself. You're not well. Don't touch the ice. Zhong Ziheo extended his hand, casually placing it over Lin Kiki's, brushing against his own cheek. Lin Kiki remained oblivious to any impropriety, her attention solely captivated by the slight flush on Zhong Ziheo's face, a consequence of alcohol rather than any slap from Su Yi. Su Yi, observing the scene, could only find it amusing. The two seemed entirely unreserved in their affectionate display, raising the question of whether they would soon share a bed with him as a mere spectator. This behavior only further solidified Su Yi's resolve to pursue divorce. He could discern no trace of love for Lin Kiki any longer. The contract lay before him. Once signed, they would proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau the following day to finalize their separation. After that, they were free to do as they pleased, while he would take Yi to embrace a better life. As Su Yi stood to return to his room, Lin Kiki suddenly interjected, "Stop. How can you dictate our divorce? I refuse to agree, and Yi must stay with me. She is my daughter, my flesh and blood. You cannot take her away." Su Yi turned to face her, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. "Oh, so you acknowledge Yi as your daughter, your flesh and blood? Then tell me, where were you on her birthday? Where were you when she fell ill? When I was in a car accident with Yi today, where were you? You were with another man, even preparing to marry him. Now that you've gone so far, you suddenly wish to avoid divorce. Life doesn't work that way." Lin Kiki, on the verge of tears, wore a look of utter grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I've told you I've been busy. You know how it is at the company. There are numerous matters that require my direct involvement and decision-making. I long to return home to you both, but time simply does not permit it. I cannot abandon my work entirely, and yet you can marry another man?" Su Yi furrowed his brow, feeling his anger boiling within. That was a sham marriage, merely for show. Zhong Zihao is gravely ill. I did it to bring some joy to his parents. Lin Kiki defended herself. "Husband, my heart still belongs to you. Can't you find it in yourself to understand? Tomorrow, let us take the family to the aquarium, shall we? Yi has been yearning to go, and you've expressed a desire to visit as well," Lin Kiki urged, desperation creeping into her voice. Zhong Zihao, seizing the opportunity, added fuel to the fire. "Yes, Sugu, it seems there's much you two have yet to clarify. Tomorrow presents a splendid chance. I happen to know a few people who work at the aquarium and can assist with tickets to the show." Chapter 5. Creating Problems for Oneself. Zhong Zihao continued to speak, feigning concern for their relationship, while secretly wishing for Lin Kiki to sign the divorce papers immediately. Su Yi scoffed, shaking his head in disappointment. "I do not require your assistance, nor does Yi. I will ensure she experiences a better life, one where she receives genuine maternal love. Not from a woman who cannot even be called mother while walking down the street." Lin Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief, her tone rising several octaves as she processed his words. Almost hoarse with exasperation, she exclaimed, "What did you say? Do you intend to find another mother for Yi? Sui, are you jesting? Yi has but one mother, and that is unequivocally me. Cast aside such absurd notions from your mind, and refrain from uttering such words in my presence again. Let's not speak in anger, shall we? My head truly aches. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the aquarium for an entire day, and I will not concern myself with anything else. Just grant me this one night, will you?" Lin Kiki's face radiated sincerity. Su Yi opened his mouth, as if to say something, yet at that moment, a faint sound emanated from the room, seemingly awakening Yi from her slumber. "Be quiet. Do not disturb me here, or I shall force you out with a knife." Su Yi glared menacingly at the two of them before turning and entering the room, lying beside Yi and gently patting her arm to lull her back to sleep. In the living room, Lin Kiki's chest heaved with indignation, her breaths coming in sharp gasps. Whether from the alcohol or her anger, her cheeks were flushed. Observing her distress, Zhong Zihao quickly attempted to console her. "Kiki, please do not be angry." Brother Su's words were born of frustration. Something must have provoked him today. He mentioned a car accident. Perhaps he is harboring some unspoken distress. You should go and check on him. I sense that Brother Su may be serious. I cannot allow my presence to fracture your relationship. If not for your assistance today, he would not have been so incensed. Lin Kiki replied, shaking her head softly. Do not concern yourself with him. He may have merely imbibed too much and bumped his head, losing his clarity. He'll be fine once he wakes tomorrow. I apologize, Zihao, for dragging you into this and subjecting you to such a spectacle. Perhaps you should return home to rest. We shall visit the aquarium together tomorrow. Zhong Zihao's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Very well. I shall reserve 4 tickets for tomorrow and take photographs of you both. No need to see me off, Kiki. I have no pressing matters. I shall return home now. Do rest early. Good night. He waved gently, his face soft with tenderness. Yet, as the door closed, a smirk of mockery and satisfaction appeared on his face. He murmured to himself by the elevator, Ah, Su Yi, This is not my fault. You have brought this upon yourself. I did not expect you to falter so swiftly and present the divorce agreement. I believe it will not be long before your separation is finalized. And then Kiki shall be mine. I have long maintained that you are incompatible, and this time upon my return, I shall ensure Kiki is in my grasp. You shall not take her from me. Ha ha ha. In the living room, after bidding Zhong Zihao farewell, Lin Kee's gaze fell upon the divorce agreement on the coffee table. Unable to suppress her burgeoning anger, she approached and crumpled it into a ball, discarding it in the trash. What on earth is Sue-yi doing? How much has he drunk? Smoking here as well? And why does he look so fierce? He would always forgive me with just a little coaxing before. This is unacceptable. He has a lung condition and should not smoke. His throat must be quite uncomfortable now. With this thought, Lin Kiki approached the door, intending to soften her approach and offer comfort to Sue-yi. However, she found the door locked from the inside, and without a key, she could not gain entry. How serious is Sue-yi being? We shall see how you explain this to me upon waking tomorrow. Lin Kiki, filled with fury, clenched her fist. After realizing the door was locked, she entered the kitchen, intending to brew herself a cup of hangover tea. Having indulged excessively in alcohol that night, compounded by the earlier argument, her head now throbbed with a disorienting pain. However, once she had boiled the water, she found herself frozen in place, uncertain of her next move. Previously, whenever she returned home late after drinking, Sue-yi would immediately rise from bed to prepare her a cup of hangover tea, followed by a bath, tidying her clothes, and massaging her temples. Now, faced with the necessity of performing these tasks herself, she felt lost and at a loss. The hot water gradually cooled as she sipped the lukewarm liquid, her head pounding mercilessly, rubbing her temples. She recalled the days when she was accustomed to Sue-yi's soothing massages. His sudden indifference left her feeling uneasy. After completing her evening routine, she lay down on her bed, yet the dizziness lingered, refusing to dissipate. Eventually, she opened her phone and noticed Zhong Zihao's posts, accompanied by cheerful comments from his parents. The elderly couple appeared genuinely delighted, congratulating him on finding a good woman. Scrolling further, she discovered a comment from her sister. Have you married Zhong Zihao? Does Sue-yi know? Upon reading this, Lin Kiki opened her private messages and found numerous missives from her sister, along with a missed call. She had been preoccupied with the banquet and hadn't noticed them. She clicked on the chat box and replied, "That was a fake marriage with Zhong Zihao because he has cancer and doesn't have long to live. His parents' greatest wish is to see him married, so I'm just fulfilling that for them. It's not real." Her sister, Lin Xiaolon, quickly responded, "Have you told Sue-yi?" "No. He found out from a photo and was furious when I returned, even presenting me with a divorce agreement. It's just a sham marriage, and I've already told him it's fake, yet he still cares so much. It's quite petty of him." Lin Kiki replied, her face contorted with discontent. It's only natural for him to be upset. Seeing his wife married to another man would drive anyone mad. You're practically flaunting infidelity before him. But perhaps a divorce would be for the best. I've always thought Sue-yi wasn't worthy of you. I've advised against your marriage for a long time. However, Zhong Zihao isn't exactly a saint either. You need to take this seriously. Lin Xiaolon responded, seemingly supportive of Sue-yi's decision. A divorce would benefit everyone. Lin Kiki frowned in dissatisfaction. I cannot possibly divorce him. I still love him. Even if he wants a divorce, I would never agree. He must have been drunk tonight, speaking nonsense. He even got violent with Zhong Zihao. Upon reading this, Lin Xiaolon sent a series of ellipses filled with disbelief. Yet, her exasperation was not directed at Sue-yi's actions, but at Lin Kiki's. With her husband still at home, she had brought another man into their space. Wasn't she simply inviting trouble upon herself? Chapter 6. You still love me in your heart, don't you? My sister is wonderful in many ways, yet at times, she simply lacks an understanding of timing. Moreover, the abundance of compassion is overwhelming. Encountering a small dog struck by a vehicle would evoke prolonged sorrow. Yet, this empathy has never been directed towards Sue-yi. You ought to contemplate how to explain things to Sue-yi tomorrow. By the way, I heard that Sue-yi was in a car accident today. Have you inquired about him? A car accident? Lin Kiki paused, momentarily taken aback, and retorted, "How can you believe that?" He is merely feigning it, trying to elicit my sympathy after witnessing my faux marriage with Zhong Zihao, wrapping himself in bandages. Lin Xiaolan offered no reply, instead sending several images. They were photographs of the scene where Sue-yi's car had crashed. The front bumper was entirely damaged, the windows shattered. and the ground bore a pool of dried blood alongside broken vehicle parts. Lin Xiaolan had stumbled upon these images through the social media posts of other friends. Initially indifferent, she suddenly noticed the license plate number. It appeared to be the very vehicle Lin Kiki had purchased for Su Yi. She saved the images without delay. "Is this car indeed Su Yi's?" she inquired. It was said that the vehicle had been towed to a repair shop around 7 or 8 in the evening, but it remained unclear who had been driving it. Lin Kiki clicked on the photos, her heart sinking at the sight of the wreckage and shattered windows, and she instinctively gasped, covering her mouth. 7 or 8 in the afternoon. Wasn't that precisely when Su Yi had called her? Could it be that Su Yi had not lied? Had he truly been in a car accident? This vehicle was undoubtedly the one she had bought for him, with a license plate she had personally chosen. She could not mistake it. My heavens! Su Yi did not deceive me. How could this be? Lin Kiki repeatedly confirmed in disbelief. She even retrieved her call records. Noticing Lin Kiki's prolonged silence, Lin Xiaolan texted, "You should ask Su Yi tomorrow, and also check on Yi to see if she was injured. I wonder how he could have been so careless with the car. Get some rest. Call me if anything comes up." Lin Xiaolan sent a good night emoji. Lin Kiki sat stunned on her bed, staring at the photos on her phone, struggling to comprehend. Connecting this with the bandage on Su Yi's head, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She felt an urgent desire to rush to his room to ascertain the severity of his injuries. However, the door was locked, and she hesitated to enter for fear of waking Yi. Ultimately, she could only gaze blankly at the accident scene photographs. The following morning, Su Yi rose early. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed half a cup of warm water and a kettle with only a portion of water remaining. Previously, he had prepared hangover tea for Lin Kiki, alleviating her discomfort, but that would no longer be the case. If Zhong Zihao truly loved her, he would naturally take on such responsibilities. All Su Yi could do was wish them happiness. As he fried eggs and warmed milk, he intended to enter the room to wake Yi for breakfast. Yet, before he could step inside, the door to the adjacent room swung open. Lin Kiki stood at the threshold, her eyes red and swollen. As if she had cried throughout the night, her spirit visibly diminished due to inadequate rest. "Darling, does her head still hurt? Shall we go to the hospital for another checkup?" Lin Kiki approached Su Yi, her hand reaching out to touch the bandage on his head. Su Yi recoiled in disdain, stepping back to evade her outstretched hand, his voice low and filled with contempt. "You didn't bother to inquire yesterday, and now you feign concern? What is this? Now that you realize I was lying, you want to intrude on my space? Leave me alone." Lin Kiki was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such a look of revulsion on Su Yi's face. For reasons unknown, her heart suddenly twisted in pain, as if she were on the verge of losing something profoundly significant. Pouting, she pleaded, "I'm truly sorry, darling. I was quite inebriated last night, and when you called, it was too noisy for me to hear clearly. If I had known you were in an accident, I would have rushed over to see you immediately. Please, grant me another chance." Lin Kiki continued to implore. Having spent a sleepless night since learning the truth from Lin Xiaolan, the image of Su Yi being struck by a car and carried into the hospital haunted her, causing her heart to ache and her spirit to suffer. Otherwise, she would have spent the entire night in tears. "Did I not tell you? I was nearly killed on the road with Yi yesterday. You didn't even show a hint of concern when I called, but instead, you doubted my honesty and accused me of deceit? Lin Kiki, your heart has already departed from this home. Letting go would be a kindness to both you and me. If you genuinely repent, sign the divorce agreement now, and I shall never reach out to you again. Whether you wish to work or marry someone else is entirely your affair." Su Yi shook off Lin Kiki's hand, his tone resolute, as unwavering as it had been the night before. Lin Kiki's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Disbelief etched across her face at Su Yi's insistence on discussing divorce. She had apologized sincerely. Why would he not listen to her explanations? "Darling, I truly recognize my mistakes. I assure you this will not happen again. I have always loved you, and you should know that I have never wronged you." "Ah, so marrying someone else is not a grievous offense in your eyes? According to your logic, do you want me to witness you entwined with another man in bed, to capture it on camera before you'll acknowledge the truth?" Su Yi scoffed coldly. Lin Kiki widened her eyes, indignation flaring within her. "How would you think of me that way? I would never stoop to such a level. Last night's mock marriage with Zihao was merely to appease his family, to bring them joy. I returned home, didn't I? You even called Zihao last night, and he bore no ill will. In fact, He continued to speak well of you and even offered us 3 tickets to the aquarium for a little respite. What more do you want? Sue-yi pointed at himself, utterly incredulous and almost amused by Lin Kiki's words. He shook his head vehemently. Disappointment and despair etched across his features. You call him Zaho so intimately. If you're that close, you should have stayed out last night and found a hotel instead. Lin Kiki, I am not a fool. Do not confuse your overflowing sympathy with mere assistance. Lin Kiki stood frozen, her lips pale, her delicate frame trembling slightly. I have known Zaho since childhood, and this is his final request. I cannot refuse him, can I? Rest assured, I promise this will be the last time, and I will not contact him again, all right? I understand that you are upset, and I merely wish to apologize to you. Though you claim to not care for me and wish to divorce, you still rose early to prepare breakfast for me. Deep down, you still love me, do you not? Chapter 7. I can no longer accompany you. Sue-yi coldly withdrew his hand, placing the perfectly fried egg out of Lin Kiki's reach. With a stern expression, he gazed at her and said, This is for E. If you want to eat, you must make it yourself. Do not think I will easily forgive yesterday's events. It is not that I have not given you opportunities. You simply did not cherish them. Lin Kiki's expression stiffened momentarily. She then rubbed her temples, fatigue evident on her face, and pleaded softly, Husband, please forgive me just this once. Let us spend the day at the aquarium. E has been looking forward to it. Don't want to take E with you? Consider it my way of making amends. I have already promised not to contact Zaho again. My love has always been for you, and that has never changed. Her pitiful demeanor, combined with her delicate expression, could have easily captivated any other man. Yet Sue-yi maintained his stern countenance, silently observing her performance. As it became clear that this tactic was ineffective, Lin Kiki stepped forward, intertwined her arm with Sue-yi's, and affectionately kissed his cheek. With a playful smile, she said, Husband, I knew you would come around. Your silence means you agree, right? Just wait. I will quickly apply my makeup, and then we can take Yi to the aquarium. It will be ready shortly. Just give me a moment. Without allowing Sue-yi a chance to respond, Lin Kiki hurried into the room, searching for her cosmetics, and did not forget to lean over and plant a kiss on Yi's cheek as well. As Sue-yi stood at the door, watching Lin Kiki's tender interaction with Yi, he fell into deep thought and silence. Yi is still so young. She should not lose her mother's love at such an early age. Although Lin Kiki's actions had indeed angered him beyond tolerance, he could not bear to deprive Yi of her mother when he saw other children accompanied by theirs. He returned to the sofa and sat quietly, waiting for Yi to awaken. Lin Kiki applied her makeup swiftly. Her naturally good skin and features meant it did not take long. Her rosy, cherry lips appeared enticing, and the blush on her cheeks added a touch of shyness. Yi, wake up. Today, Mommy and Daddy are taking you to the aquarium. Lin Kiki gently encouraged, patting her daughter's back. With sleepy eyes, Yi opened them, and, upon seeing Lin Kiki, her small eyes sparkled with joy. Mommy, you're back. Is what you said true? Can we really go to the aquarium today? Lin Kiki nodded, helping Yi into her clothes and fixing her hair. Yes, Mommy promised to take you, and I will keep that promise. Hurry and call Daddy to get ready, so we can all go out together. With unreserved excitement, Yi leaped from her bed and dashed into Sue-yi's embrace, her bright, beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Daddy, Mommy said she would take me to the aquarium. Hurry up and get ready. I can hardly wait. The sweet sound of his daughter's voice instantly lifted Sue-yi's spirits, and he gently ruffled Yi's hair. All right, Daddy will take Yi out right away. As Sue-yi rose, his gaze fell upon Lin Kiki, who stood at the door, holding a white handbag and sporting a fresh coat of lipstick. Sunlight danced upon her face, casting a golden hue on her hair, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. How do I look, dear? Isn't my makeup lovely? Lin Kiki beamed, her gentle demeanor starkly contrasting with the previous day's mood. Sue-yi nodded subtly, but as he relaxed his grip, Yi bolted to Lin Kiki's side, excitedly bouncing as she held her hand. In that moment, Sue-yi felt a flicker of hope. If only Lin Kiki could sever ties with Zhang Zihao, dedicate her heart to their family, and cease to concern herself with company matters and personal affairs, perhaps she could become the wonderful mother Yi envisioned. After a hasty breakfast, they set out, but Lin Kiki suddenly halted by the roadside, rushing into a nearby pharmacy to purchase a bottle of medicinal alcohol. Dear, does your injury still hurt? I brought you some ointment. If you're feeling unwell, please don't hide it. Small ailments can become serious if neglected. I want us to live well together, so please take care of yourself. As Su-yi accepted the bottle, his mood lightened significantly, especially with the E by his side, allowing him to avoid further sulking. He forced a smile and nodded, placing the bottle in the trunk. Lin Kuku's face brightened, seizing the moment to link her arm with his, leaning affectionately against him, reminiscent of a couple in the throes of romance. Soon, they arrived at the aquarium, and upon entering, eagerly explored, even reminding her father to buy her a candied hawthorn for a sweet treat. Su-yi followed her quietly, watching her delight in the experience, while Lin Kuku stayed close, frequently asking if he was hungry or needed a drink. Her attentiveness, a refreshing change he had not experienced from her in quite some time. As they shared popcorn while watching the dolphin show, the graceful performance captivated the audience, and E was utterly enthralled, joyously clapping her hands. Su-yi felt a rush of excitement as well. This outing to the aquarium had been a plan since last year, delayed by Zhong Ziheo's interference, and now, at long last, Lin Kuku was willing to honor her promise. However, just as they were fully immersed in the moment, a shrill ringtone shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Lin Kiki glanced at her phone and noticed it was a call from the company assistant. Su-yi cast a quick glance, his expression instantly turning cold. It was always like this. Just when they were having a splendid time, Lin Kiki would leave for various matters, dampening the mood. She consistently prioritized work over life, even rising promptly to handle business affairs, regardless of the hour. Su-yi had attempted countless times to persuade her to stay, yet not once had he succeeded in keeping Lin Kiki by his side. All she left him with were messages like, "You go ahead and sleep. I'll return once I'm done. Good night," or "I'm sorry, darling, something urgent has come up. Enjoy yourselves, and I'll make it up to you next time." Almost every occasion bore similar phrases, gradually eroding Su-yi's patience, leading him to wonder how much longer he can endure this. When Lin Kiki's phone rang again, Su-yi had already given up on any expectations, glancing with a twinge of sympathy at the focused E beside him. At such a crucial moment, her mother was about to leave her once more. Other children might complain, but not E. Her maturity was heart-wrenching. This was a significant reason for Su-yi's irritation. However, today, Lin Kiki surprisingly pressed the hang-up button. She then turned to Su-yi, wrapping her arm around his and smiling affectionately. "Darling, we agreed I wouldn't work today. I'll spend the whole day playing with you and E, without any distractions. I'll handle company matters tomorrow. What does that sound?" Su-yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Lin Kiki, feeling the sincerity and plea in her gaze. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. At that moment, he finally set aside his grievances, pulling Lin Kiki into his embrace, softly saying, "All right, let us enjoy this day together as a family without a care in the world." "Yay! Are you happy, darling?" Lin Kiki asked. "Happy," Su-yi nodded. "Then why don't you kiss me and help massage my temples?" Lin Kiki pouted playfully. Seeing this, Su-yi chuckled and gently began to massage her temples, alleviating her fatigue. Lin Kiki obediently rested in his arms, softly closing her eyes to savor this moment of tranquility and tenderness. Time always seemed to fly during their outings, and soon it was nearing dusk. The three of them walked hand in hand, leaving the aquarium as the sun began to set. In the car, he had already drifted off to sleep, while Lin Kiki rested her head on the passenger seat, her eyes gently closed, a serene smile gracing her lips. Upon returning home, it was a rare occasion for the whole family to be together. Su-yi entered the kitchen, bustling about, preparing a grand meal to relish the evening. To his surprise, Lin Kiki followed him into the kitchen, assisting him by washing vegetables and rinsing rice. Su-yi noticed her efforts and gently said, "You don't need to do that. Go play with E. I can manage on my own." Lin Kiki stepped back to evade Su-yi, pouting softly as she murmured, "Although I cannot cook, surely I can lend a hand. Besides, dear husband, you must be weary after a day of driving. It is only right that I assist you." E had played so hard today that she was still not fully awake. She would rest a little longer and rise to prepare the meal when ready. Seeing Lin Kiki's determination, Su-yi did not press the matter further and simply smiled as he continued to cook. At last, their home began to exude a hint of warmth and familiarity. While cooking, Lin Kiki stood beside Su-yi, wiping the sweat from his forehead and inquiring if he was thirsty, suggesting he might want some water. When a meal was finally prepared and placed on the dining table, Su-yi brought out a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Lin Kiki. "How about a drink?" he asked, gently swirling the wine in its glass. "Sure," Lin Kiki replied with a smile. At that moment, the phone rang again, intrusively shattering the moment's tranquility. It was not a call from the company, but rather one from Zhong Ziheo. Upon seeing the name flash on the screen, Su Yi's expression darkened, and he set down the glass of wine he had just lifted. In a low, restrained voice, he commanded, "Do not answer." Lin Keek's expression shifted, and she bit her lip, hesitating. Zhao Hao usually sends messages. Could there be something urgent he needs to discuss? Perhaps I should answer and see what he has to say before we eat. Su Yi's demeanor remained frigid, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. Are you truly unaware of who has caused our lives to become this way? He seeks to stir trouble and jeopardize our relationship. I have made myself clear. Do not answer. Lin Keek's lips turned pale, and upon meeting Su Yi's gaze, she felt a surge of trepidation. Her finger hovered over the answer button, yet she hesitated. Husband, perhaps Zhao Hao genuinely has something important to say. You know he has cancer and does not have long to live. He might be lying at home, unable to move. I just want to check on him. I know him well. Having grown up together, I understand the kind of person he is. I cannot simply ignore him. Su Yi shot a glare at Lin Keek, snatching the phone from her grasp and hanging up before returning it to her. What urgent matter could he possibly have that requires you? Does he have no friends? Has every member of his family passed away? With so many people in the world, he chooses to contact you? If he is seriously ill, he should call an ambulance. Not you. Tonight, remain at home. You are not to go anywhere. Su Yi tapped the bowl with his chopsticks, his voice steady and commanding. Time to eat. Lin Keek gently bit her trembling lip, her gaze occasionally darting towards the phone. Noticing Su Yi's dark expression, she quickly redirected her attention to her plate, nodding as she began to eat. Yet, it was evident that her mind was elsewhere. She mechanically consumed white rice, untouched by the delectable dishes she had just prepared. 2 minutes later, the phone rang once more. Lin Keek's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly reached for the phone, clutching it tightly in her hand, as if fearing Su Yi would attempt to take it from her again. Observing Lin Keek's expression, Su Yi felt his previously buoyant mood shatter in an instant, shaking his head in resigned mockery. Ultimately, Lin Keek's heart could not be retained. She did not belong to this family, nor had she ever truly loved it. Husband, I merely need to take a phone call to understand what is happening. I can put it on speaker so you may listen as well, all right? I assure you I will not engage in anything else. Look, I spent the whole day accompanying you and Yi, so you should be able to understand my position, shouldn't you? Veins bulged on Su Yi's forehead as he slammed his chopsticks down in fury. You accompanied me, and Yi, what role were you playing? Are you not Yi's mother? Is it not your duty to nurture your child? You make it sound as though I coerced you into this. Have I ever forced you? If you do not wish to be Yi's mother, then sign the divorce papers and leave this home. Yi deserves a mother who is proud and present, not merely a woman preoccupied with work. Su Yi clenched his jaw, his face fierce with anger. Lin Keek opened her mouth, a surge of indignation rising within her. Su Yi, I have already spent an entire day with you. What more do you want? Please do not push me. Do you think it is easy to manage such a large company? While I toil late into the night, revising plans and battling exhaustion, you sleep comfortably at home. Do you think this lifestyle was gifted to you? It is the result of my relentless effort and sweat. Chapter 9. She still left. Su Yi found himself laughing in exasperation. Had he known Lin Keek was such a workaholic, indifferent to family in her pursuit of career, he would never have married her. Do not assume that her contributions were significant. He had sacrificed far more. He was meant to live a life of opulence, conditions 1,000 times better than those he currently endured. All for Lin Keek, for love, for the sound of her weeping on the phone. He severed ties with his family, disregarded their enterprises, and resolutely married and fathered a child with Lin Keek, hoping to spend the remainder of his life in her company. Yet after marriage, her thoughts remained elsewhere, believing him to be a benevolent soul who could be satisfied with trifles and a mere smile. That was never the case, nor would it ever be. Take the house, the car, the assets. I want none of it. I only desire my daughter. I will ensure she receives the finest education, compensating for the absence of her mother with all the love I can offer. Su Yi's tone suddenly turned calm, devoid of any ripple of emotion. This was the instinctive demeanor he assumed when making a resolute decision. Lin Keek's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Su Yi, finding his harsh words profoundly ironic. Are you threatening me? I am merely stating facts, Su Yi replied calmly. Husband, I am only taking a call. I will not say anything of consequence. Please wait for me just once more. After I finish my tasks, I promise we will share a candlelit dinner and enjoy a vacation together to relax. Please believe me. You're the only one I love. Lin Kiki, in a playful manner, pressed the answer button just before the call was automatically terminated. As soon as the call connected, the weak and pained groans of Zhong Ziheo could be heard from the other end. Kiki, where are you? I think I've broken my leg. I'm in so much pain that I can't walk. Could you come and check on me? Hearing Zhong Ziheo's frail voice, Lin Kiki instantly felt a surge of panic, even rising abruptly from her seat. What happened to you, Ziheo? How did you fall? Are you all right? I wanted to bring you tickets to the aquarium, but I was too anxious and didn't pay attention to the road. I twisted my ankle, and now it seems to be swelling, and it's getting more painful. Honestly, I didn't want to disturb you, but my parents are out, and my other friends are all out drinking. After thinking it over, you're the only one who can help me. Can you come and check on me? Zhong Ziheo gasped for breath, sounding as if he had just climbed 18 flights of stairs. Without a hint of doubt, Lin Kiki hurriedly began to gather her things. Just wait a moment. I'll be there right away. Don't move around too much. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Zhong Ziheo feigned an expression of unbearable pain, occasionally inhaling sharply. Once the call ended, Lin Kiki grabbed her handbag and prepared to leave. Sui, seated at the dining table, pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and sipped the red wine before him, sneering, twisted ankle. What a flimsy excuse. The aquarium opened this morning, yet he only claims to have twisted it tonight. Do you really believe such a lie? Lin Kiki turned to Sui, noticing the burning cigarette in his hand, and frowned in anger. Why are you smoking again? I've told you not to. Besides, Ziheo fell while trying to bring us tickets. Can't you show a little more concern for others instead of making baseless assumptions? I'm going to check on him and take him to the hospital, then I'll come back. Why the rush? Sui downed a red wine in his glass in one go. The wine was somewhat bitter, but it paled in comparison to the sorrow in his heart. I called you yesterday after the car accident with E, but you didn't believe me. Now you believe another man? Since love and trust have dissipated, it would be better for both of us to let go sooner rather than later. Don't keep entangling yourself. Don't you want to leave? Go ahead. And you needn't return tonight. I will be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Kiki's eyes widened in shock, a mixture of urgency and anger flooding her. Nearing emotional collapse, she exclaimed, Why do you always use such matters to threaten me? Sui, when will you ever grow up and be more rational? I told you, Ziheo and I are childhood friends. He has helped me many times before. Of course, I must help him when he is in need. You heard him. There is no one else at his home. If I don't go, who will? I can always spend another day with you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sui's expression remained unchanged. He poured himself another glass of red wine, suddenly coughing twice as the smoke from the cigarette filled the air. Despite the stinging scent, he continued to smoke, as if it could alleviate his inner turmoil. Lin Kiki glared at Sui, her tone softening slightly. You see, everyone has advised you to quit smoking, yet you refuse to listen. Hurry and finish your meal. Then get some rest. I shall return shortly. With that, Lin Kiki slipped on her shoes and dashed out, not forgetting to take the medicinal alcohol from the table. Thinking it might be useful for Zhong Ziheo's fall, completely oblivious that it was meant for Sui. Meanwhile, Sui's predicament following the car accident was far more dire. Yet Lin Kiki remained unaware. Bang! The door slammed shut. Sui sat in silence, his expression dark, chain-smoking and drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He consumed an entire bottle by himself, and the ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. Suddenly, a fit of uncontrollable coughing seized him, his lungs aflame with pain, tears welling in his eyes. He rushed to the bathroom to vomit, feeling dizzy and nauseous, having barely touched his dinner. After emptying his stomach, he began to retch bile. With a cough, a streak of crimson appeared in the toilet bowl. Sui grabbed a tissue to wipe the corners of his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, the door swung open. A woman entered, her expression one of confusion. Sui, why have you smoked so much at home and even drunk alcohol? Is still here. Can't you smoke on the balcony? The woman opened all the windows and then proceeded to the bathroom, where she found Sui in a dreadful state. He was slumped over the toilet, his eyes bloodshot, and the toilet was stained red, whether from his blood or wine. It was unclear. Lin Xiaolan paused momentarily before rushing to support Sui, frowning. How did you get into such a state? Get up now. Sui gazed at Lin Xiaolan in a daze. She was Lin Kiki's elder sister, residing in the same complex and occasionally visiting hence possessing a key to the home. However, he had not anticipated her sudden visit that evening. Chapter 10. Unwilling to stay another night. seated on the bathroom floor. Su Yi stared vacantly at Lin Xiaolan, a foolish smile suddenly gracing his lips. He mocked his own naivety and foolishness, realizing that Lin Qiqi's heart had long since wandered from him. Yet he still clung to a flicker of hope, yearning for her to glance back at him, to show a modicum of concern for their family. But her attention was forever directed toward others. With his love for her emboldening him, he felt unfettered. Lin Xiaolan, taken aback by Su Yi's disheveled state, momentarily covered her mouth in shock, struggling to compose herself. Lin Qiqi called me earlier when she left, asking me to check on you. She mentioned she would return after seeing Zhong Ziheo. Though my sister sometimes acts incorrectly, you cannot resort to self-destruction and degradation like this. Stand up. When Qiqi returns, I will help explain things. Life must go on, mustn't it? At her words, Su Yi shook his head, struggling to rise with the support of the wall. He took heavy, unsteady steps toward the living room. It has long been impossible. Last night, I was involved in an accident with the E, yet she is marrying someone else? Which man could endure such humiliation? Yet I held my composure, believing she might reconsider today. However, during dinner, she received a call from Zhong Ziheo and immediately rushed out, completely disregarding the presence of me and our child at home. Since she holds Zhong Ziheo in such high regard, perhaps I should let her go and pursue the life she desires. Tomorrow, I shall wait for her at the Civil Affairs Bureau to sign the papers. Upon hearing that Su Yi intends to divorce Lin Qiqi, Lin Xiaolan's eyes narrowed, and she said earnestly, "You wish to divorce? What about Yi? She is still so young. Do you want her to live without a mother? For so many years, you have spent Qiqi's resources. You cannot take Yi away, nor can you provide her with material wealth." Lin Xiaolan's face seemed to ignite with fury. Aimed at Su Yi, "We could discuss this further. I will ensure she sincerely apologizes to you. Adults must take responsibility for their actions, not act on impulse. How can you be certain that this is not the culmination of my endurance?" Su Yi countered, lifting his gaze to Lin Xiaolan. Lin Xiaolan found herself momentarily speechless. She suddenly realized that she did not fully comprehend the situation between Su Yi and Lin Qiqi. Perhaps the clearest understanding was of Lin Qiqi marrying Zhong Ziheo last night. Even if Lin Qiqi claimed it was a sham marriage to please Zhong Ziheo's family, such matters are still difficult to articulate. Even she, as her sister, found it challenging to explain Lin Qiqi's actions. I will call her to inquire about the situation. Lin Xiaolan took out her phone and dialed Lin Qiqi's number. The call was quickly answered, and the sound of Lin Qiqi running could be heard on the other end. "What's wrong, sister? Where are you?" Lin Xiaolan asked seriously. "I just arrived at Ziheo's doorstep. I'm about to go in." Soon, a knocking sound echoed on the phone, and the door opened. Lin Qiqi rushed inside with an anxious expression, but in the next moment, "Happy Valentine's Day?" The lights in Zhong Ziheo's home flickered on, revealing a group of people in the living room, holding confetti cannons that burst forth with colorful streamers. Lin Qiqi froze momentarily, standing at the door with her phone in hand, bewildered. At that moment, Zhong Ziheo approached her, holding a bouquet of roses, devoid of any trace of pain, instead exuding smiles and elegance. With a gentle smile, he said, "Qiqi, happy Valentine's Day." Lin Qiqi opened her mouth in confusion, asking, "Didn't Tu say you sprained your ankle? What is going on?" Zhong Ziheo chuckled and explained, "That was to encourage you to come out. I specifically prepared this surprise party for you. Look, we even bought a big cake and red wine. How about we celebrate our first Valentine's Day after the wedding together tonight?" Saying this, Zhong Ziheo placed the flowers into Lin Qiqi's arms and naturally took her small hand. The people around them erupted in cheers, amplifying the atmosphere of warmth and flirtation. Lin Qiqi pressed her lips together, contemplating an explanation. However, recalling her faux marriage with Zhong Ziheo, she realized her friends were oblivious to the truth. If she revealed the details, it would lead to exposure. Thus, she forced a smile, resting her head against Zhong Ziheo's shoulder, nodding towards those around her. "Hey, Qiqi, what on earth are you doing over there? Didn't you say Zhong Ziheo twisted his ankle? What do you mean by the first Valentine's Day after marriage? Clarify yourself, Qiqi." Lin Xiaolan shouted into her phone, her face alternating between pale and flushed. She was incredulous that her sister had gone out to celebrate, leaving Su Yi and Yi unattended at home. Her sister had deceived even herself, all for the sake of spending Valentine's Day with Zhong Ziheo. At this point, even she was at a loss on how to explain Lin Qiqi's actions, merely casting a pale glance toward Su Yi. Do you understand now? Ever since Zhong Zihao returned to the country, she has been clinging to him. The injuries and the false marriage were mere pretexts, mere trifles. She is no longer my wife, but Zhong Zihao's woman, and I am no longer connected to her in any way. I will take and leave, not asking her for a single cent to provide a better life for Lan Jia. I know you have always looked down on me, believing I am unworthy of Lin Kiki. I won't bother her any longer. Please take care of for a couple of days. Once I finalize the divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I will come to take her away. Having said this, Su Yi stood up with a cold smile, taking measured steps toward the door. Seeing this, Lin Xiaolon's eyes widened, and she hurriedly spoke. What do you think you're going at this hour? No matter what has happened, you can't just lose hope. You should return home and sleep it off. Tomorrow, I will ask Kiki again. What else do you want to ask? Do you need to witness Zhong Zihao and Lin Kiki lying naked in bed before you believe it? Su Yi suddenly turned around, shouting in anger. It was the first time he had lost his temper so fiercely, his eyes filled with rage and bloodshot, a sight both unsettling and ferocious. This demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual gentleness. Even Lin Xiaolon was taken aback, trembling slightly, her mouth opening as if to speak. But the words faltered at the edge of her lips. She looked at Su Yi's expression, utterly unsure how to justify Lin Kiki's actions. This time, her sister had gone too far, crossing Su Yi's bottom line. Even a man of integrity has his limits, and Su Yi could no longer endure it. Unwilling to stay another night in this house. Chapter 11. Wang Yimin's home. I won't take up too much of your time. Once I handle the divorce, I will take and leave. Thank you, Lan Jia. Su Yi solemnly nodded, gently pushing open the door in front of Lin Xiaolon. He staggered out, his steps unsteady as he departed from the home. With the door firmly shut, Lin Xiaolon felt a lump in her throat. A wave of sympathy for Su Yi washing over her. Though she indeed held him in contempt, it was undeniable that he was a good father, a good man. Financial struggles may not seem significant, but during their marriage, Su Yi has diligently cared for Lin Kiki. Regardless of how late she returned home, he would prepare her meals and rise early to tidy up for her. Moreover, every penny Lin Kiki entrusted to him has been meticulously saved, untouched. Yet, this exemplary man is now being gradually driven away by Lin Kiki. The moment the door closed behind him symbolized Su Yi's departure, perhaps forever. Alas, Lin Kiki, what do you truly desire? Can you not find solace in the comforts of home? That Zhong Zihao is clearly not a virtuous person. Where has your usual composure gone? When will you finally mature? Lin Xiaolon sighed in frustration, bewildered by how her sister had transformed. Yet, the events have unfolded, and there is no turning back. Shaking her head, she entered Yi's room, pulling up the blanket and soothing Yi to sleep, her heart heavy with mixed emotions about the future of this child. Su Yi wandered aimlessly through the streets, his spirit utterly defeated, his eyes vacant, oblivious to his destination or where he was headed. He simply walked quietly along the silent road, instinctively seeking to distance himself from the home he despised. At that moment, he paused as a street band caught his attention, with several onlookers gathered around. The band performed a heartfelt melody, a hat placed before them collecting the donations of passersby. After listening to a song, Su Yi quietly approached and dropped 200 yuan into the hat before intending to leave. Since marrying, Lin Kiki's long work hours kept her out until the late hours, and he had never ventured out to explore. It turned out there was a side to this city he had yet to discover. Suddenly, from the crowd emerged a graceful woman who seemed to recognize Su Yi, gasping softly as she approached him swiftly. Su Yi, Mr. Su, what brings you here? Su Yi looked up at the woman, recalling that she was the one who had collided with him, Wang Yimin. Mr. Su, are you intoxicated? Wang Yimin's astonished eyes narrowed slightly, and in that instant of eye contact, she felt her heart flutter, not from love, but from empathy. She had never witnessed such despair and emptiness in a man's gaze, as if he had been dealt a crushing blow, leaving him utterly despondent. Previously, after the accident, Su Yi had displayed remarkable strength, occasionally falling silent during phone calls, but never had he appeared so defeated. Such a look in his eyes stirred an unnameable ache within her, and she felt a profound sorrow for Su Yi's plight. Oh, it's you. Hello. Su Yi slowly lifted his head, forcing a strained smile onto his rigid face. He attempted to bypass Wang Yimin, wishing to leave. Yet she stepped in front of him once more, her face etched with concern. Mr. Su, where are you going? You've had quite a bit to drink. Where are your friends? Why haven't they taken you home? It is perilous for an individual to wander alone in the dead of night. Permit me to escort you home. As I too am en route. Su-yi waved his hand, graciously declining Ruan Yimin's kind offer. No, thank you. I have no home to return to. I would prefer to meander outside for a while. I appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Once again, Su-yi sidestepped Ruan Yimin and continued his solitary journey forward. As he advanced, he approached a moat, which at night was releasing water, its current dangerously swift. Should Su-yi inadvertently fall in, he would likely be swept downstream towards the dam. Ruan Yimin discerned that Su-yi was not in a suitable state, and feared that his wandering alone could lead to unfortunate circumstances. Without regard for his consent, she stepped forward, grasping his hand with a smile. Mr. Su, I have a car. Let me drive you home. Moreover, I owe you an apology for startling you and your daughter earlier. Allow me the chance to make amends. If you will. Su-yi opened his mouth to refuse, for he wished to go nowhere but to wander aimlessly until he could meet Lin Kiki at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yet, before he could voice his dissent, Ruan Yimin had already ushered him into the vehicle. She took her place in the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator. Suddenly, Su-yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his complexion turning pale as his stomach churned violently. He had nothing left to expel, only dry heaves that caused his lungs to burn. Ruan Yimin, observing his distress, wore an expression of worry. Should I take you to the hospital? How much have you had to drink? No, I just need a moment to recover, Su-yi managed to reply, struggling to suppress the nausea that was overwhelming him, his eyes still bloodshot and his cheeks devoid of color. Sensing his condition, Ruan Yimin's anxiety deepened, prompting her to accelerate. They soon arrived at her residential complex, where Su-yi nearly tumbled from the car, gasping for breath, his throat parched and hoarse. A trickle of crimson liquid escaping the corner of his mouth. Whether it was wine or blood, he could not discern. I'll assist you upstairs. Lean on my shoulder, Ruan Yimin said, guiding Su-yi as they made their way toward the elevator. This was her first time bringing a man home, and a sense of trepidation gripped her. Yet she could not abandon Su-yi outside, for if something were to happen, no one would know. At last, they reached her home, and Ruan Yimin was visibly fatigued. Hands on her hips, as she panted. Su-yi collapsed onto the sofa, pressing his forehead, feeling dizzy as if the world were spinning around him. Ruan Yimin poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Su-yi, who drank it in one gulp, feeling some relief in his throat, no longer parched. Thank you, he murmured, squinting as he gazed at Ruan Yimin. In his hazy vision, he perceived a reflection of Lin Kiki in her, during their days of love. Whenever he had drunk too much, Lin Kiki would similarly bring him home, pour him hot water, and assist him in cleaning up the remnants of his drunkenness. However, at this moment, Lin Kiki remained oblivious to the embarrassing game she was playing at Zhong Ziheo's home. Upon this realization, Su-yi couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Chapter 12. Business Manager of the Long Corporation. Are you feeling better? Can you share what happened that left you in such disarray? He inquired. It seems that whenever I encounter you, you are always in a state of distress. Ruan Yimin's face blossomed with a smile as she recalled their first meeting at the scene of an accident. At that time, Su-yi was tightly holding onto Yi, his expression filled with anxiety and despair, as if he had lost all hope in life. Little did she expect that this encounter would find Su-yi in an even more pitiful state. It's nothing, just that someone has put a green hat on me, Su-yi replied, rising from the sofa and rubbing his aching temples, suppressing a soft cough. I apologize for the trouble tonight. As an outsider, I shouldn't overstay my welcome here. I wouldn't want her boyfriend to misunderstand, so I'll take my leave. He struggled to depart, perhaps influenced by Lin Kiki and Zhong Ziheo's situation, leading him to regard romantic entanglements with utmost seriousness. He desired to distance himself from any potentially ambiguous circumstances. Lin Kiki's infidelity was a lesson he could not afford to learn. I have neither a boyfriend nor a husband. I am alone at home. Please feel free to stay here tonight. Where else could you possibly go? Ruan Yimin gently pressed Su-yi back onto the sofa and tentatively asked, Did your wife betray you? Su-yi nodded, his expression dark and fierce, but soon it transformed into a sense of relief and tranquility. I plan to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to file for divorce. Ruan Yimin then understood the depth of Su-yi's despondency and fatigue. He had endured a significant emotional blow. She immediately inquired, What about your wife? Is she still at home while you are out here alone? And your daughter? Huh. She is likely still in another man's embrace, laughing and enjoying herself, completely indifferent to my plight. As for my daughter, I will ensure she lives well. I do not need her to bear any responsibility. He continued, after I visit the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, I must formally return to work. Soo-yi contemplated the family business. His abrupt departure and severed ties with his family had left his elderly parents to manage the entire corporation. After such a prolonged period of mental strain, he was determined to return and root out the pests, reclaiming the Long Corporation in its entirety. Unbeknownst to Ruan Yimin regarding Soo-yi's true identity, upon hearing him mention work, she immediately suggested, "Why not come work at our company? I can offer you a position to tide you over until you find something better. At least you will have a meal, rather than being homeless with your daughter after the divorce." Soo-yi waved his hand, intending to decline, but Ruan Yimin presented him with a business card. It bore the bold inscription, "Business Manager of the Long Corporation in Jiangxing." "You are with the Long Corporation?" Upon seeing the card, Soo-yi felt a surge of clarity. If there was any reason for him to remain in this city, it was indeed the Long Corporation. He could not bear the thought of not reclaiming this vast territory. Indeed, the Long Corporation stands as the largest and most esteemed enterprise in Jiangxing. I have toiled for a considerable time to attain this position, and now here I am. No doubt, you must feel a twinge of envy. Joining the Long Corporation would undoubtedly benefit you. It is far easier than working for others. Moreover, I can leverage my position to facilitate your onboarding, sparing you the rigors of assessments and interviews. Consider it an apology for the metaphorical collision I've caused. Ruan Yimin hesitated, struggling to devise an appropriate excuse, casting a furtive glance at Soo-yi. However, he was oblivious, entranced by the business card of Long Corporation. As the chairman, his entry into the company was merely a matter of his own decree. Yet, jumping directly into such a role would likely incite dissatisfaction among the other shareholders, who might question his competence and potentially conspire to oust him. His mother had warned him that the Long Corporation was a murky place, filled with both noble and ignoble characters. To reclaim it, he must employ cunning rather than brute force. Otherwise, he risked counterproductive backlash. Instead of seizing the position outright, it would be wiser to ascend gradually from a junior role, concealing his true identity while clandestinely investigating the shareholders' underhanded dealings and sordid transactions. Once he amassed sufficient evidence, he could dismantle their influence and cleanse the corporation, restoring it to its rightful state. This, he surmised, was the trial his mother intended for him. Are you in a daze? Perhaps overwhelmed by surprise? I understand the Long Corporation is exceptional. Entering it may seem daunting, but you can learn at your own pace. Think of your daughter. It could serve as your motivation. Ruan Yimin urged, her tone brimming with admiration for the Long Corporation. Clearly, being associated with such a prestigious firm filled her with pride. It was not an opportunity to be taken lightly. It represented a significant status symbol. Thank you. If possible, I would greatly appreciate your assistance with my onboarding. Soo-yi replied earnestly. Utilizing Ruan Yimin's position as a business manager would help conceal his true identity. She confidently patted her chest, assuring him, "Leave it to me. Once I speak up, there will be no obstacles. See, the worst situation is resolved. As you currently have no home to return to, why not stay with me for a night? Tomorrow, I can also take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau for your divorce." I don't mean to hasten your divorce. It's simply on the way," Ruan Yimin hastily clarified, realizing her words might have been misconstrued. Soo-yi chuckled, not dwelling on the awkwardness of the moment. "By the way, do you have any prior work experience? What roles do you think would suit you?" Ruan Yimin asked. "I possess a wealth of theoretical knowledge and am well-versed in business operations. As long as I'm given a brief overview, I can easily grasp my responsibilities." Soo-yi responded. Being an exceptional student, he had often managed family enterprises prior to his marriage to Lin Kiki. Those ventures were of a scale far beyond even 10 Long corporations combined. Thus, he had long honed his skills and discernment. Had it not been for his desire to evade becoming a pawn in a family marriage, he would never have ventured to Jiang City to wed Lin Kiki, executing the decision without prior notice, leaving even his family absent from the ceremony. They merely shared a simple meal and proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. For this, Soo-yi grappled with his thoughts for a considerable time, contemplating whether he should disclose his circumstances to Lin Kiki and find an opportune moment to bring her home for a formal wedding celebration. Little did he anticipate that before he could articulate this plan, Lin Kiki had already taken the initiative to marry another man and hold a wedding. It was indeed laughable. Chapter 13. Soo-yi departed. After taking a shower and tidying up at Ruan Yimin's home, Soo-yi began to feel increasingly drowsy. Despite Ruan Yimin's insistence, He succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber, albeit in the guest room. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Kiki stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. Her senses dulled and her gait unsteady, relying on the walls for support. Lin Kiki, what on earth are you doing out at this hour? Lin Xiaolan suddenly flung open the door, standing at the threshold, her voice laced with anger. The unexpected outburst jolted Lin Kiki, who stood there, dazed, and replied. Zaheo said his foot was twisted and it hurt unbearably, so I want to check on him. A twisted ankle? And yet you celebrate Valentine's Day? Lin Xiaolan's eyes glimmered with barely contained fury as she murmured, Do you even care about this family? Do you truly wish to lead a serious life? If not, it would be best a divorce. This would benefit both you and Sui. I never imagined you would dare to deceive even me. What will happen in the future? Will you continue to rely on lies to navigate your life? Can you sustain such deception for a lifetime? Lin Kiki found herself at a loss for words, stammering in response. Yet when Lin Xiaolan suggested divorce, a resolute and unwavering expression crossed Lin Kiki's face. How can you even suggest I should divorce? I will not divorce. My heart belongs solely to Sui. Tonight, Zaheo deceived me, deliberately luring me away. He must have thought of our sham marriage. But I didn't stay at his home, fearing his parents would uncover the truth. Besides, many of his relatives and friends were present. I couldn't just abandon him, could I? That would surely reveal everything. I returned immediately after the event concluded. Lin Kiki offered her explanation, but to Lin Xiaolan, it appeared feeble and unconvincing. And Sui? My head feels so dizzy. Did he prepare any hangover tea for me? I merely wish to drink a cup and then retire for the night. Lin Kiki lamented, rubbing her temples, which throbbed painfully. Having indulged excessively in alcohol, she still felt disoriented, and the cold breeze she encountered on her way back only added to her confusion. He has left. At the mention of this, Lin Xiaolan could not help but glare fiercely at Lin Kiki. Left? Where to? Lin Kiki stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. I have no idea where he went. When I arrived, I found him intoxicated, lying in the bathroom, retching, with traces of blood among the vomit. The entire room was permeated with the acrid scent of smoke. I urged him to rest for the night and discuss matters in the morning. But he stubbornly insisted on leaving, and no amount of persuasion could deter him. He instructed me to inform you that he would be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to finalize the divorce agreement. Lin Xiaolan's frustration escalated as she spoke, her chest heaving with exasperation, her brows furrowed in dismay. She lamented, Ever since Zhong Zaheo returned, you've been absent from home, darting out at the slightest phone call, neglecting Sui and Yi. Now look where we are. Sui has left in anger. Are you pleased? Just wait for the divorce. Lin Kiki stood at the door, wide-eyed, as if struck by a thunderbolt, her heart aching with a sharp pang of pain. Overcome with urgency, she rushed to Lin Xiaolan, grasping her hand with desperation. Sui has left. Where could he possibly go in his drunken state? Sister, please tell me. Isn't he afraid of wandering onto the road and being struck by a vehicle? Now you're worried? Lin Xiaolan scowled at Lin Kiki. It seemed that only when Sui was driven away did Lin Kiki realize her regret. Why hadn't she acted sooner? She had always warned that Zhong Zaheo was no good, covertly attempting to lure Lin Kiki away from home. Today he feigned a sprained ankle. What excuse would he concoct next? Everyone could see the truth except for Lin Kiki, who remained blissfully unaware. Sister, where has Sui truly gone? Has he really left? I must find him. He cannot come to harm. Lin Kiki's anxiety propelled her toward the door, her demeanor visibly fraught, even reaching for the car keys. Lin Xiaolan swiftly intervened, snatching the keys away, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? You intend to drive after drinking? I'll take a taxi then, Lin Kiki replied, tears welling in her beautiful eyes, her lips quivering in distress. Witnessing her sister's state of worry, Lin Xiaolan sighed, relenting her reprimand. She pulled Lin Kiki back from the door and said earnestly, Enough. What are you searching for? If you stay home tonight and have a proper dinner, nothing will happen. You ignored Sui's accident last night, and today you're indifferent to cooking at home. You believed Zhong Zaheo's lies without question, even his claim about having cancer? Have you visited the hospital to verify it? Sui leaving might be for the best. Remaining here will only breed distrust. If I were Sui, I would have left long ago. You can't go anywhere tonight. You must stay home and rest. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to find Sue E. Lin Kiki was pressed onto the sofa, her eyes reddened, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her lips had paled, whether from intoxication or from fear and worry, she could not tell. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know that Zaheo was deceiving me. I had no idea it would devastate Sue E this much. I'm so sorry. Where on earth is Sue E? Lin Kiki sobbed, her face awash with tears as she fished out her phone to call Sue E, only to find that his phone was turned off. Unable to make contact and with their whereabouts unknown, Lin Kiki's already anxious heart grew increasingly restless under various circumstances. However, with Lin Xiaolan blocking her way, she found it impossible to step outside. Lin Xiaolan observed the expression on Lin Kiki's face, and all she could do was sigh. She glanced at the meal prepared on the table, untouched and cold. It was evident that Sue E had cooked with his usual dedication and care, crafting each dish to suit the tastes of Lin Kiki and EE. Had the events of the evening not unfolded, it was unlikely that Sue E would have stormed out in anger. Lin Kiki wept for a long time, eventually lying down on the sofa and slowly drifting off to sleep, murmuring Sue Yi's name repeatedly. Lin Xiaolan covered Lin Kiki with a blanket, locked the door, and sat at the other end, waiting for Lin Kiki to awaken, hoping to prevent any impulsive actions during the night. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, Sue E awoke, rubbing his dizzy head as he sat up, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, unsure of how he had ended up there. You're awake? I've warmed a cup of milk for you. You should feel better after drinking it. Ruan Yimin appeared at the door, holding a steaming cup of milk. Chapter 14. The father of Zhong Zaheo. Sue E was momentarily taken aback, but quickly scrambled out of bed, his voice laced with anxiety. What did I do last night? I surely didn't behave inappropriately, did I? Ruan Yimin found Sue Yi's flustered demeanor amusing and decided to tease him. Oh, you were quite the handful last night. I kindly offered to take you home, but your hands were rather unruly. Sue Yi's eyes widened in shock as he slapped himself across the face. He then bowed repeatedly to Ruan Yimin, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know how I acted while drunk. I didn't mean to. If you're still upset, feel free to hit me back. With that, Sue E stood by the bed, hands clasped behind his back, gently closing his eyes, though his cheek began to redden, clearly indicating he had struck himself with considerable force. Ruan Yimin gasped in surprise, quickly clarifying, No. I was just joking. You didn't do anything inappropriate at all. Why are you so serious? I was merely making a jest, and you took it to heart. Sue E paused, opening his eyes uncertainly. Really? I didn't do anything? Nothing at all. Ruan Yimin rolled her eyes, handing him the warm milk. You're far too earnest. It's rare to meet such an upright man these days. Sue E sighed in relief, thanked her, and drank the milk in one go. Upon entering the living room, he noticed Ruan Yimin had already tidied up, seemingly preparing to head to work. Aren't you going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce today? Come on. I can give you a ride since it's on my way. Sue E wanted to decline, having already stayed here for a night. It felt inappropriate to impose further. However, upon learning that the route to Longshore Group would pass by the Civil Affairs Bureau, and with Ruan Yimin's repeated invitations, he finally agreed to accompany her in the car. In the car, Ruan Yimin inquired, You surely remember the promise you made to me last night, right? Sue E paused for a moment, perplexed, and replied, What promise? I was quite inebriated and can't recall much. It would be best if you could remind me. Ruan Yimin did not take offense. Considering Sue Yi's state the previous night, it was understandable that he might not remember many details. You mentioned wanting to join the Long Group, and I could secure you a prestigious position under my supervision. You boasted about your exceptional abilities and claimed you could generate 10 million in revenue within a week, Ruan Yimin reminisced, embellishing her recollection. However, Sue Yi's expression revealed no sign of alarm, nor did he seem inclined to offer an explanation. With the name of Long Group in play, earning 10 million in a week seemed hardly an insurmountable task. Of course, I wish to join. What I said last night was not mere bravado, Sue E replied confidently. Ruan Yimin's lips parted in surprise as she glanced at him, and then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she proposed, Since you were so confident, why not make a wager? What kind of wager? Sue E invited. Let us bet on whether you can earn 10 million within a week. If you succeed, I will treat you to dinner. If you fail, you must assist me with something. What do you say? Upon hearing the terms of the wager, Sue E couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated Ruan Yimin to be such a savvy negotiator. Winning would only net him a meal, but losing would entail providing assistance, an obligation that could vary in magnitude. Given that he had stayed at her home the previous night, if the stakes were raised further, he might find himself obliged to comply with any request. Thus, Ruan Yimin's position as a business manager was not merely a result of favoritism. It was a testament to her competence, having outperformed numerous competitors to attain her role. Su-yi did not feel adverse to this. On the contrary, having more capable individuals within Long Group would be advantageous, as he lacked someone of Ruan Yimin's caliber among his subordinates. Deal. Su-yi nodded in agreement. Ruan Yimin's eyes widened slightly, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. Throughout their journey, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, and Su-yi subtly probed Ruan Yimin about the Long Group. Ruan Yimin, believing Su-yi to be unfamiliar with the company or preoccupied with their wager, shared information freely. From what I understand, the position of chairman at Long Group has been vacant for quite some time, and in the absence of leadership, the subordinates naturally aspire to vie for the top position. The most promising candidate is a man named Deng Kai-feng, an elderly gentleman in his 50s, who holds the largest share of the company. Having closely followed the former chairman, his reputation and status are unmatched by others. So you believe Deng Kai-feng has the highest chance of being elected? Su-yi asked, mentally noting the name. Deng Kai-feng. He would need to find an opportunity to investigate him further. Certainly not. There is another individual named Zhong Wenhua, who is quite formidable in his own right. Although he does not possess as many shares as Deng Kai-feng, he commands a significant number of managers within the Long family group, all of whom are staunchly supporting his bid for the position of chairman. One could liken him to a prince destined to establish a dynasty, as he has single-handedly nurtured many capable individuals. Should he fail in his campaign, it would likely result in a crackdown on other employees, causing them to lose their current positions and privileges. Ruan Yimin stated with earnestness. Suis soudain comprehended her implication. If Zhong Wenhua were to fail in his candidacy and subsequently choose to leave the company, it would precipitate a substantial exodus of talent. Moreover, many senior executives and managerial candidates would likely depart alongside him. Such a scenario could profoundly undermine the foundation of the Long family group in Jiangxing. In the past, such occurrences would have been inconceivable with a chairman in place. However, the prolonged vacancy of this position has afforded these individuals an opportunity for advancement. As Su-yi pondered these matters, Ruan Yimin unexpectedly revealed another astonishing piece of news. I heard that Zhong Wenhua's son has returned from studying abroad, and he recently got married in a grand ceremony. Now, Zhong Wenhua intends to entrust his assets within the Long family group to his son for management. Sigh. Sometimes I truly envy those with a good family, unlike us, who must toil day after day. By the way, I believe his son is named Zhong Zihao? Yes, that's it. At that moment, Su-yi suddenly clenched his fist and struck the car door with considerable force. A resounding thud reverberated, startling Ruan Yimin, who nearly slammed on the brakes. What are you doing? What did you say Zhong Wenhua's son is called? Zhong Zihao. Did they get married the night before last? Chapter 15, Civil Affairs Bureau. The fury in Su-yi's eyes seemed on the verge of erupting uncontrollably. His brow was furrowed with intensity and rage. Ruan Yimin stiffly nodded, her heart racing, suddenly feeling that the previously gentle Su-yi had transformed into an exceedingly volatile presence. His emotions appeared to be on the brink of spiraling out of control, instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, do you know him? Ruan Yimin slowed the car, apprehensive of provoking Su-yi's anger further. I know him, of course I do. How can I not recognize the one who has wronged me? A cruel smile twisted Su-yi's lips. They say that enemies often cross paths. Zhong Zihao's father, Zhong Wenhua, is actually working within the Long family group as one of the largest shareholders. It seems fate has granted him an opportunity for revenge. He has not forgotten the humiliation Zhong Zihao inflicted upon him. He may be a deceiver, but if that is the case, I shall uproot his foundation in Jiangxing entirely, forcing him to return to a life of begging on the streets. Are you implying that Zhong Zihao has wronged you? Oh my goodness. What shocking news have I just heard? Ruan Yimin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Yet, she was soon enveloped by deep concern, glancing at Su-yi and inquiring, should we perhaps not go to work? How about I help you find a new job instead? Inevitably, you will encounter Zhong Zihao at the company. I worry that a confrontation during work could lead to your immediate dismissal. Rather than enduring such discomfort, it may be wiser to keep your distance, Ruan Yimin stated earnestly. Her perspective held merit. However, Su-yi was no ordinary employee. He He was the chairman of Long Corporation and had no intention of stepping away. Even without this esteemed position, he would not shy away from Zhong Zihao. It would be more feasible for him to evade his own presence. Switching the topic, Ruan Yimin inquired if there were any other figures within Long Corporation engaged in this covert rivalry. Su Yi rubbed his temples, taking a deep breath to suppress the anger and agitation bubbling within him. After some contemplation, Ruan Yimin replied, "There is another shareholder who has the potential to compete for the position, and he approaches his work with utmost seriousness. I often see him napping on a folding chair in the office, treating the company as if it were his own home. Yet, he lacks the talent pool that Zhong Wenhua possesses and does not hold as many shares as Deng Kaifeng. Thus, his chances of securing the chairmanship are rather slim. Many positions cannot be attained solely through hard work. One must also consider status and power." As she spoke, Ruan Yimin let out a quiet sigh, seemingly lamenting the plight of the shareholder. Su Yi inquired, "What is his name?" "He is called Song Jiaqing, a commendable leader. I work under him. He values personal ability over status or academic credentials. Perhaps it is this very principle that renders his aspirations for the chairmanship rather bleak." Upon hearing this, Su Yi silently noted the name Song Jiaqing. A leader who nurtures talent based on capability rather than pedigree is indeed commendable, offering his subordinates the hope for growth and advancement. Unlike others who engage in fierce battles over trivial shares, ultimately harming the company's interests. Su Yi contemplated seeking an opportunity to meet him after joining, discreetly nurturing his influence and providing subtle assistance, aiming to establish a triad of power within Long Corporation. Subsequently, he would leverage Song Jiaqing's support to eliminate the other two shareholders who were neglecting their responsibilities, thereby solidifying his own position. With these thoughts, Su Yi's mood lightened considerably, the earlier hostility in his gaze dissipating. Before long, the Civil Affairs Bureau arrived. Unexpectedly, Lin Kiki had already been waiting there, seated on the steps and anxiously glancing at the passing vehicles. "Is it your wife?" Ruan Yimin glanced at Su Yi, inquiring. Su Yi nodded indifferently. Thankfully, she arrived. Otherwise, he would have had to wait an entire day, wasting precious time. Now that she was present, they could proceed with the divorce agreement and part ways. He would devote himself wholeheartedly to Long Corporation. "Would you like me to help you maintain appearances?" Ruan Yimin teased, playfully nudging Su Yi's shoulder. Although she was not a man, she understood that men often valued their pride. This woman had betrayed Su Yi. If she turned around and saw her husband in a vehicle with another beautiful woman, she might very well succumb to jealousy and rage. Ruan Yimin was quite amused by the prospect of such a scene. "No more. Thank you for bringing me here. Once I finish obtaining the divorce certificate, if time permits, I shall report to Long's group. All right, please contact me in advance." Ruan Yimin placed her hand to her ear, mimicking a phone gesture. Whether intentional or not, she deliberately stopped the car right in front of Lin Kiki. Su Yi stepped out from the passenger seat. Upon seeing Su Yi, Lin Kiki instantly rose to her feet. Her face etched with sorrow, her eyes swollen from countless tears shed the previous night, seemingly having wept for a considerable time this morning as well. "Su Yi, you finally arrived," Lin Kiki exclaimed, a mixture of worry and excitement flooding her voice. However, when she noticed a stunningly beautiful woman in the car, gazing tenderly at Su Yi and smiling while mimicking a phone gesture, her heart suddenly quivered. Her expression shifted to one of anxiety and anger. "Who is this woman?" Su Yi cast a cold glance at Lin Kiki, his face devoid of any emotion, as if they were merely the most familiar strangers. "A friend. Since you're here, let us not waste time. We need to sign the divorce agreement quickly. I have other matters to attend to." Su Yi bypassed Lin Kiki and strode towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Kiki felt a tremor in her heart and hurriedly caught up with Su Yi, grasping his hand to halt his progress. Husband, I truly realize my mistake. I shouldn't have gone out last night. Please forgive me just this once. Moreover, I was deceived. Zaho wasn't injured. He was merely caught up in a situation with friends and had no choice but to call me. I didn't intend to disrespect him. That's why I returned so late. You can understand, can't you? You know that I still love you. I don't want to part ways with you, let alone divorce you." Lin Kiki sobbed bitterly, clinging tightly to Su Yi, fearing that if she let go, he would slip away from her sight. Yet, Su Yi kept his hands at his sides, unmoved by Lin Kiki's pleas. His face remained cold, his tone exceedingly flat. "Divorce requires an appointment. Who knows how long it will take to get another chance? Let us go inside and stop wasting time." I've told you I have matters to address. Lin Kiki, it's not that I am unwilling to give you a chance. It's that you have never afforded me one. Today, regardless of what you say, this marriage must end. Su's indifferent words fell like a frigid stone hammer, striking her heart again and again. The suffocating atmosphere made it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Chapter 16. The Deceit Between Us. Lin Kiki stood rigidly on the steps, watching Su Yi's retreating figure, feeling the distance between them despite their proximity. In a moment of despair, she embraced Su Yi from behind, fresh tears cascading from her already bloodshot eyes. You always say I don't know how to return home, that I am entangled with Zaho, but it's all a misunderstanding, don't you see? I love only you. Many things are not as you imagine them. After all these years of marriage, do you still doubt me? No matter what I do outside, no matter how busy, how weary, or how late it may be, I shall always return home, for within those walls resides you and our daughter. If I did not cherish you, if I did not hold this family dear, would I still come back? Su Yi, could you perhaps calm yourself and, considering the many years of love we have shared, lend an ear to my explanation? Su Yi fell silent, his foot raised yet remaining still, unable to take another step forward. Did he not love Lin Kiki? The answer was unequivocally negative. He loved her with a passion that tore at his very soul, a love that penetrated to the marrow of his being. Once, upon hearing Lin Kiki's weeping over the phone, he booked the fastest flight from the capital to Jiangcheng, solely to hold her in his arms at the earliest opportunity, to be with Lin Kiki and not become an instrument of a family alliance. He abandoned his identity as a young master, enduring scorn, and secretly married her. After the birth of their daughter, he even severed most of his social engagements, dedicating himself wholly to their family. Yet now, they stood on the brink of divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau, as Lin Kiki's sorrowful sobs echoed in his ears. Su Yi slowly turned his head, reaching out to wipe away the tears on her face, gazing intently into her reddened eyes. This was the woman he cherished most, to whom he had vowed countless oaths never to let her suffer or shed tears. Each recollection of their past affection weighed heavily upon his heart, suffocating him with a sense of despair. Lin Kiki clung tightly to Su Yi, her lips trembling from her grief. With a choked voice, she implored, "Husband, shall we return home, together to see our daughter?" Upon hearing their daughter's name, Su Yi's previously resolute heart began to soften, creating fissures that widened with each passing moment. At that moment, a matron emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, observing the couple tightly embracing on the steps, and curiously called out, "Hey, are you here to get married or divorced? Hurry up, or it will be troublesome when more people arrive. There are many forms to fill out." At her words, Su Yi's heart quivered. Holding Lin Kiki's hand, he turned to the matron and declared loudly, "Marriage. But not at this moment. Let us wait a bit longer." The matron pursed her lips, seemingly accustomed to such encounters, and remarked with a knowing demeanor, "People these days love to play these games. You come all this way, yet hesitate at the entrance. In that case, it would be better to return and contemplate your future life together, and return once you've thought it through." Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt no anger nor irritation. Instead, he turned to cradle Lin Kiki's face in his hands, a sudden smile blossoming on his lips. "Yes, we must return and ponder thoughtfully." Lin Kiki's eyes widened in surprise. Upon hearing Su Yi dismiss the notion of divorce, she pressed tightly against him, her delicate frame trembling slightly. A tear slipped down her cheek once more, a tear of joy. "All right, husband, let's go home and talk." With the tension easing, Lin Kiki nestled against Su Yi, a smile gracing her lips, and before she knew it, she had drifted into slumber. She was utterly exhausted, not just mentally, but physically as well. Su Yi lifted Lin Kiki into his arms and entered the car, driving directly homeward. Upon arriving home, Lin Xiaolon found herself in the living room, playing with toys alongside Yi. When she noticed Su Yi's return, she was momentarily taken aback, but her surprise quickly turned to concern as she spotted Lin Kiki cradled in his arms. "What happened to Kiki?" she inquired, her voice laced with worry. "She is simply exhausted and has fallen asleep," Su Yi replied. At his words, Lin Xiaolon relaxed, then turned to beckon Yi. "Yi, it's time for your afternoon nap. Go lie down with your mother, your father, and I need to discuss a few matters." Yi, understanding and obedient, nodded and scampered back to her room. After Su Yi gently placed Lin Kiki on the bed and tucked her in, he made his way to the living room. Lin Xiaolon patted the sofa beside her, her tone neither warm nor cold as she said, "Please sit. Let us discuss your situation." Have you signed the divorce agreement? He took a seat on a stool facing her, shaking his head. No, I saw her at the Civil Affairs Bureau and brought her back with me. Perhaps it's for the best that you haven't signed. I've heard all about the recent events from her, and you cannot blame her for what transpired last night. It was all orchestrated by Zhong Zihao behind the scenes. It's evident to anyone that he holds feelings for my sister. This was true before he left for overseas, and it remains so upon his return. He has exploited her trust repeatedly. I understand that this troubles you deeply and may bring you a sense of disgrace. Yet you must realize that Keek's heart belongs to you. I know her well. While she may sometimes act without considering your feelings, she would never intentionally betray you. You need to calm down and resolve your differences with her, rather than allowing anger and impulsiveness to dictate your actions. That approach will only deepen the rift between you. Lin Xiaolan gazed earnestly into Su Yi's eyes, her words deliberate and measured. It was clear that she had been significantly affected by the turmoil surrounding Su Yi and Lin Kiki. Su Yi listened intently, nodding gently, refraining from retorting, observing his demeanor. Lin Xiaolan was uncertain whether he truly absorbed her counsel. She pressed on. Where did you go after leaving last night? Kiki was frantic upon discovering your absence and nearly drove off to find you. You're not a child anymore. How could you engage in such immature behavior as running away from home? No matter the circumstances, you cannot allow yourself to be intoxicated and roam aimlessly. What if you were struck by a vehicle or fell into a river? Would that not cause unnecessary worry? You want Yi to lose her mother. Does that mean you can allow her to lose her father? Lin Xiaolan furrowed her brows, clearly displeased with Su Yi's hasty departure the previous evening. Her concern for Lin Kiki was also evident. After all, Kiki had reacted as if she were frenzied upon realizing Su Yi was missing, terrified that he might leave her forever. She also worried about Su Yi encountering danger while alone outside. Anyone could see how much Lin Kiki cared for him, just as it was apparent to Su Yi that Zhong Zihao harbored lingering feelings for Lin Kiki. Yet, both parties remained oblivious, ensnared in their own misunderstandings, leaving only strife in their wake. Chapter 17. Zhong Wenhua is embezzling funds. Su Yi lowered his head, remaining silent, uncertain on how to explain himself to Lin Xiaolan. After all, Lin Xiaolan was Lin Kuku's sister and naturally inclined to defend her, while he might merely appear as an irresponsible family man in her eyes. I understand, Sister Lan. Once she wakes, I shall have a heart-to-heart with her, he sighed softly after a prolonged silence. Observing his demeanor, Lin Xiaolan ceased her attempts at persuasion, casting a serious glance towards the room. If Zhong Zihao is to inherit his father's business, and you wish to compete, you must first enhance your own value. To elevate your worth, consider learning within Kuku's company system. It will allow you to remain close to her instead of languishing at home without purpose. Upon hearing Zhong Zihao's name, a surge of uncontainable resentment and fury ignited in Su Yi's eyes. How dare he claim to inherit what rightfully belonged to the Su family? A young master returning from abroad believed he could rival him, a man of integrity? The disparity between inheriting through merit and mere lineage was vast. The position of chairman was beyond Zhong Zihao's reach. Sister Lan, I have matters to attend to outside. Could you kindly stay here and wait for Lin Kuku and Yi to awaken? If all goes well, I shall return in the evening with groceries to prepare dinner. Su Yi stood with sincerity etched across his face. He could no longer wait. It was time to officially embrace his role within the Long Group. Lin Xiaolan furrowed her brows, suspecting he was attempting to evade facing Lin Kuku again. Her tone sharp. You're leaving again? Are you beginning to disregard this family? Although Kuku could be a handful at times, she always returns home on time, no matter how late her work extends. And you? After a single quarrel, you leave home? It took great effort for Kuku to bring you back. And now you're off again before you've even settled? He shook his head. I genuinely need to go out for work. I want to sneak away again. Seeing the earnestness in his eyes, Lin Xiaolan hesitated before ultimately being swayed by his sincerity. She nodded gently. You must return before dinner. Otherwise, I shall not offer you any explanations. Thank you, Sister Lan. Su Yi smiled, turning swiftly to dash down the stairs. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading towards a Long Group. On the way, he pulled out his phone to call Ruan Iman. On the other end, Ruan Iman greeted him with a smile. What is this? Have you finalized your divorce so quickly that you now have time to start a new job? I haven't divorced, but I'm indeed starting a new position and am on my way. By the way, do you know the accountant at Long Group? Su Yi spoke rapidly. Accountant? Ruan Iman paused, nodding in confusion. Yes, I know her. She is my good friend. Why do you ask? Not quite. I wish to review Long Group's financials. I studied accounting in the past, and if I am to start working, perhaps the accounting position would suit me better. Sue fabricated an excuse. He needed to conceal his identity and discreetly identify the company's internal issues, knowing he could not afford to make a grand entrance. Otherwise, he risked being recognized at first sight, making any subsequent inquiries nearly impossible. The other party will undoubtedly conceal everything. Will you still handle the accounts? I will come down to the company building shortly to escort you to my office for a brief overview. Coincidentally, the accountant is on leave these days, and I plan to seek assistance from another accountant to manage the accounts. Ruan Yimin exclaimed, clearly surprised that Sue was capable of accounting. With such a skill, one need not worry about employment. As long as Sue presents his accounting qualification certificate, numerous companies will eagerly extend their olive branches to him. Shortly after hanging up the phone, the Long Group arrived. Dressed in a sleek black pencil skirt, Ruan Yimin stood at the entrance, gazing at the bustling crowd. Upon spotting Sue her eyes sparkled, and she waved her hand excitedly. Sue over here. Sue hurried over, taking cautious glances around to avoid being seen. What are you doing? Acting like a thief, looking around so anxiously. Come with me, Ruan Yimin urged as she led him into the company. The Long Group was vast, with a skyscraper boasting over 100 floors, and its daily financial turnover was astonishing. Busy employees and the incessant clatter of keyboards were everywhere. Upon entering Ruan Yimin's office, Sue immediately noticed the bills sprawled across the desk. He approached and began to scan them quickly. No need to rush into work mode just yet. Ruan Yimin observed his eagerness and smiled as she retrieved an employee card from her drawer. Here, I've had my colleague from the HR department help you with this credential. From now on, you'll be part of the Long Group. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. And don't forget our wager. Without lifting his gaze, Sue replied, I know, earn 10 million within a week, no problem. Let me check the bills first. As he examined them, he naturally moved to Ruan Yimin's computer, his fingers deftly tapping away. The experience from his previous job seemed to have lifted a seal, and an array of professional terminology and standards flooded his mind. Soon, he had perused an entire volume of bills. There were no errors or discrepancies in the figures. Instinctively, Sue wanted to access the previous account books. But this was Ruan Yimin's computer, and she did not possess any accounting records to review, only the current documents available for entry. Nevertheless, with a company as large as the Long Group, it would be remarkably easy to manipulate the accounts, and the accountants here were professionals. Unless tax bureau officials were called in to audit the master accounts, it would be nearly impossible to uncover any clues. As Sue flipped through another bill, he suddenly came across the name Zhong Wenhui, associated with a reimbursement expense. Employees on business trips or entertaining clients could submit bills for reimbursement, but there were limits to the amounts. The dining expenses attributed to Zhong Wenhui clearly exceeded this threshold. Furthermore, he had several reimbursement requests each month. He was embezzling funds. Sue realized immediately and quickly turned to the next bill. After reviewing several documents, he discovered at least a dozen reimbursement requests, though from different individuals. The amounts were all substantial, far beyond ordinary dining expenses. Even though his actions were subtly concealed to a discerning accountant, it was evidently a case of misappropriation of funds. Just consider this. As a shareholder, how could Zhong Wenhui utilize such a substantial amount of public funds? Sue picked up an invoice and pointed at Zhong Wenhui's name. Glancing towards Ruan Yimin was momentarily taken aback and leaned closer to examine it carefully, subsequently shaking her head. I cannot be certain. I am not a professional and thus unaware of the reimbursement amounts among shareholders. Chapter 18. In a daze. Although Ruan Yimin held the position of project manager, her involvement was strictly tied to business matters. She was indeed unfamiliar with such reimbursement procedures. It was possible that Long's Group had established an agreement from its inception, delineating the expense reimbursement limits for each shareholder. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Furthermore, given that Zhong Wenhui was an early shareholder and a prominent contender for the chairmanship, it was only natural for him to submit a greater number of invoices. Sue fixated intently on the invoices on the table, a cold smile suddenly gracing his lips. This was akin to the snowflakes that herald the impending collapse of a snow mountain. The greater the accumulation of snowflakes, the more inevitable the descent of even the highest peaks into the abyss. Without delay, Sue snapped several photographs, saving them to his phone. Ruan Yimin, sensing something peculiar about Sue Yi's behavior, could not help but speculate. You aren't an undercover agent sent by another company, are you? Why are you taking photos? You seemed rather odd when you got out of the car. Am I unwittingly letting a wolf into the sheepfold? Sue paused, flustered, and awkwardly clarified, no. It is merely a habit of mine to facilitate calculations should any discrepancies arise in the invoices later. Moreover, these are just a few invoices. They are not crucial documents. So who would I show them to? Wan Yimin furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. Sue felt a twinge of anxiety under her scrutiny. Should Wan Yimin discover his true identity, there would be no telling what she might reveal. Everything could come crashing down. Just as Sue was about to offer an explanation, Wan Yimin burst into laughter. I understand now. You are displeased with Zhong Zihao and wish to seize this opportunity to uncover evidence against Zhong Wenhua to bring him down, correct? Wan Yimin declared proudly. Not to criticize you, but Zhong Wenhua's influence within Long's group is beyond your imagination. Besides, he might very well be the next chairman. What power does a mere newcomer like you possess to topple him? You would be better off heeding my advice, focusing on completing our target of 10 million. If you succeed, I can treat you to a meal and even assist in creating obstacles for Zhong Wenhua, though the odds of success are rather slim. Sue opened his mouth, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, Wan Yimin had misjudged his intentions. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. He promptly continued in line with Wan Yimin's assertions. Indeed, I find him quite irksome. Given your position working under Song Jiechen, wouldn't you want him to ascend to the chairmanship? That would present you with an opportunity for growth. If Zhong Wenhua were to assume the role of chairman, the first course of action would undoubtedly be to suppress you all, reserving the promotion opportunities that rightfully belong to you for his own allies. Wan Yimin's expression visibly stiffened for a moment. Upon realizing this, she clapped her hands sharply, finally awakening to the truth. Indeed, your words serve as a reminder. How could I have overlooked this? If that is the case, I find myself in peril, destined to remain in this position until retirement. Now we share a common adversary. Even having Deng Kaifeng as chairman would be far preferable to Zhong Wenhua. Zhong Wenhua has an overwhelming number of supporters, all of whom possess substantial backgrounds. From managers to ordinary staff, nearly all would rally behind him. Should Zhong Wenhua ascend to the chairmanship, any vacancies would first be filled by his supporters, leaving those of us among the other shareholders to toil under them. It is fortuitous that you can perceive it this way. If you don't mind, please hand over this negotiation contract to me. Sue picked up a document from the table and waved it in front of Wan Yimin. She cast a quick glance at it and expressed her concern. Can you handle this? This client is quite demanding. We have revised even the most basic proposal several times, as he continually expresses dissatisfaction. Were it not for his moderate strength and assets, we would have long since discarded this task. Sue flashed a confident as might. There is no client he cannot manage, unless they are intentionally obstructive. However, the client at hand does not fit that mold. Rather, his expectations are excessively high, and he is intolerant of any perceived flaws in the final product. Given the operational capabilities of the Longshore Group in Jiangcheng, fulfilling these demands proved challenging. Moreover, with the Longshore Group currently lacking strong leadership, capable individuals are unable to secure tasks, while the incompetent revel in frivolity. If this continues, the reputation of the Longshore Group is bound to suffer irreparable damage. Sue intends to take matters into his own hands, leveraging his experiences and insights from the capital to deliver a satisfactory outcome for this client, while simultaneously building his network. In the future, when he occupies the chairman's position, he will have a supporter to rely upon. If you feel confident, you may also give it a try. However, I must forewarn you not to be disheartened by any failures. As she spoke, Wan Yimin chuckled softly, seemingly convinced that Sue would falter in his task. After all, as a newly hired employee, achieving remarkable success without ample experience is no easy feat, leave it to me. Sue declared as he turned on his heel and departed with the contract in hand. He settled into an empty workstation, opened his computer, and began crafting the proposal. At home, Lin Kiki groggily emerged from her bed. With reddened eyes, she rushed into the living room, scanning her surroundings as if searching for Sue's presence. Sister, where is Sue? Hasn't he returned yet? I just had a nightmare. I dreamt that Sue took me to the Civil Affairs Bureau and wanted to divorce me. Woe is me. Sister, do you think Sue might actually leave? Lin Xiaolon paused for a moment, seated on the sofa, and replied, Were you still half asleep? Did you not return from the Civil Affairs Bureau together? Sue said you did not get divorced. Lin Kiki's lovely eyes widened as she rubbed her temples, seemingly still not fully awake from the previous night's revelry. Then where is Sue? Why isn't he home? He just mentioned that he had to step out for an errand, but would return in the evening to prepare dinner. Lin Xiaolon conveyed the previous events to Lin Kiki, which helped Lin Kiki gather her thoughts. Clearly, she had indulged too much in alcohol, causing her memories to distort. She distinctly remembered waiting at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau early in the morning, returning with Sue. After a nap, she mistakenly believed that the morning's events had been a mere dream. Had Sue mentioned where he was going? A sense of urgency was beginning to mount within Lin Kiki. It was the first time she had not seen Sue at home. Previously, no matter the time, as soon as she opened the door, Sue would invariably be waiting for her on the sofa or in the kitchen, ready to envelop her in a warm embrace. Yet, in the past 2 days, dreams of Sue leaving had haunted her, and upon waking, she found him still absent. This growing anxiety began to gnaw at her, fearing that one day, Sue might never return. Chapter 19. Come over for dinner tonight. When did this emotion truly begin to manifest? It seemed to have originated from that incident of her faux marriage with Zhong Zihao. Indeed, Suyi's demeanor towards her had significantly shifted since that night, becoming notably aloof. Sister, do you think Sue is overthinking? I have clarified the faux marriage situation with him, yet he still reacted so explosively. Perhaps he is too idle at home, lost in his thoughts. Should I arrange a position for him at the company? That way, he might cease his unfounded speculations, Lin Kiki suggested. Lin Xiaolon cast a glance at Lin Kiki and shook her head, responding, if you wish for him to join you at work, that's fine, but what about Zhong Zihao? Isn't he frequently visiting the company under the pretense of discussing collaboration? Have you ever seen a partnership where one spends all day in your office merely chatting? You are a married woman. You must maintain a respectful distance, especially from other men, particularly Zhong Zihao. Sister, why are you speaking ill of Zihao? Lin Kiki frowned in displeasure. She lamented, when I was just starting, the company was so hectic and I struggled to grasp many things without guidance. It was Zhong Zihao who called me to provide remote assistance, even from abroad, frequently checking on my work. Without him, how could I have attained this position? Observing Lin Kiki's discontent, Lin Xiaolon rolled her eyes internally. She knew things were not as straightforward as they appeared. Whenever Zhong Zihao was mentioned, Lin Kiki displayed an unusual enthusiasm, yet she wore a pained expression when discussing Sue. It was evident who held greater importance in Lin Kiki's heart, even if she was reluctant to acknowledge it. All right, enough of this discussion. Is he awake? I shall go check on her. Lin Xiaolon waved her hand and turned to enter the room. As Lin Kiki sat on the sofa, her phone rang unexpectedly. Unsurprisingly, it was a call from Zhong Zihao. Kiki, why didn't you come to the office today? I didn't see you in the office. Lin Kiki explained, last night, Sue suddenly left after drinking, and I worried all night. This morning, he even made me wait at the Civil Affairs Bureau to discuss divorce. On the other end of the line, Zhong Zihao heard that the two had made their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Yet, he suppressed his inner delight and feigned concern as he inquired, is that so? What on earth is happening with Sue? How could he get so intoxicated that instead of resting, he ventures out? He must be exceedingly careless. I hope nothing untoward has occurred. While Zhong Zihao expressed worry for Lin Kiki, his thoughts were consumed with a wish for Su Yi's swift demise, for that would allow him to possess Lin Kiki expeditiously. Oblivious to Zhong Zihao's dark musings, Lin Kiki felt gratified by his attentiveness. Thankfully, nothing had happened. She arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau in the morning. Although the woman who had driven him there left her feeling quite unsettled, there was something in the woman's gaze that seemed malevolent, and she had made a gesture as if to indicate a phone call as Sue exited the vehicle. Do you think Lin Kiki was simply too exhausted this morning? She had countless thoughts she wished to articulate, yet succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening to find Sue absent from their home, her mind was preoccupied with where he might have gone. Had it not been for Zhong Zihao's reminder, she might have entirely forgotten about this matter. Zhong Zihao, his face nearly splitting with suppressed laughter, maintained a voice of apparent seriousness and concern. That's impossible. Brother Sue is not that kind of person. You must trust him. Moreover, you mentioned that Brother Sue left last night and hasn't returned since. If he is not at home, could he have spent the night at that woman's place? Realizing he had misspoken, Zhong Zheho's tone shifted to one of panic as he hastily attempted to clarify. No. Kiki, please don't overthink it. What I meant was that woman might very well be a friend of Brother Su's. After all, you have been married for so many years in Jiangcheng. It is entirely normal for Brother Su to have a few female acquaintances, don't you think? Oh dear, my words are so clumsy. I meant no offense, but Kiki, you must believe that Brother Su is not someone who would spend the night at a woman's home. As he fumbled in his explanation, Zhong Zhehao inadvertently pushed Su closer to the precipice of suspicion. Lin Kiki's expression darkened, her face shrouded in an ominous shadow, with a flicker of barely contained rage in her brows. You need not defend him, Zhehao. He will return tonight, and I shall confront him directly. He will not evade my inquiries. By the way, didn't you mention earlier that you had secured an investment for me? A cold smirk crept into Zhong Zhehao's heart. He had initially intended to exploit this topic to further exacerbate the rift between Lin Kiki and Su Yi. However, upon hearing about the investment, he promptly responded, of course, I have procured an investment, and it is from a significant client, the Long Group of Jiangcheng. To establish contact with this company and cultivate a relationship, I expended considerable effort, presenting numerous gifts and engaging various talents to secure this opportunity. This is a rare chance, and you must seize it diligently. Listening to Zhong Zhehao's dedicated efforts on her behalf, Lin Kiki felt a surge of gratitude. In a soft, sincere tone, she replied, Thank you, Zhehao. If not for you, I truly would not know how the company would continue to operate. It's nothing. After all, our relationship is strong enough for this to mean little. As long as you and Su Ge are happy and living well, that is all that matters. Why not come to my home for dinner tonight? Su Yi's culinary skills are quite commendable. What would you like to eat? I will have him go out this evening to procure the ingredients. As a way to express my gratitude for your assistance and understanding, Lin Kiki suggested. Zhong Zhehao was almost laughing madly, yet his response was hesitant, as though he harbored unspoken concerns. Is this appropriate? It seems Su Ge may not welcome me, and I worry my presence might provoke him. Of course, he knew Su Ge was not so petty, but considering he had not returned home the previous night, there was a risk that something might be said that would cast him as an outsider in an awkward light. Who says you're an outsider? Lin Kiki's tone suddenly escalated, oblivious to the insinuations and traps in Zhong Zhehao's words. Following his line of thought, she lowered her voice and stated firmly, He was in the wrong first, causing me to worry unnecessarily all night. Furthermore, he had previously struck you without offering an apology. Tonight's dinner is the perfect opportunity to clarify matters and ensure he sincerely apologizes to you. It was thus decided. I'll call you this evening. You must come. You cannot back out. Chapter 20. The gossip of Zhong Zhehao. Zhong Zhehao stifled a chuckle, nodding in agreement. No problem. I will be there on time. He refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. I can't wait to see the spectacle. He was concerned that if he listened for another moment, he would burst into laughter. As for the investment in the Long Group, he was indeed involved, for he was the investor. His father, Zhong Wenhua, was one of the shareholders of the Long Group, possessing both power and status. Securing an investment in a company was hardly a challenge. However, Zhong Zhehao could not reveal this to Lin Kiki, having never disclosed even a hint, for how could he leverage her sense of gratitude to draw closer to her? He believed it would not be long before he completely won her over, along with the entirety of the Long Group. Su Yi, you have truly surprised me. Running out of the house, inebriated, and spending the night with another woman. If I cannot seize such an opportunity, what kind of person am I? Rest assured, during dinner tonight, I will ensure to clarify matters, striving to make certain that when you both visit the Civil Affairs Bureau again, it will not be in vain. Zhong Zhehao set down his phone, a knowing smirk gracing his lips, and opened the office door to step inside. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful secretary, clad in a form-fitting dress, entered, cradling a file. Young Master Zhong, shall we continue to covertly suppress this company? As I understand it, this is your childhood friend Lin Kiki's company. Did you not marry her recently? Why then would you seek to undermine her business? Zhong Zhehao glanced up at the secretary. Smiling, what? Is it not permissible to suppress a company just because we are married? Business is business and marriage is marriage. I cannot shield her simply because of our union. Any entity that poses a threat to the Long Group must be eradicated swiftly. At this critical juncture, every contribution holds immense significance. Upon hearing this, the female secretary opened her mouth, seemingly poised to voice her thoughts. However, upon noticing Zhong Zihao engrossed in his documents. She refrained from further interruption, silently closing the door as she departed the office. On her way back, she couldn't help but murmur about Zhong, questioning the rationale behind his actions. Married yet intent on undermining his wife's company, was it not a frivolous pursuit? He claimed to be eliminating obstacles for the Long Corporation, yet discreetly funneled resources to sustain this company in a state of limbo, a contradiction indeed. Could this be some peculiar quirk of the couple? At that moment, Ruan Yimin suddenly patted the secretary on the shoulder and leaned closer, smiling. "What you lost in thought about? I've been greeting you, yet you seem oblivious." The secretary, startled, relaxed upon recognizing Ruan Yimin. With a pout of frustration, she replied, "It's all about our young Master Zhong, who wanders aimlessly despite the company's pressing demands, indulging in incomprehensible whims." Whims? Are you referring to Zhong Zihao? Do tell me more. Ruan Yimin's interest was piqued, and she swiftly pulled the secretary into her office. Just that morning, she had learned of Zhong Zihao's infidelity towards Su Yi, and now she was hearing more scandalous revelations about him. She was eager to listen intently, as it would provide her with juicy tidbits to share with Su Yi. If she could embellish the tale and spread Zhong Zihao's embarrassing antics throughout the company, it would be all the more entertaining. She wondered how he would react upon discovering his secrets had been exposed. The secretary, unreserved, disclosed Zhong Zihao's clandestine efforts to suppress Lin Keek's company. As she recounted the details, Ruan Yimin's mouth formed a perfect doof astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you serious? You must be joking," she exclaimed, gripping the secretary's hand in shock. The secretary clearly relished the thrill of sharing gossip, basking in the astonished expressions of her audience. With a triumphant tilt of her chin, she affirmed, "Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. Analyze this. Does Zhong Zihao wish for Lin Keek's company to thrive or perish? Should he truly aim to eliminate Lin Keek's company, it would be a simple task for the Long Corporation. However, from the data I've reviewed, Lin Keek's company poses no threat to the Long Corporation's advancement. What do you think motivates Zhong Zihao's actions?" At this moment, Ruan Yimin was completely absorbed in the shocking revelation regarding Zhong Zihao's dealings with Lin Keek's company, failing to grasp the secretary's inquiry. As for the motivation, it was rather straightforward. Zhong Zihao, while undermining Lin Keek's enterprise, pretended to be a benevolent figure aiding her, hoping to cultivate her affection and even her dependence. In time, he would claim that he had exerted every effort and utilized all his connections to safeguard Lin Keek's company, and she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with gratitude, perhaps even falling deeply in love with Zhong Zihao. This man was truly formidable, wielding such a nefarious method to manipulate hearts. The Long Corporation must never fall into his hands. The consequences could be dire. I am uncertain of what exactly Zhong Zihu intends to do, yet it is undoubtedly not a favorable endeavor. Currently, the company lacks a chairman, and the shareholders are engaged in a subtle yet intense struggle for power. For us employees, each day is a mere survival. Ruan Yimin shook her head, her face etched with concern. Ever since she learned about the advantages and disadvantages of changing the chairman from Su Yi, a sense of anxiety had settled within her. She dreaded the possibility of seeing someone she wished to avoid ascend to power. Such a scenario would likely herald a significant upheaval within the company, perhaps even leading to her removal from the headquarters. The female secretary furrowed her brow in contemplation regarding the chairman's position before suddenly exclaiming, "I recall now. The former chairman chose to temporarily step back due to health reasons. It is said that he arranged for someone to take over his role, yet for some unknown reason, that individual has not yet assumed the position. There are rumors that the chairman's son has passed away, while others suggest that the son lacked the requisite capabilities and chose to withdraw voluntarily. There are numerous theories, yet the truth remains elusive. However, this vacancy cannot persist for too long. A board meeting is scheduled for next month, during which the selection of the chairman should be finalized." Upon hearing this, Ruan Yimin inhaled sharply. Time was more pressing than she had anticipated. With only a month remaining, what were the odds of Song Jiaqin successfully campaigning for the position? Perhaps less than 20%. After all, he was up against the largest shareholder, Deng Kaifeng, and another shareholder wielding substantial connections, Zhong Zihu's father, Zhong Wenhua. She needed to expedite her performance. Only with tangible results could there be hope for competition. If she could enhance the business completion rate, there might still be a chance. She wondered how Su Yi's proposal was progressing. Should she go check on him? Ruan Yimin pondered to herself. Chapter 21. Hello, Mr. Wong. At that moment, at his workstation, Su Yi's fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable agility, crafting one proposal after another and articulating his ideas with precision. Within less than 2 hours, a brand new plan had fully taken shape. This proposal eschewed the most traditional elements of the Long family conglomerate, instead pivoting towards his own innovative concepts, which would surely captivate potential investors. At this juncture, Wan Yimin approached Su Yi with a cup of coffee, her eyes lighting up as she glanced at the document on his screen. Did you create this just now? You didn't copy anyone else's work, did you? Su Yi paused momentarily, shaking his head. Of course, this is my own work. Just as you arrived, could you assist me in identifying any areas that might require improvement? I will review it again shortly. I have already perused it, and it is flawless, simply perfect. Truly, you are an impressive newcomer, untainted by our methods, possessing your own ideas. That is commendable. If you have the time, it would be best to approach the investors this afternoon to submit the proposal. I'm feeling quite anxious. Wan Yimin stated. Anxious? ISNT, there's still a week left until our wagers deadline. Why the rush? Su Yi inquired. Wan Yimin rolled her eyes, raising her hands in exasperation. Her tone tinged with resignation. What else could it be? Next month, we shall convene a board meeting to officially determine the selection of the chairman. If we do not hasten to achieve our performance targets, I fear that Song Jiaqin may be ousted from the company after the board concludes its session. I am genuinely concerned about the preservation of my own position. Upon hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, his expression a portrait of astonishment. A board meeting is scheduled for next month to confirm the chairman's candidate? How was he unaware of this news? Why had no one informed him about the chairman? No, they were oblivious to the fact that he himself was the chairman. He was concealing his identity. Clearly, he needed to expedite his actions. Very well. I shall print the documents now and reach out to the clients. Wan Yimin assumed that Su Yi's urgency was motivated by a desire to secure her position, and she was deeply touched. She patted Su Yi on the shoulder and said, "Let's work hard. If you successfully secure this client, I shall share an incredibly shocking piece of news with you that will leave you speechless." Su Yi, unfazed, replied, "I am not interested in gossip. It's about Zhong Zihao." Su Yi was instantly frozen, his eyes igniting with an uncontrollable fury. His expression darkened and became menacing. He abruptly lifted his head, suppressing his rising anger, and inquired, "What is it? You startle me. Could you refrain from wearing such a terrifying expression? One might think you intend to devour me," Wan Yimin responded, placing a hand over her heart, feeling as though it had skipped a beat at the moment their eyes met. Regardless of the situation, Su Yi's angry gaze was perpetually fearsome and intimidating. "I will tell you once you succeed. Secrets must be kept until the end. It's contingent upon your own capabilities," Wan Yimin said, attempting to calm her racing heart. "Very well. I shall await your revelation," Su Yi declared as he grabbed the proposal and dashed downstairs. Initially, Su Yi was not anxious. He approached his tasks meticulously and would not act until his expectations were met. Yet upon hearing Zhong Zihao's name, he could not help but become irate. This was a visceral reaction that was hard for him to ignore. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Yi hailed a taxi and headed straight to a tea house. He had already established contact with the client in advance and assured them that this proposal would undoubtedly meet their satisfaction. The client had plans to leave Jiangsheng, but after hearing Su Yi's repeated assurances and urgency, they granted him a brief opportunity to present the proposal. Of course, if it did not meet their expectations, they would seek collaboration elsewhere and retract the contract. In essence, Su Yi was using Long's group as a guarantee. Should any issues arise, it would inevitably tarnish the reputation of Long's group. While others might not care for the group's reputation, he could not afford such a luxury. This was to be his future company and the legacy bestowed upon him by his parents. He must not disappoint them again. Arriving at the tea house 10 minutes early, Su Yi waited quietly, taking the opportunity to tidy up his attire and appearance. He appeared genuinely competent, and coupled with the latent charisma of a scion of a prominent family that he had now revealed, he exuded an inexplicable sense of trustworthiness. Soon, a luxury car came to a halt at the curb. A somewhat portly middle-aged man disembarked from the vehicle, cradling a thermos cup in his hand, exuding an air of apparent vitality depletion. Upon reaching the designated private room, he boisterously proclaimed, "I have heard the esteemed name of the Long family group numerous times and have collaborated on several occasions. However, the recent partnership has left me profoundly dissatisfied. Even an outsider like myself can discern that the group's ethos has shifted. If there are no novel ideas and we persist with the same old procedures, then let us not squander each other's time. With purposeful strides, he entered the room. Sui promptly approached it, taking the thermos from the man and placing it on the table. A fresh face. It seems he has finally realized the impracticality of conducting business solely through women. The man plopped heavily into the chair, causing it to creak under his weight. With a warm smile, Sui addressed him. Mr. Wong, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused by previous matters. However, I assure you that once you review this proposal, you will be inclined to proceed with our collaboration. I completed this just today. Please peruse it at your leisure, and I am here to clarify any inquiries you may have. He extended the proposal with both hands. Mr. Wong glanced at the document with evident impatience. Yet as he continued to read, he suddenly straightened, his gaze fixated intently on the outlined processes. A flicker of surprise and incredulity dancing in his eyes. Abruptly, he slammed the contract shut and furrowed his brow, fixing a deep stare on Sui. Did you create this alone? Indeed, I only just joined today. Immediately upon receiving the proposal, I sought to innovate and modify it according to your vision. Although time was limited, please trust that I dedicated myself to its creation. Sui explained, his tone measured and calm, revealing no hint of anxiety. Even faced with Mr. Wong's high status, wealth, and influence, he remained unperturbed. The earlier remarks had not been mere pleasantries, but a show of dominance. Nonetheless, Sui welcomed the challenge without altering his demeanor. Impressive, truly impressive. What is your name? Mr. Wong suddenly expressed interest, a smile finally breaking across his face. Sui, he replied. Sui? Mr. Wong echoed, as if recalling something, his eyes widening in surprise and his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet ultimately he remained silent. The warmth in his gaze towards Sui transforming significantly. Chapter 22. Hope rekindled for the Long family group. Sui observed the shift in Mr. Wong's demeanor with a mix of confusion and intrigue. On his way here, he had anticipated a variety of expressions from Mr. Wong, including displays of authority, threats, and attempts at negotiation. He had meticulously considered every possible factor. Yet, this sudden softness in the man's gaze left him perplexed. Why the unexpected kindness? He bore no marks of disfigurement. Mr. Wong closed the proposal and suddenly smiled, saying, with your talent, why are you working for the Long family group? Here's a proposition. State your terms for employment, and, as long as they are reasonable, I would gladly offer you a lucrative position as department manager. Sui was momentarily taken aback. How could a proposal discussion involve poaching? No matter how satisfactory the proposal was, such actions were unacceptable. If everyone were to be lured away with high salaries, would the Long Corporation even survive? Shaking his head, he graciously declined President Wong's generous offer, expressing gratitude for the consideration, but affirming his commitment to the Long Corporation, of which he was now a part, and thus could not easily leave. 50,000 a month, President Wong stated, extending a finger to indicate his offer. Sui shook his head without a moment's hesitation. 100,000. That is already the salary of project managers in my company, who possess far more experience than you. Such compensation is warranted for them. Were it not for your undeniable talent, I would not have offered so readily, especially considering you are a newcomer, having just joined a day ago. You have ample opportunities for advancement here. Faced with President Wong's monetary temptation, Sui remained unmoved. What a joke! 100,000 just to entice the chairman of the Long Corporation. When had he ever been so inexpensive? As Sui continued to reject the allure of the six-figure salary, President Wong's irritation began to simmer, culminating in a sharp exhale as he slammed the proposal onto the table, his tone rigid. Young man, I've offered you an opportunity. Don't refuse it. Or is it that 100,000 a month no longer satisfies your appetite? Sui's eyes flickered slightly, yet he remained composed, his expression calm. President Wong, I believe the Long Corporation suits me well. I have benefactors within who have profoundly aided my growth, and therefore I cannot leave. This isn't merely about money. If you refuse to join my company, then consider this contract null. President Wong issued an ultimatum, veiled as a threat. At this, Sui's expression finally shifted, not in panic, but rather in a cold resolve. He raised his gaze to meet President Wong's eyes, revealing no hint of turmoil or alarm, only a serene gravity. He bore the demeanor of one unflinching in the face of adversity. After all, he was the scion of the Sui family in the capital, accustomed to dealing with difficult and unpleasant clients. President Wong was merely another among them. in response to a client who relied solely on monetary and social threats. Sue had but one answer. He retrieved the proposal, stood, and slightly bowed. Since you insist on this, let us conclude our collaboration here. I wish you prosperity in the future, but I must take my leave. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. President Wang, taken aback and bewildered, realized Sue was serious. He hastily called out to him, "Wait. Haha, I was just joking. You can't take it to heart. Such a splendid proposal is irreplaceable. It must be you. I possess a peculiar inclination. Whenever I encounter talent, I feel an irresistible urge to recruit them. Just a moment ago, employing a subtle stratagem, I realize that you are not one to be swayed. Since you cannot be lured away, it would be unwise to jeopardize our relationship. Therefore, I propose to acquire your proposal at a 20% premium as a gesture of apology. What do you think, Mr.?" Wang chuckled softly as he savored a sip of tea. Sue turned around, somewhat astonished, yet maintained his composure. He silently returned to his seat and presented the proposal once more to Mr. Wang. This time, Mr. Wang refrained from further testing Sue. Instead, he swiftly inscribed his signature upon the document. With that, the contract came into effect, marking the conclusion of a successful collaboration. You, my young friend, have exceeded my expectations. Unlike others who merely seek to ingratiate themselves, your character is rather endearing to me, Mr. Wang remarked. They squander too much time on social niceties while neglecting the most critical aspect, capability. I shall seek your assistance in future endeavors, and I hope you do not allow the Long family conglomerate to assimilate you. Mr. Wang, sipping his tea, spoke earnestly. Sue, intrigued, instinctively began to probe further. Mr. Wang, I wonder what your vision of the Long family conglomerate is. Could you elaborate? The Long family conglomerate, Mr. Wang mused, seemingly lost in recollection, holding his teacup before him for a moment before setting it down. In its prime, the Long family conglomerate was composed of elite individuals, with every member, from shareholders to managers, down to the most ordinary telephone operator, exhibiting remarkable professionalism. Sadly, everything changed after the chairman's retirement. Shareholders began to vie for power, neglecting the company's future, plunging me into a state of despair. This proposal serves not only as a collaboration, but also as a test. I wish to ascertain whether there was still a necessity for continued partnership with the Long family conglomerate. Fortunately, I encountered you and recognized that the conglomerate is on the cusp of revival. Sue stared at Mr. Wang in astonishment. Such praise seemed excessive. How could Mr. Wang foresee the future of the Long family conglomerate based solely on a novice employee? Did his words hint at something deeper? Recalling Mr. Wang's earlier gaze only deepened his confusion. It is getting late, and I must depart Jiangcheng to engage in discussions elsewhere. I hope to have the opportunity to meet again, and perhaps to witness the new Long family conglomerate. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. I can help you navigate any difficulties. Mr. Wang left his contact information and took his leave with the contract and proposal in hand. As Sue watched Mr. Wang's retreating figure, he paused in silence, reflecting on the intricacies of their conversation. He pondered Mr. Wang's assessment of the Long family conglomerate, yet ultimately found himself unable to arrive at a clear understanding, relegating his questions to the recesses of his mind to contemplate later. Meanwhile, as Mr. Wang exited the tea house and stepped into his car, he eagerly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and a radiant smile spread across his face, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "My dear, I have obtained the proposal crafted by young Master Sue himself. It is exquisite, truly remarkable. His talents remain unmatched, and his business acumen is second to none in all of Jiangcheng. I believe that the Jiangcheng Long family group has regained hope." Chapter 23. Who are you with? On the other end of the line, Meng Qinghan felt a surge of emotion upon hearing the news, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. "Is it true? Please bring me the proposal. I want to see what achievements my son has made after all these years." "No problem, madam. I will come over immediately and promise to present something that will astonish you," Mr. Wang replied, elated and invigorated, as if his life had found new purpose. Unbeknownst to him, she was Su Yi's mother, Meng Qinghan, who had been sent to test Su Yi. This was the reason Mr. Wang had made such remarks after observing Su Yi's performance in the tea house. "Madam, I find it hard to comprehend why young Master Su has joined the Long family group only to start as a mere junior staff member. The board members are convening next month for the chairman's election. Can he truly secure that position in just 1 month?" On the other end, Meng Qinghan's gaze turned icy. Her tone, laced with disdain. They are nothing but small fry, thinking they can usurp authority just because the tiger is away. The Long family group is entirely our domain. They lack the qualifications to meddle. I firmly believe my son possesses the capability to uncover the truth and eradicate the malignant influences. This is a test for him, a necessary step he must undertake. Mr. Wang nodded earnestly. I understand. Then should I assist young Master Su discreetly? No need for that. Let him navigate this on his own. When he requires assistance, he will surely reach out to you. Just keep an eye on any relevant information, she instructed. Understood. At the Long family group, Su Yi returned to the company, contract in hand, and headed straight to Ruan Yimin's office. The task is complete. I successfully secured a 20% premium on the contract. You lost the bet. Gently placing the contract on her desk, Su Yi observed Ruan Yimin's astonished expression. How is this possible? It has only been an afternoon. As she perused the contract, her surprise grew upon seeing the seal and handwriting. You're truly a genius. You managed to win over such a challenging client so effortlessly. You didn't resort to any underhanded tactics, did you? If I had any such connections, would I still be here as a junior staff member? Su Yi retorted playfully. That is a valid point, Ruan Yimin conceded, her smile broadening. The 20% premium is not recorded in the contract. You can keep that for yourself. No need to report it. Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, No, it must be reported. Not a single cent less. If the client returns to discuss cooperation and mentions the premium while others remain unaware, wouldn't he that tarnish the reputation of the Long family group? It must be documented, and I will not accept a single cent. His serious demeanor left Ruan Yimin astonished, and she couldn't help but wonder if he was a fool. This was a matter of millions, not just a few dozen. Was it truly necessary to forego such a sum for an intangible reputation? How pretentious. You must think carefully. For once I pen this down, I might be devoured by those above, leading to an inevitable loss of reputation for me, while you shall gain naught. As Ruan Yimin grasped the pen, she inquired once more during the act of writing. The response remained singular. Right. Devoured by those above? Would he be fearful? In truth, he fears not being consumed. This is the bait he casts. Anyone unable to resist taking a bite shall become the first crack that could unhinge the entire edifice. Simultaneously, this serves as a test for Song Jiaqin. Ruan Yimin's direct superior is Song Jiaqin. Should the funds be consumed, he would be the prime suspect. Consequently, he would lose trust and reputation, and naturally, she would no longer assist in elevating his status, but rather seek opportunities to eliminate him. I truly wonder, as a newcomer, where you derive such sentiments, considering the reputation of Long S Group, as if you were the chairman yourself. After signing the contract, Ruan Yimin placed it on the desk and, with a slight grimace, expressed her dissatisfaction. Su Yi quickly turned his head away, fearful of revealing his true identity. Would his identity as chairman be exposed so soon? It shouldn't be the case. It seems he must refrain from uttering grandiloquent statements that might attract attention in the future. By the way, you mentioned this afternoon that you would reveal to me the secret of Zhong Zihao. Is it time to share now? Su Yi inquired. For this was the sole reason he hastened to submit the proposal. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ruan Yimin's eyes as she responded with a smile. So eager for a reward, are we? However, we did agree that should you earn 10 million in a week, I would treat you to a meal. How about I treat you tonight and share the information gradually during dinner? Su Yi frowned. Dining could be arranged at any time. At worst, he could treat her to a meal in exchange for the news regarding Zhong Zihao. Su Yi persisted in his inquiry about Zhong Zihao, creating an atmosphere that became somewhat serious. Ruan Yimin felt a slight chill. She opened her mouth, ready to speak, but just then her phone rang, indicating work demanding her attention. Simultaneously, Su Yi's phone chimed. A call from Lin Kiki. Darling, you've been out all day. When will you return? Came Lin Kiki's playful inquiry from the other end. Su Yi glanced at Ruan Yimin, who was also on a call, and their eyes met briefly. They then lowered their voices simultaneously. I'll return once I finish my tasks. It won't be long. Could you buy a bit more groceries for dinner? I miss your cooking. Also, please return early tonight to cook. Don't linger outside too long. I have something to ask you. Do you understand? Lin Kiki's tone was gentle, seemingly a suggestion, yet carrying an unspoken warning. Su Yi lightly acknowledged, accustomed to her manner of speaking, thus finding nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Ruan Yimin, during her call, seemed to have overheard something astonishing, suddenly amplifying her voice several-fold and rising abruptly. What did you say? Repeat that. What do you mean by unilaterally canceling the contract? How significant is this line to us? And does he truly remain unaware? How could he abruptly withdraw without subsequent supplies? How are we to fulfill our shipments? This constitutes a breach of contract, incurring penalties. Are they truly willing to take such a considerable risk? Please elucidate what transpired. Ruan Yimin began to feel anxious, clearly entangled in a grave predicament, one substantial enough to impact her current work. Lin Kiki, upon hearing Ruan Yimin's voice, immediately adopted a cold tone and spoke sternly. Su-yi, who are you with? Chapter 24. Who exactly is your husband? Ruan Yimin was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock at the contents of the call. Her actions began to reflect a palpable sense of panic. Listening to Lin Kiki's inquiry, Su-yi responded calmly. A friend is calling, and the voice is somewhat loud. Please hold on. I'll return shortly after grocery shopping. Let us leave it at that. With that, he abruptly ended the call. In the past, he would never have dared to hang up on Lin Kiki. She was always the one to end conversations. However, observing Ruan Yimin's evident urgency and considering the sensitivity of his relationship with Lin Kiki, he refrained from further dialogue. He had yet to fully comprehend Lin Kiki's actions. Staring at the darkened screen of his phone, Lin Kiki felt her eyes suddenly redden. That familiar voice was unmistakable. It had to belong to the woman who had accompanied Su-yi to the Civil Affairs Bureau that morning. Su-yi had claimed to be preoccupied, yet he was now in the company of that woman. Had he spent the night at her place? What on earth was he doing? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Lin Kiki's heart began to race, her expression turning increasingly unnatural and anxious, as if something precious had been snatched away, leading to her movements becoming awkward and disjointed. What has transpired? Su-yi inquired, glancing at Ruan Yimin. Ruan Yimin slowly lowered her phone, her face still bearing an expression of shock and anger. A supplier with whom we had established a long-term partnership has abruptly chosen to sever ties, without so much as a word of warning, leaving us unprepared for the most basic necessities. At such a critical juncture, this is tantamount to driving us to ruin. With the peak ordering period imminent, seeking other suppliers now proved to be an arduous task. What were we to do? Ruan Yimin scratched her head in frustration, her beautiful brows furrowed in distress. After a moment of contemplation, Su-yi suddenly spoke up. Investigate what that supplier has been up to lately and whom they have met. A long-term partner would not suddenly breach a contract without provocation. There must be someone instigating trouble. With a board meeting next month, this situation could result in Song Jia-chen committing a grave error, disqualifying him as a candidate for chairman, which suggests that the other two shareholders are likely behind this. Su-yi's reasoning was not merely influenced by the fact that Zhong Ziheo's father was Zhong Wenhua, but stemmed from a clear line of thought. Personal grievances are one matter, but business is another. He would not allow his personal life to intrude upon his professional responsibilities. Yet, even if they uncovered the truth, what difference would it make? The line would still be severed, Ruan Yimin lamented, regardless of whether it was indeed the actions of someone from the company. What has transpired cannot be undone. An investigation will not alleviate the predicament. You may conduct your inquiries, while I shall attend to the supplier's matters and ensure resolution within 3 days, Su-yi stated earnestly. Ruan Yimin looked at Su-yi with uncertainty. You will resolve it. Do you have connections with any formidable suppliers? I do not, but I shall find a way, Su-yi replied with conviction. Very well. I appreciate your assistance in expediting this. Ruan Yimin conceded, resorting to a desperate measure. She began to call Song Jia-chen to inform him of the situation. Indeed, upon receiving the news, Song Jia-chen's countenance darkened, and he erupted in anger, unleashing his fury within the confines of his office. However, Su-yi was oblivious to this. Having already departed for the day, concerning the supplier issue, he required some time. If necessary, he would temporarily engage suppliers from other locations to weather the storm. To sever the supplier line in an attempt to coerce Song Jia-chen to withdraw from the chairman's election was a cunning strategy, utterly disregarding the future of the Long Corporation. Should this company fall into your hands, calamity would surely ensue, tarnishing the Long Corporation's reputation. You had best cleanse your hands of any wrongdoing, or I shall not be merciful. Su-yi hailed a cab to the vegetable market. After meticulously selecting and purchasing various ingredients, he returned home with his arms laden. Upon entering, the atmosphere was palpably somber. Lin Kiki sat on the sofa, and upon hearing the door open, she abruptly looked up at Su-yi, her eyes betraying a simmering anger and skepticism. Where have you been? I was out attending to some matters, Sue-yi replied casually, setting the vegetables down in the kitchen. Lin Kiki followed him into the kitchen, blocking his path, her voice rising in indignation. Did you meet that woman from this morning? You didn't return home last night. Were you at her place? Answer me, is that the case? Lin Kiki shouted, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Seeing Lin Kiki's intense reaction, Sue-yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, I spent the night at her house. Do you not recognize her? She is the one who collided with my daughter and me that day. How could you not know her? Ah, I forgot. You were marrying another man that evening. At his words, Lin Kiki's expression turned icy, her lips trembling slightly, as if her heart had clenched. I told you it was a sham marriage. Why do you refuse to believe me despite my repeated explanations? Sue-yi nodded calmly. I believe you. Of course I do. I merely stayed the night at her place. Do you wish to believe me? Lin Kiki suddenly broke down, clutching Sue-yi's shirt, tears glistening in her eyes. Sue-yi, when did you learn to lie? Do you think I can truly believe you merely stayed for one night? Can I trust that your marriage was genuinely a sham? Sue-yi, now incensed, raised his voice. When we were married, did you not also stage a wedding to conceal the truth and maintain a low profile? No, at that time you concealed everything from everyone, including your secretary, but this time you have only hidden it from me. Sue-yi abruptly shook off Lin Kiki's hand, his voice frigid. If you refuse to believe me, why should I trust you? Lin Kiki felt a pang of anguish in her heart, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The emptiness within her deepened. Through her tears, in despair, she pleaded, how can you expect me to trust you like this? You aren't even willing to explain anything to me. If you had told me sooner, without any secrets, would I have to ask you like this? Sue-yi shot her a sharp glance, his eyes blazing. Don't say such things to me. That is precisely what I want to ask you. Why didn't you inform me in advance about your fake marriage with Zhong Ziheo? Why keep it from me? Why didn't you even call when I was in the hospital after the accident? You don't trust me, yet you are willing to believe the one who has deceived you time and again. Zhong Ziheo? On what grounds? Who is your husband? Him or me? Chapter 25. Zhong Ziheo has a penchant for fish. Lin Kiki gazed at Sue-yi in disbelief, her eyes turning red, glistening with unshed tears. Sue-yi, the one I have always loved is you. Let us not quarrel any longer. Please don't leave me. I am frightened. I have been plagued by nightmares every night recently. We have not communicated properly, nor taken a moment to breathe. I do not want our feelings to become fragmented. Lin Kiki reached out and tightly embraced Sue-yi, savoring the familiar warmth and comfort of his embrace, her heart finally easing from the anxiety of the afternoon. Only when Sue-yi was near did she feel such solace. She did not want to leave him, nor did she wish for him to depart from their home. Observing Lin Kiki softly sobbing in his arms, Sue-yi remained motionless, allowing her to hold him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. I'm going to cook. Could you please step aside? No, I will not. I want to stay here with you. Lin Kiki remained steadfastly by Sue-yi's side, refusing to budge. Darling, do you remember when we lived in that small apartment together? Back then, you would work during the day, return in the afternoon to prepare meals, always making me a feast. I would be out socializing, drinking with clients, negotiating contracts, yet no matter how late I returned, I could always find you brewing calming tea for me. But lately, my head has been increasingly pounding, and after drinking, I can only force myself to lie in bed. Nauseated. Darling, I long for a cup of calming tea. Could you make one for me? Lin Kiki looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Sue-yi. Sue-yi opened his mouth, intending to say something, but upon seeing Lin Kiki's pitiful expression, the words remained unspoken, buried deep within his heart. He gently placed his hand on her temple and softly said, You go sit down. I will cook the rice and brew you a cup. Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on Lin Kiki's face, as if she had forgotten the earlier quarrel. She was once again like her former self, bright and cheerful. No, I will stay by your side and watch you make tea. Lin Kiki stood on her toes and kissed Sue-yi's cheek, embracing him even tighter. In a state of helplessness, Sue-yi could only move slowly, beginning to prepare a hangover tea for Lin Kiki. He had brewed this tea numerous times before. Thus he approached the task with remarkable skill and meticulousness. Lin Kiki observed Sue-yi's expression, her heart swelling with sweetness. She was certain that he would understand her and would not allow her to feel sorrow. Soon, the hangover tea was ready. Lin Kiki stood beside the kitchen, holding the cup and propping her chin on one hand, gazing at Sue-yi as he busily worked, a blissful smile adorning her face. Su Yi's initially agitated mood gradually calmed as he focused on preparing dinner. He moved deftly and expertly. But when he was about to prepare the fish, he suddenly paused, looking up to ask, "I forgot to ask when buying the fish this afternoon, what flavor does your sister prefer? My seasonings may not be sufficient. I can only make a dish with green Sichuan pepper." Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki pouted and shot Su Yi a reproachful glance. "Husband, how can you have such a poor memory? I remember telling you many times before that neither my sister nor I like fish." "Don't like fish?" Su Yi inwided, puzzled. "Neither Yi nor I like fish, so why did you have me buy it?" Just as Lin Kiki was about to respond, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "Husband, wait for me a moment," she hurriedly said as she dashed to open the door. There stood Zhong Ziheo, resplendently dressed and holding a large bag of snacks. "Kiki here. This is a treat for Yi. Last time I asked what she liked, so I brought this for her today." "Hello, Sugu, are you cooking? Shall I lend you a hand?" Zhong Ziheo offered, wearing a knowing smile as he cast a glance towards Su Yi in the kitchen. Upon seeing Zhong Ziheo, Su Yi's expression instantly turned cold, shedding the warmth he had just displayed, replaced by profound anger and suppressed fury. "What are you doing here?" "Husband, it was I who invited Ziheo over for dinner, hoping we could resolve our misunderstandings together. Look, the person involved is here now. He can clarify the situation regarding our fake marriage," Lin Kiki said joyfully, seemingly convinced that her actions would profoundly move Su Yi. She completely overlooked the increasingly darkening expression on his face and the heaviness in the air. His grip on the knife tightened, trembling slightly, as if he longed to strike Zhong Ziheo down. Especially Lin Kiki. Was she truly oblivious or feigning ignorance, daring to bring Zhong Ziheo into their home? Did she have no fear of a confrontation, or was it that she wished to witness such a scene? "Suhe, I acknowledge that I was at fault for not informing you beforehand, and I apologize. Look, I even brought a bottle of my father's cherished vintage red wine from home. Let us share some tonight," Zhong Ziheo said, shaking the bottle in his hand, appearing as if he were a guest. Yet, he bore no semblance of a guest. He treated the place as if it were his own home. His gaze was not that of an observer admiring the architecture, but rather one surveying his own domain. Lin Kiki enthusiastically took the items from Zhong Ziheo's hands, pulling him towards the sofa. "Why are you being so polite? Didn't I tell you that there's no need to bring anything? We have plenty of snacks at home. Come in and sit down. Su, he has just brewed some hangover tea, which tastes delightful. I'll pour you a cup to try. I'm sure you'll love it." Zhong Ziheo quickly waved his hand. "Wait, let me change my shoes first." "Change shoes? Just treat this place like your own home. Come on in." Lin Kiki tugged at Zhong Ziheo's arm, dragging him to the sofa. Although Zhong Ziheo feigned panic, he was secretly elated, pretending to be shy as he stepped onto the clean floor and strode toward the sofa. "Darling, stop dawdling. Quickly pour Ziheo a cup of hangover tea, so he can taste it too." Lin Kiki turned to look at Su Yi. Su Yi let out a cold laugh, pouring the fish along with the hangover tea directly into the trash can. He then placed the trash can on the table and gestured with his chin at Zhong Ziheo. "Here, drink up. It's still steaming. Have as much as you like." Lin Kiki's eyes widened in shock as she quickly tugged at Su Yi's arm, her brows knitting together. "How can you pour the hangover tea into the trash? How can he drink that now? Besides, that fish was something I specifically asked you to buy for Ziheo. It's his favorite. Now we have to go buy another one and cook it again." Chapter 26. Why should I believe you? Lin Kiki looked anxious, glancing at the trash can filled with other refuse, knowing it was impossible to retrieve the fish. Her gaze towards Su Yi grew increasingly angry. "Su Yi, what's wrong with you? You were fine just now. Why do you change when you see Ziheo?" Su Yi shot Lin Kiki a cold glare, his expression dark and indifferent. "You call him Ziheo so affectionately. How intimate." Lin Kiki's expression stiffened, stammering. "Isn't it just a name? I'm used to calling him that. Ziheo grew up with me. He calls me Kiki, and I call him Ziheo. Isn't that normal? You're just overthinking it." She clung to Su Yi's arm, shaking it playfully as she pleaded, "Darling, please, just give me some face and stop looking like that. Go buy another fish and bring it back to cook. We can have dinner and drink a bit. Let us clear the air." Su Yi yanked his arm away from Lin Kiki's grasp, snorting as he walked aside. "Why should I buy him fish? What gives him the right to sit here? Lin Kiki, have I given you too much face, making you think I'm exceptionally broad-minded and can forgive everything? Or did the last incident not teach you a lesson? That you dare to come back?" The last remark was directed at Zhong Ziheo, referring to the incident where they had feigned a marriage and he had slapped him after they returned home drunk. Zhong Ziheo's eyes flickered, but he did not show anger. He awkwardly stood up, touching his cheek with a forced smile. So good, don't be angry. If I'm not welcome, I'll want to come again in the future. All right? Coco, there is no need for you to continue persuading Sue. It seems he has yet to calm down. I shall wait until he is in a more composed state before I attempt to explain myself to him. With that, Zhong Ziheo shook his head and prepared to leave. Wait, Ziheo. Lin Kiki stepped forward, grasping his arm and casting a glare at Sue-yi. Her tone grew more severe as she confronted him. Sue-yi, what on earth is the matter with you? Has Ziheo offended you in any way? He came here with good intentions to apologize and resolve the conflict. And within just a few minutes, you wish to dismiss him. How have you become so bitter and narrow-minded? Sue-yi gestured towards himself, incredulous at her words. Am I truly bitter and narrow-minded? Should I only feel anger upon seeing Lin Kiki and Zhong Ziheo together in bed for it to be deemed normal? I am a man, a perfectly ordinary man, and seeing my woman being affectionate with another man is intolerable. Had it been someone else, they might have already taken a more drastic measure against Zhong Ziheo. Ziheo, do not leave. Remain seated here. Sue-yi continued. I've already brought him here for you. Is it not your suspicion that our marriage is merely a facade? Now, let us confront this matter directly. My heart belongs solely to you, Sue-yi. Zhong Ziheo can attest to that. As she spoke, Lin Kiki glanced at Zhong Ziheo, who was inwardly amused, relishing the sight of their quarrel. Yet, receiving news of the conflict via phone paled in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. Observing that Lin Kiki required his assistance, he willingly rose, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded earnestly, feigning sincerity while offering his explanation. Indeed, Sue-yi, I merely arranged this sham marriage to please my parents and entertain my friends. We held a wedding ceremony, invited some relatives and friends, shared a few drinks, and allowed them to witness it. In truth, we have not formalized anything. Legally, Keek's husband remains you, and her heart belongs solely to you. Zhong Ziheo's intentions were clear to Sue-yi, particularly with the remark about the legal husband, which struck him as increasingly sardonic. The legal husband was he, while the real husband was Zhong Ziheo, was it not? All the necessary steps have been taken. It would be more prudent to complete the final one to spare him further distress. So, what is it you wish to convey? Sue-yi inquired, his expression stern as he regarded Lin Kiki. She hesitated momentarily, staring at him, her emotions nearly spiraling out of control as she retorted. What do you mean by what I want to say? Am I not explaining this to you? You have already heard from Zhong Ziheo regarding that night. And even after you struck him, he remained silent, continuously defending you. Sue-yi, can you not cease your unreasonable behavior? Zhong Ziheo chimed in, earnestly asserting, yes, Sue-yi, it is perfectly fine if you choose not to believe me, but you must trust Kiki. She truly loves you. Moreover, you worried Kiki all night when you left after drinking. Zhong Ziheo suddenly realized he had misspoken and promptly fell silent. Initially, Lin Kiki had not considered Sue-yi's drunken departure, but Zhong Ziheo's seemingly casual reminder brought the matter to her attention. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she questioned loudly. Sue-yi, after you got drunk and left for an entire night, were you at that woman's house? You still haven't clarified this matter with me. Tell me what truly transpired that night. She referred to the incident where Wan Yimin had taken him home. Sue-yi scoffed, dumping the meticulously prepared dishes into the trash, as if feeding his efforts to the dogs. Lin Keek's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Sue-yi, what are you doing? You've thrown away our meal. Don't attempt to divert the topic this way. Even if I have to starve and go without food or drink for a day, I demand an explanation from you. Zhong Ziheo appeared apologetic, parting his lips as if to silently apologize to Sue-yi, regretting that he had brought this matter to light. I've already told you what happened that night. I simply stayed at her house for one night. Is that so hard to understand? Are you doubting me now? Lin Kiki, in a frenzy, retorted, what do you think? You spent a night with another woman. Your phone was unreachable, and you were nowhere to be found. How could I not doubt you? Doubt me? Yes, doubt is normal. How about I call her and have her testify for me? Would that make you believe me? Sue-yi pulled out his phone, not unlocking it but placing it in front of Lin Kiki, nudging it forward, indicating that she could call at any moment. Lin Kiki, agitated and furious, exclaimed, do you think I would trust her testimony? At her words, Sue-yi suddenly lost control, clenching his fists and smashing a plate onto the ground, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared from his chest. Then why the hell should I believe Zhong Zihao's testimony? Do you think I can trust him? Answer me. Chapter 27. Another twist of a knife. Su Yi's sudden outburst startled Lin Kiki, leaving her pale and her lips trembling as she instinctively took a step back. Zhong Zihao quickly wrapped his arms around Lin Kiki, secretly elated but feigned a frown towards Su Yi, angrily saying, "Su, how can you yell at Kiki? She genuinely wants to explain to you. If you want to listen, at least don't shout at her. Being so emotional won't resolve anything. Shut your mouth. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? A second-rate character relying on underhanded methods to rise. Do you really think you're a young master?" Su Yi glared fiercely at Zhong Zihao, pointing an accusatory finger at him and cursing without restraint. Zhong Zihao's cheek twitched, his expression stiffening as anger surged within him. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was the son of the Zhong family, a second-generation rich kid, yet before Su Yi, he felt utterly devalued. Did Su Yi truly believe himself to be a young master? What audacity did he possess to utter such words? "Su Yi, on what grounds do you speak to me like that? Zihao has done nothing to offend you." Lin Kiki, with tears welling in her eyes, found herself momentarily paralyzed by Su Yi's recent outburst. Su Yi had indeed changed. He was no longer the person she once knew. In the past, even when angered, he would approach her with understanding and forgiveness, never questioning her faults as he did today. When did Su Yi become so incapable of empathizing with her? Or was it that he had always harbored disdain for Zihao? Yet, Zihao had committed no wrong. On the contrary, he had frequently assisted her at work, offering valuable advice that helped her navigate numerous challenges. Without Zihao, her company would have been on the brink of collapse. Still, Su Yi's attitude towards her and Zihao remained hostile. "Lin Kiki, do not attempt to divert the conversation. You wish to testify, to uncover what transpired that night, did you not? Call and inquire. Feel free to ask whatever you wish," Su Yi commanded, pointing at his phone while glaring at her. Even if she presented herself as the most pitiable of souls, Su Yi's heart would not soften. "I cannot trust her. I have barely met her. Why should I believe a stranger? Zihao is different. He has grown up alongside me, and I know his character intimately. He is no stranger." Lin Kiki shook her head vehemently, refusing to make the call. This prompted a cold chuckle from Su Yi, who shook his head and replied solemnly, "To me, he is also a stranger. You expect me to trust you while you refuse to trust me? Lin Kiki, do you think yourself exceptionally clever? Must everything revolve around your commands and reasoning?" Lin Kiki opened her mouth, tears uncontrollably spilling from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she felt a sharp, constricting pain in her heart, one that left her breathless. Particularly, the coldness in Su Yi's gaze offered no trace of affection. When had he become so unfamiliar to her? So unlike the person he once was? "I will not disclose what occurred that night. I believe in you. Let us sit down calmly and discuss this, shall we? Please, do not glare at me like that. Su Yi, you have changed." Lin Kiki stepped closer, yearning to take his hand, but Su Yi evaded her with a sidestep, casting her a look of disdain. He then turned to Zihao and said in a low voice, "The spectacle you wish to witness has concluded. Are you satisfied now? Leave. This is not a place for you." Zihao's expression darkened, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Although he felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the argument between Su Yi and Lin Kiki, Su Yi's demeanor towards him ignited a fury within him, his hand forming a light fist. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself, forcing a strained smile. "Kiki, perhaps tonight is not the right time. I will come again to explain later. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he spoke, Zihao rose to depart. Just as Lin Kiki intended to follow, Su Yi's deep voice suddenly commanded from behind, "Lin Kiki, once you step out that door, do not return. Today, we ventured to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I wouldn't mind making another trip. Next time, I shall surely step through that door." In his heart, Zhong Zihao was elated. Lin Kiki turned around in disbelief to look at Su Yi, questioning whether she had misheard. "Su Yi, is your only means of threatening me now through divorce?" Su Yi replied calmly, "This is not a threat, but a reminder. If you truly do not cherish this marriage, you may leave without hesitation. I shall not utter a word. After all, you do not trust me, and you have even wed Zhong Zihao. Now it is merely a matter of obtaining the certificate, removing me as your legal husband, and allowing Zhong Zihao to become your true husband in both reality and law." This is indeed a cause for celebration. As he spoke, Su-yi tossed the empty plate into the sink, donned his gloves, and began to wash the dishes slowly, never lifting his gaze to Lin Kiki again. His heart had grown cold. Whatever decision Lin Kiki chose to make henceforth, he would not intervene. Lin Kiki opened her mouth, standing at the doorway, rendered speechless by Su-yi's words, unable to take a single step forward. Observing this, Zhong Zihao, standing outside, felt anxious but dared not directly urge Lin Kiki to follow. Instead, he subtly stoked the flames of her wavering heart. "Kiki, you need not come out. Su-gu is merely in a foul mood upon seeing me. I shall take my leave for now. Perhaps we can dine together when Su-gu is in better spirits. Your company has encountered some recent troubles, which I have resolved for you. Remember to go to work tomorrow. You have neglected many affairs due to these trifles. Rest well, goodbye." With a smile, Zhong Zihao retreated step by step until he entered the elevator. As the doors closed, he could no longer contain his grin. His efforts to draw Lin Kiki out had not been in vain. He had successfully widened the rift between the two. After such a lengthy period, he had finally managed to deepen that gap. Once Lin Kiki stepped through that door to chase after him, Su-yi would undoubtedly opt for divorce. "Su-yi, if you wish for my esteem, it would be best for you to fulfill your promise and resolutely enter the Civil Affairs Bureau to sign the papers and finalize the divorce. If you fail to do so this time, I shall have no choice but to inflict further wounds upon your heart." Chapter 28. I want to leap into the river. Lin Kiki stood before the door, hesitating. She lifted her foot only to set it back down again, then raised it once more, yearning to step out of the room. Despite the short distance, it appeared insurmountably vast to her, as though it were an unbridgeable chasm. Lin Kiki turned to glance at Su-yi, who was busy in the kitchen, and could not help but bite her lip, whispering, "Su-yi, if I leave tonight, will you truly divorce me?" Su-yi remained silent, continuing to wash the dishes, ignoring her words entirely. Silence was the most eloquent response, leaving it to Lin Kiki to dare to cross his boundaries. He had spoken. He would follow through. As long as Lin Kiki departs now, he will immediately return to his room to pack his belongings, taking Yi away to lead a better life, compensating for the absence of a mother in the best way a father can. "Darling, I invited Zihao over tonight to clarify things with you. Could you refrain from being so cold? Zihao has done nothing to offend you. You've always been warm toward him. Why? Why do you insist on driving him away time and again? Do you not wish to grant us even a sliver of an explanation?" Tears welled in Lin Kiki's eyes as she sobbed, feeling utterly wronged. She perceived Su-yi's indifference as that of a bitter enemy rather than her husband. They had once shared such love and warmth, yet everything had quietly transformed. Su-yi calmly washed the dishes, glancing at Lin Kiki, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, filled only with coldness and resolution. "Do you believe my words? You do not trust me, but choose to believe him instead? How can I trust you when you have never mentioned your sham marriage to me?" Lin Kiki opened her mouth, stammering. After a moment, she choked out, "Because I knew you would probably disagree. You knew I would disapprove, yet you still went ahead." Su-yi's grip tightened around the plate, a flicker of rage surfacing in his gaze. "Your heart has long left this home, and trust between us has dissipated. Rather than remain entangled in this turmoil, it would be better to part ways sooner. I assure you, if you leave today, I shall never cross your path again. Live the life you desire. I shall not intrude." Lin Kiki trembled, her vision clouded with tears. At that moment, Su-yi seemed to drift further away, and she felt as if she could scarcely hold on. Gazing at the door, just inches away, she reached out, but ultimately withdrew her hand, firmly closing the door behind her with a resounding bang. With the door securely shut, Lin Kiki approached the kitchen and gently wrapped her arms around Su-yi from behind. Resting her head against his back, she savored the familiar warmth, her spirits easing somewhat. "Darling, I know you are angry, but you cannot remain upset forever. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day. Could you please stop washing the dishes and prepare a meal for me? I beg you, my dear husband." Lin Kiki playfully coaxed from behind him, affectionately calling his name. Su-yi paused in his dishwashing. In truth, he had already finished cleaning the dishes. He simply lacked the courage to look up or reveal his emotions. He had suppressed his feelings to their lowest point, teetering on the brink of collapse, just to observe whether Lin Kiki would leave. Yet, she remained, still caring for their home. In that instant, Su-yi froze, gently setting down the plate and turning to embrace Lin Kiki. He rested his chin atop her head, tenderly stroking her hair. With a soft sigh, He slowly began to speak. Lin Kiki, it's not that I no longer love you. On the contrary, I love you more than anyone else. Which is precisely why I feel such anger and concern over what you do. After you left that night, I sat alone at home with a drink, reflecting on many things, on you, on EE, and on our future life together. You must understand that I am a man with pride. I cannot allow my wife to engage in ambiguous relationships with others, nor can I permit my daughter to be denied the right to call me mother. If you can grasp this and focus your heart on our home, we can still live as we once did. As Lin Kiki listened, her heart ached more deeply, and she clutched Su E tightly, as if releasing him would cause him to vanish completely from her sight. It had been a long time since she had heard Su E express his feelings so openly. Such heartfelt words were what he truly wished to convey, rather than merely shouting or using divorce as a means of coercion. Lin Kiki felt a surge of joy and relief. Their relationship seemed to have been mended. They had finally calmed down and communicated meaningfully. Husband, may I accompany you to the hospital tomorrow? I haven't taken proper care of you since your incident, and considering how much you smoked out of anger, your lungs must be suffering. Shall we undergo a full checkup together? Su E was momentarily taken aback. This suggestion was unexpected. It had indeed been a long time since he had last visited the hospital for a checkup, and he realized he had indulged excessively in both alcohol and smoking. When he had vomited, he could not discern whether it was blood or merely red wine. Given Lin Kiki's rare concern, he felt he could not refuse her. All right, let's go to the hospital together tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki was overjoyed, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Su Yi's cheek, her face blooming with a radiant smile. You are the best, my husband. Now, could you please share what transpired after you left home that night? I'm not doubting you. I'm merely very worried. Whatever you say, I will believe you. I just want to understand the circumstances. With misty eyes, Lin Kiki gazed intently into Su Yi's, eager to learn about the events of that night, given their previous misunderstandings. She did not wish to harbor any more doubts about him. She sought to know every detail of his experiences from that evening. Even if Su Yi were to deceive her, she would accept it. Su Yi had nothing to hide. After all, he had done nothing that night. With a clear conscience and no need to defend himself, he searched his fragmented memories of that night when he had been intoxicated and composed his thoughts. Calmly, he began, in truth, that night, I intended to end my life by jumping into the river. Chapter 29. Severing Ties with Zhong Zihao. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands instinctively tightening. How could that be? She exclaimed anxiously. During the day, we reveled in joyous camaraderie. So why do you harbor such impulsive thoughts? You cannot contemplate jumping into the river. What would become of me, and what of E? You profess your love for this family, yet you are the first to consider abandoning it. Lin Kiki furiously struck Su Yi, berating him for his irresponsibility and lack of conscience. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart gripped by fear. It was a near miss. Su Yi almost departed, vanishing forever from her sight. Thankfully, he chose to stay, for she was at a loss as to how she would continue without him. Su Yi grasped Lin Kiki's arm, pausing in silence. That night, he indeed contemplated ending his life, all due to the words she had spoken. Zhong Zihao had merely made a casual call to deceive her into stepping out, and she had eagerly rushed out. This was her home. He was her husband. Yet she so readily placed her trust in another man. Particularly troubling was the fact that she had taken the bottle of medicinal liquor with her when she left. He remembered how, that morning, Lin Kiki had bought it for him, claiming it was to make amends and treat his wounds. Yet in her haste, she had given it to Zhong Zihao instead of using it for him. This act crushed Su Yi's spirit, leading him to drink uncontrollably. Seeking to numb his senses with alcohol, convinced that inebriation might erase all his troubles. However, he underestimated the situation. Drinking did not calm him, but only fueled his impulsiveness. Coincidentally, Lin Xiaolan arrived, and after handing Yi to her, he seized the opportunity to wander outside alone. Had he not encountered Wan Yimin, he might have truly submerged himself in the river. No more. I now have a purpose. Until I fulfill my ambitions, I shall not consider such an end. Su Yi's gaze deepened as he contemplated the matters concerning the Long Corporation, which now weighed heavily on his mind. Particularly, Zhong Wenhua, Zhong Zihao's father, was employed there, seeking to leverage the corporation to achieve his own ambitions. For this reason alone, Su Yi could not tolerate it. The Long Corporation was his domain. How could he allow others to meddle? Once he gathered sufficient evidence of their wrongdoings and identified the corrupt within the corporation, he would systematically root them out and cast them into an unfathomable abyss. Zhong Zihao would not escape unscathed either. You had best rid yourself of such thoughts. Otherwise, I shall harbor an unending hatred for you, and even in death, I will not forgive you. Lin Kiki clung tightly to Su Yi, her heart racing. The mere thought of him being fished out of the river, pale and lifeless, filled her with dread. She vowed never to allow him to venture out alone in the dead of night again. For who knows what might happen that she would regret for the rest of her life. And what then? What transpired that you have yet to share with me? Lin Kiki inquired. She was eager to understand why Su Yi had suddenly abandoned the thought of throwing himself into the river. Could be due to that woman? What means did she employ to make Su Yi reconsider? This was the question that plagued her mind, and she felt compelled to uncover the answer. Su Yi reflected briefly before responding. I encountered someone singing by the roadside, and after offering a small token of appreciation, I met her. I had mentioned to you before that she was the woman who collided with me and Yi that day. As he spoke, Su Yi cast a glance down at Lin Kuku. Indeed, her face was a mask of panic, and her demeanor was so unnaturally tense that she turned her head away. On the night of Su Yi's accident, she was engaged in a sham marriage with Zhong Zihao. This was the genesis of their conflict, and it marked a period of heightened tension. Su Yi was undoubtedly still seething over the event of that day. Faced with this dilemma, Lin Kuku found herself at a loss for words. She had believed that as long as she kept Su Yi in the dark, nothing would transpire. After all, it was merely a pretense of marriage, and she thought it would be forgotten with time. Even if Su Yi were to discover the truth later, she had convinced herself he would understand. Little did she know, Su Yi had indeed been in a car accident and was aware of her false marriage. He had erupted in fury, refusing to offer her any form of forgiveness. It was from that moment onward that she sensed she had truly provoked Su Yi, crossing an unspoken boundary. She endeavored to explain and resolve the conflict, but instead, it only ignited further discord and confrontation, much like the events of this very evening. I'm sorry, my love. I thought you were joking, and the noise at the scene was overwhelming. I didn't hear you clearly. I acknowledge my mistake, so please don't hold it against me, she pleaded, burying her head into Su Yi's chest, too afraid to meet his gaze. She dreaded the cold, scrutinizing look that might greet her. Thus, she sought to conceal herself from his view. Su Yi's hand, resting atop Lin Kuku's head, stiffened momentarily, tightening its grip. This incident was a lifelong disgrace for him. How could he simply forget? Sensing the surge of his emotions, Lin Kuku clung to him even tighter, her heart racing with anxiety at the prospect of inciting his wrath once more. Aside from her attempts at coaxing him, she felt utterly devoid of any strategy to placate Su Yi. After all, her experience was limited. Typically, she was the one angered, and Su Yi would come to soothe her, reconciling their differences. If you can sever all ties with Zhong Zihao, I can pretend this matter never occurred. Su Yi sighed softly, making the greatest concession he could muster. Yet, he would not relent in his pursuit of evidence against Zhong Zihao within the Long Corporation. He would not rest until he dragged him into the depths of despair. Lin Kuku suddenly lifted her head. Incredulity etched across her features as she gazed at Su Yi. Her voice trembled with tension, rigid and laced with a hint of panic. You want me to cut ties with Zhong Zihao? But are you unwilling? Is he still on your mind? Su Yi's expression instantly turned frigid. Witnessing Lin Kuku's response ignited a furious fire within him. As the conversation reached this critical juncture, Lin Kiki continued to extol the virtues of Zhong Zihao, seemingly unrepentant. Was that Zhong Zihao truly so significant to her that she would forsake herself and her family to wholeheartedly accompany him? No, dear, please let me explain. Lin Kiki's expression was one of panic as she vigorously shook her arms, her head bobbing like a rattle drum, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing by an adult. Her words stumbled forth, lacking fluency. Chapter 30. Do you wish to join? Go ahead and explain. I am listening. Surprisingly, Su Yi did not exhibit anger. Instead, he gazed at her with a calm demeanor, his eyes fixed intently upon her. This unexpected shift left Lin Kiki momentarily speechless. She had anticipated a sudden outburst from Su Yi, akin to his prior reactions. Yet now, he had transformed, adopting an unusual composure and a willingness to hear her out. However, this very change only deepened Lin Kiki's anxiety. She did not wish to witness Su Yi's fury, nor did she want to see his detached expression, as if he had cast her aside completely, no longer caring for her existence. Realizing this, Lin Kiki instinctively grasped Su Yi's hand tightly. Zhong Zihao and I are merely childhood friends, very close, but nothing more. He cares for me as one with younger sister, and I regard him as an older brother. You must believe me, it is truly just that. Su Yi scoffed internally at her terms of endearment. Younger sister. Older brother. They sounded rather intimate. Perhaps they might as well be lovers. Maintaining his stoic demeanor, Su Yi merely nodded at Lin Kiki's explanation, urging her to continue. Such a reaction sent Lin Kiki's heart into disarray, as if a small dagger had pierced it, drawing a sharp intake of breath. In addition to our familial rapport, he has assisted me significantly in my work. As you know, I often find myself overwhelmed at the company, navigating challenges alone, with no one to guide me through the complexities. Zhong Zihao has called me, providing hands-on guidance and even helping to secure numerous investments. In the past couple of days, my absence from work has led to a mountain of tasks piling up, all of which Zhong Zihao has kindly addressed. Without his support, how could I possibly remain here? My dear, one must recognize gratitude. Zhong Zihao has aided me tremendously, and I cannot turn a blind eye to his plight when he is in danger. Trust me, aside from his assistance, our relationship is strictly platonic. You can ask him if you wish. Only after speaking did Lin Kiki sense the incongruity. Zhong Zihao had only just been dismissed by Su Yi. How could he possibly trust Zhong Zihao's account? In other words, if Su Yi were willing to accept Zhong Zihao's testimony, they would currently be seated together, dining and drinking, rather than sitting here with empty plates. Su Yi's expression remained largely unchanged. He simply fixed his gaze on Lin Kiki, listening as she slowly elucidated her perspective. He held his own judgment of the situation, rather than merely accepting Lin Kiki's one-sided account. He would only acknowledge the truth he had witnessed. Husband, I assure you that both Zhong Zihao and I are innocent. You cannot comprehend how busy I am at work. Whenever I encounter difficulties, he is always the first to lend a helping hand. With so many favors owed, how could I possibly sever ties with him? You must understand this, shouldn't you? Lin Kiki nearly pleaded, expressing her sincerity. Su Yi listened calmly and responded. There are various ways to repay favors, and marrying him merely to appease your parents is not one of them. If you understood boundaries, you would not have acted in such a way. You have conflated favors with love. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki could not help but shed a tear. She nodded gently, stifling her voice, hesitant to contradict Su Yi's thoughts any further. I understand now. I'll be more mindful in the future, considering your presence and your feelings when repaying favors. Husband, please do not be angry. It has been so long since I've heard you say you love me. Could you tell me tonight? I beg you. Lin Kiki resorted to her well-practiced charm. Yet, in contrast to before, Su Yi's resistance to this tactic had significantly strengthened. He did not immediately forgive her, but chose to observe quietly. If she wished for his forgiveness, she would need to demonstrate with her actions that she would maintain her distance from Zhong Zihao, rather than relying on mere words. Let's eat first. We have a hospital checkup tomorrow. With that, Su Yi brought out the dishes he had prepared in the microwave. They were the same meals he had cooked previously, untouched. That night, Lin Kiki had left, taking some liquor to Zhong Zihao's home, where they had spent a delightful Valentine's Day together. Meanwhile, Su Yi had not eaten a single bite and had left the house entirely after drinking. The reheated food did not taste as delightful as when it was freshly made. Yet Lin Kiki continued to praise Su Yi's cooking as delicious and exquisite. She found the outside food unpalatable and unappealing. Only Su Yi's homemade meals suited her taste. Husband, after the checkup tomorrow, I will return to work. Could you bring me lunch? By the way, you have never really visited my company. How about I introduce you to my colleagues? Lin Kiki suggested with a smile. At this, Su Yi looked at her in surprise. He recalled that Lin Kiki had previously forbidden him from visiting her workplace, citing that it would distract her from her duties. Moreover, their company had a strict no-dating policy, concerned about the negative impact of employees witnessing romantic relationships. Unexpectedly, Lin Kiki was now inviting him to her company and even wished to introduce him to her colleagues. It seemed she had genuinely recognized her mistakes and was making every effort to atone for her past missteps. Upon this realization, a smile finally graced Su Yi's face as he gently nodded. All right, I will visit your company tomorrow. With a playful giggle, Lin Kiki cheerfully served him some dishes, exuding an air of domesticity. Su Yi observed her, momentarily lost in thought and astonishment. It suddenly felt as though Lin Cuckoo had, once again, begun to open her heart, reminiscent of their past when they were blissfully married and residing in their modest rented home. During that time, Lin Cuckoo was at her most radiant and beautiful. Every time she returned home, she would eagerly share every little incident from her day at work, no matter how trivial, expressing it with vivid emotion and without any reservation. Soo-yi cherished these mundane tales, for to him, they encapsulated the essence of life, the ordinary existence that couples should share after marriage. Before they knew it, their meal had come to an end. Soo-dinlu, Lin Kiskiviko. Blushing shyly, approached Soo-yi, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "Darling, I'm going to take a shower. Would you like to join me?" Chapter 31. An Unexpected Breach of Promise. In this moment, Lin Cuckoo signaled her intention for a romantic bath. Soo-yi sat on the sofa, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized it had indeed been quite some time since he and Lin Cuckoo had enjoyed such intimacy. Without hesitation, he slipped off his shoes and followed her inside. The door gently closed behind them. The following morning, Soo-yi awoke to find Lin Cuckoo peacefully resting her head on his arm. A ray of sunshine streamed through the window, illuminating her enchanting face and casting a golden hue upon her hair. Soo-yi was momentarily entranced, unable to resist leaning down to plant a soft kiss upon her cheek. Lin Cuckoo stirred awake from his affectionate gesture, slowly opening her eyes. "Good morning, darling. Are you awake? I'm hungry. Is there breakfast ready?" she cheerfully inquired. Soo-yi instinctively sprang from the bed, grabbing a jacket from the wardrobe to drape over himself. "Wait, I'll prepare something for you right now." As Lin Cuckoo lay in bed, propping her chin on her hand, she watched Soo-yi bustling about in the kitchen and felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. It was as if their lives mirrored those tender moments from their past. Soon, Lin Cuckoo rose to wash up, donning her pajamas. She stood behind Soo-yi, wrapping her arms tightly around him. "Don't be silly, I'm cooking. You'll get splattered with oil," Soo-yi remarked, furrowing his brow. "It's all right. I'm not afraid. I want to stay by your side, wherever you go. You can't think of leaving my sight this time," Lin Cuckoo playfully asserted, appearing particularly reliant on Soo-yi after the night they had shared. Soo-yi yielded to her whims, though his cooking movements noticeably slowed. At that moment, Lin Xiaolon arrived with the E, and upon witnessing the sweet scene in the kitchen, she was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What has caused such a sudden change in your demeanor? Just yesterday, I overheard you quarreling downstairs, and now, after a single night, you seem reconciled," inquired Lin Xiaolon. Upon hearing this, Lin Cuckoo's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she softly replied, "We have always shared a loving bond. It was merely a trivial misunderstanding. Wouldn't you agree, dear husband?" As she spoke, Lin Cuckoo lifted her gaze to Soo-yi, who responded with a warm smile and a nod, affirming that indeed. They appeared quite affectionate at that moment, devoid of any lingering discord. "Mama, may we go out to play today?" Yi exclaimed it, rushing over to cling to Lin Cuckoo's leg, her voice sweet and innocent. Lin Cuckoo lifted Yi from the ground, playfully nuzzling her cheek with her nose. "Of course, my dear. Later, your papa and I will take you to the hospital for a checkup to see if you've been eating well lately. All right?" He patted her stomach and nodded obediently. "I've been eating well. Yesterday, and he bought me some snacks." Hearing this, Lin Cuckoo turned to Lin Xiaolon and smiled. "Sister, thank you for taking care of Yi these past few days. Do you have any plans today? If not, why not join us for the hospital visit? It's always wise to keep an eye on one's health, don't you think?" Observing the significant change in Lin Cuckoo and then glancing at Soo-yi, who had already begun preparing a meal, Lin Xiaolon felt a mix of relief and concern. Only recently had the couple nearly reached the point of divorce, yet now they seemed to be enjoying a peaceful existence together. Thankfully, they had not separated, and their relationship remained steadfast. "I shall abstain from joining you. You three should go. Please do not say you haven't prepared a portion for me," Lin Xiaolon remarked with a hint of playful threat directed at Soo-yi. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied, "Of course, Sister Lon. I would never neglect to prepare a serving for you. It will be ready shortly. You all can play in the living room for a while." Content with this response, Lin Xiaolon nodded with satisfaction and settled comfortably onto the sofa. Lin Kiskiviko, accompanied by Yi, ventured into the living room, eagerly retrieving long-forgotten toys from the floor and engaging in joyous play. Witnessing this scene brought an unspoken sense of peace and comfort to Soo-yi's heart. This was the life he had always desired. Before long, a sumptuous breakfast was prepared, and everyone took their seats. During the meal, Lin Cuckoo incessantly praised Su Yi's culinary skills, declaring her wish to enjoy his dishes perpetually and requesting him to deliver meals to her workplace. Naturally, Su Yi readily agreed, intrigued to see what her company was like. He imagined that those there likely did not know him or that they were married with a delightful daughter. While they were dining, Lin Cuckoo's phone suddenly rang, prompting Su Yi to instinctively glance over. However, it was not a call from Zhong Zihao, but rather from Lin Cuckoo's secretary. Lin Cuckoo glanced at her phone, showing no sign of concealment, and promptly answered while seated. "Hello, my dear assistant. What is the matter?" "President Lin, when will you come to work? The company has encountered some issues that require your personal intervention to resolve." Upon hearing about the company's predicament, Lin Cuckoo's face turned pale, and she felt a surge of anxiety. She quickly inquired, "Do not rush, dear assistant. What exactly has happened? Please, take your time to explain." "It is our clients." The secretary spoke rapidly, her voice laced with tension. "They have suddenly breached the contract and returned all previously ordered items, demanding that we produce a new batch. Moreover, all previous plans have been rejected, and they require us to rectify everything within a day. If we fail to meet their expectations, they will terminate our collaboration and seek other companies." The rapid delivery of this distressing news left Lin Cuckoo's secretary visibly shaken, her demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. Lin Cuckoo, influenced by her secretary's agitation, felt her expression darken, and her tone grew more severe. "Calm yourself. Let's dissect this matter. Why have they suddenly chosen to breach the agreement? The terms were previously accepted, and the plans have been signed, with the delivery deadline approaching. Why this sudden charade? Do these duplicitous clients not fear that other companies will also refuse to cooperate?" With a heavy voice, Lin Cuckoo pressed, "How many clients have chosen to breach their contracts?" The secretary hesitated, stammering, seemingly reluctant to divulge the information for fear of retribution. "Speak." Lin Cuckoo's voice intensified. 8 clients have simultaneously chosen to breach their agreements, and they're all significant accounts for our company. Once the secretary relayed this information, she fell silent, instinctively distancing the phone from her ear, anticipating Lin Cuckoo's wrath. Indeed, Lin Cuckoo was incensed, slamming her fist on the table, causing Yi to shrink back in alarm, her face marked by anxiety and fear. Lin Xiaolan shot an admonishing glance at Lin Cuckoo, but upon witnessing her sister's stormy countenance, she refrained from speaking further, merely taking Yi's hand and leading her into another room. "Focus on resolving the immediate issues. Call for me when you have made progress," Lin Xiaolan instructed before closing the door behind her. Su Yi, seated beside Lin Cuckoo, wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. However, he too felt a pang of curiosity. Why were so many clients breaching contracts simultaneously? This was unusual. Either they had all received word that continuing the contract would lead to significant losses affecting their other business ventures, or someone was covertly orchestrating these breaches to sabotage their agreements. In Su Yi's view, the latter scenario seemed more plausible, albeit only marginally. "Have you investigated who these clients are? What companies do they represent?" Su Yi inquired. Lin Cuckoo, overwhelmed by anger, buried her face in his chest, unable to contain her emotions, and began to weep uncontrollably, lost in a tumult of confusion. She had only left the company for a few days. Yet how had things deteriorated so rapidly? Were the people in the company merely idle, so easily permitting the termination of the contract? With only 1 day remaining, how could she possibly devise an 8-point plan that would satisfy the client? "Oh dear, Su Yi, do you think I am on the brink of bankruptcy? All 8 clients have departed, shaking the very foundation of my company. If this continues, it could lead to a domino effect, resulting in the complete collapse of the business." Lin Kiki grew increasingly anxious, her movements becoming frantic. "No, I cannot remain at home any longer. I must promptly return to the company to assess the situation. I still have a chance to rectify this. Yes, indeed, I must leave at once." With that, Lin Kiki hurriedly donned her shoes and swiftly exited her home. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth as if to speak, only to retract his hand. They had agreed that the entire family would go for a medical checkup today. Who could have anticipated such an event? It seemed the checkup would have to be postponed. Contemplating this, Su Yi glanced at the unfinished meal on the table, sinking into silence. However, this quiet interlude did not last long, as his phone soon rang. It was a call from Ruan Yemen. "Hello, Su Yi, have you awakened? Have you made any progress regarding the supplier issue you mentioned earlier?" Wang Yimin's tone was tinged with tension and urgency. Clearly, the unexpected departure of the supplier had placed considerable pressure upon her. Su Yi hesitated before responding. I have yet to find a suitable candidate. Please allow me some time to consider. It may already be too late. Wang Yimin swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing her frustration, though her voice still conveyed a sense of urgency. Just moments ago, Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua had conspired to undermine and seize the shares held by Song Jiachen, using his mishandling of the supplier situation as leverage to exert pressure upon him. In the meeting, the majority had sided with Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua, insinuating that Song Jiachen should resign voluntarily to avoid humiliation. At this, Su Yi's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly stood, fury and dissatisfaction etched upon his face. When had the Long Group become their playground? Did they truly believe they could force Song Jiachen to relinquish his shares so easily? Were they not aware that Song Jiachen had taken great care of the newcomers? Had no one in the meeting spoken in his defense? Wang Yimin shook her head, letting out a sorrowful sigh. It's not that there were no supporters, but they were far too few. Some had even been covertly swayed by Deng Kaifeng and Song Jiachen, not only failing to advocate for him, but also maligning him, accusing him of taking kickbacks and exploiting the wages of the newcomers, both overtly and covertly targeting him. It was evident that Wang Yimin had exerted herself, but her influence remained too limited. The outcome could not be altered by the efforts of a single individual. Now, Song Jiachen was facing an unprecedented crisis. Upon receiving this news, Su Yi found himself engulfed in confusion and helplessness. It is evident to any discerning individual that Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua are intent on undermining Song Jiachen, after which they will vie for the position of chairman. They are preemptively eliminating potential obstacles. Give me a moment to devise a plan. Su Yi inhaled deeply, feeling overwhelmed. The board meeting is not scheduled until next month. It is astonishing that they are so eager to act, leaving no room for others to maneuver. Is it possible to find a reputable supplier who can help Song Jiachen navigate this crisis? Su Yi inquired. Wang Yimin appeared uncertain. Clearly, the fierce competition among major shareholders is beyond the purview of her role as a business manager. Even the luxury of merely observing has become unattainable. I am unsure, but I believe Song Jiachen will find a solution. If he cannot, then he will struggle to overcome this crisis, let alone the challenges that lie ahead. Su Yi comprehended Wang Yimin's implication. Securing a supplier could mitigate this immediate threat, yet dangers abound. The next retaliation could be even more severe and swift. This is but a superficial remedy. Have Song Jiachen await my return. By the end of today, I will secure a supplier of substantial repute, Su Yi asserted earnestly. Wang Yimin was taken aback and quickly pressed. Really? Can you truly find someone today? If so, there is hope. However, the suppliers in Jiangsheng are untrustworthy. The Long Group is the largest conglomerate here. The other suppliers might also be affiliated with Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua, or have connections to them. If we are to seek a supplier, we must look beyond our local options. Wang Yimin cautioned, hoping to spare Su Yi from the fruitless effort of contacting someone who is merely a friend of the adversaries, wasting precious time. Rest assured, I know what to do. After ending the call, Su Yi glanced at his contact list. Having switched phones and numbers, he had lost touch with the prominent figures he once knew in the capital. It would indeed be a challenge to devise a solution on such short notice. After a moment of contemplation, he settled on a number and dialed directly. Mr. Wang, do you have time today? Su Yi connected with the demanding Mr. Wang he had spoken to the previous day. Among those he currently knew, Mr. Wang was one of the more formidable individuals. Furthermore, he had previously collaborated with Song Jiachen. Thus, he was unlikely to have ties with Deng Kaifeng or Zhong Wenhua. Hence, he was the most suitable candidate. Of course, should he decline, Su Yi would have to seek assistance from others, perhaps even returning to the capital to rally former acquaintances, albeit at the risk of exposing his identity and complicating any discreet inquiries. You are Su Yi, correct? I have time. What seems to be the issue? Mr. Wang responded with a warm smile. Su Yi's spirits lifted as he promptly relayed the predicament faced by the Long Group and the crisis befalling Song Jiachen. However, he did not mention the collaboration directly. Instead, he subtly inquired, Mr. Wang, you have some understanding of the Long Group. From your experience, do you believe this is a deliberate act or merely a coincidence? In response to Su Yi's question, Mr. Wang pondered intently and meticulously, to the extent that a prolonged silence ensued. Su Yi remained unhurried, patiently awaiting his response. After a moment, Mr. Wang seemed to have made a decision and replied, It is undoubtedly intentional. They aim to eliminate a competitor beforehand. This is a common business tactic. What? Pray tell, do you not perceive this? Mr. Wang was intentionally probing Su Yi. If Su Yi could not discern this, he would need to re-evaluate his capabilities regarding reclaiming the Long Group and subsequently report back to his wife. I can certainly see it, but precisely for that reason, I wish to discuss a collaboration with you, Mr. Wang. I wonder if you might be interested, Su Yi expressed earnestly. Mr. Wang's interest piqued. A smile graced his lips. Certainly. What collaboration do you wish to discuss? This is not suitable for a conversation over the phone. Let us meet in person to converse in detail. Shall we return to the same tea house as last time? Su Yi proposed sincerely. I assure you, it will not take up too much of your time, and I guarantee that the terms I present will captivate your interest. Mr. Wang suddenly burst into laughter. He was well aware of Su Yi's true identity, but feigned ignorance. Mocking. Do you truly believe you can satisfy me? You are merely a newly employed staff member. What kind of promises can you make? He continued with a warning. Let me caution you. My time is exceedingly valuable. The only reason I entertain this call is due to your previous proposal that impressed me. If you dare to deceive me, I assure you, you will vanish from the Long Group forever. In the face of Mr. Wang's threat, Su Yi remained unfazed. He had encountered individuals of greater stature than Mr. Wang and had no reason to fear his intimidation. Maintaining his earnest tone, he replied, Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will not disappoint you. If I do, I shall leave the Long Group without your prompting. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Let us proceed to the tea house. Mr. Wang chuckled heartily before ending the call. Gazing at the darkened screen of his phone, Su Yi pressed his lips together, gently clenching his fist. Had it not been for the sudden turn of events, he would never have found himself in this position. However, it seemed unnecessary to continue concealing his identity as long as the majority, particularly his adversaries, remained unaware of it. He was prepared to unleash his potential and take decisive action. Once, he had been regarded as a prodigy in the business realm, having witnessed countless situations. Yet this time, an inexplicable nervousness enveloped him. Have I been out of practice for too long? Su Yi mused, touching his racing heart, uncertain of himself. But he quickly realized that it was not a matter of losing his touch. Rather, he now had something to cherish, someone he loved. Naturally, he could not act as recklessly as before, engaging in ventures indiscriminately. He would dare to slap anyone he found displeasing. He began to ponder the repercussions of failure, which explained his current state of mind. Sister Lon, I apologize, but I must step out for a moment. Could you take E for a medical checkup at the hospital? Su Yi knocked on the door, his face filled with remorse. Lin Xiaolon furrowed her brows as she glanced at Su Yi, responding in a low voice, Out again? You're not planning to drink again, are you? It's still broad daylight, not nighttime. Where do you intend to go? Clearly, the memory of Su Yi leaving in the middle of the night after drinking left her somewhat apprehensive. Upon hearing that Su Yi was headed out, her instinctive reaction was one of resistance. What if he disappeared again, unreachable, with his phone turned off? She truly wouldn't know how to explain it to Lin Kuku. Rest assured, Sister Lon, I haven't been drinking. I found a job earlier, and now there are matters regarding that job that require discussion, which is why I must go out. I promise to return as soon as I finish the meeting. So, could you please look after Yi for one more day? Su Yi said, feeling somewhat guilty. Lately, Yi had been in Lin Xiaolan's care, and he hadn't spent much time playing with her. Lin Xiaolan regarded Su Yi with a skeptical gaze. After glancing at Yi in the room, she shook her head in resignation, saying, All right, you all are busy with work to attend to. Go on then. I'll take Yi to the pet store to have some fun. However, remember, no matter what you're doing, you must return home by nightfall. You cannot stay out overnight, especially not at another woman's place. If Lin Kuku doesn't scold you, I certainly will. Lin Xiaolan threatened with a stern expression. Su Yi nodded earnestly, promising multiple times before finally departing the house. Auntie, did Mommy and Daddy have another argument? Yi stood in the room, watching Su Yi's departing figure, her eyes slightly reddened. Lin Xiaolan quickly stepped forward to hug Yi, gently ruffling her little head. What are you thinking, dear? Mommy and Daddy just have to step out for work momentarily. Only by working can they earn money to take you out to play. Don't you want some snacks? Yi shook her head, her little lips pouting in a display of grievance. I don't want snacks. I just want Mommy and Daddy to play with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolan felt a pang in her heart, moved by Yi's innocence. Such a well-behaved child. How could her parents bear to leave her at home while they attended to other matters? Did they not realize that a child's greatest need is companionship? Don't cry, E. Annie will take you to the pet store to see the kittens. Remember the cute white kitten you mentioned? Let's go play with it. Lin Xiaolon consoled E. Indeed, upon hearing that they would visit the pet store, E's earlier sadness and reluctance dissipated, replaced by a beaming smile. She chirped okay. Chapter 34, President Wang's Test. In the tea house, He had arrived early, occupying the same spot as before, and ordered 2 cups of hot tea, quietly awaiting President Wang. However, the appointed time had passed, yet there was still no sign of President Wang at the entrance. He glanced at the clock, remaining unperturbed. Today, the traffic was rather congested. Perhaps Mr. Wang was caught in the snarl on his way here. 10 minutes later, Mr. Wang still had not arrived. He remained calm, refraining from making a phone call. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, contemplating how to persuade Mr. Wang to acquiesce to his proposed collaboration terms. Half an hour later, a server entered to refresh their cup of hot tea. Noticing that He had been sitting alone for quite some time, the server curiously inquired, "Sir, are you waiting for someone?" He opened his eyes and gently nodded, affirming that he was indeed awaiting a very important guest. "Is that so? However, the guest you were expecting has yet to arrive despite the considerable time that has passed. Might he not be coming after all?" the server asked. He shook his head earnestly, asserting he will certainly come. He may have simply encountered some unforeseen delay on the road. Everyone has their own affairs. If he were not coming, he would have called me directly. As he spoke, He glanced at the phone resting on the table. The silence of the device reinforced his decision to remain patiently seated. Observing this, the server shook her head and remarked, "If he does not arrive, what will you do? Would you not be furious and storm out of here, vowing never to collaborate with him again?" At this, He was about to respond but quickly realized something. He beckoned the server closer, gesturing for her to lean in. The server, puzzled, thought it odd that in a private room with only the 2 of them, he would choose to speak in such a secretive manner. Could there be some hidden agenda? Her curiosity piqued. She bent down to hear what He had to say. In a hushed tone, he instructed, "When you leave shortly, please inform Mr. Wang that I shall remain here waiting for him until he chooses to enter and meet me." The server's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had seen a ghost. She gasped, "How do you know?" A knowing smile graced Su Yi's lips. "How do you know?" It was abundantly clear from the server's overly inquisitive demeanor. An unfamiliar server would not pose such sensitive inquiries, nor would she indicate that he was waiting for someone while subtly probing his potential reaction should that individual fail to arrive. It was decidedly unusual. After contemplating the situation, Yi deduced only one plausible explanation. Mr. Wang had indeed arrived but was deliberately standing outside, observing his reaction, testing his patience, while also prompting the server to stoke the flames and provoke a slip. He had encountered such tactics before, during his initial collaboration with a formidable business tycoon in the capital. On that occasion, he had watched the client for a full hour, and yet the client remained unperturbed, neither angry nor departing, nor had he received a single phone call. This demonstrated the individual's remarkable patience and unwavering resolve. From that moment, Yi understood that collaborating with such a person would yield no disadvantage. Entrusting tasks to them would ensure that they were executed flawlessly and with precision. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wang chose to test him in such a manner. This sparked a flicker of curiosity within Yi regarding Mr. Wang's true identity. Soon, the waiter, astonished, gradually exited the scene. Mr. Wang had indeed arrived, calmly sipping tea in the hall. "What did he say?" Mr. Wang inquired, casting a glance at the waiter. Clearly, this was her first encounter with such a remarkable experience. She suspected these 2 were playing a prank on her. Yet, her expression of delight lingered, only intensifying her intrigue. "He said he would wait for you until you were willing to meet him. You're not secretly filming a video, are you?" the waiter exclaimed, incredulous that anyone could guess so accurately. However, a glimmer of light flashed in Mr. Wang's eyes, and a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. The young master remains as perceptive as ever. In that case, I must further test him to gauge his other reactions. With this thought, Mr. Wang rose and made his way towards the private room, turning back to instruct the waiter, "Please bring us a professional tea set." "Certainly, sir. Would you like us to brew the tea for you?" the waiter inquired. "Not necessary. The person inside can brew tea, provided he remembers the process and hasn't tea forgotten." Mr. Wang replied with a cheerful demeanor as he entered the room. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi promptly stood up, a smile gracing his face as he extended his hand. Mr. Wong, thank you for gracing us with your presence today. Mr. Wong waved his hand dismissively, plopping onto the chair with an air of nonchalance, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor in the hall. My time is limited, so let us be succinct. You understand that if the conditions are not compelling enough to pique my interest, I won't waste my time here indulging in idle chatter. Therefore, I hope you have prepared your arguments to persuade me during our earlier conversation, Mr. Wong stated gravely. He opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by the waiter entering with an expensive tea set in hand. I'm thirsty. I'd like a cup of hot tea, Mr. Wong coughed deliberately. He instantly grasped Mr. Wong's intention and took the tea set, placing it before him. He hesitated momentarily, pursing his lips. It had been ages since he had brewed tea intentionally. He once relished the art of tea making, insisting on using the finest leaves and the best utensils. Only then could he find satisfaction. What? Can't brew tea? Mr. Wong glanced at slyly. Of course not. I simply haven't brewed tea in a while. And I feel a sense of nostalgia. Smiled. Without further hesitation, he deftly began the process, pouring tea and water with a series of professional movements that left the waiter astonished, unable to refrain from clapping. Mr. Wong immediately shot her a glare, prompting the waiter to realize her mistake and hastily exit the private room. With a sigh of relief, he finally finished brewing the hot tea and gently pushed it towards Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong, please have a taste. Mr. Wong nonchalantly lifted the teacup to his lips and took a sip, his eyes instantly brightening as he could not help but regard with newfound interest. The familiar flavor lingers, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It seems that the once esteemed young master is gradually returning. His skills are commendable. Let us discuss matters of collaboration. Chapter 35. Do not overstep boundaries. After enduring these trials, Mr. Wong finally began to regard with earnestness. Promptly straightened his posture, his expression turning grave and sincere. Mr. Wong, there is something you may not know. I am the chairman of the Long Group and the young master of the Su family in the capital. From the outset, revealed his identity directly, without presenting this status. He could not persuade Mr. Wong, although he had once loathed this identity and severed ties with his family to escape it. He now found himself compelled to reclaim it, clinging tightly to it. Ultimately, he had become the very figure he despised. Mr. Wong's gaze narrowed, taken aback, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "You are the young master who fled from the capital to avoid a family marriage? I thought it was a jest, but here you are in the flesh." He continued, "You may not be aware, but the princess of the opposing family was furious upon learning of your escape, vowing to contend with the Su family relentlessly. Consequently, your father has borne the brunt of this burden." Hearing of the immense pressure his father faced, felt a pang of guilt. He could only lament his own unfilial actions, unable to rectify them. However, he resolved that moving forward, he would commence from the Long Group, gradually establishing a domain of his own. In his youth, he had been reckless and foolish, committing numerous errors. Now, he sought to atone. The Long Group is a property of the Su family, yet it is now contested by others who wish to claim it for themselves. This I cannot allow. Thus, I intend to discreetly investigate the situation, identifying and eradicating the malignancies. Mr. Wong, at present, I cannot disclose my true identity, and I have long lost contact with my former acquaintances. Therefore, I seek your assistance through your means. He expressed earnestly, appealing to both emotion and reason, believing that his status as a young master, coupled with the Long Group and the Su family's influence in the capital, would assure Mr. Wong that investing in him would be a prudent decision. Mr. Wong, resting his chin on his hand, furrowed his brow as he contemplated the feasibility of the collaboration. He remained silent, patiently awaiting his response, reflecting on his past dealings in the capital, where he commanded respect and influence. He now found himself in a position of waiting, serving tea, and hoping for a favorable reply. A self-deprecating smile escaped him as he recognized the irony of his situation. After a brief moment, Mr. Wong responded, "I have indeed collaborated with the Su family in the past, and I have always recognized the capabilities of your kin. They possess considerable skill. However, this is my first time considering a partnership with you, a former young master of the Su family. How can I trust you? Rather, how can I be convinced, or what conditions would persuade me?" Discerned the underlying implication in Mr. Wong's words and replied without hesitation, "Next month, the Long Corporation will hold a board meeting, at which I will assume that position. Mr. Wong, feel free to propose any conditions you desire. as long as they are reasonable and within my capacity to fulfill. Is that so? How about 40% of the shares in the Long Corporation? Mr. Wang almost immediately suggested without hesitation. Su Yi's gaze narrowed, and his lips twitched involuntarily. 40% of the shares. Was there truly any distinction between that and handing the Long Corporation over to Mr. Wang? It should be noted that there are numerous shareholders in the Long Corporation. Even the largest shareholder, Deng Kaifeng, does not possess 40%. Was he being coerced into relinquishing the Long Corporation? What difference would it make whether he became chairman or not? Mr. Wang, let us discuss business matters instead. How about a partnership between our two companies? Furthermore, should any difficulties arise in business, I can assist you once under the auspices of the Su family. Su Yi understood that Mr. Wang did not genuinely covet the shares of the Long Corporation. He was merely raising the stakes, attempting to intimidate him with an audacious demand. The Su family's name? Mr. Wang scoffed derisively. The Su family of today is not what it once was. Do you think your family's reputation still holds such weight? Su Yi conceded that the Su family had diminished since his departure, but he believed this was merely a temporary setback. The Su family's influence and connections in the capital remained intact. With a mere word, rescuing Mr. Wang's corporation would not pose a challenge. I am confident, Su Yi asserted. Oh, how can you be so certain? Mr. Wang inquired, somewhat astonished. Because I have returned, Su Yi replied, gazing intently into Mr. Wang's eyes, unflinching in their mutual stare. In that moment, Mr. Wang's hand, which held the teacup, froze mid-air, his expression shifting subtly. Suddenly, he felt a surge of emotion welling up within him, as if he were momentarily transported back to the days when he knew Su Yi in the capital. Back then, Su Yi embodied the demeanor and charisma of a young master. Though capable, he lacked maturity and occasionally approached business with a certain naivety. However, now, Su Yi had transformed, his appearance and gaze signifying a true adult, one who understood his responsibilities and possessed the gravitas of a family head. Mr. Wang suddenly burst into laughter and extended his hand towards Su Yi. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Su Yi was taken aback by Mr. Wang's swift agreement. Things were progressing unexpectedly smoothly. What could this mean? Had Mr. Wang acquiesced solely due to his identity as a young master of the Su family? Perhaps that played a role, but Su Yi sensed there was another layer to Mr. Wang's gaze toward him, one whose meaning eluded him, leaving him with an odd feeling, an unmistakable hint of goodwill. Wait a moment, Mr. Wang. There is another matter on which I may require your assistance. Su Yi grasped Mr. Wang's hand. Mr. Wang cast a puzzled glance at him and inquired, What is it? It pertains to my wife, Lin Kiki. Her company has encountered some difficulties. Several key clients have abruptly terminated their partnerships, leading to fluctuations in her business, making it precarious. I wonder if you happen to know anyone who could offer a recommendation. I shall be sure to express my gratitude for your assistance afterward. Lin Kiki's company? Su Yi's wife? Is she the one who lured him from the capital to Jiangshan? Mr. Wang suddenly let out a cold laugh, his tone carrying a hint of menace. Young Master Su, do not overstep your bounds. My willingness to collaborate with you is solely based on the reputation of the Su family in the capital, not on your merits. Chapter 36. Becoming an assistant. Su Yi's expression stiffened momentarily. The sensation of being rebuked so directly was quite peculiar. Unfortunately, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Living under someone else's roof necessitated humility. I'm not inclined to assist you, Mr. Wang continued. However, I may know someone who could offer a connection. Whether or not you can manage her is entirely up to your capabilities. I advise you to refrain from seeking help at the slightest inconvenience. Repaying favors can be quite challenging. Instead, you should investigate the reasons behind the departure of those clients. Identify the underlying issues and exert effort to resolve them. That is what you ought to focus on now. Take heed. With that sincere piece of advice, Mr. Wang rose and departed the private room. This time, he truly left. Su Yi gazed at the business card Mr. Wang had given him, lost in contemplation. Indeed, why did he not consider addressing the root of Lin Kiki's troubles before seeking assistance? Did he believe his social standing was sufficient? Or had he forgotten that he was no longer the young master of the Su family? In Jiangshan, that identity seemed a distant dream. Yet, in the eyes of certain true power brokers, particularly those from the capital, it was merely an outdated notion. A nod of acknowledgement might lead to a cordial handshake, while a lack of regard could simply result in indifference. Mr. Wang was right. When faced with difficulties, One should first seek to understand the problem rather than incessantly rely on others for help. Resolving the issues with Long's group came first. Afterward, he would visit Lin Keek's company to ascertain what had transpired. With this thought in mind, He took out his phone and dialed Ruan Yimin's number. The phone rang for over 20 seconds before it was answered. On the other end, Ruan Yimin seemed to be exceptionally busy, even while taking the call. She was instructing her colleagues on their tasks. He held the phone to his ear, refraining from rushing her, patiently waiting for her to find a moment to pause. After an indeterminate period, Ruan Yimin, slightly out of breath, returned to her office. After taking a sip of water and regaining her composure, she realized she had inadvertently accepted a call. "Who's calling me?" Ruan Yimin picked up her phone, noticing that 6 minutes had already elapsed since the call started. "It's Su Yi's call, but there is no sound on the line." "Su Yi, why didn't you say anything when you called?" Su Yi smiled lightly, acknowledging the noise on her end, indicating she understood he was busy and chose not to disturb him. "So, have you wrapped up your work now?" "Indeed. These days have nearly exhausted me. I've been occupied all morning, barely finding a moment to visit the restroom," came Ruan Yimin's voice, her complaints revealing the toll the vendor's departure had taken on her. Upon hearing this, Su Yi replied casually, "You aren't still fretting over the vendor issue, are you? Worry no more. I just spoke with General Manager Wang and have successfully persuaded him. He will be bringing over the contract for signing shortly. Moreover, this isn't a short-term arrangement. It's a long-term commitment. We can completely let go of the previous vendor line." Ruan Yimin was momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's revelation. Struggling to comprehend, she exclaimed, "What did you just say? You found a vendor? So quickly? Is this for real, or are you merely fabricating this to cheer me up?" Su Yi's lips twitched. Was he truly the type to toy with her emotions? If he were to jest, it would surely be with Lin Keek instead. "It's the truth. If you doubt me, I can hand you the phone, and you can reach out directly," Su Yi assured her. No. Just keep this line of communication," Ruan Yimin exclaimed joyfully, her entire demeanor transforming into one of elation. It felt as though a great weight had finally been lifted from her heart. "Where are you? Hurry back to the company. I need to share this good news with Song Jiachuan. He will certainly be delighted to hear it. I never imagined you could resolve a problem that has troubled us for so long so effortlessly. How did you manage it? Surely, you didn't pull strings, did you?" Su Yi paused, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Goodness, how did this woman possess such keen intuition? He had indeed leveraged his connections. Had he not invoked his status as the scion of the Su family in the capital, General Manager Wang might have turned away long ago. Birthright undeniably influences many circumstances. This is an undeniable truth. I'm on my way back to the company, preparing to hand over the collaboration details. Is Song Jiachuan at the office? If so, let us discuss matters directly in his office, Su Yi proposed. Ruan Yimin had no objections, swiftly confirming the timing and preparing accordingly, promptly notifying Song Jiachuan. Soon, Su Yi arrived at Song Jiachuan's office. As he opened the door, he noticed Ruan Yimin was already present. The two faced one another, their expressions adorned with uncontainable smiles, evidently pleased with the successful vendor acquisition. Upon Su Yi's entrance, Song Jiachuan stood up, hastily approaching him with an outstretched hand, his face beaming with gratitude. "You must be Su Yi. I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, I would likely have been packing my things to leave Long Corporation soon. You've accomplished something so significant for me. How can I express my gratitude?" Song Jiachuan, a middle-aged man in his 40s, appeared somewhat slender, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, a clear testament to his scholarly demeanor. Su Yi smiled and waved his hand, expressing gratitude for Boss Song's recognition, stating that he did not require any reward, as this was part of his duties. Song Jiachuan was somewhat taken aback. Upon scrutinizing Su Yi's gaze and confirming the sincerity in his words, he found himself increasingly astonished. It was difficult to fathom encountering someone like Su Yi in this era, a person wholly devoted to the company. Instantly, he felt a surge of admiration. "Why not become my assistant?" he proposed. The company had mentioned providing me with an assistant, but I had yet to select one. As a newcomer, you would be the perfect fit for the role. Rest assured, should you encounter any difficulties within the company, you can always approach me. Feel free to call me with any questions. I promise to share everything I know without reservation. However, there is one caveat to working under my guidance. Rapid promotions within a short span are not feasible. I need to witness your dedication and talent. And promotions and salary increases will be based on your contributions. Otherwise, other employees may feel discontented. Song Jiachen spoke earnestly, extending an olive branch while candidly revealing the drawbacks. The choice lay before Su Yi, and it was now up to him to decide. Chapter 37. Guanyin Group, Qin Wenwen. Regarding Song Jiachen, Wang Yimin had previously shared much information with him. For instance, promotions are based on ability and contributions rather than status or educational background. This was a principle he had indeed observed in Song Jiachen. He believed that Song was among the few willing to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the Long Group. Sui, you must consider this carefully. Boss Song does not typically extend such direct invitations to individuals. Even I was outright rejected when I sought to become his secretary. He insisted I first focus on excelling in my current role. Otherwise, I would not be able to attain the position of business manager, Wang Yimin cautioned earnestly, emphasizing that this was an opportunity not to be missed. Sui replied, no problem. It would be an honor to serve as Boss Song's assistant. Song Jiachen's face lit up with joy as he laughed heartily and patted Su Yi on the shoulder, exclaiming that it was indeed wonderful. By the way, tell me how you secured Mr. Wang as a client. I would love to hear about your success. Perhaps I can learn a thing or two from your experience. This statement left Su Yi somewhat astonished. He knew that Song Jiachen was a man of action, but he did not expect a boss and shareholder to seek insights from a newcomer like himself. Truly, a scholar, there is no end to learning. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yi recounted the proposal he had prepared for Mr. Wang and the ensuing discussions. However, he realized that merely sharing this information was insufficient. The crux of the matter lay in the differences in their perspectives and experiences, not to mention their disparate statuses. Su Yi was capable of presenting himself before genuine magnates, articulating thoughts that resonated with them. If Song Jiachen were to attempt the same, he might only discuss the future development of the Long Group, which could be dismissed by others as mere grandstanding. Such matters would not pique the interest of those influential figures. Furthermore, during their conversation, Su Yi had leveraged his identity as the young master of the Su family from the capital. While what could Song Jiachen counter with? His status as a shareholder of the Long Group? That would hardly suffice. Upon hearing Su Yi's explanation, Song Jiachen nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner. Is that all there is to it? It seems I still fail to comprehend what the client truly desires. After all, from my perspective, these conditions do not seem sufficient to satisfy President Wang. Song Jiachen mused to himself, a hint of confusion in his voice. Wang Yimin, equally astonished, cast a glance at Su Yi, her eyes silently questioning whether there was more that had remained unspoken. She too doubted that such a sequence of events could win over President Wang. Could it be that Su Yi was deceiving them? Surely not. Such a ruse would offer him no advantage. As both Song Jiachen and Wang Yimin found themselves engulfed in contemplation and distress, Su Yi interjected. You have yet to grasp the distinction between the client and the boss, as well as the shifts in their respective identities. When negotiating a partnership, one should naturally regard the other as the boss. However, if the other party's status surpasses yours, it becomes imperative to alter your mindset. Instead of perceiving them as the boss, envision yourself in that role. Only then can you identify the underlying issues and discern their true needs. Su Yi's words struck a chord with the two, prompting exclamations of disbelief. Even Wang Yimin found herself momentarily speechless. It was the first time she had encountered the notion of adopting the identity of a boss during negotiations. What a remarkable concept. Are you certain this is your approach? Yet we aren't genuine bosses. Many decisions are beyond our purview, especially considering you are merely a novice employee. No matter how much you envision yourself as a boss, it remains a facade. Wouldn't being exposed be rather embarrassing and diminish the other party's goodwill? Wang Yimin inquired. Su Yi shook his head, a knowing smile playing upon his lips, leaving an air of mystery for them to ponder. He did not need to imagine himself as a boss. He truly was one. Such a strategy would be beyond their grasp, serving only to broaden their horizons. Let us dine together this evening, Song Jiachen suggested, shifting his focus from the conversation to the evening's agenda. Wang Yimin chimed in with a chuckle. I nearly forgot. I still owe you a meal, and there is a secret I have yet to share with you. Why not seize this opportunity to gather, celebrate, and settle this debt? However, Su Yi declined the invitation graciously. Thank you for the offer, but I must bring dinner to my wife tonight. I want to be able to join you. Perhaps next time, I shall treat you both. He spoke sincerely, aware that he would soon reveal his true identity at next month's board meeting. At that point, these individuals would be his employees, and fostering closer ties would be essential. Su Yi's refusal left Wang Yimin somewhat disappointed, her lips pursing slightly. Yet she refrained from voicing further thoughts. Song Jiachun expressed his regret. Ah, in that case, we shall dine another time. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you. With that, Song Jiachun returned to his computer, resuming his work. Su Yi and Ruan Yimin exited the office in succession, making their way back to Ruan Yimin's private office. After closing the door, Ruan Yimin curiously inquired, "Weren't you about to divorce your wife? You were already at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, on the verge of stepping inside. What has caused this sudden change of heart? Now, wanting to bring her a meal? Have you reconciled?" Su Yi nodded, finding no reason to deny it. Indeed, in the realm of marriage, it is often said that couples may quarrel at the head of the bed, but reconcile by its foot. There is seldom an insurmountable issue, and although I still harbor some discontent, I shall not impose it upon her. There are others more deserving of my retribution. At this juncture, a fierce glint flickered in Su Yi's eyes. Observing the rapid shift in his gaze, Ruan Yimin opened her mouth, contemplating whether to divulge the matter concerning Zhong Ziheo to Su Yi. After a moment's reflection, she decided against it, opting to wait for a more opportune moment to discuss it further, as they were still engaged in work and should not dwell on personal matters. "You should have no trouble handling the matters concerning Mr. Wang, correct?" Ruan Yimin asked. Su Yi nodded affirmatively, "Of course. By the way, there is someone I need you to investigate for me." It seemed that a sudden thought had occurred to him, as he handed Ruan Yimin a business card. On it were inscribed the bold characters, "Guanyin Group, Qin Wenwen." Ruan Yimin glanced at the card, and her expression abruptly shifted to one of disbelief as she looked up at Su Yang, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Where did you acquire this business card?" Su Yi found her reaction peculiar. After all, it was merely a card, not something to elicit such fervent excitement. Could there be something about it he was unaware of? "Mr. Wang provided it to me. Should the need arise in the future, I may have to seek her assistance." Chapter 38. The distinction between genders during their time at the tea house. Su Yi had hoped that Mr. Wang would lend a hand in resolving the challenges faced by Lin Keek's company. However, Mr. Wang had unreservedly declined his request, insisting that Su Yi should find the reasons on his own, even suggesting that he was being somewhat presumptuous. Nevertheless, Su Yi's desire for assistance was undeniable. This was given by Mr. Wang? That makes sense, but wait. Ruan Yimin scrutinized the business card, her gaze directed at Su Yi with a hint of perplexity, clearly troubled as her mind raced with thoughts. Yet, in the end, she could not arrive at a conclusion. Given Mr. Wang's stature, it was not surprising to possess such a card, but why would he give it to you? Logically, such a person would be beyond your reach. Even if you sought help, it is highly likely you would encounter rejection. This assistance seems unattainable. Did Mr. Wang intend for you to face defeat? Su Yi paused, contemplating her words. If Ruan Yimin's theory held any merit, there was indeed a possibility. Did Mr. Wang wish for him to experience humiliation? After all, in the tea house, Su Yi had exhibited remarkable confidence regarding his identity as a young master of the Su family. Perhaps Mr. Wang felt dissatisfaction and sought to present him with a challenge that even the Su family would treat with deference, aiming to dissuade Su Yi from pursuing his ambitions. Who is this person? Do you know them? How could I have been unaware of such a prominent figure in Jiangcheng? This is the first time I have heard of the Guanyin Group, Su Yi inquired, believing that understanding the identity of the other party might reveal General Manager Wang's intentions and the reason for Ruan Yimin's astonishment. Ruan Yimin gazed at Su Yi as if he were a ghost. "You don't know Qin Wenwen? All right, I forgot. You're merely a family man. Having just started your career, it is only natural that you are unaware. Qin Wenwen is not a native of Jiangcheng, but hails from the capital, and the Guanyin Group had only recently commenced operations. Their family background is quite substantial, renowned in the capital, which allowed the group to swiftly ascend to become the second largest conglomerate in Jiangcheng shortly after its establishment. In fact, amidst the leadership void of the Long family group, it subtly harbors the potential to evolve into the foremost enterprise in Jiangcheng." Su Yi's eyes narrowed, and his mouth fell agape in astonishment. No wonder Ruan Yimin displayed such an expression. It turned out the other party had such a significant background. Indeed, individuals from the capital are not to be underestimated. They monopolized the market in Jiangcheng upon their inception, forcefully claiming a considerable portion of it, even with the Long family's presence. In other regions, they would likely have emerged as the leading group immediately upon opening their doors. The name Qin Wenwen seemed somewhat familiar to Su Yi, who rested his chin in contemplation. "Now it sounds familiar, does it?" Ruan Yimin couldn't help but chuckle. "Come on, you certainly haven't encountered her. After all, she is from the capital, a realm far removed from ordinary folk like us. However, I have heard she is exceptionally beautiful and quite capable, yet she faced setbacks in the capital, which led her to choose Jiangcheng. Ruan Yimin divulged a bit more information. With this reminder, Su Yi suddenly recalled events from the capital. What was the surname of the woman involved in the family alliance back then? It seemed to be Qin as well. Could it be mere coincidence? Surely, the world cannot have such serendipitous occurrences. He dismissed these peculiar thoughts from his mind. Previously, upon learning of the arranged marriage, Lin Kiki had called him that night, distressed and weeping inconsolably. Upon receiving the news, he disregarded everything and booked the earliest flight to Jiangxing. Subsequently, he even severed all ties, discarding his phone card, cutting off communication with everyone in the capital, including his parents. As for the identity of the woman in the alliance, he remained oblivious, knowing only that her family was of a comparable stature to the Su family, perhaps even surpassing them in certain respects. What are you pondering? Ruan Yimin, observing Su Yi's silence, could not help but inquire. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating whether I should reach out to her, Su Yi replied, rubbing his head. Despite his reluctance to dwell on it, once such thoughts emerged, they could not be swiftly dismissed. He could only strive to redirect his focus. Come now, do you truly consider yourself a master conversationalist? The matter with General Manager Wang was entirely due to your proposal enhancing your own standing, coupled with General Manager Wang recognizing your potential and wishing to win you over. Otherwise, how could he have acquiesced to your terms during this meeting? However, Qin Wenwen is a different story. She lacks for nothing, being a true princess and a formidable woman hailing from the capital. What value do you possess that would entice her to collaborate with you? Ruan Yimin shook her head, deeming Su Yi's thoughts to be utterly fanciful. Su Yi felt no anger, nor did he perceive Ruan Yimin as looking down upon him. He harbored similar sentiments. The signs of the Qin family from the capital are not easily approached. Even as the young master of the Su family, he might struggle to engage with them, potentially being dismissed as an inconsequential suitor. If there are no pressing matters of the company, I shall return home to prepare dinner, Su Yi decided, dismissing all such thoughts. He planned to cook for Lin Kiki and perhaps inquire about any difficulty she was facing at her company. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yimin's face displayed a hint of reluctance as she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Why must you leave so soon? Can't you offer me a word of comfort? You have no idea how busy I've been all day, not even a morsel to eat. I can order you takeout, Su Yi suggested. Really? At this time? Why is your emotional intelligence so lacking? Ruan Yimin pondered. What on earth are you thinking? Who wants takeout? You said you were going home to cook. Surely your culinary skills are exceptional. Why not prepare a portion for me? Or I could join you at your home. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Su Yi instinctively declined. No way. Why not? Ruan Yimin asked, feeling somewhat aggrieved. There are distinctions between the sexes, and we are merely colleagues. We are not yet that familiar. I will treat you to dinner another time. Work is work. We must not allow it to encroach upon our personal lives. Su Yi replied earnestly, providing his reasons for refusal. Of course, a part of his rationale also stemmed from considerations for Lin Kiki. He had previously been intoxicated one night and was brought home by Ruan Yimin to sleep for the night, a fact that Lin Kiki had been quite concerned about. She often alluded to that evening, inquiring about the details of what transpired between them. If he were to bring Ruan Yimin to his home, Lin Kiki might very well erupt in anger. He was not Lin Kiki, who knew what should and should not be done. She bringing Zhong Zihao home could be deemed as a lack of understanding. What could be said of him bringing another woman home? Would it lead to open conflict and preparations for divorce? Their relationship had only recently begun to mend, and Su Yi was keen to avoid further escalating tensions. If you are unwilling to dine with me, is it too much to ask you to bring me a meal? Ruan Yimin whimpered as she rubbed her stomach. Seeing Ruan Yimin's playful expression, Su Yi's mouth twitched, yet he still did not concede. I once offered you support during your most challenging times, bringing you home to rest. Ruan Yimin pouted, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Su Yi felt a pang of guilt stir within him, observing the subtle shift in Su Yi's expression. Ruan Yimin intensified her efforts. Forget it. Let's pretend I said nothing. It's merely a meal, and I shan't partake. At this moment, Su Yi found himself genuinely admiring her. The way she maneuvered made it seem as though neglecting to treat Ruan Yimin to dinner was akin to transgressing a sacred law. Reluctantly, he nodded in acquiescence. I understand. Next time, I shall bring you a meal as well. However, today is simply not feasible as I must return home to prepare dinner and attend to some pressing issues at Lin Kiki's company. Once I have completed these tasks, I will certainly treat you to a grand feast. Upon hearing Su Yi's assurance, a smile finally graced Yuan Yimin's face. She extended a finger and asked, "Shall we make a pinky promise?" Su Yi vehemently shook his head. Such intimate contact was out of the question. "Unwilling, are you? Then you are deceiving me," Yuan Yimin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. With no other option, Su Yi reluctantly extended his pinky, linking it with hers. However, this gesture unexpectedly led to unforeseen circumstances. The office was not enclosed but rather comprised of transparent soundproof glass, allowing those outside to perceive everything that transpired within. Typically, the manager's office saw little foot traffic, but today, Zhong Zihao had arrived. He was seeking his secretary. A sudden upheaval at Lin Keqi's company was, in fact, his doing. He had anticipated that Lin Keqi would surely chase after him, leading Su Yi to divorce her, thus paving the way for him to claim Lin Keqi for himself. To his astonishment, Lin Keqi appeared genuinely intimidated by Su Yi's threats. After waiting in the parking lot for a full hour, he grew increasingly discontented as Lin Keqi did not emerge to pursue him. This ignited a desire for revenge against Su Yi. Causing turmoil at Lin Keqi's company was his method of retaliation. He reached out to her clients, urging them to terminate contracts, and positioned himself beside her during her most vulnerable moments, feigning concern. This way, Lin Keqi would recognize who truly loved and cared for her. If he could provoke a reaction from Lin Keqi at such a time, it would be nothing short of perfection. Thus, Zhong Zihao sought his secretary, intending to apply further pressure on Lin Keqi's company. However, while passing by Yuan Yimin's office, he spotted Su Yi. Su Yi, what was he doing at Long's group? Wait, that is Yuan Yimin, the business manager under Song Jiachuan. When did they become acquainted? Oh, I was just wondering which girl's home Su Yi had stayed at last night. Little did I know, it was Yuan Yimin. A glint of madness and impulse flashed in Zhong Zihao's eyes. He quickly concealed himself, producing his phone to stealthily capture a dozen photographs from various angles, documenting their changing expressions, particularly Yuan Yimin's playful and aggrieved demeanor, which he magnified and captured repeatedly. But that was not the end. Yuan Yimin suddenly extended her pinky, seemingly intent on making a promise with Su Yi. Such a splendid scene was not to be missed by Zhong Zihao, who promptly captured several photographs. "Ah, Su Yi, you truly astonish me. I have uncovered such a secret of yours. You cannot place the blame on me this time. It is solely your own doing." In high spirits, Zhong Zihao secured his phone and proceeded towards the parking lot, brimming with anticipation to inform Lin Keqi of this revelation. He eagerly anticipated her reaction upon seeing these photographs, the mere thought of it igniting a thrill within him. Meanwhile, Su Yi in the office remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, preoccupied instead with contemplating which groceries to purchase for Lin Keqi. Upon leaving Long's group, he made his way to the market, selecting only Lin Keqi's favorite foods. Unbeknownst to him, on the other side, Zhong Zihao, bearing the photographs, entered Lin Keqi's company with an expression of sheer excitement, navigating the familiar terrain with ease. He found Lin Keqi's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came Lin Keqi's weary voice. Zhong Zihao entered with a smile, holding a slice of cake in his hand. "Keqi, how are you? You must be exhausted. Look what I brought you, your favorite cake from that shop. Take a moment to rest before diving back into work." Surprised by Zhong Zihao's sudden appearance, Lin Keqi exclaimed, "Zihao, didn't you say the company was swamped today and you couldn't break away?" Setting the cake on her desk, Zhong Zihao wore a gentle smile. "No matter how busy I am, I cannot forego seeing you. Are you still troubled and upset about the clients terminating their contracts?" As he spoke, Zhong Zihao discreetly glanced at the documents on Lin Keqi's desk. Indeed, several clients had abruptly canceled their contracts, and even others, upon learning the news without his prompting, chose to depart as well. This was indeed promising news, albeit not for Lin Keqi. She pondered, bewildered by how things had turned so unexpectedly. Prior collaborations had proceeded smoothly, yet now she was caught off guard with an impending order submission. With little time to spare, she had sent several proposals to clients earlier in the morning, but they rejected them almost instantaneously, stating they would no longer collaborate and leaving her to figure things out on her own. "Where am I supposed to find a solution?" she lamented, rubbing her temples in fatigue. Noticing her distress, Zhong Zihao promptly approached her, extending his hand in an attempt to provide a comforting massage. However, Lin Keqi leaned back, evading his touch, her smile awkward and stiff. "Zihao, have you finished your work?" Chapter 40. The Deliberate Photographs. Observing Lin Keek's reaction. Zhong Zihao was momentarily taken aback, feeling an air of incredulity. Why had Lin Keek become so guarded around him? Previously, she welcomed him into her office without hesitation, inviting him to sit and even offering to let him help ease her stress. Yet now, she exhibited such coldness and distance. As he contemplated this, a flicker of barely perceptible anger and resentment flashed in Zhong Zihao's eyes. He was certain that this was all the doing of Su Yi. It must be him who had been keeping Lin Keek at bay, preventing any close contact. Otherwise, Lin Keek would never have displayed such behavior. The more Zhong Zihao pondered, the more agitated he became, nearly pulling out his phone to show Lin Keek the photograph. Yet, he understood that the moment was not right. This was his most potent weapon, and he needed to bide his time before deploying it. He approached Lin Keek's desk and helped her unwrap the cake, smiling as he said, "You must be hungry. Why don't you have a slice of cake while I take a look at the client matters for you?" To his surprise, Lin Keek shook her head, politely declining his offer. "Thank you, Zihao, but Su Yi promised to bring me dinner later. This will also give me the chance to introduce him to my colleagues, as they are not yet acquainted with him. From now on, he will be bringing me meals every time I work late. Considering the time, he should be preparing dinner at home right now." As she spoke, a blissful smile graced Lin Keek's face. Just the thought of Su Yi bustling about the kitchen in an apron filled her heart with sweetness. She was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Zhong Zihao's face. Anger reddened his eyes. "Is he really cooking at home? I doubt it. I heard that after you left, he went out as well," Zhong Zihao said casually, feigning indifference. Upon hearing this, Lin Keek furrowed her brow, feeling the urge to react but unsure of how to express it. She simply inquired calmly, "How do you know that?" Ran into Sister Lan today and saw Yi. I casually asked them about it. They told me directly." Zhong Zihao fabricated an excuse. To his astonishment, Lin Keek actually believed him. Or perhaps her focus was not on how Zhong Zihao had learned about Su Yi leaving, but rather on where Su Yi had gone after departing home. He had taken Yi and Lin Xiaolan for a health checkup and had vanished instead. Could he be contemplating something rash? The possibility crossed Lin Keek's mind almost instinctively. After all, the old Su Yi would never venture out aimlessly. Even when he did, he would invariably take Yi along. It was a rare occurrence for him to leave alone, entrusting Yi to Lin Xiaolan. "Do you know where he went?" "I'll call him," Lin Keek said, reaching for her phone, eager to ascertain Su Yi's whereabouts. Zhong Zihao's expression shifted, instinctively wishing to prevent her. If Lin Keek managed to reach him, everything would be laid bare, and his deceit would unravel. Explaining himself to Lin Keek would become an exceedingly troublesome affair. However, to Zhong Zihao's delight, the call did not connect. The ringing sounded normal, yet Su Yi did not answer. This rendered Lin Keek's expression increasingly peculiar. As a flicker of concern and anger passed between her brows, they had clearly promised to live well. Why such impulsiveness? She had stated that she was at work. Could it be that Su Yi was once again lost in thought at home? Unbeknownst to her, Su Yi was not deliberately ignoring her calls. Rather, his phone lay charging in the bedroom while he busied himself in the kitchen, the sounds of cooking drowning out the ringtone. Thus, the call was missed. As the ringing ceased, Lin Keek anxiously set down her phone, gently biting her lip. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to attempt another call. However, at that instant, Zhong Zihao swiftly approached, seizing her hand to prevent her from dialing. "Wait, Keek, actually." Zhong Zihao feigned hesitation, deep in thought, wearing an expression of discomfort that would lead anyone to believe he harbored untold secrets. Lin Keek furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it?" "Zihao, feel free to speak your mind. Do not concern yourself with my feelings. Do you know where Su Yi has gone?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Zihao opened his mouth, his gaze darting about. Yet, he could not evade Lin Keek's scrutinizing stare and was left with no choice but to feign reluctance as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. He opened the photo gallery and gently pushed the screen toward Lin Keek. The images displayed were all of Su Yi conversing and chatting in Wang Yimin's office. Hastily captured moments. He had meticulously selected these photos, retaining only those that could easily be misconstrued while discarding the mundane, such as those depicting contract exchanges. When Lin Keek beheld the photographs, her eyes widened in disbelief, fixating upon the figures within. Particularly striking was Wang Yimin's pouting, aggrieved expression, captured with utmost clarity. Of course, there were numerous images of Su Yi as well. However, the truth was that Su Yi's mentality at that moment was far from what the photograph suggested. He was quite unwilling and did not wish to acquiesce to Ruan Yimin's requests. Yet, Ruan Yimin's persistent insistence ultimately compelled him to nod in agreement. Zhong Zihao had precisely captured that telling moment and, after careful selection, presented the images to Lin Kiki. As she perused the photos, her movements became increasingly frantic, her expression transforming into one of discomfort. Her beautiful eyes were clouded with tears and bloodshot. The final image, depicting the two of them making a pinky promise, felt like a sharp dagger piercing deeply into her heart, causing her pain to intensify, her breaths becoming noticeably heavier, and her complexion flushed. Where is this taken? Where is he? Who is this woman? Lin Keek's voice erupted in a near scream, her already weary eyes now bloodshot, evoking a somewhat terrifying appearance. Those unaware might have thought her deranged. Yet, her emotions were indeed akin to madness. Zhong Zihao pretended to hesitate, but it was not for long. As he first sought to soothe Lin Keek's turmoil, "Coco, I implore you not to be angry or incensed. You must trust Su Ge. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding, a deliberate misrepresentation by another. I firmly believe that Su Ge is not the kind of person to act in such a manner." Chapter 41. The Defamation of Zhong Zihao. Although Zhong Zihao outwardly urged Lin Coco to have faith in Su Yi, he desperately wished to reveal the truth to her. However, doing so would inevitably arouse her suspicions. The instinctive distance Lin Coco had just created from him made it abundantly clear that she had been warned by Su Yi to maintain her distance. This realization only fueled Zhong Zihao's fury. How could Su Yi meddle in the relationship between him and Lin Coco? She was destined to be his woman. "Coco, please calm down. Do not let your emotions overwhelm you. This must be a misunderstanding, indeed a misunderstanding. In truth, Su Ge genuinely cares for you. Perhaps he simply did not hear your call and did not intentionally ignore it." Zhong Zihao spoke hurriedly, feigning urgency. Yet Lin Coco stood on the brink of rage, her eyes ablaze, glaring fiercely at Zhong Zihao as she bellowed, "Where is Su Yi? Who is that woman? Where is this photo taken? Tell me. You must tell me." Lin Coco repeatedly shouted and interrogated Zhong Zihao. His expression grew awkward as he inhaled sharply, then sighed with feigned resignation, shaking his head. "Coco, after I tell you, please do not become agitated, all right? These photos were sent to me by a friend who mentioned that this man bears a striking resemblance to Su Yi, albeit with slight differences. Initially, I hesitated to share this with you, intending to first inquire with Su Ge about the situation. However, I feared he might not wish to see me, and I did not mean to burden you with this information, Coco." Zhong Zihao feigned remorse with his gaze. However, Lin Coco, consumed by fury, was deaf to Zhong Zihao's explanations. Instead, his words only intensified her agitation and anger, pushing her closer to the brink of emotional collapse. "Who is that friend of yours? Where did he capture this image? After leaving home, where did Su Yi go? Why did he meet this woman? If you know the truth, do not conceal it. Tell me everything." Tears streamed down Lin Coco's face, her expression a mixture of sorrow and indignation. "Are you also trying to deceive me?" Zhong Zihao's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head vigorously. "How could I? I would never deceive you. You know I have never lied to you, not once in our lives." "Then, tell me." Lin Coco cried in despair. Zhong Zihao paused, biting his lip, appearing indecisive but actually contemplating what excuse to fabricate. Finally, he sighed and spoke slowly. It was at Long's group. "Long's group?" Lin Coco's expression turned to one of terror. "Did I not warn you that your company might face troubles? These matters have been weighing heavily on my mind, causing me sleepless nights. Finally, I mustered the courage to approach Long's group in search of my friend, hoping he could lend a hand in rescuing your company. Long's group is renowned throughout Jiangxing, and with their assistance, I firmly believe your company could easily extricate itself from its predicament. However, to my surprise, I encountered Su Yi through my friend at Long's group. As for that woman," Zhong Zihao paused momentarily before explaining. "She is Ruan Yimin, the business manager at Long's group. She's also the one who had previously collided with Su Ge. I suspect they may have been in contact since that incident, and the late-night departure was perhaps not coincidental." Zhong Zihao refrained from elaborating further, understanding that too many words could lead to missteps. "I believe that having shared these clues with Lin Kiki, she could vividly conjure an image of a fierce battleground in her mind. The moment Lin Kiki received this news, her expression froze in disbelief. She knew Zhong Zihao was not lying, for she had seen Wang Yimin outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, where Wang Yimin had also driven Su Yi. Even Su Yi had informed her that this woman was the one responsible for the accident. All these clues ultimately coalesced into a singular truth. Su Yi had left home to meet Wang Yimin, even visiting her office, hand in hand. It became clear that Su Yi's recent drastic changes were all due to this woman's clandestine machinations. This was perhaps not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated plan. Otherwise, Su Yi would not have repeatedly threatened her with divorce. He had already envisioned who his future stepmother would be. Su Yi, why do you deceive me? Why seek solace in another woman's embrace? Do you truly no longer love me, having found someone new, and are you so eager to divorce me and pursue others? Why? Lin Keek's tears flowed more freely as her sorrow deepened, her face buried in her hands, her body trembling with grief. Witnessing this, Zhong Zihao approached with a pained expression, gently embracing Lin Keek's shoulders. He rested her head upon his shoulder, softly patting her back. Let your tears flow. I will remain by your side, he murmured tenderly. Do not worry, for no matter the challenges you face, I shall steadfastly accompany you. Upon hearing Zhong Zihao's comforting words, Lin Kiki could no longer contain her emotions. Throwing herself into his arms and sobbing even louder, her tears soaking his shirt. Yet, a victorious smile crept across Zhong Zihao's face, unable to suppress the urge to celebrate. Following this experience, Lin Kiki would likely harbor a significant change of heart towards Su Yi, perhaps even feelings of disdain. When the next argument arose, and Su Yi threatened her with divorce, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. All that remained for him was to patiently await Su Yi's return. Meanwhile, Su Yi was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. He had returned home early, preparing a meal with great care, neatly arranged in a thermal box. Just then, the door swung open, and Lin Xiaolan emerged from her room. Upon witnessing the delectable dishes prepared by Su Yi, a spark of delight ignited within me. Oh, you returned early today to cook. Where is Kiki? Is she about to finish work? I shall bring her lunch at the office and take the opportunity to visit her workplace as well. Su Yi wore a gentle, blissful smile, and the mere thought of visiting Lin Kuku's company filled him with quiet joy. In the past, Lin Kuku had refrained from allowing him to visit her workplace, partly to conceal their marital status and partly to avoid intertwining work matters with home life. Su Yi understood her perspective and had never pressed the issue, not once stepping foot into her company. Yet, he was well aware of its location, having passed by countless times without ever entering. Chapter 42, An Angry Interrogation. Observing the beaming smile on Su Yi's face, Lin Xiaolan couldn't help but smile as well. The bond between the two was gradually mending, and as an elder sister, her only role was to offer her blessings. Have you ever thought of making something for me? I've been helping you both with the child without a moment's rest. Upon hearing this, Su Yi chuckled sheepishly. Of course, I made some for you. It's in that box over there, kept warm. Sister Lan, feel free to eat whenever you like. If it cools down, just pop it in the microwave for a minute. Lin Xiaolan nodded in satisfaction, allowing Su Yi to off the hook. By the way, I've heard that Kuku's company has been facing some troubles lately, leaving her overwhelmed. When you go, remind her to take some time to rest and not overexert herself. But you might not understand these matters, if all else fails. Just sit quietly by her side and don't disturb her work. Su Yi recognized that Lin Xiaolan's remarks were not meant to belittle him. After all, he had always presented himself as a devoted family man, adept at cooking, laundry, and cleaning. As for professional matters, no one had witnessed him in action, leading to a certain underestimation of his capabilities. Rest assured, Sister Lan, I know how to handle it. I shall deliver Kuku her meal to ensure she doesn't go hungry. With that, Su Yi made his way outside. This visit to Lin Kuku's office was not merely about delivering lunch, prompted by Mr. Wang's hints. He was acutely aware that there were those who sought to undermine Lin Kuku's company. Seizing this opportunity, he might uncover vital information that could aid Lin Kuku in resolving her troubles. The thought of this intensified the smile on his face. However, upon arriving at the parking lot, he realized he had been so hurried that he had forgotten his phone. No matter, he thought, it's not far. I can retrieve it later. Su Yi settled into the driver's seat, with the meal resting in the passenger seat, and sped off. After a swift journey of over 10 minutes, he parked outside Lin Kuku's office building. After inquiring with a few employees, he successfully located Lin Kuku's office. Darling, I brought you lunch, Su Yi announced with a smile as he pushed open the office door. Yet, upon entering, he was instantly frozen in place, nearly dropping the meal in his hands at the sight before him. Inside the office, Zhong Ziheo was tightly embracing Lin Cuckoo, who nestled against him. Her eyes were slightly reddened, yet there was an inexplicable sense of tranquility within her. Observing the actions of the two individuals, Su Yang was rendered speechless. He never anticipated that his first visit to Lin Keek's company would unveil such a scene. Upon hearing Su Yi's voice, the two in the office abruptly regained their composure and hurriedly separated, their expressions momentarily flustered. Even Zhong Ziheo was caught off guard by Su Yi's unexpected entrance. However, perhaps it was a fortuitous turn of events. What difference would it make if he saw them? Su Yi. Lin Keek's eyes widened in sudden disbelief. Just as she was about to express her anger and question Su Yi regarding those photographs, he forcefully hurled the meal he held in his hands. Zhong Ziheo instinctively sidestepped, yet the splattered broth still dampened his clothes. Lin Kiki, do you not wish to explain yourself? He demanded. Just one day, merely one day. You promised you would sever ties with Zhong Ziheo, so why are you now embracing him? I went home today in high spirits to prepare a meal for you, eagerly bringing it here, and this is how you repay me? Su Yi's voice rose, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Lin Kiki stared at him, shock painted across her face, and upon regaining her composure, she retorted, Su Yi, I have yet to question you. How dare you confront me now? You must clarify the matter regarding those photographs. What is there to explain? Su Yang approached menacingly, his icy gaze fixed upon Zhong Ziheo. Time and again, you insert yourself into my affairs. Do you presume I have granted you the privilege? Or did that slap I gave you earlier fail to make an impression? Zhong Ziheo hesitated, instinctively brimming with indignation. The scalding soup that had splattered onto him left him smelling of food. Yet before he could voice his anger, Lin Kiki interjected. Blocking Zhong Ziheo, what do you mean, Su Yi? On what grounds do you recklessly throw food? He has done you no wrong, so why strike him? Why have you become so violent? Done nothing? Su Yi pointed at himself, incredulity mingling with rage. Is merely witnessing your embrace not enough? Must I also behold your kiss? Who knows what you were engaged in before I arrived? If the office were empty, would you have shared a bed here as well? Su Yi's voice rose in fury, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Kiki, startled by his outburst, felt a wave of panic wash over her. Regardless of what they had been doing moments before, that image had undoubtedly been seared into Su Yi's mind, leading to inevitable misunderstandings. Zhong Ziheo and I are innocent. Yet you, why did you meet that woman? Why did you leave home today? What were you up to? Can you elucidate that to me? You want me to explain? Su Yi's brow furrowed, his nails digging into his flesh, a trickle of blood slowly seeping from his palm. Huh, Lin Kiki, are you still questioning me? What reason do I have to explain anything to you? On what grounds do you demand an explanation from me? Lin Kiki took a couple of steps back, a hint of panic in her demeanor. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhong Ziheo hurriedly stepped forward, gesturing with his hands in a feigned state of panic. Su Ge, I believe it is imperative to prioritize matters accordingly, is it not? Just now, we did nothing but comfort Kiki, who was deeply distressed. In light of this situation, I think it would be best if you offered an explanation first. Su Yi cast a cold glare at Zhong Ziheo and spoke in a low, menacing tone. What do you think you are? How dare you speak here? Su Yi, you have gone too far. On what grounds do you berate Ziheo? Lin Kiki retorted angrily. If it weren't for Ziheo revealing the truth to me, I would still be kept in the dark. Pray tell, what is your relationship with Ruan Yimin? Why were you holding hands with her in the office of the Long Group, behaving so intimately? Have you been secretly with her all along, meeting her while deceiving me? Lin Keek's furious shouts were relentless, intent on forcing Su Yi to provide her with an explanation. Upon hearing Ruan Yimin's name, Su Yi momentarily froze, particularly unaware of the details surrounding the photographs. However, consumed by rage, he disregarded Lin Keek's words, solely focused on discerning what had transpired moments ago. So, you heard some hearsay from an unknown source, and now believe every word without any evidence? Chapter 43. Go ahead, hit me hard. At this juncture, Su Yi redirected his gaze towards Zhong Ziheo. All of this was orchestrated by Zhong Ziheo. If he had a knife in hand, he would surely plunge it directly into him. Zhong Ziheo, how amusing it is that you resorted to covertly photographing me outside the Long Group. Zhong Ziheo maintained a stoic expression, inwardly mocking the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Kiki, upon hearing Su Yi's admission, felt her heart wrench in agony, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. So, your affair with Ruan Yimin is indeed true. You have been with her for some time, which is why you repeatedly threatened me with divorce to establish a new family with her, isn't it? You're talking nonsense. Su Yi shouted at Lin Kiki. Do not spew baseless accusations. What makes you think I have any ambiguous relationship with her? Hastily, Zhong Ziheo interjected, pulling out his phone to retrieve the photographs. Placing them on the desk and sliding them towards Su Yi. Suga, these are photos captured by my friend. Perhaps you should take a look? While I understand this might all be a misunderstanding, Kiki is adamant in her disbelief. I also wish to shield you from this, but Su Fei, no matter how furious you are, you and Kiki are still husband and wife. Engaging in infidelity would tarnish your reputation. Zhong Ziheo feigned urgency, adopting a tone of concern, all the while reveling in his inner delight. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He was skeptical that Su Yi and Lin Kiki could reconcile after this incident. Upon viewing the photographs, it was indeed an image of him holding hands with Ruan Yimin in the office. Yet, at that moment, there had been no one around, and the angle of the shot clearly indicated it had been taken from outside the transparent glass of the office. Someone had deliberately concealed themselves for this purpose. Moreover, it was worth noting that these photographs had been extracted from Zhong Ziheo's phone. This can only attest to one fact. The person who captured the photograph is none other than Zhong Ziheo, not any of his acquaintances. Lin Kiki may remain oblivious, but Su Yi is acutely aware that Zhong Ziheo's father is a shareholder of the Long Group. Thus his employment there is entirely plausible. Is this the truth you wish to question me about? Su Yi lifted his gaze towards Lin Kiki. At this moment, Lin Kiki was already in tears, especially upon seeing the photograph, which felt like a second blow to her. You claim there is no evidence, yet now the proof lies before you. How do you intend to explain this? Do you still wish to keep this from me? Must I be the one to expose you? Su Yi scoffed and shook his head, stating solemnly, I unveil the truth to you, but can you truly believe my words? Lin Kiki retorted angrily, yet you haven't offered a single explanation. How am I to trust you? Have you provided me with any reasoning? Su Yi was thoroughly enraged, pointing at Zhong Ziheo and shouting, Why were you here embracing him? My eyes witnessed the truth, did yours? Have you seen the reality? To blindly believe the fabrications of others and question me with such arrogance. On what grounds do you stand? Su Yi's words left Lin Kiki's heart in despair. In her eyes, Su Yi was merely attempting to hide the truth, his furious outburst a feeble attempt to absolve himself. This strategy seemed utterly ridiculous to Lin Kiki. If it weren't for witnessing your betrayal, would I act this way? Zhong Ziheo merely wished to comfort me, and you chanced upon this moment. That is my explanation. Now what about yours? Just a man who knows nothing but cooking at home. Why would you suddenly appear at the Long Group in Ruan Yimin's office? Did you even consider me when you left home? Lin Kiki bit her lip, her gaze towards Su Yi becoming profoundly unfamiliar, as if she had never truly seen the real Su Yi. Su Yi opened his mouth, ready to reveal his identity as the chairman. However, with Zhong Ziheo present, divulging this would completely expose his hidden agenda, rendering any further attempts at secrecy into a farce. He would risk alerting Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua, who might then eliminate all evidence before it was too late. Observing Su Yi's hesitation, Lin Kiki's heart sank further into sorrow. She mistakenly interpreted his silence as tacit approval. Su Yi, when did you start seeing her? Was it after that car accident? Or perhaps you never truly loved me at all? Lin Kiki stepped closer to Su Yi, her swollen red eyes fixed intently upon him. Su Yi regarded Lin Kiki with a cold stare before lifting his gaze to Zhong Ziheo. Unsurprisingly, the photograph had been taken by Zhong Ziheo, a deliberate act on his part. It was this man who repeatedly drove a wedge between Su Yi and Lin Kiki's relationship. With this thought, Su Yi couldn't help but clench his fists and stride purposefully towards Zhong Ziheo. Zhong Ziheo's eyes narrowed, sensing the fury emanating from Su Yi and the impending danger of his approach. Clearly, Su Yi intended to confront him physically, yet he showed no intention of evading. Rather, he pretended to be frightened, raising his hands above his head in a display of panic, his face awash with terror. Suga, please allow me to explain. I assure you, it was not my intention. I am as bewildered by those photographs as you are. I merely came today to comprehend the challenges Kiki faces and to offer my assistance. I did not intend for her to see those images. I had contemplated concealing the truth from you, but Keek's persistent inquiries made it unbearable for me to continue deceiving her. Sugu, do not resort to violence. I made a mistake, and I vow I shall not err again. As Zhong Zihao pleaded for mercy, he continued to cast aspersions on him, which caused Su-yi to lose his composure entirely and stride forward. However, Lin Kiki once again positioned herself in front of Zhong Zihao, gripping Su-yi's hand tightly, her chest heaving with indignation. Su-yi, why must you resort to violence again? You have yet to apologize to Zhong Zihao for your previous actions. If it were not for him, I would still be in the dark. You are far too aggressive now. This is not the Su-yi I once knew. Is your fury merely a reaction to your lies being exposed? Had you chosen to clarify things with me earlier, we would not have arrived at this point. All of this is your doing. Lin Kiki steadfastly shielded Zhong Zihao, preventing Su-yi's fist from reaching him. Nevertheless, Zhong Zihao was displeased. If Lin Kiki continued to obstruct him, how could he incite her disdain for Su-yi further? With this thought in mind, he feigned nonchalance and stepped back. Kiki, Su-ji's anger stems from my betrayal. My actions have indeed placed me beyond his forgiveness. If a beating from him would provide him solace, then please allow him to strike me with full force. I shall not evade it. As he spoke, he lunged towards Su-yi's fist. Chapter 44, A Calm Departure. Zhong Zihao had no intention of dodging. On the contrary, he eagerly awaited Su-yi's blow, believing it would better provoke Lin Kiki's emotions. With the existence of those photographs and the recent events, their relationship would undoubtedly suffer further devastation, allowing him to seize the opportunity. Could Lin Kiki possibly remain with Su-yi after all this? With this thought, Zhong Zihao hastened his movements, deliberately colliding with Su-yi's fist. Yet, Su-yi did not strike with force. Zhong Zihao, in a manner invisible to Lin Kiki, pretended to be struck, dramatically falling to the ground. He clutched his cheek, gasping in feigned agony. His performance was worthy of an award. Sugu, you must feel somewhat relieved now, do you not? With that, Zhong Zihao continued to clutch his cheek, adopting an expression of unbearable pain. Lin Kiki, oblivious to the truth, believed Su-yi had genuinely struck Zhong Zihao, and in her agitation, rushed to assist him, her gaze towards Su-yi laden with disdain and disbelief. Su-yi, why did you strike Zhong Zihao again? The previous matter has yet to be resolved, and now you resort to violence once more. This is utterly unacceptable. Zhong Zihao merely revealed the truth to me, and you treat him this way? Now that I am aware of the truth, do you intend to strike me as well? Faced with Lin Kiki's furious inquiries, Su-yi cast a glance at his clenched fist. Suddenly, a sinister cold smile erupted from him, its chilling resonance unsettling. His gaze gradually morphed into a frenzied intensity, the remnants of rationality slipping away. Ultimately, when he turned his attention back to Lin Kiki and Zhong Zihao, anger and interrogation had vanished from his visage, replaced solely by indifference and tranquility. This demeanor was seldom revealed. In that moment, an unprecedented calm enveloped him, a serenity so chilling it incited fear. He had discerned all truths, leaving only a profound sense of desolation. Lin Kiki, do you not seek the truth? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. I am employed at the Long Corporation, working under Ruan Yemen. During the photo shoot, I coincidentally concluded my task and consulted her regarding subsequent work matters. Beyond professional obligations, I proudly shared that my wife had invited me to her company, expressing her intention to introduce me to her colleagues, announcing to all that I am her husband. Overwhelmed with joy, I long to return home to prepare you dinner, eager to assist you in any way you might need. If you were weary, I would gladly offer you a massage, even attempting to alleviate any challenges you faced. Today, while discussing work with a client, I requested their assistance in resolving issues concerning your company. Though unsuccessful, I bore no resentment. They provided me with the contact information of an elusive individual, and I had already devised a plan to humbly beseech their help. After a day filled with relentless toil, I hastened home to prepare a meal for you, bringing it to your workplace, anxious about your fatigue. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon my arrival, I would not find you diligently at work? Do you recall your promise to maintain distance from Zhong Zihao, who is truly deceiving whom? I am exhausted. With those final words, Su-yi maintained a serene facade, devoid of any emotional expression, and simply turned to leave, unwilling to linger any longer. Observing the icy, desolate gaze of Su-yi, Lin Kiki felt a surge of panic. At this moment, Her anxiety eclipsed all previous instances. Clearly, Soo-yi had not always embodied this demeanor, though his earlier outbursts incited anger. They paled in comparison to the terror elicited by his current calm. His tranquility signified a profound disillusionment, a departure that seemed irrevocable. Realizing this, Lin Kiki instinctively rose, intent on pursuing Soo-yi to persuade him to stay. However, at that moment, Zhong Zihao suddenly winced, a pained expression crossing his face, apparently affected by the earlier altercation. "Are you all right?" Lin Kiki inquired, glancing back. "I'm fine, just seems a bit swollen," Zhong Zihao replied, rubbing his cheek, though he exaggerated the discomfort. "Kiki, perhaps you should check on Sugo. He appears to be genuinely angry. I hold no grudge against him for striking me. He merely misunderstood our situation. I am perfectly fine. I will simply visit the hospital alone shortly." As he spoke, Zhong Zihao struggled to rise, but his legs gave way, and he plopped back down. Observing this, Lin Kiki felt uneasy about leaving Zhong Zihao alone, especially considering that it was due to Soo-yi that Zhong Zihao found himself in such a predicament. Being Soo-yi's wife, she could not abandon him. She promptly assisted him to his feet. "Do not speak. I shall take you to the hospital." A surge of joy filled Zhong Zihao's heart, and he secretly embraced Lin Kiki. However, what about Sugo? Would he not return tonight? After all, he was alone, and in a state of distress. He might seek solace elsewhere. I mean no harm. I merely worry that Sugo might encounter unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, Lin Kiki recalled the situation with Ruan Yimin, and her heart ached as if gripped by a spasm. Indeed, after Soo-yi departed, he would undoubtedly seek someone to confide in, and the most likely candidate would be Ruan Yimin, just as before. The thought of this caused Lin Kiki's heart to clench painfully. She wished to chase after Soo-yi immediately, particularly after hearing Soo-yi's explanation that he was working at the Long Corporation under Ruan Yimin. He had been scolded by clients in an effort to assist her, even contemplating kneeling to seek help. He had prepared a sumptuous dinner for himself, yet had not tasted a single bite. Lin Kiki's breath quickened. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached. Coupled with Soo-yi's unusually calm gaze during his explanation, it left her heart lodged in her throat. "Zihao, I will explain things to him later. Besides, he has yet to clarify the matter concerning the photographs, so I cannot place my full trust in him. For now, I shall take you to the hospital for an examination, and do refrain from defending him. You did not even attempt to evade when he struck you." Lin Kiki spoke with a hint of anger, though she could hardly blame Zhong Zihao. Zhong Zihao secretly flashed a victory sign in his mind. This plan had finally come to fruition. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, the outcome exceeded his expectations. What could be more gratifying than witnessing a quarrel between these two? Chapter 45. Only a few empty plates remained. Soon after Lin Kiki delivered Zhong Zihao to the hospital, she left ahead of schedule. On her way back, she incessantly dialed Soo-yi's number. However, after numerous attempts, she was unable to reach him. Just as she was about to give up, the call was unexpectedly answered. Lin Kiki's face brightened, and she quickly exclaimed, "Soo-yi, where are you? Have you returned home, Kiki?" The voice on the other end was not Soo-yi's, but Lin Xiaolan's. He had forgotten his phone at home. Lin Xiaolan had been awakened by the phone ringing and only then noticed Lin Kiki's call. "Did Soo-yi not go to the office to find you? Why? Has he not arrived?" It should not be the case. When he returned to prepare dinner, he appeared quite enthusiastic, his face beaming with a radiant smile. The mere thought of seeing you at the company stirred a sense of impatience within him. Had I not mentioned it, he would not have even considered cooking for me. Reflecting upon this, it seems that the bond between you two has begun to heal anew. The ability to coexist gradually is indeed a positive development, and it is rare to see Soo-yi regaining his former self. You must not provoke him again, nor engage in actions that are inappropriate. Remember to maintain a distance from other men. Do you understand? When Lin Xiaolan referred to other men, she naturally meant Zhong Zihao. She could discern Zhong Zihao's ulterior motives towards Lin Keke. Each time Soo-yi and Lin Keke quarreled, the shadow of Zhong Zihao's involvement loomed large. However, as Lin Keke drove, she froze momentarily upon hearing Lin Xiaolan's words. Her already anxious emotions intensified, as if her deepest fears had silently manifested into reality. Particularly, the thought of Soo-yi returning home to cook with a joyful anticipation pierced her heart with pain. Her subconscious suggested that she had indeed misunderstood Soo-yi. He had never betrayed her. It was she who had overthought the matter, ensnared by a few misleading photographs. But now, where had the wounded Sue gone? Hello? Cuckoo, why are you silent? Is it because Sue is beside you, making you feel awkward? No, it can't be. He hasn't come to find you, has he? Otherwise, why would you be calling Sue? At that moment, Lin Xiaolan sensed something was amiss. Recalling the tone in which Lin Cuckoo had called, her instinctive worry deepened. Cuckoo, what on earth happened? You two didn't have another argument, did you? A tear slipped from Lin Cuckoo's eye, her lips quivering with a sense of injustice. Sister, I seem to have made a mistake. Sui left after seeing me in an embrace with Zhong Zihao in my office. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolan was left astounded. They had agreed just the night before to visit Lin Cuckoo's company and bring her dinner. How could it be that Lin Cuckoo was found in an embrace with Zhong Zihao, and worse, seen by Sui? At that moment, Lin Xiaolan's mind conjured the image of Sui opening the door and witnessing that scene, almost akin to catching someone in the act of infidelity. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, unable to contain her fury. Lin Cuckoo, what on earth are you playing at? Why were you with Zhong Zihao again? And how could Sue have seen it? Her mounting frustration only caused Lin Cuckoo to weep more fiercely, feeling utterly wronged. Sister, I was already furious after seeing a photo of Sue with another woman. Zhong Zihao was merely there to console me. It was a coincidence and not intentional. I had no desire to be with Zhong Zihao, but seeing that photo was infuriating. Lin Xiaolan was bewildered by Lin Cuckoo's words. What photos was she talking about? Yet, she understood her sister's temperament well enough to respond with indignation. So you're saying you didn't see it with your own eyes? You just assumed it was fact based on suspicion? What was the outcome? It turned out to be false, but it was too late. Sue had already departed. Lin Cuckoo, I fear you shall eventually drive me to my demise. Lin Xiaolan was filled with rage due to Lin Cuckoo's actions. Her brows furrowed in anger, at a loss for words. All she could do was let out a helpless sigh. Do you know where Sui went? I do not know. I took Zihao to the hospital and then came out. I am currently searching for him. Lin Cuckoo's voice chimed in. Lin Xiaolan couldn't help but twitch her lips. Sue had left. And yet she took the time to send Zhong Zihao to the hospital before seeking him out? Why didn't you just wait until Sue passed to dig his grave? At that point, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wished to. Tell me, Lin Cuckoo, in your heart, who holds more significance? Your childhood friend Zhong Zihao or your husband Sue? Lin Cuckoo opened her mouth, ready to assert that Sue was undoubtedly more important, but Lin Xiaolan interrupted her without hesitation. In truth, whatever you say is irrelevant. Your actions have already revealed the answer to me. In a city as vast as Jiangcheng, if someone chooses to leave, even reporting it to the authorities may not ensure their return. Come back, rest well, and get some sleep. Yi is still at home. Su Yi's deepest affection and concern lie with Yi. As long as she is home, he will surely return. Upon hearing this, Lin Cuckoo appeared to find a glimmer of hope, nodding repeatedly. She then shifted her direction, heading home. Tears wet her phone, clouding her vision with a veil of moisture, making it difficult to see as she drove. Sui, where on earth are you? You must not come to harm. Please return home soon. Lin Cuckoo accelerated her pace. However, when she hurriedly arrived home, she was met with an unsettling silence, the surroundings eerily quiet. The kitchen had been meticulously cleaned, with only a few plates of food remaining, the dishes long since cold. The trash can was filled with kitchen refuse, along with several new spice jars, indicating that Sue had prepared diligently for dinner that evening, some spices freshly purchased. Yet, she had not tasted a single bite of those flavors. At that moment, Lin Xiaolan, having heard the commotion, slowly opened the door and stepped out. With a cold glare directed at Lin Cuckoo, she glanced at the empty kitchen and couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. Earlier this afternoon, Sue returned home with a beaming smile. He didn't even change his clothes before donning an apron and diving into the kitchen. He rushed out before I could converse with him for more than a few moments, leaving his phone behind in the house. Yet, now only you have returned. As she spoke, Lin Xiaolan felt a sense of pity for Sue. She had witnessed him in the kitchen, his face alight with anticipation and excitement, reminiscent of a child seeing their beloved toy, innocent and hopeful. Now, all that remained were a few plates and nothing more. Chapter 46, Confessions by the Riverbank. Listening to Lin Xiaolan's recount, Lin Cuckoo felt a pang of heartache, realizing she may have misunderstood Sue. Lin Kiki, consumed by her anger, refused to listen to Su Yi's explanation, inadvertently causing him to feel disheartened. In truth, There was no romantic connection between him and Ruan. Even if there was, it was merely one of superior and subordinate. As for the expression Sue he had displayed in the photograph, it stemmed solely from the joy of the prospect of bringing her lunch at her workplace, not from Ruan's smile. Each time Lin Kiki pondered this, a heavy weight settled in her heart, leaving her breathless with anxiety. Sister, what should we do now? Sue has yet to return, and logically, he should have been back by now. Why don't you accompany me to search for him? I worry he might be drinking alone outside and could end up lost in a drunken stupor. Last time, he left home in the middle of the night, and when we discussed it later, he mentioned contemplating suicide by drowning. I fear that such a tragedy might indeed come to pass. Lin Keek's voice trembled with despair. Lin Xiaolan opened her mouth, casting a sharp glare at Lin Kiki, but upon seeing her sister's sorrowful visage, she refrained from further reprimanding her. Instead, she let out a resigned sigh. How would I know where he has gone? Jiangcheng is vast, and there are 4 city rivers. Where would you wait for him? Rest assured, Yi is still at home. She is the one he is most concerned about, and he would never do anything foolish. Besides, Sue is an adult. His comments were merely intended to frighten you. He would never truly consider drowning himself. However, Lin Xiaolan's attempts at consolation did little to alleviate Lin Keek's distress. Rather, they intensified her urgency to see Sue. Each passing moment without him only heightened her anxiety. Especially the image of Sue Yi's calm demeanor sent tremors of fear through her heart. She had rarely witnessed such an expression from him, and this time it felt particularly intense. If she did not take action soon, she feared her worries might become reality. Seeing her sister in such turmoil, Lin Xiaolan could only continue to offer comfort, as it was impossible for her to accompany Lin Kiki in search of him. What if Sue returned unexpectedly? Only to find them absent? They would be left foolishly waiting outside all night. Furthermore, Yi was already asleep. They could not leave her alone at home unattended. If Sue were to find out, he would likely become even more enraged, perhaps even sneaking away with Yi from the city in a fit of anger. Meanwhile, by the city riverbank, Lin Keek's intuition proved correct. Sue had indeed come to this very spot. However, he was not drinking tonight. Instead, he sat alone at the railing of the river, gazing into the dark, surging waters below. Gradually, his heart began to find tranquility. Yet, the memory of the scene he had witnessed in Lin Keek's office reignited his turmoil, filling him with rage. His nails bit into his flesh, drawing blood that trickled down his fingertips, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, having already revealed the truth to Lin Kiki. He was disheartened to see her still protecting Zhong Ziheo. Despite the fabricated lies spun by Zhong Ziheo, Lin Kiki believed every word, while she dismissed the heartfelt truth he had laid bare before her. As Lin Xiaolan expressed, within Lin Keek's heart, the significance of Zhong Ziheo in comparison to himself could be discerned through Lin Keek's actions. His presence by the moat this evening was not motivated by a desire to leap into the waters, nor was it a contemplation of self-destruction. After all, a beloved daughter awaited him at home, and the Long Corporation still stood firm in Jiangxing. He could never forsake his daughter or abandon his career to choose the river as an escape. His life had long ceased to belong solely to him. Contemplating this, Sue inhaled deeply, reaching for a cigarette. However, as he sought to ignite it, he realized he had forgotten to bring a lighter. Turning around, he noticed that the nearby convenience store had closed, and even the streets were devoid of passers-by, save for the occasional vehicle that drifted by. Through the car windows, he glimpsed a blissful family of 3. Withdrawing his gaze, Sue Yi's expression became somewhat hazy and distant, as he lost himself in thought. A flicker of flame illuminated the darkness. A woman, whose arrival had gone unnoticed, stood beside him, holding a lighter aloft. Would you like a light for your cigarette? She inquired. Sue momentarily froze, momentarily believing Lin Kiki had come. To his surprise, upon turning, he found himself face to face with a stranger. Though unfamiliar, she possessed striking beauty. Her features were immaculate and her countenance unblemished. Clad in a tailored black pencil skirt, with her hair elegantly styled, she exuded the aura of a formidable businesswoman. Thank you, Sue replied, accepting the flame to ignite his cigarette before returning the lighter to her. It's yours. I don't smoke, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Sue was taken aback. Why would someone who didn't smoke carry a lighter? If it were a man, he could understand, but she was simply a beautiful woman. Before Sue could ponder further, the woman spoke again. What brings you here alone? This place is seldom frequented. You and TB contemplating a jump into the river, would you? At her words, He shook his head, coughing slightly from the acrid smoke that was unfamiliar to him. Though he had heard that smoking could alleviate anxiety and troubles, it had not proven effective. Instead, it deepened his discontent. He had once considered jumping into the river, but that notion had faded. "Oh, you truly considered jumping? Have you encountered some troubles?" she asked, her tone light and teasing. "Since I have no plans today, why not chat for a while? You can forego the leap, and I can play the role of a savior." He pressed his lips together, discarding the cigarette after only a couple of puffs. What other troubles could there be? Family discord, obstacles at work? Life is filled with such predicaments. Did you have a quarrel with your wife? Pray tell, what was it about? The woman inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I can lend an ear to your woes while you satisfy my inquisitive nature. It seems a mutually beneficial arrangement." He contemplated her offer, finding it quite appealing. He had never confided his troubles to a stranger before. Today could be the day to break that mold and try something new. After all, he was merely braving the cold wind in this desolate place. Perhaps expressing the burdens of my heart will grant me some relief. My wife, or perhaps she can no longer be called that, does not trust me, yet she chooses to believe another man. Whatever others say, she accepts without question. After my near-fatal car accident, she refused even a glance in my direction, and now she is preparing to marry another man. She claims it is a sham marriage, but who can discern the truth? Is it not a tragic state for a man to find himself in such a predicament? Chapter 47. Shao He and Shao Wen. The woman stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. She had anticipated that Su Yi's troubles would resonate with many, yet she was unprepared for the explosive domestic conflict he described. To have one's wife engage in a faux marriage with another man, such a melodramatic scenario had unexpectedly crossed her path, or rather, it was Su Yi who encountered it. She merely served as an audience to his plight. And then? You did not divorce her? Can you truly tolerate such humiliation? The woman pressed, her curiosity piqued, unable to suppress her desire to learn more. He shook his head. I proposed divorce, but she refused. After she made repeated assurances of her love for me, I endured and did not file for divorce. Yet, she continued her behavior, and today I witnessed her in her office embracing that man, while she questioned me about my fidelity with a few photographs. She has never believed in me. As he spoke, a tear formed in the corner of Su Yi's eye. Even he found it difficult to suppress his sorrow in the face of such injustice. Observing this, the woman offered him a tissue, her expression softening with sympathy. "So, you came here seeking to end it all?" she inquired. He did not conceal his intentions, simply nodding. "Indeed, but I cannot leap into the abyss. I have a beloved daughter at home. She is still young and cannot grow up without a father. Moreover, my family is entangled in troubles, and until they are resolved, should I meet with disaster, I would truly be an unfilial son. I do not wish to further burden my parents." The woman nodded in agreement, unable to refrain from offering counsel. "You are correct. Losing one's life does not resolve anything. It merely transfers all difficulties to others. I too have faced similar tribulations. My fiancé fled just before our wedding, leaving a myriad of complications in his wake. That breach of promise nearly led my family to ruin, and I endured mockery for a long time. The most prevalent rumor was that I was unappealing, and he deemed me unworthy." He glanced at the woman. Her profile alone surpassed many first-rate celebrities. He could discern that her beauty was entirely natural, untouched by surgery, harmonious in every aspect. How pitiable that man must be to have squandered the chance at such a remarkable woman. Yet, for you this should be a blessing. At least you have seen through his character and recognized him as an irresponsible man, allowing you to distance yourself in time and avoid a lifetime of entanglement. He consoled her. The woman nodded, finding wisdom in his words. "Indeed, I have come to a realization. Rather than allowing others to inflict harm upon me and succumbing to malicious gossip, it is far more prudent to undertake remarkable endeavors that will captivate attention, delivering a resounding slap of reality to those who doubt me, thereby illustrating who is truly in the right." Through heartfelt exchanges, the bond between Su Yi and the woman unexpectedly deepened. However, it merely transitioned from strangers to friends, not to lovers. What are your intentions moving forward? It is clear that returning home is no longer an option for you. If you wish to continue your association with that woman, I must wonder if you are indeed a pushover. As she spoke, the woman could not refrain from issuing a playful threat. "Should you dare to act in such a manner, I shall curse you for eternity, rendering you bald." Su Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Surely it cannot come to that. This is my affair. Why does it seem you are more agitated than I? Of course, the woman retorted with conviction. You are my confidant, and if you lack the resolve to stand firm, then my earlier words would be rendered meaningless. I would feel as though my words were fed to the dogs. It might be better for you to simply leap into the river. At her words, Sue chuckled, not feeling angered, but rather appreciative. Thank you for the reminder. After tonight, I must prepare a divorce agreement, one that leaves no room for reconciliation. I will do everything in my power to secure custody of my daughter, ensuring she does not remain with her mother. The woman patted Sue Yi's shoulder with evident approval. You have spirit. I hope you maintain this resolve and do not disappoint me. By the way, I still do not know your name. Sue, he shook his head. Let us refrain from names for now. If fate permits, we may meet again here, preserving an air of mystery between us. He understood that he might not be widely recognized, but next month he would become the chairman of a lawn group. At that time, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in Jiang City, and many would be aware of his identity. The woman appeared to be involved in similar circles. Perhaps they would encounter each other at a business conference one day. The thought of recalling tonight's confessions upon their first meeting could indeed be awkward. She cast a quirky glance at Sue Yi, her face breaking into a smile. You are quite considerate. Maintaining an air of mystery is intriguing, especially since I too prefer to withhold my name. However, we must have some form of address, should we cross paths again on the street. I cannot very well call you Hei, the man contemplating suicide by river. Sue Yi burst into laughter. Suddenly, he found her to be exceptionally interesting and possessed of a cheerful disposition. Her playful banter and teasing evoked a sense of amusement in him. Nodding in agreement, he said, Very well, you may call me Auntie. Auntie? The woman paused, momentarily perplexed by the peculiar title. What do you mean by Auntie? It is the E, derived from my daughter's nickname. Since my daughter is E, it follows that I am Annie. Sue found himself both amused and exasperated. Even in such circumstances, this woman still enjoyed making such jokes. The woman suddenly came to a realization, and then disdainfully curled her lips. Your choice of address is rather hasty, isn't it? Furthermore, why must a grown man be called a he? It could easily lead to misunderstandings. How about this? I shall bestow upon you a new name. Let's call you Xiao He, shall we? Xiao He? Sue replied, his face a portrait of confusion. What connection does it have? Of course, we met by the moat, and you seemed inclined to throw yourself into the river. Thus, this name serves to enhance your memory, lest you forget me one day. I'm also concerned you might forget the promise you made to me tonight. The woman spoke with earnestness, believing her chosen name superior to Sue Esta. At least it would not lead to misunderstandings and carried a certain depth of meaning. Sue smiled, nodding in agreement. No problem, you may call me Xiao He. But what should I call you? Just call me Xiao One, she replied, her face breaking into a gentle smile. Chapter 48, The Bet by the Moat. The night breeze by the river was somewhat brisk, tousling Xiao Wen's hair and bestowing upon her an exquisite beauty. Sue beheld this sight, feeling his heart race, though it was merely a moment of admiration, not love. Having recently endured the heavy blow of romance, how could he possibly venture into another entanglement that lacked the essence of love? Good, Xiao Wen. I hope you can soon prove yourself and demonstrate your worth to those who look down upon you. I also look forward to the day of your success. That is inevitable, and I shall achieve it swiftly, starting with Jiangcheng, laying the foundation for my commercial empire step by step. Xiao Wen's face illuminated with a confident smile, her eyes seemingly reflecting a vision of herself standing atop power. At this thought, her complexion flushed with excitement, even bordering on impatience. Starting from Jiangcheng, do you aspire to conduct business across provincial capitals? Sue pondered little of it, assuming Xiao Wen was merely boasting. After all, it is no simple feat for a businesswoman to expand her operations beyond provincial lines, regardless of how capable she appeared. Without the necessary background and funding, many cannot even venture beyond their own province. What? Are you underestimating me? No. Wait, didn't you just mention wanting to maintain an air of mystery? Why the sudden curiosity about my plans? Xiao Wen shot Sue a peculiar glance, mimicking his earlier enigmatic demeanor. If you wish to know, then strive and work hard. Perhaps one day, after the clouds part, you will see my silhouette standing atop the mountain. Xiao Wen pouted her lips, exuding confidence and pride. Observing her fervor, Sue felt a profound sense of inspiration. He mused that had he possessed Xiao Wen's sunny disposition and energy each day, perhaps he would not have found himself in such a predicament tonight. Moreover, with the increasing matters surrounding the Long Group and the impending selection of a chairman, both Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua appeared eager to make their moves, as evidenced by their collusion against Song Jichen. There was no time to lose. He needed to accelerate his pace. Without further evidence, his entire plan would inevitably crumble. Contemplating this, Su Yi found a renewed purpose in life. Nodding with determination, he declared, "No worries. I am confident you will succeed. Perhaps, after the clouds part, it will not be your back I see as you triumph, but mine you shall witness." Shaowen raised an eyebrow, laughing heartily. "Is that so? It appears you two are one to boast without a script. Let us wager and discover whether you behold my silhouette or I witness your success." "Absolutely. What shall we wager?" Su Yi, intrigued, inquired. Perhaps due to his previous bets with Ruan Yimin, he felt no trepidation about this gamble. After all, he aspired to secure a position at the Long Corporation, while Shaowen might merely be an ordinary white-collar worker or potentially just another employee under the Long Corporation's umbrella. How could she possibly outmaneuver him? This was a wager he was destined to win. Let me ponder, Shaowen mused, resting her chin in thought. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as if struck by a brilliant idea. "How about this? If you win, I shall partner with you. If you lose, you must join my company." Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the implications of her words. However, he quickly grasped the underlying significance. Shaowen was indeed the owner of a company, which explained her unwavering confidence. Should he succeed, it would validate that his enterprise surpassed hers, making collaboration not only essential but lucrative. Conversely, if he were to lose, it would suggest that his company was lesser or that he lacked the stature she possessed, compelling him to abandon his current work for her. At first glance, it seemed he would be at a disadvantage, yet in truth, Shaowen was offering him a gracious exit. The kindness emanating from the stranger was unexpectedly heartwarming. Reflecting on this, Su Yi felt a warm wave wash over him. If a stranger could extend such goodwill, how could he even begin to assess Lin Kiki? Perhaps it was best never to cross paths again. "All right, I accept the wager. When shall we set the date?" Su Yi proposed, initially considering revealing the outcome next month. However, he reconsidered, realizing that would be rather unfair. Better to let Shaowen decide the time for the revelation. It would have no bearing on him. "How about the 10th of next month?" she suggested. To his surprise, Shaowen also preferred to finalize the wager next month. "If you feel that is too long, we can choose an earlier date." With that, she sought Su Yi's opinion. Naturally, he was eager to agree. "Perfect, let us reconvene next month." Shaowen beamed, her gentle smile illuminating her features. "Wonderful. Oh, it's quite late already. I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. Let us meet again when the opportunity arises. Right here." With a wave, she entered a sleek red sports car and sped away from the moat. As Su Yi watched her retreating figure, he took a moment to gaze at the roadside, then clenched his fist with resolve. A month-long wager is indeed quite lengthy. However, next month marks the decisive confrontation between him and the shareholders of the Long Group. Unfazed and unconcerned, Su Yi turned away from the moat. Now, with a clear destination in mind, the Long Group. Meanwhile, Zhong Zihao was in high spirits today. He had successfully employed his cunning to shatter the burgeoning relationship between Su Yi and Lin Kiki, exacerbating their emotional wounds. His delight only grew upon learning that Su Yi had not returned home that evening. He even considered bribing Ruan Yimin to increase her interactions with Su Yi, thereby creating opportunities for Lin Kiki to misinterpret their connection. A small financial investment would surely facilitate this endeavor. With such thoughts, Zhong Zihao returned home. However, he was met with the furious gaze of his father, Zhong Wenhua, who stood on the second floor, glaring down with an intensity that commanded, "Come up here." Startled by the bellow, Zhong Zihao hesitated, suddenly aware of his father's wrath, though the reason for it eluded him. He hurriedly ascended to the second floor, arriving at Zhong Wenhua's private study. The dim lighting cast a yellowish hue on his father's face, lending it a somber air. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Zhong Wenhua thundered. "You dare to divert Long Group's resources to confront a mere small company? Do you not realize this is a sensitive time?" Chapter 49. Su Yi appeared. Zhong Wenhua's sudden roar caused Zhong Zihao to flinch, and realization struck him. His father must have uncovered his maneuvering against Lin Kiki's company. I was just, he stammered, but the thought of his sham marriage with Lin Kiki silenced him. Revealing the truth would undoubtedly provoke his father's fury. He fumbled for an explanation. That company obstructed our path. Obstructed? Nonsense. We are not even competitors, and that small company is not on our level. How could they possibly hinder us? As the board chairman selection loomed next month, everyone was hesitant to take any action, even refraining from moving funds. Yet here he was, wielding the power of the Long Group against a trivial company. Was he intent on ruining his father? Zhong Wenhua's anger intensified with each passing moment. Zhong Zihao dared not retort, lowering his head and enduring the reprimand in silence. His father continued his tirade. Tell me, how did that company provoke you to act against them at such a critical juncture? Zhong Wenhua understood that while his son had been spoiled, he had not entirely lost his rationality. A touch of rebelliousness was to be expected. In the past, he had leveraged his status to intimidate others. But those times had changed. With the upcoming board meeting, restraint was imperative. Recently, he had expended considerable effort to cultivate relationships and investments. Upon turning around, he discovered that his son displayed no trace of anxiety. Instead, he was busy causing trouble. Was he not effectively stabbing him in the back, providing others with leverage against him? Father, I merely took action against that company because it displeased me. However, I did not go too far otherwise. With the might of the Long Group, they would have been obliterated long ago. As he spoke, a hint of pride flickered across Zhong Zihao's face, as if the Long Group were firmly within their grasp. Noticing this, Zhong Wenhua shot him a disapproving glare, prompting Zhong Zihao to temper his demeanor and cease his laughter. By the way, I heard you were hospitalized. What happened? Who hurt you? Upon hearing this, Zhong Zihao quickly waved his hand, denying any wrongdoing. Nothing happened, Dad. It was merely an accident. I tripped and fell. He joked, fully aware he dared not divulge any details regarding his entanglement with Su Yi. Otherwise, his father would surely erupt in anger, perhaps even confining him at home until the board meeting concluded. This was a crucial moment to sever the ties between Su Yi and Lin Kiki, and he was looking forward to visiting the company the next day to embrace Lin Kiki once more. He intended to have his subordinates capture a few photographs to send to Su Yi, just to provoke him. He could not afford to be confined by his father at such a pivotal time. Speak. Who injured you? Do not lie. Do you think I am unaware? Zhong Wenhua scrutinized Zhong Zihao closely. The intense pressure of his gaze weighed heavily upon Zhong Zihao, who could only clench his teeth, refraining from retorting, and swallowed hard. Not speaking? When did you become so rebellious, disregarding my words? Zhong Wenhua bellowed, causing Zhong Zihao to tremble in fear. Feeling the tension, he could no longer keep silent and reluctantly revealed a name. It was Su Yi, just an ordinary person. It wasn't intentional. I simply lost my footing and fell. He wouldn't have been able to hospitalize me even if he tried. He thought that revealing just a name would pose no problem. As his father was unfamiliar with Su Yi, satisfied with his cunning, Zhong Zihao patted himself on the back, believing he had navigated the situation flawlessly. Little did he know that upon hearing the name, Zhong Wenhua's eyes widened in disbelief as he rushed toward Zhong Zihao, grasping his collar with a firm hand. With a voice laced with urgency, he demanded, "What did you just say? Who struck you? Tell me his name. Speak." Zhong Zihao was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen such a panicked expression on his father's face. It was merely an ordinary name. Why was Zhong Wenhua so flustered? Could it be that he knew Su Yi? That seemed implausible. Su Yi was just an ordinary individual, a mere employee who had managed to infiltrate the Long Group through connections with Ruan Yemen. Surely, he could not evoke such a reaction from his father. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? It's Su Yi from Suzhou, the one with the elegant demeanor. At this juncture, any attempts at concealment were futile. Zhong Zihao laid bare the truth to Zhong Wenhua. Naturally, he answered every inquiry posed, but he was unwilling to divulge anything further. Otherwise, if my father discovers that my marriage is a mere facade, he will undoubtedly become even more incensed. Fortunately, Zhong Wenhua is only aware that I have used the Long family S name to confront Lin Kiki's company, oblivious to the fact that the owner of that company is Lin Kiki herself. Perhaps due to his preoccupation with matters concerning the board, he has neglected to investigate as he would have in the past. This has, however, afforded me a fleeting respite, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. As for any potential discovery in the future, it is of little consequence. I am confident that by the time Zhong Wenhua uncovers the truth, my feigned marriage to Lin Kiki will have transformed into a genuine union. At that point, I can say whatever I wish. However, Zhong Wenhua's focus is not on the calculations swirling within Zhong Ziheo's mind, but rather obsessively repeating the name Su Yi. Su Yi. It cannot be. Was it not said that he had long since vanished? It seems implausible that he would reappear, and even if he did, why would it be in Jiangsheng? Have I misjudged the situation? No, perhaps not entirely. With the board meeting imminent, it is indeed possible for this missing heir to resurface. This cannot be. I have worked hard to secure my position, and I must not allow him to reclaim control of the Long family so easily. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Seeing his father in such a fluster, Zhong Ziheo began to feel a twinge of anxiety himself. The typically stoic Zhong Wenhua was now exhibiting signs of distress, indicating that matters had escalated beyond control. Could it be that Deng Kaifeng had suddenly taken action to usurp the chairmanship? Only such a development could elicit this level of concern from Zhong Wenhua. Father, what are you saying? Is Deng Kaifeng attempting to take your position? There is no need to worry. We can handle him, Zhong Ziheo asserted confidently. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhong Wenhua struck him across the face. Deng Kaifeng is insignificant. I could easily eliminate him. The real issue lies with the heir of the Su family, the true chairman of the Long family, who has resurfaced. Su Yi. Chapter 50. Has Su Yi infiltrated the Long family? Zhong Wenhua roared in fury. He had never imagined that Su Yi, who had once gone missing from the capital, would re-emerge in the public eye, and that he had received no prior notice. Were it not for Zhong Ziheo mentioning this name, he might have remained in the dark until the board meeting commenced. The more he pondered, the more dread and anxiety gripped him, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. Zhong Ziheo was taken aback by the sudden slap. He sensed that his father was behaving unusually, not only becoming inexplicably anxious but also striking him. As the sole heir of the family, he had always been cherished and pampered. He had never encountered such treatment before. Yet today, he had received a sharp blow from Zhong Wenhua, leaving his cheek flushed and slightly swollen. What did Zhong Wenhua mean by the chairman of the Long family and the heir of the Su family? Surely, he cannot be referring to Su Yi. Father, could it be that you are mistaken? The Su Yi I refer to is undoubtedly a different individual from the one you speak of. The Su Yi I know is merely an ordinary person, a lowly employee, who spends most of his days cooking at home, utterly devoid of any remarkable abilities. In a hurry, Zhong Ziheo interjected. After contemplating for a moment, Zhong Wenhua also felt that this possibility could indeed exist. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was consumed by a sense of chaotic anxiety, as if the cake he had long yearned for was about to slip through his fingers. Clinging to a final shred of hope, he inquired, "How old is the Su Yi you speak of?" Zhong Ziheo pondered briefly before responding. He is approximately 30 or 31 years old today. Lin Kiki is 2 years younger than Su Yi, which places him in that age bracket. This is something Lin Kiki once mentioned to me. Upon hearing this, the fear in Zhong Wenhua's eyes intensified, and he momentarily appeared lost in thought. It was over. Indeed, he was the young master of his Su family. How could this be? Was it not said that he had long since vanished? Why then had he suddenly reappeared in Jiangsheng, particularly at such a critical juncture? No, they were after the Long family corporation. This was a conspiracy. The very concerns that had plagued Zhong Wenhua had materialized into reality. However, this new reality was utterly unacceptable to Zhong Ziheo. Father, what are you saying? Su Yi is a young master of the Su family? The Su family from the capital? The very one you once mentioned, the young master who went missing? How can this be? It must be false, a mere illusion. The Su Yi I speak of and the Su Yi you refer to are unequivocally not the same person. Zhong Ziheo vociferously opposed this notion. He refused to believe it, to accept it. If Su Yi were indeed the young master of the Su family, then what had he become? A mere dog serving the Su family? Yet recalling Su Yi's earlier words in anger, questioning what right he had to stand there, what significance he possessed, Zhong Ziheo initially thought Su Yi's rage had clouded his judgment, that he was speaking thoughtlessly in a fit of anger. He had even relied on his father, Zhong Wenhua, and harbored resentment, vowing to take revenge on Su Yi one day, even daring to assert his own identity within the Long family corporation. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. The fool had turned out to be himself. Su Yi had unexpectedly transformed into the missing young master of the Su family, and the chairman of the Long family corporation, no less. How could this be possible? Father, could you recount how Su Yi went missing? I seem to have forgotten, Zhong Ziheo pleaded, as if grasping at the last straw of hope. Even though all evidence pointed to Su Yi being the young master of the Su family, he sought to unearth a flaw in time and logic. To prove that Su Yi was not that young master, Zhong Wenhua slumped onto a chair, his face marred by gloom and irritation. Hearing Zhong Ziheo's inquiry, he reflected momentarily before slowly responding. Once, both the Su family and the Qin family in the capital were among the foremost prestigious families. Their industries are of a caliber that we cannot even begin to compare ourselves with. To work under their auspices would indeed be an honor. Two families, once locked in fierce commercial rivalry, ultimately recognized that their continued conflict would result in mutual destruction. Thus, they opted for a strategic familial alliance, binding their fates together. The news reverberated throughout the capital, sending shockwaves through other families, for the unification of these two clans would undoubtedly diminish the prospects of their competitors. However, at this pivotal moment, the young master of the Su family mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace, as if he had evaporated from existence. Speculation ran rampant throughout the city, with whispers suggesting foul play from rivals. Yet the fact remained. The disappearance of the Su heir dealt a crippling blow to the family, plunging them into disarray. Even the prestigious Long Group, the foremost conglomerate in Jiang City, was unable to offer assistance, resulting in a vacancy for the chairman's position. Now, circumstances had shifted. The missing Su Yi had resurfaced. With a board meeting looming next month, it was indisputable that he intended to reclaim the chairman's seat. His presence rendered the aspirations of others for the position a mere farce. At this juncture, Zhong Wenhua could not help but chuckle bitterly. He, along with Deng Kaifeng and Song Jiachuan, had expended immeasurable energy and time vying for this critical role, only to be blindsided by the news of Su Yi's return. What right did they have to contend for the chairman's position against the scion of the Su family? Meanwhile, Zhong Ziheo was left in a state of disbelief. He had assumed Su Yi was merely an ordinary individual, a misjudgment on his father's part. However, the more he listened, the more it became apparent that this was indeed Su Yi himself. It was infuriating. This was an act of retribution, a blatant revenge. His sudden reappearance after such an absence could only mean he was determined to thwart Zhong Ziheo's ambitions for the chairmanship. Moreover, he was now employed at the Long Group. Undoubtedly aware of the connection between Zhong Wenhua and himself, it was possible that Wan Yimin had informed him of this. Everything seemed to spiral out of control. Wait, Su Yi was employed at the Long Group? And as a mere subordinate, Zhong Ziheo suddenly seized upon this crucial detail and exclaimed, "I know where Su Yi is. He is currently working as a business manager under Song Jiachuan in Wan Yimin's department. He has infiltrated the Long Group and concealed his identity. Even I was deceived by him. What did you say?" Zhong Wenhua was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Su Yi had managed to integrate himself right under their noses. What ist? How could Zhong Ziheo not have disclosed such a significant matter earlier? Su Yi working under Wan Yimin? Indeed, the current Su family was no longer the same as before. Their enterprises in the capital had expanded exponentially, encountering greater challenges. With their own troubles in the capital, how could they meddle in the affairs of the Long Group in Jiang City? This implied that Su Yi lacked the support of the Su family, presenting them with an opportunity. They could convene the board meeting ahead of schedule and finalize the selection for the chairman. A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhong Wenhua's eyes, as if fate had shifted once more in his favor. If they convened the board early, would Su Yi still have time to seize the chairman's position? He not only fails to seize the opportunity, but also finds himself rolling back to the capital, entangled in a myriad of troubles. They might even publicly disclose Su Yi's identity, drawing the attention of the capital's elite to the reemergence of Su Yi. At that point, a multitude of influential figures will seek to trouble him. They perfectly seize the moment to solidify the identity of the chairman of the Long Group. Once he ascends to power, Su Yi will have no time to spare for him until the matters of the capital are resolved. To consider it from another angle, even if Su Yi possesses the ability to resolve the ancient grievances of the capital, how much energy would he have left to contend with them in Jiangqing? Contemplating this, Zhong Wenhua's face lit up with excitement as he firmly grasped Zhong Ziheo's shoulders and burst into laughter. "You have accomplished a great deed. Inform me of all that you know about Su Yi. I must ascertain his home address and every venture he has undertaken in Jiangshang during this time. I intend to seize this opportunity to expel Su Yi from the Long Group and claim it for myself." Observing Zhong Wenhua's fervent, reddened eyes, Zhong Ziheo felt a surge of fear and anxiety. Should he divulge all of Su Yi's information to Zhong Wenhua? What would happen to his relationship with Lin Kiki? Revealing this would surely provoke Zhong Wenhua's wrath, jeopardizing the meticulously crafted plan he had worked so hard to achieve. He still desired Lin Kiki, and thus could not speak a word. Father, grant me just a little more time. Once I have managed my affairs, I promise to divulge everything about Su Yi to you. Is that acceptable? Zhong Zihao began to panic. If only he could secure a bit more time, he would soon be able to completely separate Su Yi from Lin Kiki, turning his life into a fait accompli. At that point, he wouldn't care how Zhong Wenhua investigated Su Yi, even if he discovered that their marriage was merely a facade. By then, the pretense would have transformed into reality. However, unexpectedly, Zhong Wenhua suddenly erupted in anger, delivering a sharp slap to his face. The force was substantial, leaving Zhong Zihao momentarily dazed, with stars swirling before his eyes. You wretched fool, when did you become so oblivious? Can you not perceive the gravity of the situation? The matters of the board are pressing, and you dare to create disturbances now? I have yet to penalize you. Do you think your mother's favoritism grants you the license to act recklessly? I warn you, no one can obstruct my ascent to the position of chairman of the Long Group. Not a soul. Immediately disclose all information regarding Su Yi. I want to know every detail, even what he wears. Zhong Zihao was genuinely astounded, taken aback by his father's fervor for the chairmanship of the Long Group. Even his beloved son was not spared from his harsh inquiries. As Zhong Wenhua's hand poised to strike again, Zhong Zihao hastily raised his hands to stop him. Wait, father. I will tell you everything. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Zihao wrestled with his inner turmoil, but ultimately sighed in resignation. The insatiable desire for power had obscured Zhong Wenhua's vision. At this moment, he saw not his son, but only his longing for the Long Group. Upon contemplating this, Zhong Zihao could no longer conceal the truth and divulged all the information he possessed to Zhong Wenhua. A profound silence enveloped the room for a full 2 minutes. Zhong Wenhua's hands trembled incessantly, a surge of anger swelling within him, compelling him to scold his oblivious son. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, sinking into a chair and sipping tea to alleviate his rising anxiety. What am I to say to you? Alas, let it be. As long as you can secure that position, a sham marriage is but a trivial matter. However, remember this, do not allow that woman to hinder our progress. Once I ascend to that esteemed position, you shall be the true heir of the Long family group. At that time, no woman will be beyond your reach. Now, go and rest. I shall devise a plan on my own. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zihao clenched his teeth, his mouth opening to speak. Yet, the moment he met Zhong Wenhua's gaze, the words that had surged to his throat were swallowed back down. Ultimately, he bowed his head and departed the study, gently closing the grand door behind him. Sui, who would have thought you were the legendary missing heir of the Su family in the capital? No wonder you dared to speak to me with such audacity before. But now, you are merely a lowly worker. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of secretly investigating the Long family group? Just wait. Soon the Long family group and Lin Kiki will be mine. And that day is not far off. Before long, Zhong Zihao returned to his room, slamming the door shut with force. The pain etched on his face would linger in his memory for a long time, fueling his desire to shift all that anguish onto Su Yi. In the study, Zhong Wenhua wore a dark expression, continuously smoking, his brow furrowed in distress. The news of Su Yi's reappearance after his disappearance had indeed shocked him, but that shock rapidly transformed into a deep-seated scheme. Now that Su Yi was concealed within the Long family group, he had previously operated in the shadows. But now Zhong Zihao had dragged him into the light. This presented a splendid opportunity. They could feign ignorance of his identity while simultaneously diverting evidence and buying time. When the board meeting commenced, he was confident that his subordinates would exert every effort to elevate him to power, leaving both Su Yi and Deng Kaifeng as mere spectators. He had initially believed the chairman's position was all but secured, but now a new rival had emerged. This simply would not do. He needed to devise a means to eliminate him. There remained several former associates of the previous chairman within the Long family group, and should they learn of Su Yi's return, they might swiftly abandon him for Su Yi's side. He could not afford to be complacent. If necessary, he would once again ally with Deng Kaifeng to remove Su Yi, the greatest threat. Zhong Wenhua pondered for a long while, smoking profusely, which led to a haze of smoke filling the study. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and resolutely made his decision. He reached for his phone and dialed a number. Hello, are you interested in making a deal? A rough voice crackled through the line, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Well, Zhong Wenhua. It's rare for you to call me so often lately. What is this? Are you hoping to join forces with me against Song Jiachuan? The previous blow had already left him weakened. Without finding a suitable supplier, he could not engage in our struggle. Leaving him a breath of life meant he could only hang there, watching helplessly. Zhong Wenhua took a deep breath and, suppressing his voice, solemnly declared, "The missing young master of the Su family, Su Yi, has returned. He is at the Long Corporation." Chapter 52. Seeking Su Yi at the Long Corporation. Upon hearing this news, a sudden cacophony erupted on the other end of the phone. It seemed someone had tumbled from the bed, shattering a cup and a lamp in the process. After a considerable pause, the other party finally regained composure, incredulously asking, "What did you say? Zhong Wenhua, are you joking in the middle of the night? Su Yi, the young master of the Su family, has returned? Are you certain? I warn you, do not deceive me with such baseless claims." I am determined to claim the chairman's position, and I hold the majority of the shares in the company. If you wish to challenge me, then come and try. Though he spoke boldly, it was evident that Deng Kaifeng was beginning to panic. The news of Su Yi's return had undeniably placed considerable psychological pressure on him. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? The election for the chairman is imminent. What benefit would I gain from misleading you about such matters? What I say is genuine. Su Yi has indeed returned, and he is currently working alongside Wang Yimin, the business manager under Song Jiachen. Furthermore, do you genuinely believe Song Jiachen is still troubled by the supplier issue? I tell you, he has long since secured a supplier from the capital, a man named Wang, who directly stepped in to fill the void. I suspect that this individual was brought in by Su Yi, and they are in collusion. Zhong Wenhua's tone conveyed a hint of concern. This was also the reason for his anger this evening. Su Yi's return was one thing, but standing alongside Song Jiachen was a blatant declaration of opposition, a show of support for him. This was decidedly dire news. A young master, coupled with a rival on the board, wielded enough power to send him into a frenzy. Deng Kaifeng paused, seemingly processing the weight of Zhong Wenhua's words. After a moment, he appeared to regain his composure and replied solemnly, "Can you confirm this? Is it necessary to ask? If I were uncertain, why would I be making this call? Amusing, isn't it? I called tonight to inform you that we have a new and formidable adversary. Unless we bring him down, neither of us stands a chance at the chairman's position. Come to the office tomorrow for a meeting to discuss how we will deal with Su Yi and Song Jiachen." With that, Zhong Wenhua abruptly ended the call, rubbing his temples in distress. The impending loss felt imminent, and he could not afford to remain calm. It was imperative to suppress Su Yi with utmost urgency. Otherwise, no one would have an easy time ahead. That night was destined to be sleepless. As the night passed, Su Yi had still not returned home. This left Lin Kiki thoroughly anxious, even contemplating calling the police to search for him. However, she was stopped by Lin Xiaolan. "What purpose does searching for Su Yi serve? Even if you manage to find him, he will not return with you. It would be wiser to focus on your work and complete your current tasks before addressing other matters." Lin Kiki's eyes were red, with dark circles prominently marking her face. A clear indication of a sleepless night spent pondering Su Yi's whereabouts. "No, I must find Su. What good is it for the company to continue without him? Moreover, he did not return last night. Sister, do you think he might have truly considered taking his own life? I cannot remain idle. I must locate him. It is imperative." Lin Kiki was spiraling into despair, her rationality slipping away, her lips continuously murmuring the need to find Su Yi, her gaze vacant. Observing Lin Kiki's frantic state, Lin Xiaolan gently placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her. "Do not worry. Su Yi is not an impulsive person. He would not take such drastic measures. Furthermore, aimlessly wandering around Jiangsheng will not help you find someone who does not wish to see you. Let's go to work. I will assist you in searching for Su Yi." Lin Kiki vehemently shook her head, resolute in her determination to find Su Yi. Even if Lin Xiaolan were to search personally, it would be futile. Seeing Lin Kiki's unwavering resolve, Lin Xiaolan ceased her attempts to dissuade her, but remained concerned for her safety. "Do you know where to look for Su Yi?" Lin Xiaolan inquired. This question left Lin Kiki momentarily speechless. Where indeed could she search for him? Jiangsheng was vast, and Su Yi could be anywhere. Suddenly, she recalled that the last time he went missing, he had gone to Wang Yimin's home. Perhaps he had sought her out again. Despite her misgivings about that woman, it seemed to be her only glimmer of hope. "I will go find Wang Yimin," Lin Kiki declared with newfound determination. This was the only place she could think to search for him. Ruan Yimin? The same person with whom Su Yi spent the night last time? Do you know her address? Lin Xiaolan asked, puzzled, wondering if Lin Kiki had secretly investigated Ruan Yimin. However, Lin Kiki shook her head and explained, yesterday, Zaheo told me that Su Yi works at Long's group and has been seen in Ruan Yimin's office, so he must be there today. At the very least, Ruan Yimin would know where Su Yi could possibly be. If I find her, I will surely find Su Yi. Hope surged within Lin Kiki, though she understood that greater hope often led to greater disappointment. Lin Xiaolan wished not to shatter Lin Kiki's optimism, but furrowed her brow in concern. Zhong Zaheo? That same Zhong Zaheo again. How is it that he is always around, like a persistent shadow? It's quite bothersome. Lin Xiaolan grasped Lin Kiki's arm firmly and spoke earnestly. What will you achieve by finding Su Yi? Do you truly expect him to forgive you? Until you sever ties with Zhong Zaheo, Su Yi will never return. That is an inevitable outcome. If you find him once, he may disappear again. Do you wish to continue this cycle? So much time has passed, and can you not see the nefarious intentions of Zhong Zaheo? Hearing Lin Xiaoran's low growl, Lin Kiki froze, her expression momentarily betraying discomfort. What treachery could Zhong Zaheo possibly harbor, were it not for his revelation of the truth? She would remain oblivious to Ruan Yimin's circumstances and consequently unaware that Su Yi might currently be at Long Corporation. Why did those around her harbor such animosity towards Zhong Zaheo, deeming him a villain? He had committed no wrongs. This was merely the discord between husband and wife. Casting blame upon others was an unjust act. Sister, I do not wish to discuss this further. I only want to find Su Yi and ascertain his safety. Please do not hinder me. Once I locate him and clarify everything, all conflicts will dissolve. I must take my leave. With that, Lin Kiki departed her home without a backward glance. Chapter 53. Having endured a sleepless night, Lin Xiaoran could merely sigh as she observed the retreating figure of her foolish sister. Turning, she noticed Yi, who had inexplicably awakened and stood at the doorway. Her expression one of confusion. Has Mama left again? Is Papa gone too? Does he no longer want to eat? The little girl stood barefoot at the threshold, tears streaming unbidden down her cheeks as she spoke. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoran hurried forward to embrace Yi, gently patting her small head while soothing her. How could your father ever not want you? You are his greatest joy and the one he worries for most. But why doesn't Papa sleep with me lately? He often comes home late. Is he playing with other aunties, just like Mama with Uncle Zhong? Yi, though still young and innocent, had noticed the shifts occurring around her. She comprehended much, even if her understanding was yet to fully form. Listening to Yi's words, Lin Xiaoran felt her heart constrict painfully. The child's perceptiveness was heart-wrenching, yet her parents seemed increasingly oblivious. The moment Yi suggested that Su Yi might be seeking out other aunties, akin to Lin Kiki's association with Zhong Zaheo, Lin Xiaoran nearly gasped in disbelief. Indeed, if Lin Kiki did not sever ties with Zhong Zaheo, Su Yi might very well become entwined with Ruan Yimin, and then it would be too late. That woman could potentially become Yi's second mother. Lin Kiki, how could you be so thoughtless? Lin Xiaoran sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. At Long Corporation, Lin Kiki's intuition proved correct. Su Yi had indeed arrived here. After departing from the moat the previous night, he made his way directly to the office. He located his desk and commenced sifting through a multitude of documents, quietly assessing the company's recent profitability. The results, however, were unexpectedly dismal. In the past year, the company's profits had visibly dwindled, with numerous long-standing clients being compelled to abandon the firm in favor of cooperating with Guanyin Group, the enterprise of Qin Wenwen. Perhaps the reason for Qin Wenwen's expansion of business in Jiangqing lies in the inaction of the senior management of the Long Group, which has left clients disillusioned. General Manager Wang is a prime example of this predicament. Had the Long Group been equipped with exceptional talent capable of adeptly addressing client needs and concerns, it is improbable that matters would have deteriorated to this extent. Should this trend persist, the Guanyin Group may ascend to become the largest conglomerate in Jiangqing this year. While the Long Group risks being gradually submerged in the annals of history, devoured and dismantled by rival companies. Even if someone were to assume the chairman's position at this juncture, it would merely serve as a temporary measure to halt losses. Without addressing the root causes, the pace of disintegration will only be slowed, not halted. Contemplating this, Su Yi could not help but clench his fists and strike the table forcefully, producing a resounding noise. Damn it! Entrusting the management of the long group to such incompetence was a monumental blunder. Yet, I must also bear some responsibility. Had I awakened sooner and taken over the family business earlier, we might not have descended to such depths. Fortunately, there is still time and a glimmer of opportunity. As long as I care for the remaining clients and fulfill their needs, one day they will return and continue our collaboration. The Guanyin Group is not merely a competitor. It also poses a future threat. First, I must resolve internal issues before competing with it in Jiangxing. Su Yi did not believe he would be defeated. In terms of business acumen, he did not boast. Perhaps he had once been somewhat arrogant, even disdainful of others. However, he possessed the capital and capability to warrant such confidence. Everything entrusted to him could be resolved flawlessly, which was the best assurance he could offer clients. Soon, Su Yi immersed himself in work, remaining occupied until 9 in the morning, when the long group began its workday. At that moment, Ruan Yimin, as was her routine, passed by the office and suddenly noticed a computer still aglow. The rhythmic clatter of keys was rapid and precise, piquing her curiosity and prompting her to approach. Oh, how is it that someone is at work even earlier than I am? I distinctly recall being the last to leave the office last night. Such diligence warrants a bonus, I suppose. With this thought, Ruan Yimin approached the desk. Upon seeing Su Yi busily engaged at his workstation, she was momentarily taken aback. Staring for several seconds before regaining her composure and inquiring uncertainly, Su Yi, when did you arrive? Wait, you look utterly exhausted. You didn't pull an all-nighter here, did you? Hearing the commotion, Su Yi remained focused on the screen, responding without lifting his head, Yes, I had nowhere else to go last night. So I worked through the night. Is it already time to start? Is there any breakfast? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Surprised, yet thoughtful, Ruan Yimin promptly extended the baozi and soy milk she had purchased to Su Yi. Observing the towering stack of documents beside him, her expression morphed into one of incredulity. My goodness, what has come over you? Why the sudden fervor for hard work? These materials are all you're doing. Surely, you do not intend to finish a month's work and then take a month off, do you? No, wait, what did you just say? You had nowhere to go last night, and you quarreled with your wife? It was then that Ruan Yimin realized the crux of the matter. Looking at Su Yi's dark circles and weary expression, it was evident that he was channeling his sorrow into motivation. Moreover, how could he be in such dire straits lately? Without even a place to stay? Stop working for now. Go take a nap in my office. I have a sofa and some clothes you can use as a blanket. She expressed her concern. If you continue like this, you might end up collapsing. At your age, how can you burn the midnight oil like a young person? Ruan Yimin felt a pang of worry. While she was pleased with Su Yi's diligence, she was equally concerned about his health. However, Su Yi shook his head, took a few bites of a bun, and swallowed it with difficulty. He then downed a glass of soy milk in one go. Throughout, his gaze remained fixed on the computer, never once lifting his eyes to meet Ruan Yimin's. Time is money. If he did not exert himself to complete this work, those clients would truly abandon him. Once they turned their backs on Long's group for Guanyin Group, all his efforts would be rendered futile, leaving him with no standing to compete with Guanyin Group. Rest is out of the question. Let me finish this work first. It won't take long. You should go rest in the office. I will bring you 2 documents to sign shortly. Chapter 54. I no longer wish to hear news regarding Zhong Zihao. Faced with Su Yi's unwavering determination, Ruan Yimin found herself momentarily rooted to the spot. She sensed something was off about him. Just yesterday afternoon, when he left the company, he was brimming with joy, excitedly boasting about visiting Lin Keek's company to bring her dinner. Now, after a single night, Su Yi appeared so haggard and pitiful that her heart ached at the sight. With a firm resolve, she stepped forward and shut down Su Yi's computer. What are you doing? Su Yi shot up, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Ruan Yimin. Startled by his intensity, Ruan Yimin stammered. I was merely concerned that you were so engrossed in your work that you might not hold up. I was trying to comfort you. How could you say that to me? Realizing her fear, Su Yi paused, his gaze wandering around the environment until the glaring sunlight pierced through the glass and struck his face. Gradually, his previously fatigued eyes regained clarity, as if he had rediscovered his bearings. What was I just doing? Su Yi asked uncertainly. You were working, nearly burrowing yourself into the computer. I was kindly reminding you to take a break, and you yelled at me. Have you lost your senses from overworking? Take a rest for a moment. Working at such an intense pace will inevitably lead to problems. Ruan Yimin softened her tone, refraining from further admonishing Su Yi for his earlier attitude. Su Yi took a deep breath, rubbed his cheeks, and felt a slight improvement. I'm sorry. There's no need to worry. Come sit in my office, and I shall sign the contract as well. With these words, Wan Yimin picked up the contract beside Su Yi and ambled towards the office. Her mind racing with thoughts of how Su Yi managed to accomplish the work of 10 individuals in a single night. Was he some sort of superhero? However, as Wan Yimin casually opened one of the contracts and glimpsed the proposal within, she was astounded beyond measure. Each proposal deviated from the conventional operational guidelines of Long's group, incorporating a plethora of innovative and audacious ideas, while also presenting clients with undeniable feasibility. Coupled with Su Yi's guidance, it seemed that should clients adhere to these proposals, they were destined to reap substantial profits, with a promising future ahead. Before her lay a contract so compelling that any business owner would undoubtedly agree to collaborate. All of this is your doing in just one night. Goodness, I knew you possessed remarkable business acumen, but I never anticipated it to be this formidable. Your efficiency could rival that of 3 of my teams combined. Next came the task of contacting clients to present these proposals. Wan Yimin felt a surge of excitement. It had been far too long since they had captured a client's heart, and they had instead witnessed a steady loss of clientele. If this trend continued, Song Jiaqing would never ascend to the position of chairman at Long's group, and she, as the business manager, might find herself unceremoniously ousted from the company, reduced to begging on the streets. Once you have signed, hand the contract to me, and I shall approach the clients. Sui sat on the sofa, sipping hot tea. The nourishment and warmth had revitalized him considerably, enabling him to resume his business discussions. Unexpectedly, Wan Yimin snatched the contract from him, her brows furrowed in indignation. No, you have already exerted yourself enough. Leave the client interactions to us. Do not assume there are no other capable individuals in our company. The previous sales champion was my dear friend. Rest assured, one cannot run a company alone. You must learn to trust others. Wan Yimin earnestly advised. Yet Su Yi remained unmoved, insisting, the proposals are mine. I will handle the discussions myself. It is not a matter of mistrust. Rather, these are my creations, and many aspects of them may elude understanding by your sales department. If you doubt me, turn to the 3rd proposal and examine the statistical chart. Do you know to which company that chart belongs? Wan Yimin paused, flipping to the page, and indeed spotted the statistical chart Su Yi referred to. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, she found herself unable to decipher it. It appeared to belong to Long's group, yet there were numerous details that seemed inconsistent. This isn't from our company. Whose is it? She inquired. It belongs to the opposing company. Wan Yimin gazed at Su Yi as if she had seen a ghost, her expression one of utter disbelief, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What do you mean? The statistical chart from the opposing company? How did you obtain their information? No. Wait, did you incorporate their data into the proposal for the clients to see? Isn't that a blatant threat? Wan Yimin exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yi shook his head. I told you that you wouldn't understand, yet you still do not believe me. I have unearthed the development and merits of the Long family group, aiming to address its most conspicuous shortcomings, while choosing to gloss over any unfavorable information. My focus is to accentuate the benefits of collaborating with the Long family group. Although this approach may bear a hint of deception, it is a commonplace tactic in the realm of business. However, should the counterpart be astute enough to discern this and raise the issue, I wonder if the sales team under my command would truly grasp the situation and make amends. My intention is not to claim sole credit. Rather, it is a task that only I can accomplish, and I harbor confidence in the plan I have meticulously crafted. Upon hearing such an explanation from Su Yi, Wan Yimin finally comprehended the situation. She ceased to hinder Su Yi's intentions, though her face was etched with concern as she remarked, but such an intense workload will take a toll on your health. I'm not an old man. Staying up late is of little concern to me. At worst, I will simply get a good night's sleep tonight. At this juncture, Su Yi suddenly pondered an awkward question. Where would he stay? Returning home was out of the question. He would never go back to Lin Kiki. Yet, without returning home and lacking his phone and a single cent, seeking a hotel was impractical. Wan Yimin noticed the embarrassment on Su Yi's face. Resting her chin on her hands, a knowing smile gracing her features, she teased, "What's wrong? Are you unable to return home? If that's the case, I can offer you shelter for the night at my place. Besides, I can treat you to dinner and divulge the secret I hadn't shared with you last time. You've always been curious about the matter concerning Zhong Zihao. Haven't you?" Initially, she anticipated that upon hearing Zhong Zihao's name, Su Yi would be filled with intense emotion, perhaps even fury. She had mentally prepared herself for his outburst and the possibility of his emotions spiraling out of control. However, to her surprise, Su Yi merely sat calmly on the sofa, fingers flying across his notebook, seemingly indifferent to the secret. Perhaps he simply wished to distance himself from any news of Zhong Zihao. Why did Su Yi's emotions differ so drastically from before to now? Was it because he felt he could not compete with Zhong Zihao? No, Su Yi's character was not one to easily concede defeat. The person he was indifferent to was not Zhong Zihao, but Lin Kiki. Perhaps this encapsulates the feeling of a man who has given up. He no longer loved Lin Kiki. Thus he had no desire to learn about Zhong Zihao, allowing the two of them to create turmoil without a second glance. Reflecting on Su Yi's tireless work throughout the night at the company, Won Yimin felt a pang of sorrow for him. After leaving home, he had no place to reside, yet he was striving so hard. Perhaps his diligent efforts were a means to forget painful memories. A wave of emotion washed over her, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of sadness. Su Yi, let me treat you to dinner tonight, and you can stay at my place for the time being. I'll share the access code with you. You can come and go as you please, Won Yimin suddenly proposed. Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Even she herself was unaware of why she suddenly uttered such an awkward statement. How could a solitary man and woman reside together under one roof? Moreover, Su Yi was a married man. Disclosing the password to him might lead others to misconstrue her intentions as an attempt to entice Su Yi into wrongdoing. I didn't mean to, it just slipped out. I noticed you had nowhere to stay and didn't want you wandering alone outside. Besides, the company lacks sleeping accommodations. I couldn't just stand by and watch you reside under a bridge, could I? Don't you agree? Won Yimin's expression was fraught with tension as she hurriedly defended her words. However, Su Yi merely glanced up at her, a look of confusion etched on his face. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Upon hearing this, Won Yimin exhaled in relief, yet an emptiness lingered in her heart. He didn't hear her? She had mustered all her courage to say it. How could Su Yi be so oblivious at such a moment? It was utterly infuriating. Before Won Yimin could express her frustration, Su Yi lightly responded, "Thank you for your willingness to help, but I shall manage my own affairs. It will not hinder my work efficiency." With that, Su Yi redoubled his efforts, immersing himself in his work. Won Yimin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication of his words. What did he mean? No, Su Yi had clearly heard her. He was merely feigning ignorance to avoid making things awkward between them. To her surprise, Su Yi was indeed a warm-hearted individual, adept at diffusing tension. This realization only deepened Won Yimin's curiosity about him. Just then, the office door was flung open with considerable force. Lin Kiki appeared, drenched in sweat, panting as if she had sprinted all the way. Su Yi, I finally found you. Lin Kiki's gaze immediately fell upon the figure of Su Yi seated on the sofa. The emotion she had suppressed for so long surged forth, and she leaped into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. So, this is Lin Kiki? Won Yimin gasped in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lin Kiki would come searching for Su Yi in her office. How did she know Su Yi was here? Did she somehow discern her identity? That seemed implausible. She and Lin Kiki had no prior acquaintance, and even if someone from the company saw Su Yi, they would hardly recognize him. Yet, one person did know her and was familiar with both Su Yi and Lin Kiki. Zhong Zihao. A man's figure abruptly flashed through Won Yimin's mind. She couldn't help but frown, yet refrained from interrupting this couple's reunion. Instead, she felt a sense of anticipation. She was aware that Su Yi and Lin Kiki had argued before, and this was not their first dispute. Witnessing their confrontation firsthand was a first for her, and she was determined to document it thoroughly. As Lin Kiki unexpectedly appeared, Su Yi exhibited no signs of tension. He remained composed, as tranquil as a placid lake. Even his eyes betrayed no emotion, mirroring the same indifference he had displayed when departing from Lin Kiki's company the previous day. Su Yi, please don't leave. I have searched for you for an eternity. You didn't return home last night, and I have been deeply worried about you. Do you understand? Could you refrain from departing whenever you are upset from abandoning me in this home? I am willing to listen to your explanations. Just reveal the truth to me, and I am prepared to believe anything. Lin Kiki burst into tears, yearning to pour out all the sorrow and exhaustion she had endured over the past few days. In her quest to find Su Yi and ensure his safety, she had made countless calls to inquire about him, even rushing to the riverside to glance nervously, fearing that his lifeless body might surface from the water. Soo-yi, observing Lin Kiki in his arms, abruptly pulled her down onto the sofa. He then retrieved his computer and settled on the opposite side. Do not disturb my work. Speak your mind. If you merely wish to ascertain whether I am unharmed, you can see for yourself now. Please return, as I have many matters to attend to, he stated with an air of calm indifference, treating her as though she were a stranger. This sudden emotional distance caused Lin Kiki's heart to convulse painfully. She yearned to rise and approach Soo-yi, to lean against him, but he abruptly raised his head, a fierce glint flashing in his tranquil eyes. I said to sit there and not interrupt my work. Did you not hear me? He bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and weary. Yet, it was precisely this appearance that rendered Soo-yi all the more formidable and intimidating. Lin Kiki instinctively halted, staring at him in disbelief. Despite having searched for him all night and worried about him throughout the day, why was he so cold upon their reunion? They were husband and wife, not strangers. Soo-yi, what has befallen you? I know I acted impulsively and irrationally yesterday, but that was due to those photos. As she spoke, Lin Kiki suddenly recalled that she was in Won Yimin's office, the very place where the photos had been taken. Realizing this, she swiftly turned to Won Yimin. Won Yimin sat at her desk, resting her chin on her hands, quietly observing the unfolding family drama without intervening or offering comfort, akin to a mere bystander. She was taken aback when Lin Kiki suddenly glared at her, leaving her perplexed and questioning what wrong she had committed. Was it a transgression to offer Soo-yi shelter? Are you the business manager of the Long Corporation, Won Yimin? Did Soo-yi spend the night at your home last night? Chapter 56, The Resigned Soo-yi. Lin Kiki confronted her fiercely, each word pronounced through clenched teeth, revealing her struggle to contain her fury. Won Yimin innocently shook her head, aware that Lin Kiki was casting suspicion upon her, yet she truly had done nothing wrong. You are mistaken. Soo-yi was indeed at the company last night, but I had returned home long before. Did he not inform you of yesterday's events? Won Yimin glanced towards Soo-yi as she spoke. To her astonishment, Soo-yi remained seated on the sofa, intently gazing at his computer, his fingers dancing deftly across the keyboard. It seemed that his mind was wholly consumed by his work, oblivious to everything else. Observing this, Won Yimin let out a sigh. It appeared that this anger was a burden she would have to bear for the time being. However, she had recently heard quite a few things about Lin Kiki and had a general understanding of the situation. She genuinely felt it was unfair to Soo-yi and thus adopted a serious tone. Since you are unaware, allow me to elucidate. Last night, Soo-yi smiled and told me he was going home to prepare dinner for his wife. When I invited him to join me for a meal, he unhesitatingly declined. I could see that his eyes were solely focused on you, and he was willing to disregard everything for your sake. After he finished work, I left the office around 6 in the evening, and upon returning this morning, I discovered that Soo-yi had arrived at the office at some point, his face marred by dark circles. When I inquired about his arrival time, he replied that he had been here the entire time. He claimed he had no home to return to, so he had no choice but to work through the night at the office, completing what amounted to a month's worth of work for our team. And now, as you see him, I suggested he take a moment to rest in the office. Yet he disregarded my advice, fixated solely on his work. Look closely at his eyes. Yesterday they were filled with love and your image, but today, all I see is the word work. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Won Yimin's words mirrored Soo-yi's explanation from the previous day. Indeed, nothing had transpired between Won Yimin and Soo-yi, nor had he committed any wrongdoing against her. Those photographs were mere slander and deceit. Soo-yi had joyfully returned home the previous evening to prepare a lavish dinner for her. Yet she had not been able to taste a single bite. He had been driven to the point of homelessness, forced to return to the office to toil away the entire night, using work as a means to pass the time and forget the pain. The thought alone caused Lin Kiki to feel an unbearable ache, both physically and mentally. Soo-yi, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Can you please lift your head and look at me properly? I can explain what happened yesterday. I've told you that I merely misunderstood when I saw those photographs, which led to my embrace with Zhong Ziheo. It was not intentional. My love, let us go home, shall we? Let us return and rest. You are not a homeless person. Lin Kiki squatted beside Soo-yi, vigorously shaking his arm, tears cascading to the ground like rain. Ruan Yimin listened intently to Lin Kiki's words, unable to suppress a tightening in her chest, gasping in shock. She had been curious as to why such a profound change had overtaken Su Yi in just one night. It turned out that Su Yi had discovered Lin Kiki in an embrace with Zhong Zihao. What a farcical twist of fate. Su Yi, filled with joy upon returning home, must have felt his heart shatter at the sight. It was no wonder he had transformed into this state. If it were her, she would have probably succumbed to despair and left this city long ago. What compels Su Yi to endure? Is it his work or perhaps his daughter? Yi? Perhaps it is a combination of both. What does the photograph signify? Ruan Yimin inquired, yet no one offered her reply. Su Yi's gaze was fixed intently on the computer before him, treating Lin Keek's pleas as if they were mere whispers in the wind. However, Lin Keek's cries were too piercing, making it difficult for him to maintain his concentration. Unable to suppress his irritation, he shot her a glare. I have stated that I am working. Do you not see? You come here to disturb me during my work just to say these things? Are you asking me to return home? What home? That is your home, Lin Kiki, and it bears no connection to me. The truth you seek, Ruan Yimin has already conveyed to you. Why do you linger here? Do you think others do not have work to attend to? Su Yi spoke in a restrained voice. Suppressing his frustration, Lin Kiki shook her head vigorously, biting her lip, her heart heavy with words unspoken. All she could do was shed tears, allowing her sorrow to articulate what she could not express. Su Yi observed her, feeling an overwhelming sense of vexation. Just go back. Do not continue to disrupt me, he said, disappointment lacing his tone. Lin Kiki grasped his arm tightly, shaking him gently. No, that is not acceptable, Su Yi. You are my husband. My home is your home. You cannot abandon me. I wish to believe you and hear your explanation. Cannot you afford me the same courtesy? What is there to explain? What could you possibly clarify for me? It has always been this way, and it will continue to be so. Su Yi rubbed his temples, sighing deeply. Lin Kiki, I am weary, truly weary. Let go. We should part ways. I have my own path to follow, and you have your business to sustain. With Zhong Zihao to comfort you. Will you still need me? The mention of Zhong Zihao caused Lin Kiki's expression to tighten, her heart sinking further, especially under Su Yi's frigid gaze, which pierced her heart with an agonizing ache. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. Why can you not trust me? What have I done to wrong you? You leave in anger without regard for my feelings. What gives you the right to treat me this way? My company has already consumed me with stress, yet I rush to find you, worried and in tears. I believe I have done enough. Why do you cling to your grievances regarding Zhong Zihao? Hearing Lin Keek's words, Su Yi could not help but laugh in anger. He had known that as soon as he spoke ill of Zhong Zihao, she would react just as she did. In her heart, Zhong Zihao would eternally hold more significance than he. If Lin Kiki cared so deeply for Zhong Zihao, then why did she seek him out? Perhaps it was because Zhong Zihao was now well. After all, following their argument yesterday, Lin Kiki had rushed to the hospital to tend to Zhong Zihao rather than chase after him. If Lin Kiki had been willing to stay by his side yesterday, perhaps he would not be feeling this way. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Kiki had already made her choice. All Su Yi could do was to focus on his own responsibilities. Chapter 57. The Solitude of E. Lin Kiki, you may leave. Su Yi regained his composure, lifting his gaze to fixate intently on Lin Kiki's eyes. Just as Ruan Yimin had said, the reflection of Lin Kiki was no longer visible in his eyes. Even in such close proximity, Su Yi's gaze remained as cold and indifferent as ever. I leave. I will not depart. I shall follow you wherever you go. You cannot shake me off. My dear, do you remember? Our wedding anniversary is the day after tomorrow. Every anniversary, we have celebrated joyously together. Let us spend this day in the same blissful and loving manner. Shall we? As she spoke, Lin Kiki revealed the ring on her right hand, a matching pair to the one Su Yi held. Su Yi glanced at the ring in his hand, his expression unchanging. What does an anniversary matter? It is merely an ordinary moment. If anything, it marked the passage of time during which he had seen Lin Kiki's affection for him diminish year by year. This year, their relationship faced its greatest conflict. My dear, Yi is waiting for us at home. Since you left, she has been worried about you, crying at home. She wants to find her father. Consider how long it has been since you last visited her or played with her. Do you not love our daughter anymore? Lin Kiki questioned. Su Yi suddenly paused, recalling Yi's adorable and obedient smile. Indeed, how long had it been since he properly accompanied Yi? For days, it had been Lin Xiaolan taking care of her. While he was preoccupied with quarreling with Lin Kiki, neglecting his daughter's feelings and whether she had been eating well, he had left Yi in Lin Xiaolan's care and had busied himself with his own matters. While he sought to compensate for his shortcomings as a son, who would address the void of paternal affection in Yi's life. Realizing this, Yi could not help but stop his actions, his gaze shifting away from the computer. He became frozen on the sofa. Seeing Yi's emotional turmoil regarding Yi, Lin Kiki was overjoyed and quickly continued. My dear, let's return home and prepare a meal for Yi. She misses your cooking. She says that only by eating her father's meals can she grow tall and healthy. She no longer wants to eat restaurant food, as it is not hygienic. Upon hearing this, Yi was thoroughly moved. He had always taught Yi not to eat from restaurants. Therefore, regardless of how exhausted he felt, he would rise from bed to prepare a meal for her. However, Lin Xiaolan could not cook, and with him absent from home, they had no choice but to eat out. He wondered if Yi had experienced any discomfort from the outside food, and if she was worried about whether he had returned home to find a place to sleep. Upon this realization, a tear involuntarily cascaded down Yi's cheek. This poignant scene left Ruan Yimin momentarily speechless. To her astonishment, Lin Kiki had resorted to invoking Yi's daughter to elicit sympathy. However, this tactic proved remarkably effective on Yi, as each mention of his daughter brought forth a distinct emotional shift within him. Yet, unwavering was his paternal love. The little one, alone at home, was indeed a pitiable sight, Ruan Yimin mused. Despite her aversion to Lin Kiki, she recognized the innocence of Yi's daughter. It would be unjust to disregard the child's feelings simply due to the quarrel between the two adults. Softening, Ruan Yimin resolved to assist Lin Kiki this once. Yi, why not return home today and allow your daughter to rest well? We can set these proposals aside for now. Whenever you have spent quality time with her and she is content, you may return. Those clients are still in Jiangsheng and will not flee. They will not make decisions hastily in the next few days. Furthermore, we will require time and appointments to present the proposals to them. Once they have reviewed the proposals and are satisfied, they will naturally reach out to me. A day or two will not hinder our progress. Upon hearing Ruan Yimin's words, Yi's previously wavering heart began to soften. After reflection, he could not bear to leave Yi alone at home to endure solitude. He gently closed his laptop and rose from the sofa. I shall return now to see Yi. Lin Kiki's heart surged with joy, and she hurriedly linked her arm with Yi's, pressing closely against him, resting her head on his shoulder. The familiar sensation enveloped her, yet she felt a growing distance in Yi's affections. This unease stirred anxiety within her, but she remained confident that, given a bit more time, Yi would inevitably return to her side, and their previous conflicts would fade into oblivion. As they drove, Lin Kiki returned her phone to Yi, snuggling against him. Fearing his departure, Yi, feeling a sense of urgency, paid little attention to Lin Kiki and instead pondered how Yi had been faring in his absence. Soon, they arrived at the pet store where Lin Xiaolan had been playing with Yi, surrounded by playful kittens and puppies. Yi, upon spotting his daughter, Yi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Hearing her father's call, Yi turned around in surprise. Daddy! With uncontainable excitement, she rushed towards him, leaping into his embrace. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she appeared utterly heartbroken. The earlier smile had merely been a fade to shield others from worry. Daddy, you finally returned. Where have you been? Yi was so worried about you. I was so afraid you would abandon me. Yi cried uncontrollably, shattering Yi's heart into pieces. All he could do was hold her tightly, tears trickling down his own face. I'm so sorry, Yi. Daddy was wrong. I should have returned to see you. Have you eaten well? Are you hungry? Daddy will prepare something delicious for you when we get home. Okay? No, I just want my father to be by my side. I do not need him to prepare delicious meals. Merely having him close brings me immense satisfaction. Yi's understanding nature was deeply touching. Lin Xiaolan, who overheard Yi's words, could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. She then cast a fierce glare at Yi, reprimanding him. What kind of father are you? You only instill worry in your child. Do you possess any sense of responsibility? You simply walk out in anger, abandoning your family, oblivious to the detrimental habits you have instilled in yourself. Do you truly believe we can endlessly search for you? If you dare to vanish like this again, you shall never return. Lin Xiaolan shouted in fury. Yi, hearing her words, suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Chapter 58. What gift do you desire? It was as though he had been transported back to his days in the capital, where his parents would similarly yell at him, declaring he would never be welcomed back if he left once more. Little did he know, his departure lasted several years, severing all ties with his family. Those aware of his situation knew he had gone missing, while those unaware presumed he had met a tragic fate. How strikingly similar this scene was. Yet this time, he bore a new concern. Not for Lin Kiki, but for his daughter, E. I'm sorry, Sister Lan, for causing you worry. Thank you for taking care of E during this time. I promise to always be by her side and never leave her again, Su E sincerely vowed. Having made a resolution that regardless of any future quarrels with Lin Kiki, his foremost priority would be to ensure E's safety, never again abandoning her as he had before. Thinking he could wander freely, Lin Xiaolan, gazing into Su Yi's bloodshot eyes, seemed to understand that he had not fared well the previous night. After leaving home, he may have aimlessly wandered through Jiangsheng, uncertain of where to go or what to do. He appeared to be a pitiable soul, utterly alone in the city. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Xiaolan refrained from further chastising Su Yi's immaturity and shifted her attention to Lin Kiki. Lin Kiki, you are no longer a child. You must have a clear understanding of what is appropriate and what is not. Despite being a successful businesswoman, you allow yourself to be easily misled. How do you expect your company to thrive in the future? After scolding Su Yi, Lin Xiaolan turned her ire towards Lin Kiki, her heart heavy with concern for these two who remained oblivious to their actions, forgetting their pains as if they were mere children. With reddened eyes, Lin Kiki looked up at Lin Xiaolan, biting her lip as if she wished to speak. Ultimately, she simply nodded, comprehending Lin Xiaolan's message to maintain distance from Zhong Zihao. She would indeed be more cautious moving forward, recognizing that neither she nor Zhong Zihao had intended to draw closer to one another. Their presence in the office was a consequence of the ongoing tensions within the company. Subsequently, Zhong Zihao inadvertently revealed crucial information, and through persistent questioning, the full story and misunderstandings came to light. Strictly speaking, Zhong Zihao could not be blamed for the situation. Both Su Yi and Lin Xiaoran were unaware of the entire sequence of events, leading them to harbor discontent towards Zhong Zihao, mistakenly believing that he had intentionally caused a rift in their relationship. However, Lin Kiki, who deeply cherished Su Yi, bore no ill will towards him for the misunderstanding regarding Zhong Zihao, as long as Su Yi was content and present with her and their daughter. That was all that mattered. With this thought, Lin Kiki knelt beside Su Yi, lovingly embracing E. Darling, would you like some snacks? Mommy and Daddy can take you to buy some. What is your wish today? Whatever it is, Mommy and Daddy will fulfill it. Go ahead. Don't hesitate to ask Daddy, right? As she spoke, Lin Kiki cast a hopeful glance at Su Yi, who was met with Yi's bright, sparkling eyes. Su Yi nodded with a smile, assuring her that whatever Yi desired, she should feel free to express it, even if it were the stars in the sky. He would find a way to bring them down for her. Daddy, you're just boasting. You can't really pick the stars. Yi pouted, exposing Su Yi's playful exaggeration. Su Yi chuckled, refraining from contradiction. It was merely a metaphor, not an actual proposal to pluck stars from the heavens. Yet, he took delight in his daughter's discerning nature, recognizing truth from falsehood. At least she had not inherited her mother's unfortunate blindness to reality. I want to go to the amusement park. Can Mommy and Daddy take me with them? He expressed her wish after a moment of contemplation. Su Yi paused for a moment, then nodded. Of course, Daddy will take you to the amusement park today. No, I want both Mommy and Daddy to come with me. Mommy has to go too, Yi insisted stubbornly. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki hesitated. Her company was currently facing an unprecedented crisis, and it was crucial for her to be working at this time. The uncertainty of what might transpire if she took Yi out for fun loomed over her. She truly had no time to spare. Yet, seeing the eager anticipation in Yi's eyes, along with the increasingly cold demeanor of Su Yi, her heart twisted. She quickly replied, All right, Mommy and Daddy will take Yi to the amusement park, but we mustn't linger too long. We will play for a while and then return home for dinner. Yay, Mommy and Daddy are the best. Yi loves you both the most, Yi exclaimed, stretching out her arms to embrace both Su Yi and Lin Kiki simultaneously. Su Yi quickly leaned down, trying to draw closer to Yi, while Lin Kiki also lowered her head, their cheeks pressed together, held tightly by Yi's little hands. This was the first time in 2 days they had been this close. Su Yi could feel the warmth radiating from Lin Kiki's face. Silently, he glanced at her with a smirk in his heart. He had noticed her earlier hesitation and understood that, in Lin Kiki's eyes, work would always take precedence over E. He steadfastly clung to his decision, resolutely refusing to reconcile with Lin Kiki. The matter of divorce could now be placed on the agenda. This time, he would undoubtedly stride through the doors of the Civil Affairs Bureau without hesitation, leaving no opportunity for Lin Kiki to decline. Moreover, he intended to take E with him. With E following Lin Kiki, she would only neglect her in favor of work. Soon, the trio arrived at the amusement park, where an array of attractions awaited, filled with children joyfully playing alongside their parents. E quickly became immersed in the excitement, her face radiating pure happiness. Sue-E quietly trailed behind her, ever vigilant for potential dangers. Lin Kiki walked beside Sue-E, gently taking his hand. Softly, she said, "Darling, you're not upset anymore, are you? Could you smile a bit more? Last night must have been quite difficult for you. I promise to make it up to you slowly. Just tell me what you want. And by the way, our wedding anniversary is the day after tomorrow. Have you thought about what gift you would like to give me?" Listening to Lin Kiki's inquiries, Sue-Yi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "The gift is not important. What matters is whether the significant person can come." "Of course they can," Lin Kiki retorted, pouting in dissatisfaction. "What kind of talk is that? We have always celebrated our wedding anniversary together every year. Today will be no exception." Chapter 59. Lin Kiki's departure once again. Every year, they celebrated their anniversary together. But this year was uncertain. In the past, it had been Zhong Zihao who never returned, allowing Lin Kiki ample opportunity to share every holiday with him. But what about now? Since Zhong Zihao's return to the country, a mere phone call would send Lin Kiki away, disregarding his pleas, indifferent to his feelings. Despite his repeated requests for her to maintain distance from Zhong Zihao, Lin Kiki merely offered superficial agreement, turning her back to rekindle their connection. He had even witnessed it firsthand, and she had the audacity to question him about his actions. It was perplexing what thoughts occupied Lin Kiki's mind. Did she truly believe he would continuously forgive her transgressions? Perhaps that had been the case before, but not anymore. Sue-E would solely immerse himself in the work at Long's group, endeavoring to bring happiness to E while gradually reclaiming the company. Yet, Lin Kiki remained oblivious to Sue-Yi's intentions, still inquiring about the gift he desired. He casually mentioned a watch before leading E off to play. Lin Kiki wished to follow, but suddenly her phone rang. It was Zhong Zihao calling. "Hello, Kiki. Why didn't you come to the office today?" Lin Kiki glanced at the father and daughter playing in the distance, and, lowering her voice, stepped aside to respond softly. "I'm currently spending time with E and Sue-E, so I don't have time to handle office matters right now. I'll rush over as soon as I'm free." Upon hearing that Lin Kiki was with Sue-E, Zhong Zihao's expression darkened instantly. Especially after learning that Sue-E was the young master of the Su family in the capital, his jealousy surged to new heights. Upon reflecting on this, Zhong Zihao hastily suppressed his emotions, feigning nonchalance as he offered his blessings. "Ah, I see. Then take your time playing with E. There is no need to worry about the company. I've already contacted some friends to lend a hand, and I believe the situation will be resolved before long." Upon hearing of a breakthrough regarding the company's affairs, Lin Kiki's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. "Really? That is truly wonderful. Thank you, Zihao. Without you, I genuinely wouldn't know what to do." She added, "I will certainly treat your friends to a meal later. Please convey my gratitude to them." Zhong Zihao pretended to be casual, stating, "It's nothing, just a small matter. I merely gifted them some items to encourage their assistance. I called to ensure you could relax and enjoy yourself, while I keep watch over the company." However, as he spoke, he deliberately paused, feigning a sense of unspoken difficulties. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Kiki pressed on with concern. "What is it, Zihao? If there are any challenges, please do not hesitate to share. I will certainly do my utmost to assist. Just tell me, and if necessary, I can come over." "But weren't you planning to accompany E and Suga? That might not be appropriate. Let me think of another solution. Perhaps there is still hope." Zhong Zihao intentionally invoked Sue-E and E, attempting to leverage the company's precarious situation to sway Lin Kiki's decision. This time, however, Lin Kiki hesitated only briefly before her resolve solidified. She had never let him down before. "I will thoroughly explain things to Sue-E later. Besides, E is here, and Sue-E has promised not to run away from home again. As long as he remains with us, I am certain I can help him understand my position. He is well aware of the company's challenges." This is an enterprise I have painstakingly built. I cannot allow it to falter on my watch. For my reputation and the loyalty of my clients would be irreparably damaged. I must find a way to retain them, no matter the cost. Zaheo, you have yet to tell me exactly what has transpired, Lin Kiki implored, her anxiety mounting to the point where she considered rushing to the parking lot to return to the company at once. Zhong Zaheo's heart swelled with delight, yearning to pop a bottle of champagne in celebration. Yet, the moment was not ripe. He needed to further fracture the relationship between these two before seizing his opportunity. Indeed, time was of the essence for him. After divulging Su Yi's situation to his father the previous day, he could barely contain his urge to take action against Su Yi. At that moment, it was likely that Lin Kiki would also be implicated, jeopardizing their blossoming relationship. Thus, he resolved to confess his feelings within the next couple of days, completing his pursuit of Lin Kiki. By then, the Long family group and Lin Kiki would be entirely within his grasp. As for Su Yi, this young master of the capital's Su family had only just emerged in Jiangcheng, and soon he would become another missing heir in the eyes of society. This was precisely the outcome he relished. Kiki, the situation at the company is indeed quite complicated. I have enlisted several professional friends to work tirelessly on it. Yet it feels like merely patching up a sinking ship, watching the gaps widen. Moreover, you are aware that I am not the president of your company, and thus I lack many of the necessary authorities. I cannot make decisions or sign documents on your behalf. Today, I have enlisted the help of a prominent figure, pleading with him to engage in a partnership with your company. Should this endeavor succeed, he can assure that your company will not face bankruptcy during this period and may even soar to new heights. Upon hearing this news, Lin Kiki was overwhelmed with joy. She had initially feared the company was on the verge of collapse, but unexpectedly, Zhong Zaheo had brought her such immense delight. This truly felt like a timely assistance, especially when she learned that Zhong Zaheo was earnestly seeking collaboration with others. Her heart was profoundly touched. She believed Zhong Zaheo would always support her, in stark contrast to the schemer others described him as, yet no one was willing to believe her. Even Su Yi spoke harshly of Zhong Zaheo and resorted to violence. Despite enduring such misunderstandings, Zhong Zaheo remained steadfastly by her side, extending a helping hand during her most challenging times. This is what true friendship and childhood companionship entails. Thank you, Zaheo, for all that you have done for me. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Just wait. I am on my way to the company to discuss the collaboration. Please grant me a little more time. I shall not be long. At this moment, Lin Kiki was so overwhelmed with surprise that she completely lost her bearings and, not noticing Su Yi and Yi, turned and left. She intended to finish her current tasks before returning to visit Su Yi and Yi. After all, Su Yi had just promised not to leave home again. And with Yi by his side, she could be certain that he would be resting in bed when she returned home tonight. Are you coming over now? Very well. I shall discuss with the boss and ask him to wait a little longer. Please be cautious on your way. Do not injure yourself out of haste. I will meet you downstairs at your company. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Zaheo wore a victorious smile, his gaze gradually turning sinister. Chapter 60. Has Su Yi changed his temper? Time is of the essence. Within the next 2 days, he must secure Lin Kiki. As for Su Yi, not only will he lose his position as chairman, but he will also be deprived of the woman he cherishes. This is the consequence of opposing him. Su Yi, having just finished riding the carousel with Yi, was preparing to head to the next amusement ride when Yi suddenly turned around. Her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity and doubt as she stood on tiptoe to gaze behind her. Daddy, Mommy hasn't caught up yet. Shall we wait for her? Upon hearing this, Su Yi also glanced back. Indeed, he did not spot Lin Kiki. She had vanished without a trace. However, there was no hint of surprise on Su Yi's face. From a moment Lin Kiki had agreed to accompany Yi to the amusement park, he had discerned her reluctance. He knew she would find an excuse to leave. Thus, when Lin Kiki quietly departed without a word, Su Yi did not even consider calling her. Yi, do you like the capital city? Su Yi gently inquired as he crouched before her. The capital city? Is it the beautiful place I often see on television? Of course. I would love to visit. I have longed to see it, but Mother never has the time to take us. As she spoke, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Yi's face. Observing this, Su Yi's resolve strengthened. Yi, how about your father takes you to the capital city for a visit in the future? Yes. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, The realization that her mother would no longer be by her side weighed heavily on Sue. Fixing his gaze on E's small eyes, he assured her, "Your father will find you a new mother, someone who can be with you every day, who will take you to live in a better city." Does that sound good? Upon hearing Sue Yi's intention to find her a new mother, E felt a bewildering resistance, shaking her head vigorously as if to dispel the notion. Overcome with distress, she cried out, "No, I don't want a new mother. I only have one mother. Daddy, are you still angry with mother? Please don't be upset. She treats me very well. I promise to be good, so please don't make me separate from her." Tears streamed down E's face as she leapt into Sue Yi's arms. Sobbing uncontrollably, Sue E clenched his teeth, his heart twisting painfully at the sound of his daughter's sorrowful cries. Yet, he knew he must proceed without hesitation. Rather than waiting for Lin Keek's return, it would be wiser to distance themselves sooner. While E was still young and had not developed a deep attachment to Lin Keek, he intended to completely remove her from E's life. He would later find someone worthy of the maternal role, even if it meant through arranged meetings. He had resolved a divorce and would not regret his decision. "Be good, and your father will buy you many toys and take you to delightful places to play," he encouraged. "Come, let's go to the slide." Sue E took E's hand and strode toward the slide. Though E still bore traces of tears and sorrow over the idea of a new mother, her enthusiasm for play was somewhat diminished. It seemed that despite her tender age, she harbored many thoughts. Sue E noticed the expression on E's face, and his heart ached for her. After spending the entire day at the amusement park, he treated E to her favorite dishes before returning home. By the end of the day, E's mood had noticeably lightened, and the earlier sorrow had faded. As night fell, Lin Keek stumbled home, intoxicated. Her cheeks flushed, she walked unsteadily and immediately collapsed onto the sofa. At that moment, Sue E emerged from his room, having just lulled E to sleep. "Darling." Upon seeing Sue E, Lin Keek's inebriation dulled, and she abruptly sat up on the sofa. Clearly, she recalled the abrupt departure from the amusement park and felt a pang of guilt towards Sue E, her expression turning somewhat aggrieved. "Honey, if you wish to scold me, feel free. I am aware that I should not have broken my promise. However, Zahom mentioned he has found a prominent businessman for me, and I must go sign the contract with him. Without this contract, my company would face imminent collapse. I understand that you may still be upset and displeased with my abrupt departure. If you wish to express your anger, I shall not utter a word nor provide any explanation." Standing still, Lin Keek gently closed her eyes, mentally preparing herself for a scathing reprimand from Sue E. After all, the company's matters had reached a temporary resolution, allowing her to relax. She was ready to wholeheartedly accept any venting of frustration from him. To her surprise, Sue E did not scold her. Instead, he quietly walked into the kitchen and began washing the dishes that had held their dinner. "Honey?" Lin Keek opened her eyes, puzzled as she looked at Sue E. "Aren't you angry?" Sue E glanced at her, his expression serene. "Why would I be angry? It is quite normal for you to handle issues arising in your own company." Upon hearing this, Lin Keek's heart leapt with joy. What was happening? Sue E was not chastising her, nor was he blaming her. Had he changed his disposition, or had he come to understand her struggles? Learning to approach problems with calmness and consideration? Yet, inexplicably, as she observed Sue Yi's actions in washing the dishes, an unsettling anxiety gripped her, a stillness akin to the calm before a storm, which left her feeling quite out of sorts. Pouting playfully, she said, "Honey, I drank quite a bit earlier, and my head hurts. Could you possibly brew me a cup of hangover tea?" Only Sue E knew how to prepare this tea. However, during this period when she returned home inebriated, Sue E had either refused to assist her or was simply not present. She could hardly remember the last time she had savored tea brewed by his hands. Expecting him to decline her request, or perhaps express his anger by questioning why she had gone out again, she was astonished when Sue E softly responded with a simple HM. He then proceeded to turn on the hot water, steep the tea, and began preparing her hangover remedy. The moment the aroma of the tea wafted through the air, Lin Keek's heart fluttered. This familiar scent indicated that Sue E was sincere. He truly was not angry and was willing to brew tea for her. Goodness, the blessings of today seemed to unfold one after another, bringing an involuntary smile of happiness to her face, a gentle radiance illuminating her features. "Thank you, my dear husband. You are so wonderful." As chapter 61 unfolds, the atmosphere turned cold and unsettling. Lin Keek approached Sue E, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Sue E did not reject her affection. He continued to brew the tea while tidying up the kitchen utensils. Soon, after cleaning, he retrieved the mop from the bathroom and began mopping the floors, maintaining the cleanliness of their home. Though it was ostensibly a moment of joy, Lin Kiki felt an inexplicable urgency. It seemed as though Sue E was harboring suppressed anger, which had yet to erupt. The atmosphere felt stifling, rendering her quite uncomfortable. She stepped forward, grasping Sue Yi's hand that was dragging the mop. With a slight furrow of her brows, she playfully said, "Darling, please stop mopping and come help me massage my temples. I am truly exhausted today and did not rest well." Sue E set down the mop, nodded gently, and encouraged her to sit on the sofa. He moved behind Lin Kiki and expertly placed his hands on her temples, gently kneading them. This was a task he had performed countless times over the years, rendering him particularly adept. In the past, he had cared for her in this manner when she had been intoxicated, and tonight was no exception. However, unlike before, Sue E now resembled a robot, silently massaging without uttering a single word. This subtle change stirred a sense of urgency and anger within Lin Kiki, leaving her feeling suffocated. Her tone involuntarily shifted as she asked, "Darling, why aren't you saying anything tonight? Don't you want to know what happened?" Without waiting for him to inquire, she began to confess on her own. "No need. That is your affair," Sue E replied calmly, devoid of curiosity. This brief statement deepened Lin Kiki's worry, causing her more pain than Sue E's potential departure. She abruptly turned to grasp Sue Yi's shirt, her gaze fixated on his eyes, though slightly hazy from the alcohol. She felt considerably better after the tea and massage. At that moment, she yearned to understand what had transpired with Sue E, why he had become so obedient and silent. This reluctance to communicate unsettled her greatly. "Darling, why don't you ask me? You used to pull me close, inquiring about my day in detail. Why have you stopped tonight? Just say it, and I will tell you everything. You know I love you, so I would never conceal anything from you. Could you please smile? I beg you." As Lin Kiki held onto his arm, gazing into his eyes, Sue Yi's expression remained unchanged. He managed a stiff, mechanical smile, as if he would comply with any request she made, yet the process felt rigid. One might mistakenly think Lin Kiki had found herself a robot. "I no longer wish to ask. That is your prerogative. You may do as you please," Sue E responded generously, lacking the anger and interrogation he had previously displayed. He afforded Lin Kiki the utmost freedom and secrecy. This indulgence and compromise had once been her deepest desire. Yet, when it materialized, she found herself gasping for breath, suffocated by the notion that Sue E seemed entirely indifferent to her, as if his love had dissipated. Consequently, Lin Kiki's emotions intensified, spiraling into anxiety. Gripping Sue Yi's clothing tightly, she pressed her lips against his with fervor. The connection of their mouths did not embody the beauty she had envisioned, nor did it possess the intensity she had anticipated. Sue E remained unresponsive, akin to a lifeless being devoid of hope. He allowed Lin Kiki to touch him without resistance. "Why, Sue E? Why do you treat me this way? If you wish to scold me, just say it outright. Why must you suppress your feelings? Is it not true that you want to question why I agreed to visit the amusement park, only to leave abruptly? Do you think I lack integrity? That I do not love you or our daughter? I assure you, my love runs deep to the very core of my being. It is precisely because I cherish you both that I strive to work hard to sustain our family's daily needs and provide you with the best material comforts. Do you truly understand the meaning behind my words?" Lin Kiki's voice rose in a near-frantic roar, desperate to elicit any reaction from Sue Yi's placid demeanor. Even a slight furrow of his brow, a single word, or a question about what had transpired would suffice. She felt as though she had merely brought back Sue Yi's physical form, while his heart and soul had long since departed from their home. In response to Lin Kiki's outburst, Sue E maintained his unwavering expression, nodding gently as he calmly replied, "I know you have had a difficult time. It is late. You should rest. You have work tomorrow." With that, he stood from the sofa, gently pressing Lin Kiki back down, and walked away towards Yi's room without a backward glance. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Kiki's eyes widened, and suddenly she could no longer contain her tears. She felt utterly wronged and helpless. She had wanted to reveal the truth to Sue E, but why would he not accept it, nor forgive her? What had she done wrong? What had caused Sue E to grow so indifferent? At that moment, Lin Kiki's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Xiaolon. "Has Sue E returned tonight?" was the first question Lin Xiaolon posed, seemingly frightened by Sue Yi's sudden departure, anxious that he might leave home again. A situation she would not forgive. "He has returned. He has been here with E. Lin Kiki replied, her voice dull and choked with suppressed sobs. Sensing her distress, Lin Xiaolan furrowed her brow and could not help but inquire, "What is the matter? Are you crying? Did you two have another argument? Did you not go to the amusement park together with Yi today? How has it come to this? Did Su Yi lose his temper with you again?" "No, it is not like that, sister," Lin Kiki cried harder, her tears soaking her collar. "Su Yi did not quarrel with me, but his demeanor is so cold. I feel as though his heart has left this home. In his eyes, I cannot see even a trace of myself. Sister, Su Yi is about to leave me forever, and I am filled with dread. I'm truly terrified. We did not even have a significant quarrel, yet I feel a heart-wrenching pain as if my heart is being twisted. Why is Su Yi treating me with such indifference?" Chapter 62. Good morning, Lan Jie. The image of Su Yi's cold demeanor has etched itself deeply into her heart, causing her to choke with discomfort, unable to articulate the profound sorrow within. If Su Yi were to erupt in anger and scold her, she could at least understand the source of his fury. However, it is precisely this facade of tranquility that conceals a more terrifying resentment and wrath. She fears that it will not be long before Su Yi gradually drifts away from her, just as he did today. Upon hearing Lin Kiki's grievances, Lin Xiaolan couldn't help but pause. Su Yi is not angry. Instead, he appears exceptionally calm. What could this mean? Emotional neglect? No. It must be that Lin Kiki has done something that has led Su Yi to see no hope in her. He knows that no matter how much he might rage, he cannot reclaim Lin Kiki, nor can he encounter the Lin Kiki he once loved to the depths of his being. Thus, he has surrendered, relinquishing his relentless persistence and effort, wishing to let go and slowly depart. Only this could elucidate Su Yi's unusual response. It seems that these two are destined for divorce. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiaolan could not suppress a sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness. She certainly cannot interfere with Su Yi's choices. After all, it is Su Yi who lives with Lin Kiki, not her. Stop crying for now. I will speak to Su Yi tomorrow and inquire about what transpired. You should return home and get some rest. By the way, did Su Yi change after you returned from the amusement park? Or did it happen just moments ago? If it was the former, that would be troubling. But if it was the latter, the duration has not been long. Perhaps Su Yi is merely momentarily disheartened, and after a good night's sleep, he may return to his normal self. Lin Xiaolan's question left Lin Kiki momentarily speechless. When did Su Yi become so indifferent? She did not know, as she had left him and Yi to attend to her own affairs at the company. Realizing that there was no response on the phone for quite some time, Lin Xiaolan, despite her usual naivety, understood that her foolish sister must have done something again. Unable to contain her rising tone, she demanded, "What happened at the amusement park? Do not deceive me, otherwise I will no longer involve myself in your matters and let you both fend for yourselves." Lin Kiki felt a pang in her heart and, biting her lip, recounted to Lin Xiaolan how she abandoned Su Yi and Yi that afternoon. Upon learning the truth, Lin Xiaolan was rendered speechless, covering her face and sighing repeatedly. "I will go find Su Yi tomorrow. That is final." With that, Lin Xiaolan abruptly ended the call, at a loss for how to chastise Lin Kiki into realizing her mistakes. Gazing at her darkened phone screen, Lin Kiki lifted her head towards the room. Trembling, she slowly approached, wishing to open the door and sleep alongside Su Yi. Yet, the door was locked, preventing her entry. Su Yi had shut her out, or perhaps he wished to shield her from seeing Yi. Lin Kiki gasped for breath, feeling her breathing grow rapid and labored. It was as if a heavy stone pressed upon her heart, inducing a suffocating discomfort. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Su Yi arose early to prepare breakfast. Hearing the commotion, Lin Kiki hurriedly climbed out of bed. She instinctively rushed into Su Yi's embrace, her eyes slightly red and swollen. "Darling, have you forgiven me? Do you feel a bit better now? Is Yi awake? Let's south visit the amusement park today. I promise I won't leave again. We can enjoy ourselves together, all right?" Lin Kiki implored, her tone tinged with a hint of humility. However, Su Yi remained absorbed in his culinary tasks, not sparing her a glance. Yi had already had her fill of fun last night and would not be joining them again. "How about we go on a trip to refresh our spirits? Are there any attractions you'd recommend? Let us spend 3 days and 2 nights together and then return," Lin Kiki continued to suggest, her face adorned with a sincere smile, her gaze filled with anticipation. Yet, Su Yi's demeanor mirrored that of the previous night, as impassive as a machine, offering only perfunctory responses. "You're busy, and so am I. Let us not travel. The scenery in Jiangsheng is quite lovely, he replied calmly. Unfazed, Lin Kiki pressed on. That's perfectly fine. We can explore Jiangsheng together. Where would you like to go? Perhaps we could enjoy some coffee? I know a CAF with play facilities for children. We can let E play while we watch. Su E placed the prepared dishes onto a plate, then turned to continue cooking without addressing her suggestion. Observing this, Lin Kiki took the initiative to set the table, arranging everything meticulously and retrieving chopsticks. She then dashed to Su Yi's side, playfully watching him. Darling, your cooking skills remain impeccable, and the aroma of the dishes is simply delightful. I can hardly wait to dig in. Do you need to prepare anything else? May I help you just like we used to? She offered, eager to lend a hand. However, as she surveyed the kitchen, she realized she was unaware of what Su intended to make, and many ingredients had already been prepped, leaving no task for her to assist with. Standing in the kitchen, she felt like an unwelcome guest. This sense of helplessness rekindled her anxiety and confusion. She regretted not having learned to cook alongside Su Yi, which would have spared her this feeling of impotence in the kitchen. Accustomed to directing Su Yi's life, she now found herself unable to contribute, fearing she might only create chaos. Su Yi ignored Lin Kiki, skillfully preparing the next dish. As his silence persisted, her anxiety peaked. Just then, the door swung open. It was Lin Xiaolan. How delightful! What grand feast are you preparing today? Is there any for me? Lin Xiaolan greedily inhaled the fragrant aroma, unable to resist the urge to lick her lips. Upon noticing Lin Kiki rushing towards her, her eyes sparkled as if she had spotted a savior. She hurriedly approached, grasping Lin Xiaolan's hand with a face full of anxiety and helplessness. Sister, please help me figure out what's wrong with Su Yi. He has been uncharacteristically silent since last night, and this morning, even while cooking, he continues to ignore me. I've tried everything, yet nothing seems to work. Please, think of a solution. Lin Xiaolan gently patted Lin Kiki's hand and turned her gaze towards Su Yi, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. It was evident that he was solely focused on preparing the meal, having not acknowledged her presence. Thus, she swiftly made her way over. Su Yi, what's the matter? Am I not welcome? You can't be so ungrateful. At the very least, you should greet me when I arrive. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi lifted his head, his expression a mask of dullness and rigidity. With great effort, he managed to pull a stiff smile across his lips, uttering, "Good morning, Sister Lan." The forced smile on Su Yi's face was more distressing than tears, startling Lin Xiaolan. It was the first time she had witnessed such a frigid expression from him, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Meanwhile, Su Yi resumed his culinary tasks, seemingly reverting to his usual aloof demeanor, as if their brief exchange had never occurred. Lin Xiaolan furrowed her brow in displeasure, on the verge of losing her temper. However, upon glancing back at Lin Kiki's anxious countenance, she stifled her anger. Striving for a gentle tone, she delicately suggested, "Su Yi, I've heard from Kiki about yesterday's incident. Indeed, she was in the wrong, and I've asked her to apologize to you. Please accept her apology so that you may both find happiness together. It's not healthy to maintain such a stern expression all the time. Eventually, it will lead to a permanent scowl. Do you intend to keep such a demeanor around EE as well?" Su Yi shook his head, responding, "No, I want tea. No, I want tea." Just those 3 words, Lin Xiaolan thought, feeling a surge of frustration. After all she had expressed, he had brushed her off with such a simple response. No wonder Lin Kiki had been crying all night. How could they communicate with Su Yi in this state? It would almost be more satisfying to have a heated argument instead. Faced with Su Yi's silence, Lin Xiaolan felt utterly powerless, as if her efforts had struck nothing but cotton. How could they communicate and resolve their conflicts? "I can no longer handle this. You must figure it out on your own," Lin Xiaolan said, waving her hand in resignation, unwilling to assist further. Lin Kiki clutched Lin Xiaolan's hand tightly, and, after casting a glance at Su Yi, led her to Yi's room. Once they closed the door, Lin Kiki instantly transformed, tears streaming down her face like a torrent. "Sister, what are we to do now? I can't just avoid speaking to Su Yi indefinitely. With him acting this way, I have no idea how to apologize or how to bring him back to himself. Please, help me think of a solution." Irritated, Lin Xiaolan withdrew her hand. "Help you think of a solution? What is there to consider? You shouldn't have left yesterday." Perhaps at that moment, Su Yi harbored a flicker of lingering affection for you, yet your abrupt departure became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Undoubtedly, it was your absence that transformed Su Yi into this reticent being, one who refrains from uttering a word or engaging in any form of communication. What comes next? Must I continue to elaborate? Lin Xiaoran glared at Lin Kiki, who, feeling increasingly anxious, seemed to lose her usual composure. She hastily inquired, what will happen next? Sister, please clarify. Must I resort to guessing? How could I possibly deduce that? After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaoran candidly stated, it will either culminate in an immediate divorce or a separation, leading to divorce when the time is ripe. There will be no alternative. Upon hearing the term divorce, Lin Kiki felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body frozen in disbelief. The notion of divorce had been mentioned by Su Yi before, yet he would always hesitate at the crucial moment and accompany her home. However, this time, he had never uttered the word divorce, yet the sentiment surrounding it felt more potent than ever. No, I cannot bear to part with Su Yi. I love him, and I do not wish for a divorce. Sister, what should I do? I truly do not want to separate from him. Lin Kiki wept bitterly, her tears flowing like rain. Her sobs roused the sleeping Yi, who rubbed her eyes and groggily sat up in bed. Mommy? Mommy, when did you return? Why are you crying? Please don't cry. It makes me sad too. Yi rushed forward and embraced Lin Kiki, her innocent voice attempting to comfort her. Lin Kiki held Yi tightly, nodding gently, her body trembling with sobs. At that moment, Lin Xiaoran suddenly turned to Yi and asked, Yi, after Mommy left the amusement park yesterday, did Daddy say anything to you? Please tell your Annie in detail, and I will treat you to some candy. Upon hearing this, Yi's attention drifted away from the candy, her chin resting in her hands as she pondered seriously. I think he said something. What did Daddy say? Quickly tell Mommy. Lin Kiki felt a glimmer of hope and urged her on. Yi's little mind began to whirl, recalling the events at the amusement park, when Mommy suddenly vanished. She wanted to search for her, but Daddy insisted there was no need to look, stating that even if they searched, they would not find her. Then, all of a sudden, Daddy started to cry. Sui Kurid. This revelation caught both Lin Xiaoran and Lin Kiki utterly off guard. They had assumed Su Yi was merely angry and had berated Lin Kiki at the amusement park. Little did they know, he had wept instead. Had he reached a point of utter disappointment, unable to contain his emotions? With this thought, Lin Kiki's heart quivered, seemingly burdened by guilt. And then? Lin Xiaoran asked. Then, Yi replied, contemplating seriously as tears suddenly welled in her eyes. Subsequently, Father expressed his intention to take me to the capital for a visit, and he mentioned that he would seek a new mother who could always accompany me. Oh, how I wish not to have another mother. I have only one mother. Could you please persuade Father? I do not wish to leave you. Su Yi intends to find a new mother for Yi. He is quite serious about this. Lin Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. Lin Kuku felt an overwhelming sadness, her limbs turning weak and her body devoid of strength. Indeed, Su Yi was genuinely enraged and had already resolved to leave Jiangcheng, taking Yi far away from here. He had truly lost faith in himself. The very thought plunged Lin Kuku into deeper sorrow, her weeping becoming more intense to the point of struggling to breathe. Is Su Yi still just a child, so utterly unaware of the gravity of his actions? Lin Xiaolan was incensed, rising to confront Su Yi. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Su Yi standing at the threshold. His expression had shifted from rigidity and indifference to one filled with concern and tenderness. He softly called out, Yi, have you awakened? Hurry and wash your hands for breakfast. Upon seeing Su Yi, Lin Xiaolan sprang to her feet, furiously shouting, Su Yi, what do you mean by saying you want to find Yi the new mother? On what grounds do you dare to do such a thing? Yi is Kuku's daughter and my niece. I will not permit you to take her away. Su Yi slowly shifted his gaze, his cold eyes fixating on Lin Xiaolan. Her heart sank at the sight of his indifferent countenance and frosty stare, instinctively inducing feelings of fear and oppression. Sister Lan, this is my concern. Might I trouble you to refrain from meddling? Su Yi observed Lin Xiaolan with calmness, then turned his attention back to Yi, a gentle smile emerging on his face, as if it had not been he who had just spoken. Nevertheless, the chilling gaze he cast upon Lin Xiaolan made her heart race with unease. The current Su Yi felt distinctly foreign, markedly different from the past. All of this stemmed from the abrupt departure of Lin Kuku. Darling, why won't you even look at me? Do you truly have the heart to abandon me? Please, allow me to explain. I merely went to the office to sign a contract and had a drink with a client before returning. Why? Why would you speak such words to E? Surely, you jest. Once your anger subsides, let us not dwell on this. Lin Cuckoo stepped closer to Sue E, reaching out to grasp his hand. Yet, Sue E retreated a step and evaded her, instead approaching the bed to lift E into his arms. Cool me. We must eat properly. We shan't dine on those unsanitary food from outside any longer, understand? From now on, I will prepare meals for E every day. With that, Sue E disregarded Lin Xiaolon and Lin Cuckoo in the room, seemingly impervious to their words. He carried E into the living room, placing her on a stool. After washing the chopsticks, he handed them to her with a smile, saying, "Hurry and eat. You must consume more vegetables to grow taller." As he gazed at the meal before her, tears shimmered in her eyes. She set down her chopsticks and grasped Su Yi's hand, her voice tinged with distress. "Daddy, please don't be angry. I don't want to leave Mommy. I don't want you two to part. I only want this one Mommy." Upon hearing her, Su Yi's expression remained unchanged as he simply urged E to continue her meal, choosing to remain silent on the matter at hand. Lin Kiki watched Su Yi leave with widened eyes, her throat tightening, rendering her speechless with a profound sense of sorrow. She yearned to apologize to Su Yi, to admit her faults, but it seemed that now it was too late. He wouldn't hear her out at all. "Sister, what should we do now?" Lin Kiki wept, placing all her hopes on Lin Xiaolon. However, Lin Xiaolon furrowed her brow and replied helplessly, "If you ask me, who should I ask? Isn't the household chaotic enough already? What more do you intend to stir up? I refuse to involve myself any further. Whether you choose to divorce or not is of no concern to me." With that, Lin Xiaolon, incensed, shot Lin Kiki a glare and, disregarding the tears on her face, swiftly made her way to the door. As she passed the living room, he looked up at her. The sorrowful gaze made Lin Xiaolon's heart constrict, causing her to instinctively halt her steps. "Auntie," he called out in a sweet voice. This affectionate plea further pierced Lin Xiaolon's heart, prompting her to approach the child. "What is it, E? Auntie is here." E attempted to leave her seat to join Lin Xiaolon, but Su Yi cast her a glance. There was no anger in his expression, nor any reprimanding words. Yet a mere look was enough to make E retreat, obediently settling back onto the stool, too afraid to move. E. Lin Xiaolon observed her return to her seat and could not help but direct her ire at Su Yi. "Su Yi, why are you being so harsh with E? She hasn't done anything wrong. Your issues should not involve the child." In response, Su Yi turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaolon, his indifferent expression akin to that reserved for a stranger. "I know how to educate my own daughter. If you're not going to eat, you may leave." It was a dismissal. Lin Xiaolon was incensed by Su Yi's attitude. After all, she was Lin Kiki's elder sister, having spent recent days helping to care for E. Yet, after Su Yi's outburst, he even disregarded her, speaking to her in such a manner. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. "What do you mean, Su Yi? You ungrateful wretch. I've been assisting you all this time. And this is how you repay me? This house was purchased with Keek's money. When did it become yours? What right do you have to tell me to leave?" As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Xiaolon suddenly covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken. As expected, Su Yi let out a cold laugh, nodding slightly. "Indeed, this is your home. I am truly the outsider. You have never regarded me as family, nor have you treated me as such. You and Lin Kiki are both the same. Rest assured, I will soon depart and will not continue residing here." With that, Su Yi picked up his chopsticks and began serving himself food. The atmosphere in the living room grew even more suffocating and tense. Lin Kiki stepped out of the room, observing the two individuals embroiled in a heated argument. She hurriedly approached Su Yi, grasping his hand and pleading earnestly, "Su Yi, could you please not leave? This is your home, our shared sanctuary. What am I to do if you go? Please, I implore you." Su Yi withdrew his hand, not sparing her a glance. No matter how fervently Lin Kiki begged, he remained unresponsive. He had already afforded her ample opportunities. Any further indulgence would only lead Lin Kiki to take it for granted. Had he known this would transpire, he should have curtailed her liberties when Zhong Ziheo returned to the country, rather than indulging her whims. "Do eat your meal, otherwise it will grow cold," Su Yi urged, serving food to Yi, advising her not to focus on Lin Kiki. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Lin Kiki abruptly lifted her gaze toward Yi, beseeching Yi, "Please persuade Daddy not to leave, okay? I know you are the most obedient. Do you wish to part with Mommy?" Being but a child, Yi could not bear to see her mother in such distress. She dashed over and flung herself into Lin Keek's embrace, choking back sobs. "Daddy, please don't go. I don't want to leave Mommy. I believe Mommy won't make mistakes again. Just forgive her this once. Otherwise, I won't go with you either." Yi summoned her courage to speak, even resorting to a semblance of a threat. Su-yi looked down at Yi's tear-filled eyes, her understanding nature tugging at his heartstrings. He reached out to gently pat her small head, smiling. "All right, Daddy promises you I won't leave." Truly, a smile immediately brightened Yi's face, her two little tiger teeth appearing adorably. Lin Keek's expression also transformed as she tightly embraced Yi, her heart swelling with joy. At last, she had managed to sway Su-yi, aided by her daughter's intervention. Indeed, it seemed only Yi could elicit such a response from Su-yi. Others were powerless. With this thought, Lin Keek silently resolved to treat Yi with utmost care. No matter how callous Su-yi might be, he would never abandon Yi. Chapter 65. The Ruthlessness of Deng Kaifeng. After finishing breakfast, Su-yi did not depart, but instead played with Yi at home. Lin Keek set aside her work matters, content to remain with Yi, while also attempting to ease the tension between herself and Su-yi. In the living room, Lin Keek leaned close to Su-yi, asking, "Darling, tomorrow marks our wedding anniversary. Let's spend the day together outside. I promise to stay by your side and truly engage with you, without letting work interrupt us. All right?" Lin Keek repeatedly inquired, at first receiving indifference from Su-yi, but eventually her persistence began to wear on him, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet during these moments, Lin Keek would always present Yi as a shield. Su-yi had never lost his temper in front of Yi, and this occasion was no different. With the assistance of Yi, he agreed to accompany Lin Keek to the CAF the following day. A triumphant smile immediately graced Lin Keek's face as she planted a kiss on Yi's cheek, who was equally pleased. Unbeknownst to them, a conspiracy was already unfolding within the Dragon Group. In the office of the Dragon Group, Zhong Wenhua sought out Deng Kaifeng and reiterated the news of Su-yi's return. "I have dispatched someone to confirm. Su-yi is indeed the missing young master of the Su family from the capital. He has married Lin Keek, the president of Accompany, and they have a daughter together. For years, he remained under the radar, only to resurface recently when we were vying for the position of chairman. He has joined the Dragon Group, working under the business manager Wang Yimin, and even assisted Song Jiaqin in resolving a supplier crisis. This is merely his first move. He will undoubtedly aim for the chairman position and take a seat there. Many former chairman subordinates may betray us upon seeing Su-yi's return. If we continue our deadly struggle, we will only harm each other, ultimately allowing Su-yi to reap the benefits." Zhong Wenhua sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed, with a countenance darkened by worry. Opposite him sat the corpulent Deng Kaifeng, the largest shareholder in the Dragon Group and a formidable contender for the chairmanship. As he scrutinized the printed photographs before him, he remarked, "You make a valid point. The chairman's son taking over the business undoubtedly carries more authority and respect. Other managers support his election as chairman, given their connections in the capital, which empower them to perform better than we can. Furthermore, the Dragon Group has been on a downward trajectory, especially since Qin Wenwen arrived in Jiangcheng. It has spiraled out of control. If we wish to act, it must be now." Hearing Deng Kaifeng's rational perspective and his lack of suspicion regarding his motives relieved Zhong Wenhua. Thankfully, his adversary was not a fool. Otherwise, he would have been incensed. "I am uncertain how much evidence Su-yi possesses, but if we seize the opportunity to eliminate him, all evidence will vanish." "What do you propose?" Deng Kaifeng inquired, raising an eyebrow at Zhong Wenhua. He already had a plan in mind, but was eager to hear Zhong Wenhua's thoughts, as he could afford to delay his own execution. "Threaten him to withdraw from the Dragon Group," Zhong Wenhua declared without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Deng Kaifeng frowned and shook his head. "That approach is unfeasible. He is not easily intimidated. Furthermore, even if he departs from the Dragon Group, he can still seek evidence. Should we force him out, he would merely retreat into the shadows while we remain in the open, which would not only be ineffective but also render us more vulnerable." Deng Kaifeng lit a cigar, exhaling thick smoke rings. Amidst the swirling haze, his expression bore an air of solemnity and gravity. "It is not possible to drive him away. One can only delay his time, preventing him from arriving on time before the board meeting next month." Zhong Wenhua raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Clearly, Deng Kaifeng was more astute and perceptive than he had anticipated. However, after eliminating Su Yi, dealing with him would become quite troublesome. At this moment, he felt a profound conflict within himself. On one hand, he wished for Deng Kaifeng to recognize the current situation and act wisely, while on the other, he feared that Deng Kaifeng's cleverness might be turned against him. "What's your plan?" Zhong Wenhua inquired. Deng Kaifeng's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he formed a circular gesture and sat up. He pointed at a photograph. "Doesn't he have a daughter? If something were to happen to her, and she ended up in the hospital, do you think he would still have the heart or time to deal with us?" Zhong Wenhua's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he stood up, staring intently at Deng Kaifeng, doubting his sanity. "Are you insane? To lay a hand on a child? Are you capable of such a thing? If discovered, we would both be imprisoned. I do not wish to take such a significant risk with you. My plan is far more prudent." Zhong Wenhua felt that Deng Kaifeng had grown disturbingly foreign and terrifying, capable of conceiving such a ruthless method. When did he become so audacious? Or had his ambition swelled to such an extent? "Are you afraid?" Deng Kaifeng sneered disdainfully. "Once I secure the position of chairman, what issue cannot be resolved? Besides, I would not directly harm his daughter. We can fabricate an accident, perhaps a car accident while crossing the street, or an unfortunate fall into the river, or even a kidnapping." Deng Kaifeng revealed a set of yellowed teeth, chuckling wickedly. "There are myriad ways to torment a person. We need not dirty our hands. We can delegate this unsavory task to others, ensuring that Su Yi cannot trace it back to us, even if he uncovers the truth. By that time, I will have already ascended to the position of chairman." Deng Kaifeng's boisterous laughter echoed, chilling to the bone. Even Zhong Wenhua felt a certain trepidation towards him in this state. Such a person, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals, seemed to possess no moral limits. Who could fathom what further atrocities he might commit? Yet, one could not deny that such a method, though cruel, could effectively buy time for Su Yi, potentially keeping him in the hospital for the next month or two. "Do you dare proceed? Just tell me. Stop hesitating. If you are afraid, then leave the Long family group. If you are timid, you will never accomplish anything even if the position of chairman is bestowed upon you." Deng Kaifeng suddenly slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice. Chapter 66. The Anxious Zhong Zihao. Zhong Wenhua grappled with his inner turmoil for a moment longer. He then lifted his gaze towards the plaque bearing the title of the chairman's office. His eyes instantly grew red and resolute. "Let us do it, but you must ensure that it remains undiscovered. Otherwise, I will not spare you." Zhong Wenhua threatened fiercely. Deng Kaifeng merely sneered, dismissing Zhong Wenhua's threat with indifference. "Have you forgotten how I acquired the majority of shares in the Long Group? Was it through my own merit? No. It was through my connections and cunning. Just sit tight and await my good news. By tomorrow at the latest, Su Yi will vanish from our sight, reverting once more to the missing scion of the Su family." "Ha ha ha." Deng Kaifeng laughed heartily as he rose and gradually exited the office. Leaving Zhong Wenhua alone on the sofa, his gaze fixated on the photograph upon a coffee table. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhong Zihao abruptly entered. "Father, how did your discussion with him go? Did Deng Kaifeng say anything?" He seemed quite pleased. Zhong Zihao approached Zhong Wenhua and noticed the photograph on the table, his eyes narrowing instinctively. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Could it be that Zhong Wenhua was impatient to take action against Su Yi? Perhaps Lin Kiki would be caught in the crossfire, potentially harmed. This was unacceptable. He had invested so much effort to win Lin Kiki's affection, performing various charades, only to have it all jeopardized by his father's ambitions for the chairmanship of the Long Group. He would not allow it. "Father, you wouldn't be planning to target Lin Kiki, would you? You promised me you wouldn't interfere. Give me 2 more days. I swear I will completely sever Lin Kiki from Su Yi. After that, you may deal with Su Yi as you wish, and I will not concern myself with it." Zhong Wenhua glared at his ineffectual son, exasperated by the turmoil caused over a mere woman, which nearly disrupted his plans. 2 days? Not a moment could be spared. "Even if I can wait," can Deng Kaifeng. "That man is far more ruthless than I. Once he strikes, he will show no mercy. However, do not fret. His target this time is not Lin Kiki, merely the president of a small company, an insignificant threat. The real aim is Su Yi's daughter." "Su Yi's daughter?" Zhong Zihao froze, bewildered as to why they would bypass Su Yi to target his daughter. "What do you mean?" he inquired. Zhong Wenhua relayed the details of their earlier conversation to Zhong Zihao. Upon absorbing this chilling scheme, Zhong Zihao's pupils constricted, a shiver racing down his spine. Deng Kaifeng was even more formidable than he had imagined. Ruthless and ambitious barely scratched the surface of his nature. Most alarmingly, he intended to act tomorrow. Time was exceedingly short. This was utterly unacceptable. Yet, it was no longer a matter of his objections. While there was still a sliver of time, he needed to confess his feelings to Lin Kiki and bring her closer to him. After that, Su Yi's affairs would no longer concern him. With his thought in mind, Zhong Zihao turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? Zhong Wenhua suddenly barked. I have something to attend to. Zhong Zihao stammered. No, you must stay put, unless you tell me what you intend to do. I cannot fathom Lin Ki's significance to you. But if you dare to hinder our plans, Deng Kaifeng will not spare you. This is a gamble where we stake our very lives. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. You would do well to be forthright with me. Zhong Wenhua threatened in a low voice. Zhong Zihao swallowed hard, clenched his teeth lightly, and replied, Rest assured, Father, I will not interfere with your plans. I merely wish to pursue some of my own endeavors, which will conclude swiftly. In fact, I could assist you in executing your plans more effectively. With that, Zhong Zihao departed the office. Standing at the doorway, he took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. After a moment, he strode toward another office, the one belonging to Deng Kaifeng. Upon opening the door, Deng Kaifeng looked up, somewhat surprised to see Zhong Zihao standing there. Zhong Zihao, what brings you here? Does your father have more to discuss with me? He inquired with a smile. It is not my father. I have come to propose a collaboration with you, Zhong Zihao asserted, confidently approaching Deng Kaifeng. You desire to take action against Su Yi's daughter, do you not? I possess a means to draw Su Yi away, thereby creating an opportunity for you. Deng Kaifeng raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Zhong Zihao's initiative. It was certainly a display of greater resolve than that of his inept father. He promptly closed his laptop, resting his chin on his crossed hands, and smirked. Are you certain? Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to separate Su Yi from his daughter, as children are typically accompanied by their parents, making any untoward incident unlikely. It was far from easy to part them. His intent was merely to buy time, not to resort to murder. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of Su Yi and Lin Ki's wedding, and they will surely celebrate outside. That will present us with our best opportunity. I will devise a way to ensure his daughter remains close to Lin Kiki, Lin Xiaolan, at that time. You must strike when the moment is right, as the window will be limited, and you must act swiftly. Zhong Zihao's gaze hardened, though he had no inclination to pursue such actions. It was Su Yi who left him no choice. Time would not wait for him. Deng Kaifeng pondered for a moment before breaking into a grin. What is your true intention behind this? Surely, you do not plan to deceive me only to turn around and ally with Su Yi, revealing the truth? I am not a fool. I would never do such a thing, Zhong Zihao retorted angrily. Then, pray tell, what is your objective? Deng Kaifeng disregarded Zhong Zihao's ire. What adult would stoop to arguing with a child? Although Zhong Zihao had reached adulthood, in his eyes, he was merely a young boy to be toyed with. Zhong Zihao found himself momentarily speechless. Should he confess to Deng Kaifeng that his actions were motivated by a desire for Lin Kiki? Wouldn't that expose his secret? From Zhong Wenhua's words, he grasped that Deng Kaifeng was far more formidable and perilous than he appeared. Engaging with such a cunning individual required utmost caution. Revealing his secrets would only lead to dire consequences. Do not concern yourself with my intentions. Simply answer whether you are willing to collaborate. This is your opportunity. If you fail to seize it, I assure you, there will be no way for you to confront Su Yi regarding his daughter. I possess a profound understanding of their domestic circumstances, and only I can assist you in achieving your objectives. Chapter 67. The Rivalry of Two Companies. Zhong Zihao fixed his gaze intensely on Deng Kaifeng, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Deng Kaifeng remained silent, refraining from an immediate response as he contemplated the feasibility of the plan in his mind. Zhong Zihao's assertions indeed held merit. It was impossible for him to confront Su Yi's daughter without first addressing Su Yi himself, unless he resorted to more forceful means. However, such an approach would likely expose his intentions, making them too conspicuous. Only Zhong Zihao could mitigate the risk of exposure. Yet, Zhong Zihao was the son of Zhong Wenhua. What if this were a trap set by Zhong Wenhua himself? That would spell disaster. He had no desire to falter in the mire. After a moment, he spoke solemnly. How can I trust you? You need not trust me, for I cannot compel you to do so. Just know that I harbor a profound disdain for Su Yi, exceedingly so, and the actions you wish to undertake align with my own desires. If you lack the courage to follow my lead, then it is entirely up to you. Zhong Zihao employed a tactic of provocation, a trifling maneuver that bore little weight against Deng Kaifeng. Nonetheless, it underscored Zhong Zihao's genuine animosity toward Su Yi. The specific reasons for this enmity would require further investigation. Very well, I shall place my trust in you once. When shall we act? Deng Kaifeng wore a cheerful expression. Yet no one could discern the schemes brewing within his mind. Tomorrow at noon, without regard for whether Deng Kaifeng believed him, Zhong Zihao departed the office in haste after leaving those words behind. With the matters concerning the Long Corporation settled, his focus shifted to Lin Kiki. He needed to contemplate carefully how to further fracture the relationship between Lin Kiki and Su Yi, widening the rifts between them. Tomorrow marked their wedding anniversary, and if Lin Kiki were to be distracted or witness Su Yi in a fit of rage, it might prompt her to seek a divorce in a fit of anger. This would truly test his acting skills. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept across Zhong Zihao's face. Fortunately, he had previously instigated a crisis of trust between Su Yi and Lin Kiki, or else orchestrating such a situation on short notice would indeed have proven to be quite challenging. In the afternoon, Su Yang took Yi to the amusement park, indulging her in various rides and attractions. Lin Kiki joined them, remaining throughout the entirety of their outing, ensuring that they enjoyed a day of family fun together. Su Yi's demeanor subtly shifted. However, it was not a change of heart towards Lin Kiki, but rather a preparation for one final meal before the divorce. After dining, they parted amicably, allowing each to lead their own lives henceforth. This would provide Yi with a final touch of maternal affection. Lin Kiki remained oblivious to Su Yi's intentions and held his hand affectionately as they meandered through the amusement park. Darling, shall we try the roller coaster together? I've never ridden one before, what do you think? As she pointed to the swiftly racing ride before them, Su Yi's expression momentarily froze. The height appeared rather daunting. I shall not go. If you wish to play, do so at your leisure. I will take Yi to explore other places. With those words, Su Yi gently took hold of Yi's small hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki's expression changed in alarm, and she hurriedly waved her hands, insisting that it was unnecessary for her to join. She feared that as soon as she sat down, she would discover that Su Yi had taken Yi away, leaving her unable to find them. Let us take Yi on the Ferris wheel. I have heard it is the tallest in the entire Jiang city, offering a splendid view of most of the city. Su Yi was about to decline, but Yi tugged at his hand, expressing her desire to ride. Thus, in pursuit of his daughter's happiness, Su Yi was willing to endure anything, even his innate fear of heights. As the Ferris wheel began to ascend higher and higher, Lin Kiki and Yi were filled with excitement, emitting shrieks of joy as they gazed at the scenic views of Jiang City. Meanwhile, Su Yi remained seated tensely, his eyes averted from the outside, fearing the embarrassment of losing control. Look, darling, that view is breathtaking. See, that is my company. My goodness. Is that the tallest building the Long Corporation? It seems even taller than the Ferris wheel. One wonders how the chairman of Long Corporation has managed to grow such an enterprise, Lin Kiki exclaimed, pulling Su Yi to the window to admire the magnificent Long Corporation in the distance. Su Yi squinted at the sight. Initially, he felt dizzy, but soon his gaze was drawn to the Long Corporation. Viewed from this vantage point, the Long Corporation towered over the surrounding structures. He recalled how his father once occupied that office, tirelessly working for the company's success. However, following the incident of his elopement, the Long Corporation gradually faded into obscurity, now occupied by a host of leeches draining the patience and expectations of its former clients. If this continued, that towering edifice would slowly crumble. I shall not allow the Long Corporation to perish under my watch. Su Yi's expression grew resolute. He was determined to expel the nefarious elements before the chairman's arrival. At that moment, Lin Kiki gasped again. Darling, look beside us. There is another company adjacent to the Long Corporation, and its scale is quite impressive. It appears to rival Long Corporation. Astonished, Su Yi followed Lin Kiki's pointing finger and indeed spotted a massive structure standing tall, resembling a magnificent mountain. Furthermore, it seemed even taller than Long Corporation. Guanyin Group, Qin Wenwen's company. Su Yi's eyes flickered. Once he secured the Long Corporation, the greatest threat would be Guanyin Group. This conglomerate had substantial backing, established by individuals from the capital. With connections to the capital, its business and capabilities had gradually surpassed those of Long Corporation, leading many former employees and clients of Long Corporation to defect to this new enterprise. From this vantage point, there's an elusive sense that the two companies are facing each other, covertly vying for supremacy. Whosoever ascends to become the largest enterprise in Jiangsheng shall gain absolute dominion over its wealth and resources. Should I successfully acquire the Long family group, it may require an extensive period of recuperation before I can engage in a contest of strength with the Guanyin Group. Qin Wenwen from the capital. Surely she cannot be my betrothed whom I have yet to meet. It must merely be a coincidence. With this thought, Su Yi vigorously shook his head, casting aside these bizarre notions. Yet in that very moment of looking down, he caught sight of a remarkably familiar girl seated within a Ferris wheel's iron sphere behind him. Chapter 68. At that time, we were by the riverside. Xiaowen? Su Yi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the girl with whom he had shared his troubles by the riverbank once more in this location. Xiaowen, and he himself was affectionately called Xiao He. What a serendipitous encounter. Jiangsheng is so vast, yet fate had conspired for them to meet here, within such close proximity. He had assumed they would only reunite by the moat, or perhaps at the conclusion of their wager next month. Sometimes, destiny is indeed wondrously whimsical. However, Xiaowen was currently leaning against the window, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the scenery outside, oblivious to his presence. Her focus seemed directed towards the Long family group and the Guanyin Group. Observing the longing etched upon her face, a smile involuntarily graced Su Yi's lips. The wager was assuredly his to win. He could only wonder how delighted Xiaowen would be upon discovering that the individual she had met by the river was, in fact, the chairman of the Long family group. Before long, the Ferris wheel began its descent. In no time, the ride concluded. Su Yi and his companions disembarked first, preparing to depart. However, just a few paces away, Su Yi felt a sudden pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Xiaowen, her expression radiant with surprise as she stood behind him. Xiao He, I can't believe it's truly you. What a coincidence to encounter you here at the amusement park. Xiaowen exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Lin Kiki, upon spotting Xiaowen, felt an inexplicable sense of unease, cautiously observing her. This girl was exceedingly beautiful, exuding a unique aura. Even with her playful demeanor, a closer inspection revealed an inexplicable air of leadership about her. As a female CEO herself, Lin Kiki was no stranger to such an aura, recognizing it as a product of one's professional endeavors. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. I too did not expect to find you here. Su Yi feigned astonishment, although he had long recognized Xiaowen, choosing not to greet her. After all, encountering one another in broad daylight was hardly akin to sharing grievances. The thought of it felt somewhat awkward. Is this your daughter? Hello, Yi. Would you like some candy? I can go buy some for you. Xiaowen gently crouched before Yi, tenderly ruffling her hair. Yi, feeling a bit apprehensive, instinctively retreated slightly, but still responded politely. Thank you, sister. But my father says I cannot eat candy, as it can harm my teeth. How endearing. It is perfectly acceptable to indulge in a little sweetness now and then when there is nothing else to do. There is no need to adhere so strictly to your father's words. Xiaowen felt her heart melting at Yi's innocence. At that moment, Lin Kiki suddenly turned to Su Yi and inquired, Darling, is this your friend? Why not introduce us? Although Lin Kiki appeared to be addressing Su Yi, her gaze was fixated on Xiaowen, and her voice was not hushed. Thus Xiaowen took notice of her. Upon seeing Lin Kiki, Xiaowen recalled the words Su Yi had shared with her previously by the riverside. He had confided that his wife was in a sham marriage with another man and had been seen embracing yet another man, which must have referred to the woman before her. She was indeed quite beautiful. Su Yi had an eye for aesthetics, though his character left much to be desired. This is Xiaowen. She is Yi's biological mother. Su Yi introduced her with a rather dismissive tone. He even neglected to mention Lin Kiki's name, let alone refer to her as his wife. In his heart, Lin Kiki had long ceased to be his spouse. Furthermore, Lin Kiki had never introduced herself as his wife in public either. Presently, he was merely reciprocating Lin Kiki's behavior in kind. Evidently, Lin Kiki's heart skipped a beat, clearly dissatisfied with this introduction. I am his wife, Lin Kiki instinctively exclaimed, sounding as if she were asserting her claim. Then, in a subdued tone, she continued, "Why don't you refer to me as your wife? Are you still upset with me?" Sue cast her a glance, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, exhibiting only calmness and indifference. "It's nothing. Weren't you the one who introduced me as a friend before?" The terse remark nearly took Lynn Keek's breath away. Countless memories flooded her mind, recalling moments from their past. They had married in secret, without a ceremony or an officiant, not even informing anyone. They had simply gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. Yet, whenever Lynn Kiki and Sue were seen together in public by friends, she would introduce him as a friend or perhaps a cousin, never as her husband. Sue had not taken it to heart, knowing Lynn Kiki still loved him deeply. She simply found it challenging to introduce him to others. Thus, he had always appeared in the guise of Lynn Keek's friend. On occasion, he even received hints from Lynn Keek's close friends, suggesting they should share a meal together. Naturally, Sue declined and promptly informed Lynn Kiki of the situation that same day, providing her with a sense of security. As time passed, the matter faded from discussion, and Lynn Keek's friends began to regard him as merely a friend, oblivious to the fact that the two were not just friends but were married and had a child together. Now, standing before her is Sue Yi's friend, who deliberately distances himself from Lynn Cuckoo, much like she once did to him. At this thought, Lynn Cuckoo's lips quiver slightly, pale and trembling. She opens her mouth to offer an explanation, yet a wave of helplessness and guilt rises within her, compelling her to lower her gaze. Xiaowen, witnessing this scene, cannot help but chuckle softly to herself. Although unaware of the specifics, she discerns the emotional shifts through various subtle cues. She then interjects, "Why act so unfamiliar when it's just Mom? We're not strangers, after all. But your transformation is quite remarkable. I almost forgot about that time by the river, which we shouldn't mention." Suddenly, Xiaowen covers her mouth, as if realizing her mistake, yet there's no hint of panic on her face. Instead, she slyly observes Lin Kuku's reaction. Indeed, upon hearing Xiaowen's words, Lin Kuku abruptly raises her head, her gaze darting anxiously between Sue and Xiaowen. Her emotions escalate to a state of urgency. "What happened by the river? When did that occur? Please continue." Lin Kuku's impatience and distress are palpable as she grips Sue Yi's hand tightly, her eyes filled with a blend of fear and hope. "It's nothing. We simply had a chat," Sue Yi replies calmly. This response evidently fails to satisfy Lin Kuku, who relentlessly inquires about the events by the river. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaowen steps in to clarify. "Rest assured, we truly did nothing inappropriate. Even if he had wanted to, I would have been unwilling. Wandering alone by the river in the dead of night is dangerous. What if he fell in and no one noticed? I can't fathom why he chose to stay by the river alone at night. Well, every household has its own troubles. I don't wish to pry too deeply. But seeing him safe now brings me relief. You must remember our wager. As the days pass, you need to act swiftly." Xiaowen subtly hints at the events of that day while reminding Sue Yi to make a decision soon. "Don't let an unworthy woman hinder your progress. I have high hopes for you." Yet, she wonders why Sue Yi is at the amusement park today with the woman who betrayed him. Perhaps it is for his child. Yi. With this thought, Xiaowen gazes at Yi, reaching out to gently stroke her little face, saying, Yi, do you prefer daddy or mommy more?" After learning the sequence of events from Xiaowen, Lin Kuku's doubts gradually dissipate, transforming into profound shock. It turns out Sue Yi really did go to the river. Alone, in the dead of night, she can surmise his intentions. Had it not been for Xiaowen's sudden appearance, she might never have seen Sue Yi again. At this realization, her heart feels as if it is being tightly clenched, suffocating her with discomfort. Before she could inquire about the events of that evening, Xiaowen posed a question to Yi regarding her choice. Instantly, a wave of tension and concern washed over her, her face betraying a hint of anticipation as she gazed at Yi, eager to hear her thoughts. Eventually, attention shifted to Yi. Which child in this world does not yearn to declare their preference for their father or mother? Although this choice is undeniably arduous, and even they themselves find it challenging to decide, they still long to hear their child's answer spoken aloud. Yi tilted her head, glancing at Sue Yi, then at Lin Kuku, her expression revealing profound inner turmoil. At such a tender age, she was unsure of the right words to express. Consequently, she lingered in silence, unable to articulate her choice. Observing her distress, Sue Yi gently grasped Yi's small hand and turned to Xiaowen, stating, "The child is still young and does not comprehend your question. Do not pose such inquiries that compel her to speak the truth. If you seek an answer, it should be demonstrated through actions, not mere words. Soo-yi subtly criticized Lin Cuckoo with his words. Lin Cuckoo, perceptive to the underlying message, recognized that her work commitments had indeed overshadowed Yi's feelings. In response to Soo-yi's veiled remark, she could do nothing but remain silent, engulfed by a sense of helplessness and defeat. You make a valid point. By the way, we didn't exchange contact information the last time we parted. When the truth of our wager surfaces next month, I want to know how to reach you. You mustn't abscond simply because of failed bet, Shaowen remarked, pulling out her phone and offering it to Soo-yi. Without hesitation, he accepted it and scanned the QR code, quickly adding her contact. Observing this, Lin Cuckoo felt a surge of urgency and promptly retrieved her own phone. I wish to add you as well. Since you're a friend of my husband, you shall naturally be my friend too, and I am curious about the nature of your wager. Shaowen's eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto her lips as she playfully teased Lin Cuckoo. Oh, it's nothing significant, just that Soo-yi claimed he is quite skilled at massage. So our wager revolves around that. If he loses, he must provide me with a massage. If I lose, I shall wash his feet. With a glance at Soo-yi, she raised an eyebrow. Isn't that right? Soo-yi, fully aware that Shaowen was jesting and had no genuine intention behind her words, nonetheless nodded in affirmation upon witnessing Lin Cuckoo's horrified expression, as if she had just tasted something repugnant. Lin Cuckoo's eyes widened in shock, her hands trembling slightly, her breath growing heavier as she seemed on the verge of an emotional eruption. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Shaowen decided to make a swift exit. Her objectives had been accomplished, and she wished to distance herself from the impending conflict between the two. It was far more prudent to observe from a distance and later inquire about the unfolding story from Soo-yi. After bidding farewell, Lin Cuckoo suddenly tightened her grip on Soo-yi's hand, lifting her gaze to reveal eyes brimming with mist and sorrow. Soo-yi, have you truly promised her that you would give her a massage if you lose? You had clearly assured me that only I would receive your massages. Shaowen was oblivious to the fact that her casually fabricated wager inadvertently struck a chord with Soo-yi's strengths. As Soo-yi's legally binding spouse, Lin Kiki possessed the most thorough understanding of his massage techniques. Thus, upon hearing that the wager involved a massage, she nearly succumbed to her emotions. Disregarding the heart-wrenching expression on Lin Kiki's face, Soo-yi calmly remarked, "You once expressed a desire to leave this city with me, to travel and unwind. And yet, what has transpired? You are either absent, consumed by work, or drowning in alcohol. Lin Kiki, I am weary. I long for a moment of respite, free from the burdens of this chaos." Lin Kiki shook her head, overwhelmed, and retorted, "But I do this solely to provide you with a better living environment. To ensure your material needs are met, we must possess what others have, and even what they lack. Is that truly your aim? To satiate your insatiable desire for comparison?" A flicker of coldness passed through Soo-yi's gaze. He was taken aback to discover that Lin Kiki was motivated by such trivialities. Once, he had deemed these concerns the least significant. In his desire to make Lin Kiki happy, he had sacrificed everything, rendering himself destitute. Yet now, he observed her inching toward the very fame and fortune he had discarded. "I do not seek comparison. I strive to provide you with a better life." Lin Kiki corrected Soo-yi's misconception. However, her justification bore no semblance of credibility. If her intention were truly to improve their living conditions, she could have ceased her relentless pursuit long ago, rather than remaining ensnared in her work. She had yet to visit her own company, and its employees were unfamiliar with her. Believe what you will, it is growing late, and I must return. Chapter 70, Yearning to See My Granddaughter. Soo-yi grasped Yi's hand as they exited the amusement park. Yi glanced back at Lin Kiki and reminded, "Daddy, Mommy hasn't caught up yet. Aren't you going to wait for her?" Soo-yi's pace did not waver as he coldly replied, "If she wishes to return, she will. I have taken 99 steps and do not wish to take another." Watching Soo-yi grow increasingly distant, Lin Kiki could only stifle her tears and hasten to catch up. Upon returning home after a day of amusement, Yi was utterly exhausted and soon fell asleep on the sofa. After covering her with a blanket, Soo-yi settled on the sofa with his laptop, beginning to organize the company documents from the past 2 days. He refused to idle away his time, nor did he wish to. Shaowen's unexpected visit had served as a wake-up call, emphasizing the significance of time. The board meeting would commence soon. and he needed to seize every precious moment to uncover evidence against the shareholders of the Long family group. Lin Kiki approached Su Yi with a cup of hot tea, glancing at the information on his computer with a puzzled expression. Darling, you have yet to disclose what your role is within the Long family group. Lin Kiki seemed to have forgotten the events that transpired at the amusement park as she sat beside Su Yi, grasping his arm and drawing him into her embrace, seeking to divert his attention and coax him to turn back and look at her. Su Yi's expression remained unchanged. His gaze was resolutely fixed on the data displayed on his computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he unearthed the financial records of Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua. In the end, he indeed discovered a thread of evidence. It was not only Zhong Wenhua who was covertly manipulating the funds of the Long Group, but Deng Kaifeng was also engaged in similar actions. Even other shareholders within the Long Group were quietly scheming, clandestinely siphoning off its resources. The Long Group, once a formidable entity, had become a mere fade of strength, hollow at its core. If the situation were not curtailed, within 3 months, the Long Group would be entirely dismantled. This might also explain why Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua were vying for the position of chairman. They aimed to transfer all the funds to their own accounts in the shortest time possible, rendering other shareholders mere obstacles in their path. Thus, a subtle yet fierce struggle ensued, depleting the very energy of the Long Group and resulting in a continuous loss of clients. These scoundrels! Su Yi gritted his teeth, his gaze turning fierce with rage. Darling, stop looking at that. How about I give you a massage today? Lin Kiki suggested, moving behind Su Yi and mimicking the way he had previously massaged her temples. This gesture was indeed beneficial for alleviating stress. However, Su Yi had no desire to relax at that moment. He was intent on continuing his investigation. Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was a call from his mother. Mom? Su Yi answered the call, while Lin Kiki, who was still massaging him, abruptly halted her movements. Her expression filled with uncertainty as she looked at Su Yi. It was the first time she had heard mention of Su Yi's mother. Whenever she had inquired before, he would always deflect the topic, diverting her attention elsewhere. Initially, she had assumed that Su Yi's mother had passed away, and that his silence stemmed from the pain of loss. However, she now realized that the situation was perhaps not as she had imagined. Leaning against Su Yi's back, she began to eavesdrop discreetly. Yet, Su Yi was determined to keep his identity concealed from Lin Kiki, especially as he was secretly investigating the shareholders of the Long Group. Moreover, one of these shareholders was Zhong Wenhua, the father of Zhong Zihao. If Lin Kiki were to disclose this information to Zhong Zihao, all of his plans would unravel. In light of this matter, Su Yi was resolute in maintaining his vigilance. He promptly picked up his phone and retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Observing Su Yi's actions and the distrust etched on his face, Lin Kiki felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Biting her lip in frustration, she exclaimed, Su, why are you being so cold towards me now? Have you truly ceased to love me? You haven't even shared news of your mother with me. She approached the closed door, yearning to enter. To her astonishment, Su Yi had locked the door, denying her any opportunity to enter. This act left Lin Kiki utterly disheartened, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Feeling helpless, she retreated to the sofa, covering her face as she sobbed softly. Meanwhile, in the room, Su Yi stepped onto the balcony with his phone in hand, inquiring of Meng Qinghan about the situation. What is it, Mom? Why the sudden call tonight? On the other end of the line, Meng Qinghan's voice resonated with an unmistakable blend of affection and concern. My son, how is your investigation going? I heard you have been working tirelessly through the night, crafting plans for your clients, and salvaging numerous accounts on the verge of being lost. Moreover, I understand you are also delving into the financial matters of the Long family group. Your energy is finite. You must take the time to rest and not exhaust yourself so. Hearing his mother's concern, Su Yi felt a lump form in his throat. Despite his past unfilial actions, his mother continued to worry for him rather than cast blame, urging him to ensure his own well-being. This genuine concern, rather than conflict and grievances, truly touched his heart. I'm fine, Mom. I have been investigating the financial movements of Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua, as well as the recent performance and actions of other shareholders. I'm gradually uncovering some leads. I believe it won't be long before I can trace the roots and reveal the truth. Just give me a little more time. Su Yi replied, suppressing his emotions with determination. Upon hearing this, Meng Qinghan sighed softly. You have always been like this since childhood. Once you set your mind to something, You pursue it relentlessly. But you also need to take care of E while investigating the Long family group. You cannot manage both alone. I call to suggest that you bring E to me. I can look after her. This way, you can have some respite. And I can spend time with my precious granddaughter. It became clear that Meng Qinghan was yearning to see E. However, their circumstances were delicate, making it inconvenient for them to meet in person. Thus, they communicated via phone. Su Yi pondered for a moment before resolutely shaking his head in refusal. Mom, once I resolve the issues with the Long family group, I will bring E to see you, but not now. I believe I am capable of caring for both E and the Long family group. If I cannot handle such matters, how can I expect to oversee the Long family group in the future without witnessing its downfall? I must endure this pressure to hone my abilities. Chapter 71. The Appearance of Chun Zhou. Seeing Su Yi's unwavering resolve, Meng Qinghan refrained from saying more, merely reminding him to take care of himself. She then inquired about the leads he had found regarding the Long family group. Su Yi shared his recent discoveries with her. After listening, Meng Qinghan fell into a brief silence before finally speaking. Indeed, Zhong Wenhua and Deng Kaifeng are formidable adversaries. When your father was at the helm of the Long family group, these two were always the most active, eager to curry favor and assist your father with his burdens. However, as the business in the capital began to flourish rapidly, he found himself compelled to temporarily depart from Jiang City, prioritizing the affairs of the capital. Little did he expect that in his absence, their ambitions would swell with alarming speed to the point where they now seek to devour the Long family conglomerate. In the past, such petty maneuvers could be resolved without our intervention. Yet now, with a gentle sigh, Meng Qinghan expressed her thoughts. There was no need for her to elaborate further. Su Yi was already aware of the implications. His abrupt breach of contract and disappearance from the capital had placed immense pressure on the business there. His father was perpetually occupied, further neglecting the Long family enterprise in Jiang City. Consequently, this emboldened Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua, inflating their ambitions and daring them to convene a board meeting to contest the chairman's position. I shall make amends for my missteps. These two will be apprehended and dismantled by my own hand. You need not worry. I can manage this for now. Just leave it to me. Su Yi's grip on his phone trembled slightly. Sensing his resolve, Meng Qinghan refrained from further discouragement, eagerly anticipating whether her son had retained his skills after years away from the capital. She promptly reminded him, beyond Zhong Wenhua and Deng Kaifeng, you must also pay close attention to their business managers and other minor shareholders. These individuals are akin to a handful of rat droppings, if not entirely eradicated. No matter how many pots of soup you prepare, they will inevitably spoil due to a single taint. I possess a list of names. Those individuals harbor malicious intent and have committed numerous misdeeds under the instigation of Zhong Wenhua and Deng Kaifeng. I will send it to you shortly. Be sure to scrutinize it closely. Upon hearing this, a gleam of excitement ignited in Su Yi's eyes. This was indeed a momentous revelation. He had been at a loss regarding where to begin with the multitude of issues plaguing the Long family conglomerate, and now his mother had provided him with a list. Following the leads on this list, he could hardly worry about overlooking any culprits. His demeanor flushed with enthusiasm. He resolved to commence his plan immediately, leaving no opportunity for the opposition to react. He excelled at swift, decisive strikes, under a barrage of assaults by the time the adversary realized something was amiss. It would be too late. He had often employed this tactic in the capital, achieving victory time and again without a single defeat. By the way, my son, I neglected to mention that you must gradually build your network here in Jiang City. It is not the capital. Even with talent and capability, a solitary individual cannot withstand the multitude. Without support, you will ultimately find yourself isolated. Moreover, forging connections in advance will significantly aid you in gaining control of the Long family conglomerate in the future. Meng Qinghan advised. Su Yi nodded gently, fully aware of this principle. Yet the urgency of the situation left him with little time to seek assistance. His only potential ally seemed to be General Manager Wang. But relying solely on Wang's influence would be insufficient. He needed to rally more allies to his cause. Qin Wenwen from Guanyin Group may be the most suitable ally. However, one must ponder why she would extend her assistance. Currently, he possesses no tangible benefits to sway her heart. Thus, he must seek help elsewhere. Subsequently, Meng Qinghan offered a few words of caution to Su Yi before ending the call. Gazing at the darkened screen of his phone, Su Yi slowly lifted his gaze towards the window, contemplating the world outside. As dusk approached, Where could he possibly find a formidable ally to aid him in vying for the position of chairman? Perhaps within Long's group. There are still many loyal employees who once served under the former chairman. Yet Sue-yi could not discern who among them truly harbored goodwill towards him, and who might present a facade of loyalty while plotting otherwise. Until the chairman's position was secured, he could not reveal his true identity. He needed to keep the majority of people in the dark. Just as Sue-yi was lost in thought, his phone rang once more. This time, it was an unfamiliar number, originating from the capital. A flicker of curiosity crossed Sue-yi's eyes as he quickly answered the call, adopting a cautious tone. "Hello? May I ask who is speaking?" On the other end, a voice deliberately profound and pretentious responded, "Is this Sue-yi? Do you wish to know who I am?" "Ha! I am your former nightmare, and I still am." Listening to such absurdity, Sue-yi raised an eyebrow, harboring vague suspicions, though lacking certainty. He decided to employ a tactic to draw out the caller's identity. "Soon," Sue-yi replied seriously. "I am not Sue-yi. You have the wrong person. If that is all, I shall hang up." With that, he closed his mouth, feigning an intention to end the call. Upon hearing this, the other party became anxious, urgently interjecting, No, don't hang up. I was just joking. I know you're Sue-yi. After all these years, how can you still be so humorless? I was merely jesting. You didn't have to take it seriously. Have you enjoyed playing hide-and-seek all these years? You immediately disguise your identity at the slightest provocation. If I hadn't confirmed that you were on the other end, would I have called? Hearing this, Sue-yi was now certain of the caller's identity, a knowing smile emerging on his lips. "Shinjo, where are you?" Sue-yi inquired with a grin. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if the swift revelation of his identity had taken the caller by surprise. The voice then lowered, attempting to sound more aged. "You are mistaken. I am not Shinjo. Who is this Shinjo you speak of? I have heard of his reputation. It seems he is quite successful in the capital, almost resembling the first young master, but I have only heard tales, mere tales." Coughing, he continued, "Wait, are you messing with me?" It was at this moment that Shinjo realized Sue-yi was teasing him, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and red. Wishing he could reach through the phone line to strangle Sue-yi, upon realizing that his identity had been completely exposed, Shinjo immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "You are as annoying as ever. Clearly, you knew it was me all along, yet you resorted to such petty tactics to coax the truth out of me. Is this amusing to you?" Hearing Shinjo's furious tone, Sue-yi appeared rather delighted and smug. They had been childhood friends, having attended the same school in the capital during their youth, and maintained contact even as they ventured into society. Shinjo's family influence was not as vast as Sue-yi's in earlier years. Sue-yi even harbored doubts that Shinjo had approached him for his reputation and family backing, seeking to befriend him for ulterior motives. However, when Sue-yi invited Shinjo to his home and he beheld the villa resembling a palace, Shinjo was rendered speechless with envy, insisting it was no big deal, claiming he could have his father purchase an even grander house than this one. It was at that moment that Sue-yi and Shinjo became truly close friends. To Sue-yi's surprise, after so many years, Shinjo had reached out to him once more. He still possessed the same familiar temperament, and even the tone of his voice was unchanged. "I did not deceive you. It was you who hastily revealed it. Moreover, my current identity is quite sensitive, so I naturally must be cautious about certain calls. Who told you to coincidentally walk into my line of fire?" Sue-yi remarked casually. Shinjo paused for a moment, reflecting that this indeed appeared to be the case, and he ceased to dwell on the matter of his identity being exposed. Instead, he extended an invitation. "Let us go out for a meal at the Lyoha restaurant, room 888. I will be waiting for you here." Sue-yi hesitated for a moment before tentatively responding. "In the capital? What nonsense! If I were in the capital, would I even be making this call? I would have already stormed into your house with a knife to your throat." Shinjo retorted angrily. He felt that Sue-yi was merely probing him, attempting to extract information from him. At this, Sue-yi felt a surge of surprise. He had not realized that Shinjo had come to Jiansheng. When had this occurred? Nevertheless, Sue-yi did not immediately accept the invitation. Instead, he politely declined, stating, "I'll come out tomorrow when I have time. I cannot today, as I need to prepare dinner at home." Sue-yi's claim of needing to cook sent Shinjo into fits of laughter. His laughter pierced through the receiver and reached Sue-yi's ears. "Ha! Did I hear that correctly? The legendary young master of the Su family in the capital has now fallen to the point of cooking for himself at home? Sue-yi, how have you fallen so low after all these years? Where's your housekeeper?" Sue-yi fell silent. He no longer had a housekeeper. That was a thing of the past. In the days when he lived at home, he had 3 or 4 housekeepers attending to him in turn, so he never needed to cook for himself. However, since marrying Lin Kiki, he had taken on all household chores. If Chun-jo were to discover his current situation, he would undoubtedly laugh even harder. Yet, Soo-yi remained unfazed by the mockery and indifferent to how glorious his past life had been. Once he made a decision, he would not easily regret it, even if he had been driven to a dead end. To deny one's former self is to deny one's current self. Observing the prolonged silence from Soo-yi, Chun-jo furrowed his brows, as if realizing he had misspoken. His tone became somewhat hesitant. "Hey, Soo-yi, you can't possibly be angry, can you? I was merely joking, just speaking casually. You mustn't take it to heart. In truth, I hold you in high regard. When your family arranged a marriage you did not desire, you left without hesitation, unlike me, who is tightly bound to my family and can go nowhere, forced to accept their arrangements. I could never summon the courage to do what you did, displaying such masculinity. Alas, sometimes remaining in this family for too long truly evokes a sense of suffocation. To be frank, when I heard you had vanished after refusing a marriage, I felt an impulse to escape with you, but I could not. The moment I stepped out the door, regret washed over me." Chun-jo sighed softly, his gaze seemingly lost in the memories of yesteryears, recalling his fearful and apprehensive demeanor. It is indeed lamentable to ponder. They say that without money, one cannot achieve much. Yet there are times when money proves to be powerless. At the very least, it cannot liberate me from this family. Rather, I feel increasingly ensnared. Thus, I envy Soo-yi's courage and self-assurance. Who would have thought you envied me so much? Soo-yi's unabashed laughter suddenly rang out. Chun-jo, momentarily taken aback, felt his sorrow swiftly replaced by anger. "You scoundrel, Soo-yi, you have deceived my feelings again. Just wait, when I see you, I shall certainly use my newly learned scissors kick to strike your head." Ignoring Chun-jo's threats, Soo-yi cheerfully shifted the topic. "What brings you to Jiangcheng? Don't tell me it's merely to reminisce with me. Of course not. I am here to discuss a collaboration. My family is overwhelmed, so they sent me to assist. After all, one feels more at ease when family handles matters. Oh, by the way, this collaboration is with the Long Group. Although you have distanced yourself from the Su family, the Long Group remains a part of your family's enterprise. So, young Su, do you not intend to extend a courtesy to the Chun family by dining with me, a significant client?" Upon learning that Chun-jo was in Jiangcheng to negotiate a collaboration, particularly with the Long Group, a thunderous realization struck Soo-yi, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been pondering where to find a potent ally to support his bid for the chairman position, and unexpectedly, Chun-jo's call had come through. Was this not a timely stroke of fortune? Soo-yi's emotions surged, and a smile graced his face. "Is what you say true? What did you say you are? Wait for me. I shall come right away. Lio Hotel, room 888. Hurry. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. If you can't make it in 10 minutes, I shall take my leave." Chun-jo playfully issued a light-hearted threat, a jest reminiscent of the banter he once received from Soo-yi. Now, the tables had turned, and it was his turn to utter such words. Upon finishing his statement, he promptly hung up the phone. In the private room numbered 888, Chun-jo sprang to his feet, exuberantly dancing in a clumsy celebration. "What a thrill! I have longed to do this, and now my dream has come to fruition. Ha ha ha, Soo-yi. When you arrive, I shall ensure you receive a proper reckoning." Chapter 73. The choice between family and work ecstatic. Chun-jo danced with abandon in the room, even summoning a waiter to fetch a sound system. Swaying gracefully to the music, he then produced several hundred yuan from his jacket as a generous tip. Initially, the waitstaff were intrigued by Chun-jo's unrestrained joy, seemingly disregarding the dignity of their employer. However, upon receiving their gratuity, they quickly joined in his merriment, clapping their hands and cheering in rhythm with the music. The atmosphere was unmistakably festive. After the call ended, Soo-yi strode out of the room. Lin Kuku, seated on the sofa, heard the commotion and instinctively rose, a hint of grievance on her face as she approached and linked her arm with his. Pouting, she asked, "Why did you lock the door? Is there something I shouldn't hear? I am your wife, after all. You seem quite happy to share the good news with me." Seeing the smile on Soo-yi's face lifted Lin Kuku's spirits as well. She did not wish to pester him with relentless questioning, knowing that would only breed resentment. As Soo-yi's wife, she was also an astute businesswoman adept at reading emotions. However, She had never employed such tactics with him before. Given the current frostiness in their relationship, resorting to special measures seemed imperative. Otherwise, she would merely watch helplessly as Soo-yi drifted away. Perhaps buoyed by his earlier joy, Soo-yi did not react with anger towards Lin Cuckoo, but instead quickly scanned the vicinity, searching for something. "Where's my jacket?" he queried. "Here it is," Lin Cuckoo replied, rushing to the sofa to retrieve it and approaching him. Yet, just as she was about to hand it over, a sudden realization struck her. Why would Soo-yi need to wear a jacket? The weather was not cold, and it was clear he intended to leave. But dinner time was approaching. Where could he possibly be going at this hour? "You're going out? Now? What about me?" Lin Cuckoo frowned, her expression revealing her displeasure and suspicion. Soo-yi extended his hand and replied, "I'm meeting a friend. I will return shortly and it won't interfere with dinner preparations." Despite his words, Lin Cuckoo did not relinquish the jacket to him. Instead, she stepped back and asked earnestly, "Meeting a friend? Male or female? I've never seen you go out to meet friends before. Why the urgency now, especially so close to dinner time?" "Soo-yi, this hardly aligns with your usual demeanor. If you do not prepare a meal, what shall Yi and I eat?" Lin Kiki brought up the matter concerning Yi. Indeed, Soo-yi was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively retracting his outstretched hand, he glanced towards Yi, who was still asleep, clearly exhausted from the day's merriment. However, Chunjo was waiting for him at the restaurant, granting him merely 10 minutes. While this may have seemed a jest, Soo-yi could not afford to take it lightly and hastened to comply. Yet, Lin Keek's obstruction undoubtedly placed him in a dilemma. On one hand lay the survival of the Long Group, on the other, the dinner of his beloved daughter. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Soo-yi halted his steps and turned back to the kitchen. At this juncture, between his company and his daughter, he made his choice. Yi was to be prioritized, even if the repercussions might incite Chinzhou's wrath or lead to the total collapse of the Long Group. He would not harbor regrets. Without the Long Group, he could relinquish that identity. He could seek alternative means to mend the heartache of his parents. Observing Soo-yi's actions, Lin Kiki felt a surge of joy within her. She sensed that, for once, she had triumphed in her confrontation with him. Yet, why did her happiness seem so forced? Eventually, her elation dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Countless times in the past, she had been compelled to choose between Yi and the company due to work obligations. Almost invariably, her decisions favored the company first, only to return later and attempt to rectify her missteps. Over time, her feelings of guilt gradually faded, becoming a norm. However, this normalization was merely relative. For Soo-yi and Yi, every departure on her part undoubtedly inflicted pain upon their hearts. Imagine, had Soo-yi truly departed just now, what turmoil would she have felt? Certainly, she would have been furious and resentful, eventually unleashing her wrath upon his return, questioning whether external matters truly held more significance than she and their daughter. This shift in identity rendered her momentarily incapable of even meeting Soo-yi's gaze. Their choices diverged. She chose the company, while Soo-yi opted for family. Thus, his discontent and anger were not sudden, but rather the inevitable culmination of accumulated grievances. Contemplating this, Lin Kiki felt a deeper ache in her heart. In that moment, she finally grasped Soo-yi's emotions and his disappointment. Just once left her breathless with discomfort. Yet Soo-yi had endured such feelings for years. How profoundly hurt and saddened he must be. Lin Kiki lifted her feet, feeling as if her legs were laden with lead, heavy and weary. Dragging her guilt-ridden body, she slowly approached Soo-yi from behind and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Her voice trembled slightly. "Darling, I am truly sorry. I recognize my mistakes. Could you possibly find it in your heart to forgive me once more? I swear I shall change. If presented with the same choices again, I would unhesitatingly choose you and Yi, never straying even a step from your side. I understand your dissatisfaction with me. Your anger is entirely justified. You may scold or strike me if you wish. Just please do not continue to treat me with such coldness. All right? I beg you, my love." Lin Kiki incessantly pouted and expressed her remorse. Soo-yi's movements in the kitchen momentarily faltered. Though he maintained a stoic expression, he could not entirely suppress the stirrings within his heart. After all, he was not a mere automaton, capable of severing all emotional ties. However, it was utterly implausible for him to turn around and forgive Lin Kiki instantly. He had previously articulated that one should not judge a person by their words, but by their actions. If Lin Kiki genuinely desired his forgiveness, she must demonstrate it through tangible deeds rather than mere apologies. Noticing Su Yi's silence, Lin Kiki clung to him more tightly, unwilling to release her grip for fear that he might vanish from her sight. In that moment, all she yearned for was to be close to Su Yi. Chapter 74. Stood up after dinner was prepared, Yi finally roused from her slumber, her gaze still somewhat hazy. However, upon seeing the sumptuous feast Su Yi had prepared, she was instantly awakened. Lavishing praise upon him, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to enjoy the meal. Throughout dinner, Lin Kiki diligently served him, ensuring he was well taken care of, attending to his every need. Su Yi observed these subtle changes, yet outwardly remained impassive, seemingly enveloped in the warmth of the moment, momentarily forgetting everything else. In room 888 of the Lyoha restaurant, the music had cycled through several times. Chunzhou lay exhausted on the sofa, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The glances of the surrounding waitstaff began to shift subtly. Initially, they believed Chunzhou was on the verge of completing a significant order, and thus, they joyfully accompanied his exuberance, especially with the prospect of a tip. However, after such a prolonged period with no one entering the room, even the food on the table was growing cold, and still, the awaited guest had not arrived. They began to harbor doubts about Chunzhou's mental state. Otherwise, how could he be so joyously singing and dancing, yet ultimately face such disappointment? This was illogical. I had already delivered my ultimatum and displayed a firmness I rarely revealed. Why had Su Yi not yet arrived? Could it be that my threats had backfired, inciting his anger? Yes, that must be it. After all, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. He had once been the heir of the Su family in the capital, even after years of absence. His inherent charisma had not vanished, and he was most unafraid of threats. Given the circumstances, I shall patiently wait a little longer. Perhaps he will arrive shortly. With this thought in mind, Chunzhou settled onto the sofa and waited for 10 minutes. Yet, there was no sign of Su Yi at the door. He speculated that Su Yi must have set off, but perhaps he was caught in traffic in Jiangcheng, which was understandable. After all, one must be magnanimous. A little more patience would not hurt. However, half an hour passed, and Su Yang still did not appear. Chunzhou's expression grew increasingly strained. He had already surpassed the agreed-upon time by 10 minutes. Even if one were to feel anger, it was unreasonable to make him wait this long. Just as he contemplated reaching for his phone to call Su Yi, a sudden realization struck him, and he abruptly tossed his phone onto the table. How could he have forgotten that Su Yi relished being fashionably late, employing such tactics to test one's patience? The longer the wait, the more it indicated the importance of their collaboration to the other party. He had witnessed Su Yi employing this very strategy with other prominent figures, and now was being used against a brother. How infuriating. Fortunately, he was astute enough to recognize this in time. Had he made that call, it would have been a grave mistake. Huh, you wish to test me? Su Yi, your methods are antiquated. I shall not fall for them. After putting down his phone, Chunzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had nearly succumbed to Su Yi's ploy. Thankfully, his intellect had prevailed. After all these years, he had not been idle, and his cleverness had surpassed that of many. Another half hour passed. He gazed at the waitstaff, tidying up the outdoor tables. The sun having completely set, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Had he misjudged the situation? Was it possible that Su Yi had not come here at all, and had simply stood him up? Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Despite his reluctance to accept such a possibility, the evidence was undeniable. A waitress approached and quietly inquired, "Sir, are you still dining? If not, we must clean up and prepare to close." Her words struck him like the final straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, he erupted in fury, hurling his phone to the ground and exclaiming, "Su Yi, how dare you repeatedly toy with me? After all these years of not seeing each other, you choose to pull this stunt during your visit to Jiangcheng? Just wait. If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall be your grandson." The waitress, taken aback by Chunzhou's rage, instinctively stepped back, retrieving the phone from the floor and handing it back to him. It was evident that only those of considerable wealth could reserve the 888 private room. She was but a humble waitress who should not provoke such a figure. She could only wonder who Chunzhou was waiting for, as they had failed to show up entirely. Their stature must be immense. His anger was palpable, nearly causing him to bleed from the nose. Chunzhou picked up his phone to check its condition and was relieved to find it intact despite the fall. In a fit of rage, he dialed Su Yi's number, demanding to know why he was being treated this way. Meanwhile, after finishing dinner, Sue began to clear the plates, preparing to wash them clean. However, at that moment, Lin Kiki took the initiative to assume the task, stepping into the kitchen ahead of everyone else. Tying on an apron and donning rubber gloves, she radiated an air of eager anticipation. "Darling, you've already worked so hard preparing the meal. Let me handle the dishes. You should go and spend some time playing with E. Later, we can all head to the bedroom together for a nap. And remember, tomorrow marks our wedding anniversary. We must go out for dinner. It has been ages since we enjoyed a meal together." Seeing Lin Kiki's enthusiasm, coupled with E watching television alone on the sofa, Sue contemplated for a moment before moving to sit beside E, enveloping her in his arms while they watched cartoons together. Although Sue had yet to utter a word, Lin Kiki could discern a multitude of emotions in his gaze. He was evidently not as angry or indifferent as before. This was a promising beginning. All she needed to do was intensify her efforts, remaining close to both Sue and E. Before long, Sue would completely forgive her and feel at ease in her presence. Before long, Lin Kiki happily dried her hands, free of any water stains, and approached Sue. Sitting closely beside him, extending her slightly pruny hand, she playfully pouted, "Darling, look at my hands. They've become like this from the water. Could you please give them a little massage? Just a quick one." As she spoke, she playfully stuck out her tongue, giggling. Observing Lin Kiki's transformation, Sue felt a subtle shift within himself. Just then, the sudden ring of a phone shattered the moment. It was not Lin Kiki's phone, but his own. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chunzhou. Suddenly, Sue recalled the matter he had neglected. Meeting with Chunzhou. In his preoccupation with cooking, he had completely forgotten to inform Chunzhou that he would be arriving late. Now that the dishes were clean, even if Chunzhou were to appear at his doorstep, he would be unable to invite him in for a meal. This realization caused a peculiar expression to cross Sue's face. Meanwhile, upon seeing Sue's phone ring, Lin Kiki instinctively leaned closer, curious about the caller. Could it be Wan Yimin? Or perhaps one of the girls she had seen at the amusement park that day? Yet, it was neither. It was an unlisted number from the capital. This revelation eased Lin Kiki's unease somewhat, though she felt a twinge of guilt for her earlier reaction. Why had she reacted so strongly? Was it due to Sue's earlier mention of finding a new mother, instilling a sense of urgency within her? Or could it have been the contact he had with other girls that triggered such instincts? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Unaware of Lin Kiki's internal turmoil, Sue answered the call. The moment he picked up, even without speakerphone, Chunzhou's furious voice resonated through the receiver, nearly deafening him. "Sue, where on earth have you been? How dare you disregard my time? Do you have any idea how long I have waited for you at the restaurant? If you couldn't make it, at the very least, you should have sent me a message. You must understand that it is you who needs to discuss collaboration with me, not the other way around. Without your orders, I'm more than capable of fulfilling the tasks entrusted to me by my family. I thought that by extending a hand to you, I would receive some consideration in return, yet you treat me in such a disrespectful manner. You must appear before me at once, or you can forget about me ever signing that contract. Do you hear me?" Chunzhou's furious shouts echoed, revealing the immense frustration that had built up from the prolonged wait. He had hoped that, after years apart, he could leverage his status to gain an advantage over Sue, only to find himself at a disadvantage instead, traveling all the way from the capital to Jiangsheng. Was it merely to be toyed with by Sue? That would indeed be a disgraceful turn of events. Sue pressed the phone tightly against his ear, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Chunzhou's outburst was one thing, but with present, such direct insults were unacceptable. What if picked up on this behavior? He certainly did not wish for her to adopt such unseemly habits. Lin Kiki, overhearing the male voice on the other end, instinctively relaxed. It turned out that when Sue mentioned meeting a friend earlier at dusk, he was indeed just meeting a friend, not seeking out Wan Yimin or Shaowen. Particularly as she discerned the content of Chunzhou's tirade, her heart trembled slightly. Sue was attempting to negotiate a highly significant collaboration, yet he had resolutely chosen to forego this hard-won opportunity in order to prepare dinner for himself and E. The caller ID indicated that the number was from the capital. It was clear that Sue had likely invested considerable effort and sacrifice to secure this chance for collaboration, only for it to slip away due to her doubts. She could scarcely fathom the extent of the potential loss, feeling a profound sense of guilt. She knew that Sue worked at Long's group, and such a contract would undoubtedly surpass the importance and value of her own company's business. She had abandoned Sue E and EE for the sake of her small enterprise, while Sue E had chosen to refuse. In comparison, Lin Kiki felt her own heartlessness acutely. "Husband, please go out. I'll be waiting for your return at home," Lin Kiki said, stealing a worried glance at Sue E's expression, fearful that the fragile peace they had just achieved might shatter once more. Sue E furrowed his brow, rising from the sofa to step onto the balcony. With one hand covering the mouthpiece to muffle his voice, he whispered, "Lower your voice. My daughter is still at home. Right next to me. You ought to behave like an adult. Is it so difficult to show a modicum of courtesy? Who calls just to hurl insults? I apologize for earlier. Send me your location, and I will come to you immediately." Chunzhou was taken aback, his phone slipping from his grip and landing on the floor with a sharp clatter, his expression one of utter astonishment. After a full 10 seconds, he finally picked up his phone from the ground, astonished, and exclaimed, "What did you just say? Your daughter? You're married? When did this happen? Why am I completely in the dark? Even if you didn't invite me to your wedding, how could you not tell me about the birth of your daughter? Are you truly intent on severing all ties with us, your brothers? Sue E, have you lost your humanity?" Chunzhou, suppressing the urge to curse, persistently inquired about Sue E's daughter. Sue E found himself overwhelmed by Chunzhou's questions and could only attempt to divert the conversation towards their collaboration. However, Chunzhou was not satisfied. Wait. At a time like this, you're still thinking about business? Where's your home? I want to come and meet your wife and daughter. You can't be so unreasonable as to not even tell me your address. You moved to Jiangsheng to establish your life without informing me? Sue E, you're not being a good brother. No matter what, I'm bringing gifts and visiting tonight. Sue E frowned. His situation was rather complicated, and he had no inclination to introduce his daughter to Chunzhou. As for letting him come over, who knows when he would be moving out? By then, Chunzhou would come knocking and find no one. It might be better if he didn't come at all. Just give me a location. It's inconvenient for me to talk right now. I will explain everything when we meet, Sue E replied. Chunzhou was quite frustrated. What could be so inconvenient? If you want to let me see your wife and daughter, then don't expect me to cooperate with you. Even if we meet, I'll tear the contract up in front of you. Chunzhou had learned to adopt Sue Yi's threatening demeanor and immediately retaliated, which caused Sue Yi's expression to harden. He glanced at the living room, then lowered his voice and sighed heavily. After contemplating for a long time, he ultimately decided to share the truth with Chunzhou. "I'm about to get a divorce. When you come over, you might only find an empty room. You want to see me." Upon hearing this, Chunzhou fell silent. He could be heard trying to speak, but for a long while, no words came forth. It seemed that the weight of Sue Yi's revelation left him momentarily speechless. Eventually, he managed to say, "There's a miracle bar in the southern part of the city. Let us meet there." Chapter 76, A Client from the Capital. After hanging up, Sue E placed his phone in his pocket and made his way from the balcony to the living room. Lin Kiki feared she had spoiled Sue E's plans and hesitated to meet his gaze, dreading his reproach. If Sue E were to compare this incident with her past actions, she would feel even more ashamed. Thus, she kept her head down, trying to avoid any eye contact with him. Sue E had no intention of reprimanding Lin Kiki. After all, this was a choice he made himself, and he could not blame anyone else. He approached E, crouched down, took her hand, and smiled gently. "E, you stay home and get some sleep. Daddy is stepping out for a bit, but we'll be back soon, all right?" Despite her young age, E understood the complexities of adult matters. Nodding understandingly, with a hint of anticipation, she inquired, "Daddy, will you come back tonight to sleep with E?" "Of course, once I finish my tasks. I will promptly return to accompany E," Sue E replied, gently ruffling E's hair. A pure and adorable smile blossomed on E's face as she nodded without a trace of doubt. "All right then, Daddy, you must come back quickly. E will be waiting for you at home." Sue E nodded softly and then rose to fetch his coat. At that moment, Lin Kiki suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "Darling, did I ruin your plans? That person is from the capital. He must want to discuss something very important with you. If it doesn't go well, you'll come back and scold me, and I will continue to think of ways to help you. Although I know I cannot interfere in the affairs of the Long Corporation, I might be able to provide some assistance by contacting capable executives. Perhaps we can find a solution." As she spoke, Lin Kiki's voice trembled, revealing an underlying fear and regret for her perceived misstep, evidently shaken by Chunzhou's earlier outburst. The fact that the call was from the capital underscored the gravity and potential consequences of the situation. Su-yi glanced at Lin Kiki, noticing the tears welling in her eyes, and shook his head. This is not your concern. It is my issue, and I will find a way to resolve it. Moreover, it is not irreparable. He merely raised his voice a bit. He wouldn't truly be angry over such matters. I understand him, and I have confidence. Lin Kiki, however, believed Su-yi was merely putting on a facade of calmness, which only deepened her feelings of guilt and remorse. Had she known the importance of Su-yi's matters, she would never have hindered his departure. She feared that if things went awry, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Su-yi chose not to speak further, donning his coat before leaving the house, heading towards the location of the Miracle Bar. Only Lin Kiki and Yi remained at home. After so many years of marriage, this was the first time they faced such a scene. Just as Lin Kiki felt lost and unsure how to assist Su-yi in mitigating the damage, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Zhong Zihao. Without hesitation, Lin Kiki answered the phone, stifling a sniffle and attempting to sound composed. Yet, the subtle tremor in her voice was unmistakable. Kiki, what is wrong with your voice? Are you crying? Zhong Zihao's voice came through with concern. Lin Kiki felt a stir in her heart and quickly denied, No, I'm just a bit hoarse. It's nothing serious. Hoarse? You're not coming down with something, are you? How about I take you to the hospital for a checkup right now? You mustn't fall ill. The flu is quite severe at the moment, and it could spread. If he catches it, that would be troublesome. Zhong Zihao's tone conveyed deep urgency and care, as though he would rush to her side at the slightest word, ready to take her to the hospital for treatment without delay. Zhong Zihao's concern provided a much-needed outlet for Lin Kiki's feelings of grievance and guilt, and her choked voice grew louder, unable to suppress her sobs. Zihao, it seems I have made a mistake. Zhong Zihao's gaze subtly shifted. He relished the sound of Lin Kiki's tears. This was not due to any perverse inclination, but rather because her tears signified a singular source of distress. Su-yi. In his mind, he had already conjured an elaborate scene of a confrontation between Su-yi and Lin Kiki, filled with mutual accusations of wrongdoing. Lin Kiki's tears were a clear indication of her inner turmoil, a moment that called for his comfort. If he could provide her with ample reassurance, she would gradually come to rely on him, ultimately forsaking Su-yi to embrace him instead. This was his plan, a strategy he had diligently pursued. Tomorrow marked the moment of his final confession. The phone call had not been in vain. Serendipitously, it had yielded an unexpected surprise. Yet, he suppressed his excitement and feigned deep concern, incessantly inquiring about the details of the situation, knowing that only through understanding could he navigate the circumstances effectively. Please don't cry, Kiki. What happened? Why do you believe it's your fault? Where is Su-yi? Why haven't we heard from him? Surely he isn't left again? Although his tone expressed worry about Su-yi's departure, Zhong Zihao secretly hoped for just that. If he were a true man, he would not look back, and it would be best if he did not return tonight. If fate were to intervene and Su-yi were to meet with an unfortunate accident, he would welcome it. No, it's not Su-yi's fault. It's mine. Lin Kiki sobbed. In the absence of concern from others, Zhong Zihao's probing inquiries only intensified her desire to vent her remorse. She promptly recounted the events that had transpired. After a moment, she wept. Zihao, do you think I've done something terrible? What if that client from the capital did not finalize the contract with Su-yi? It would be nearly impossible to find another. Moreover, Su-yi might lose such a crucial client and be cast out of the Long family group. Others will surely exploit this situation. What can I do to rectify this? On the other end of the line, Zhong Zihao fell silent, seemingly digesting the information. The outcome was profoundly disappointing. It was not a quarrel between Su-yi and Lin Kiki, but rather a matter concerning the contract and the client. Ironically, it was Lin Kiki who had erred, and she recognized her mistake. This rendered his intentions to further tarnish Su-yi's reputation more complicated. This was not favorable news for him. However, the client from the capital made him furrow his brow in contemplation. Chapter 77. Setting a Trap. The client from the capital? Su-yi had once been a scion of that very city. Was he attempting to rally former clients from the capital to exert pressure on my father and Deng Kaifeng to secure investment for himself? Zhong Zihao inhaled sharply, suddenly jolted into clarity. Though Su-yi has been absent from the capital for many years, he once epitomized the quintessential young master of the Su family. Not merely a frivolous scion, but the most capable heir poised to inherit the family's enterprise. Such a prestigious background inevitably endowed him with extensive connections, as evidenced by the recent encounter with General Manager Wang. Unexpectedly, Su's swift actions have led him to enlist a second ally from the capital. While the identity of this new associate remains shrouded in mystery, the fact that he hails from the capital and was personally invited by Su suggests he is far from ordinary, perhaps yet another heir of a distinguished family. Deng Kaifeng possesses an astute intuition. Upon learning that Su is the long-lost heir of the Longsure Group, he promptly devised a strategy to address the situation. Although the methods may lack propriety, his keen insight and ruthless determination render him a formidable opponent, one who might surpass both my father and me combined. I had previously thought Deng Kaifeng was overreacting, but it is now evident that he is the most astute and the first to recognize the gravity of the situation. I cannot afford to grant Su any further opportunity to advance. Otherwise, the situation will inevitably spiral beyond my control. Tomorrow marks the pivotal moment for the execution of my plan, and I must seize this rare opportunity. With this in mind, Zhong Zihao composed his thoughts, listening to Lin Keqi's anxious sobs on the other end of the line. Resolutely, he spoke, "Keqi, please do not cry. Su Ge may possess the ability to resolve this client issue. You must have faith in his capabilities. However, given that the client is from the capital and expressed such great displeasure during the call, it is indeed quite challenging." Zhong Zihao discreetly relayed his thoughts to Lin Keqi. Unprepared, Lin Keqi was taken aback, her complexion paling and her lips trembling slightly. "Indeed, this is my greatest concern. Do you think Su might harbor resentment towards me because of this? Whatever I say later may never suffice to mend the rift I've caused with him." Zhong Zihao feigned contemplation, letting out a thoughtful hum. Eventually, as if resolved, he stamped his foot and proposed an idea to Lin Keqi. "Let us do this, Keqi. This matter is extraordinary. I will consult with Su Ge tomorrow and assist you in finding a temporary substitute client. If I can speak favorably and offer some incentives, coupled with my rapport with him, perhaps I can help Su Ge navigate this perilous situation. We shall set the time for tomorrow. The circumstances are rather sudden, and I prefer not to delay too long. Should the Longsure Group catch wind of this, it would spell disaster. You must arrange to meet Su, and I will gather my friends. We can convene in one place to discuss matters. Perhaps it will yield a favorable outcome." Upon hearing that Zhong Zihao was willing to assist her in finding support, Lin Keqi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. While many proclaim Zhong Zihao to be unkind, she alone comprehends the depth of his kindness towards her. During this tumultuous period, it has always been Zhong Zihao who stood before her, shielding her from countless troubles. Even after being injured by Su, he bore no resentment and remained willing to assist wholeheartedly. Reflecting on this made Lin Keqi feel somewhat embarrassed about continuing to ask Zhong Zihao for help. She realized that she had never even treated Zhong Zihao to a meal. Once this matter was resolved, she vowed to repay Zhong Zihao's kindness, at the very least with a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Moreover, with Zhong Zihao's assistance, it was likely that Su would no longer harbor such deep-seated animosity towards him. This thought calmed Lin Keqi's previously restless heart. "Thank you, Zihao. You have helped me so much. I truly do not know how to repay you. Is there a gift you desire? I will buy it for you." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Zhong Zihao's lips as he generously replied, "Do we really need to express gratitude and exchange gifts in our relationship? That feels rather distant. Your happiness is all I wish for. However," he continued, "we need to discuss a collaboration tomorrow, and since he is still young, she cannot accompany us. Who will take care of tomorrow?" Zhong Zihao voiced his concerns, yet he was actually laying a trap for Lin Keqi, hoping she would reveal her plan for Only in this way would his intentions appear less abrupt, and when the situation unfolded, Lin Keqi would not suspect him. Lin Keqi glanced at who was watching television on the sofa, rapidly considering suitable alternatives. Eventually, she thought of her sister, Lin Xiaolan. Although Lin Xiaolan had previously stated that she would no longer involve herself in matters between her and Su, she believed that when faced with trouble, a few kind words from her would persuade Lin Xiaolan to lend a hand. After all, was her niece, and she surely would not want to leave home alone. "I will ask my sister to take out for some fun. Once we finalize our discussions, we will go and bring back." Upon hearing this, Zhong Zihao instantly understood that everything was falling into place. This not only resolved the issue concerning Yi, but also sowed discord between Lin Kiki and Su Yi. The plan was nothing short of flawless, and he was determined not to falter again. Soon, he would contact Deng Kaifeng, entrusting the subsequent actions to him. The thought of this made Zhong Ziheo's smile nearly burst forth, but he restrained his excitement and said earnestly, "No problem. I will send you a location. Tomorrow, you should arrange to meet Su Ge. Please do not be late. I fear my friend may grow impatient." Lin Kiki, unaware of Zhong Ziheo's true intentions, nodded happily. "Rest assured, I will inform Su Yi and ask him to prepare in advance." No. Do not tell Su Ge." Zhong Ziheo quickly interjected, waving his hands. "First, you need to find an excuse to get Su Ge to the meeting point. You know he harbors misunderstandings about me. If you tell him you came to ask for my help, he will refuse out of pride. I understand how men think." He continued, "You only need to find an excuse to bring Su Ge to the destination. I will gradually explain everything to him and offer my apologies." Lin Kiki felt deeply touched by his words. To her astonishment, Zhong Ziheo had even considered Su Yi's feelings. She was certain that she had not misjudged her friendships. "All right, you can trust me with this. I truly appreciate your assistance, Ziheo. I have troubled you countless times during this period." Lin Kiki expressed her gratitude. Chapter 78. You were the first to know. A cold smirk flickered across Zhong Ziheo's lips. After exchanging a few words, the call ended. He promptly dialed Deng Kaifeng. "I have successfully separated Su Yi from his daughter. We will chat at the CAF tomorrow. You can make your move during this interval. However, you must wait for my signal regarding the exact timing." On the other end of the line, Deng Kaifeng reclined on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Chuckling softly, "You surpass your father in capability. No need for your reminders." Zhong Ziheo grimaced in distaste. His father and Deng Kaifeng had been adversaries for years, locked in a constant struggle of open and covert conflicts. It was only due to the impending election for chairman that he found himself compelled to collaborate with Deng Kaifeng. One could say that Deng Kaifeng had coerced him into hastening his plans. Otherwise, how could his timeline be so rushed? At the Miracle Bar in Nanchang, Su Yi arrived by taxi and, guided by a server, found Chen Zhou, a friend he had not seen in nearly a decade. Over the years, it was evident that Chen Zhou had gained considerable weight, sporting a double chin and adorned with a large gold chain, resembling a nouveau riche. "Your appearance truly lacks taste," Su Yi remarked, wrinkling his nose in jest. Upon hearing Su Yi's voice, Chen Zhou abruptly lifted his head, surprise illuminating his face as he eagerly rose to pull Su Yi into his seat. "Ha! Su Yi, I can hardly believe my eyes. You have no idea how many people claimed you had met with misfortune when you vanished. Yet I never lost faith, convinced you were still alive. And here you are. But why do you appear more haggard than before?" Chen Zhou scrutinized Su Yi's face. Although he was still quite handsome, the traces of time were evident. It seemed that Su Yi had endured considerable experiences over the years, especially now, as dark circles under his eyes hinted at sleepless nights. "Isn't it normal at our age?" Su Yi replied, taking a seat opposite Chen Zhou, suddenly engulfed by a sense of disorientation. Chen Zhou seemed unchanged, much like the past. "Now, do share the details of your marriage," Chen Zhou inquired eagerly. Su Yi frowned. "Aren't we here to discuss collaboration? Shouldn't we address that first? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you?" As he spoke, Su Yi cast a glance at the briefcase beside Chen Zhou. "After all this time, your first priority is to sign a contract? Have you truly become a workaholic? You must tell me about your marriage before we discuss collaboration," Chen Zhou insisted, deliberately adopting a commanding demeanor, relishing his role as the client. However, Su Yi remained unfazed, exhibiting an air of remarkable composure. "If you choose not to sign the contract, then do not expect to hear any stories. I shall take my leave now." Observing Su Yi se provoques, Chen Zhou felt a surge of urgency and swiftly rose to grasp his hand, compelling him to the sofa. All right, you've bested me. Just wait." With a hint of frustration, Chen Zhou opened his briefcase and retrieved the contract. Despite the passage of years, he still found himself outmaneuvered by Su Yi. Was he destined to forever be overshadowed by Su Yi? As Su Yi took the contract and glanced at it, he noticed that Chen Zhou had already inscribed his name. With Su Yi's signature, the contract would take effect immediately. What profound trust this demonstrated. The act stirred something within Su Yi, and after confirming all was in order, he pinned his name beneath Chen Zhou's. In that moment, An unprecedented lightness washed over Su Yi, as if the burdens he bore had suddenly lightened significantly. Chenzhou observed Su Yi's expression and voiced his dissatisfaction. It's merely a contract. Why the dramatic display? Frankly, you'd be better off returning to Beijing to take over your family's business. Jiangcheng is not suited for you. The circle here is too small, offering little room for growth. Moreover, with Qin Wenwen still thriving in Jiangcheng, your pressure is greater than ever. Su Yi gently shook his head, aware that returning to Beijing was not a simple endeavor. The Long Group in Jiangcheng represented a test bestowed upon him by his mother, Meng Qinghan. If he could not conquer the Long Group, how would he fare in the larger arena of Beijing? He could easily be devoured by the cunning old foxes there, leaving nothing behind. It was wiser to hone his skills with the Long Group in Jiangcheng first. Young Master Chun, do you believe I can act whimsically as you do? I left so decisively. Do you think I can simply return? How many in my father's company would heed my commands? Without demonstrating some achievements first, I would face opposition, suppression, or even be ousted upon my return. Chenzhou nodded, seemingly in agreement with Su Yi's perspective. Indeed, the Su family had diminished significantly, particularly in recent years, with rumors circulating about Su Yi's father's declining health due to overexertion. But if your father's health is faltering, what of yours? How is it that you have yet to secure the Long Group after all this time? Given your talents, it should be a mere formality. Su Yi fell silent, uncertain how to respond to Chenzhou's inquiry. Was it truly so easy to claim the Long Group? With the Su family's backing, it might appear straightforward, yet he was merely an ordinary employee now, juggling the search for evidence while striving to retain clients. This was no simple task. To Chenzhou, it seemed effortless, given that his family was quite renowned in Beijing. Noticing Su Yi's reluctance to delve into such matters, Chenzhou wisely shifted the conversation to a different topic. Now that the contract is signed, it's time for you to share the news of your marriage with me. After all these years as brothers, you managed to keep your wedding a secret from me. Am I truly the last to know? Chenzhou's face was etched with anger as he pointed at Su Yi, almost wanting to strike him. However, Su Yi shook his head and replied, "No, in fact, you're the first to know." First to know? Chenzhou was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Am I truly the first? Su Yi nodded. How long have you been married? 8 years. Do you have a daughter? Yes. 8 years of marriage and a daughter. And I'm still the first to learn this news? Surely, you jest. Do you think I would believe such a tale? Chenzhou's lips twitched with frustration, suspecting Su Yi was playing a trick on him. Yet, Su Yi raised his head, his gaze unwavering and sincere. You are indeed the first to know. Chapter 79, A Humble Gaze. Faced with Su Yi's earnest eyes, Chenzhou found himself momentarily frozen, tilting his head in uncertainty. He asked, really? Do I have any reason to deceive you? Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's not important. Let us drink. Chenzhou promptly lifted his glass, clinking it with Su Yi's, and then inquired, You still haven't told me who you married. Who is this person worthy of such commitment? Su Yi's demeanor stiffened momentarily. If it were the former Lin Kiki, she would indeed merit such devotion, and he had never regretted it. Even now, despite Lin Kiki's numerous mistakes, he held no remorse for his past decisions. He could only blame himself for not being good enough to retain her heart. Noticing the shift in Su Yi's mood, Chenzhou wisely fell silent, laughing lightly. All right, let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us discuss matters in the capital. After all these years, you must be unaware of the significant happenings in the city. As expected, upon mentioning the capital, Su Yi abruptly lifted his head to look at him, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. What significant events have transpired in the capital? Of course. Let us start with your Su family, Chenzhou replied, propping his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. Not long after you left the capital, rumors began to circulate about whether you had met with an accident or if an enemy had kidnapped you. Initially, it was merely whispered among your circles, but it gradually morphed into an accepted fact. Consequently, some families that were previously weaker than the Su family began to flourish rapidly, and with your father's focus diverted, he could hardly manage the situation. Nonetheless, even so, the Su family remains a prominent household in the capital. A starved camel is still larger than a horse. Thus, many have resorted to trivial schemes. The real trouble lies with the Qin family, the clan you were once betrothed to. Your sudden disappearance on the eve of your engagement dealt them a significant blow. People began to speculate whether the Qin daughter was unattractive or perhaps had some mental issues, as they believed it was enough to frighten you, the famed young master of the Su family, into fleeing. To Chen Zhou's surprise, the Qin family did not succumb to despair. Instead, they became more determined, and within a mere 3 years, they surpassed the Su family in development and continued to expand outward. At this point, Chen Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that a delightful thought has crossed your mind. What brings forth your laughter? Do continue. Su Yi furrowed his brow, aware that his departure had inflicted a significant blow upon the Su family, yet he had not anticipated the extent of the repercussions. Currently, the Su family appeared robust on the surface, yet lacked substantial strength when compared to other prominent families in the capital. They could barely sustain their daily existence. I find it amusing that you share such a fateful connection with the woman from the Qin family. After your departure, the princess of the Qin family, Qin Wenwen, left the capital to pursue further studies abroad, only returning last year. Upon her return, she took charge of all the Qin family's enterprises outside the capital, single-handedly elevating the family's standing by 2 tiers. Her most recent target has been Jiangcheng, specifically the Guanyin Group, situated opposite the Long Group. I suspect she may have received news of your return and deliberately positioned her company across from you, perhaps seeking an opportunity for retribution. After all, who is unaware that the Long Group is a property of your Su family? At these words, Su Yi's gaze narrowed. He had previously speculated whether this Qin Wenwen from the Guanyin Group might indeed be the fiancée he had left behind in the capital. What he had initially thought to be mere coincidence in naming now appeared to bear truth. It is no wonder Chen Zhou suddenly found amusement in the situation. Perhaps to him, this marked their first encounter upon returning. The once runaway groom and the expatriate meeting again was quite an intriguing notion. She cannot be pursuing me. This must merely be coincidental, for I recently resolved to take over the Long Group. However, the Long Group is currently entangled in internal strife, lacking a leader, with shareholders eager to assert themselves and ascend to the chairman's position. They have decided to convene a board meeting next month. The chairman will be elected between Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua. Even if I were to declare myself the eldest son of the Su family, it may not garner any support. Chen Zhou's mouth fell agape in astonishment, as this was the first he had heard of such developments. He had assumed Su Yi was idly enjoying himself in Jiangcheng, unaware of the troubles he had encountered. The shareholders seemed intent on seizing control. Do you require my assistance? Given our friendship, it would be no trouble to help you this once. However, the Long Group in Jiangcheng would then need to forge a partnership with my Qin family. You know well that we are no longer children, and even if I offer my assistance without charge, my family would not be inclined to agree. Chen Zhou spoke earnestly, a hint of regret evident in his eyes, as if he felt uncomfortable needing to gain something in return to assist Su Yi. The Su family had never demanded such terms when they had previously aided the Qin family. It felt somewhat akin to taking advantage of the situation. I indeed require your assistance, though not through the backing of your Qin family, but rather through your connections and resources. Please help me find some influential and capable clients. I will meet their demands. If they choose not to engage, that is acceptable, as I will not impose any coercion. This time, I will not rely on familial power to pressure them, but will sway their choices through the most exceptional proposals and benefits. Su Yi's gaze suddenly grew resolute. The Long family conglomerate represents a trial set forth by his mother, Meng Qinghan, intended to compel him to relinquish his identity as a young master of the capital and to reclaim the Long family business through his own merit. Should he fail to achieve this objective, his return to the capital would render him obsolete in the face of modern advancements. Observing Su Yi's unwavering determination, Chen Zhou generously acquiesced. Now that I understand, I have no objections. However, should I inform my father? Perhaps he would be inclined to extend a helping hand. Chen Zhou tentatively proposed, consider my father as your client. Persuade him with your own capabilities and approach. Su Yi pondered for a moment, suddenly sensing potential. If he could sway Chen Zhou's father to invest through his own efforts, it would serve as a testament to his abilities, not merely a case of favoritism. He raised his glass towards Chen Zhou, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. The intensity of Su Yi's gaze left Chen Zhou feeling unnerved. After a brief clink of their glasses, he hastily downed his drink. Could you please refrain from looking at me like that? It makes me feel as though I am some sort of tycoon, a role I'm not accustomed to. Moreover, you seem to have changed significantly over the years. The former you would never have displayed such humility. Chen Zhou ultimately uttered the word humble. However, Su Yi did not take offense. Instead, he accepted it as a matter of course. Chapter 80. The Debauched Young Rogue. After several glasses of wine, The two reminisced about their days studying in the capital, reflecting on their past lives and occasionally lamenting the vicissitudes of life. Eventually, emboldened by the alcohol, Chenzhou broached the subject of Su Yi's impending divorce. You mentioned you were getting divorced. What has transpired? Is there discord in your relationship? What of your daughter? Su Yi contemplated briefly before succinctly sharing his situation with Lin Kiki. Upon hearing Su Yi's account, a flicker of anger crossed Chenzhou's face, and he violently hurled his wine glass to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The nearby waiter was startled and quickly summoned a cleaning staff, simultaneously alerting security to monitor Chenzhou and Su Yi, mistakenly believing a confrontation was imminent. Damn it! You can endure such humiliation? You must be jesting. That man, Zhong Zihao, is it? Just wait. I assure you that by tomorrow, he will be nowhere to be found. Chenzhou's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, clearly enraged. Over the years, Chenzhou had undergone considerable transformation, particularly in the presence of outsiders, where he projected a stern and ruthless demeanor. Only in Su Yi's company did his emotions temper. Yet, after absorbing Su Yi's experiences, he could not suppress his fury. Please, this is my own affair. I know how to handle it. This is also the reason I will remain in Jiangqing. For every moment of their past glory, the fall will be equally painful. Master Su, would it not be simpler for me to eliminate him and dispose of him in the river for the fish? Why complicate matters? Chenzhou expressed his dissatisfaction. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, allow me. Su Yi shook his head, rejecting Chenzhou's offer. It is far more satisfying to exact revenge with my own hands. Do you doubt my capability? At this, Chenzhou gradually composed himself and nodded gently. Very well. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Regardless of my busy schedule, I shall promptly arrive. A warm current flowed through Su Yi's heart. After all these years, there remained someone in the capital who genuinely cared for him. The bond between him and Chenzhou had not faded. At that moment, a figure, strikingly familiar, entered his line of sight. I just overheard you discussing the demise of Zhong Zihao. What is this? Have you grown impatient so soon? Su Yi looked up to find Wang Yimin had mysteriously appeared, a glass of wine elegantly held in her hand. Who are you? Eavesdropping on our conversation? Chenzhou frowned in dissatisfaction, ready to voice his annoyance. However, upon catching sight of Wang Yimin's exquisite features, he instinctively swallowed his words back down. Although he had encountered many beautiful girls in the capital, Wang Yimin undoubtedly ranked among the finest, radiating unique gentleness typical of those from Jiangqing. In stark contrast to the gaudy allure of the capital-less women. What brings you here? Su Yi inquired. Why shouldn't I be here? Wang Yimin replied with a hint of amusement. What, upon seeing me, are you not inclined to offer me a seat? At her words, Su Yi shifted inward, and Wang Yimin gracefully took a seat beside him. Su Yi, this lovely lady, is the business manager of the Long Group, Chenzhou interjected, having tidied his attire and assumed a gentlemanly demeanor while raising his glass. Su Yi cast him a peculiar glance before proceeding with the introduction. This is Wang Yimin, and this is Chenzhou. Hey, could you not present my identity so lacklusterly? The way you put it makes me sound like just a mere worker. Chenzhou pouted in discontent. However, upon receiving a sharp glance from Su Yi, he promptly subdued his protest, begrudgingly accepting the rather hasty introduction. Hello, Chenzhou. Wang Yimin raised her glass, clinking it with his. Hello, Miss Wang. Chenzhou feigned a suave expression, leaving Wang Yimin puzzled, unsure of his intentions. This is your first time here, isn't it? Or have you had another quarrel with your wife? Wang Yimin teased with a smile. Not at all. Chenzhou just arrived in Jiangqing today, and I came to chat with him. Su Yi explained, surprised from your tone. It seems you're quite the regular here. Indeed. I even hold a stake in this bar, albeit a modest one, Wang Yimin declared with pride. To her surprise, neither Su Yi nor Chenzhou exhibited any astonishment or envy at this revelation. This peculiarity piqued Wang Yimin's curiosity, given the bar's considerable scale. Even a small stake must represent a significant sum. Why, then, did they appear entirely unfazed? Did they perhaps regard such a stake as trivial? Or were they simply not in need of money? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a subtle smile graced Wang Yimin's lips. Su Yi, do you recall the wager we made last time? Indeed, you promised to treat me to a meal, Su Yi replied. That is indeed the case. But there is another matter concerning news about Zhong Zihao. Upon hearing Zhong Zihao's name, Su Yi maintained a facade of calm, displaying no interest as he had previously. Instead, Chun Zhou exhibited more excitement than anyone else, even standing up directly. Mr. Wan, do you know Zhong Zihao? What is your relationship with him? Observing Chun Zhou's intense reaction, Wan Yimin nearly thought that Su Yi had already uncovered the truth and had shared it with Chun Zhou. Yet, upon reflection, she deemed it impossible, for this matter was known only to her. It's nothing significant. I've merely seen him, heard his name, and we work in the same company. Of course, there are a few little secrets about him that Su Yi would surely find intriguing. As she spoke, Wan Yimin glanced at Su Yi. Su Yi shook his head. I'm not interested. I am. Chun Zhou eagerly pressed on. Quickly tell me what you know about Zhong Zihao. How dare he treat my brother like that? I won't let him off easily. A mere son of a shareholder from Jiangchang dares to behave so arrogantly. He truly has never faced the harsh realities of society. Chun Zhou's remarks resembled those of a rogue. Wan Yimin was momentarily taken aback and leaned towards Su Yi, whispering, You don't mean to say you befriended a street thug, do you? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle. Although his temper was somewhat fiery, he was fundamentally different from a delinquent. One could only say he was a tad extravagant. Extravagant? Is that the term now used for delinquents? Regardless, I must tell you, even if you're not interested. She continued. Previously, Zhong Zihao took a few photographs specifically of us in the office. Goodness, Su Yi, are you all so frivolous? Before Wan Yimin could finish her sentence, Chun Zhou had already exclaimed, giving Su Yi a thumbs up. Chapter 81. The chairman of Long's group is him. Su Yi felt somewhat speechless. Wan Yimin shot a glare at Chun Zhou, mentally tagging him as somewhat unhinged. After organizing her thoughts, she spoke again. Those photos were not taken by anyone else. They were deliberately captured by Zhong Zihao as he happened to pass by my office. Su Yi nodded, having been aware of this for quite some time. He recalled how Zhong Zihao had falsely claimed that the photos were taken by a friend working at Long's group. Unaware that Su Yi already knew Zhong Zihao was employed there. Who else could have taken them if not him? Zhong Zihao's friends do not know him. Noting Su Yi's lack of emotional response, Wan Yimin decided to intensify her revelations. Moreover, you must be aware that your wife's company previously faced a sudden crisis, with clients abruptly withdrawing their investments. Although it was resolved, you would never guess the secret behind it. Those clients were intentionally driven away by Zhong Zihao, leveraging the influence of Long's group. Subsequently, he sought to use the same influence to inject his connections into Lin Keek's company, intending to gradually usurp her authority, all while secretly manipulating events from behind the scenes, undermining Lin Keek while simultaneously offering her help and comfort, attempting to forge a dependency between them. Previously, you witnessed Lin Keek in an embrace with Zhong Zihao at the Lin Keek company, a situation instigated by Zhong Zihao's deliberate mockery of her. Upon hearing this news, Su Yi, who had been as tranquil as still water, finally exhibited a change in countenance, gradually becoming shadowed with anger. His hands instinctively clenched into fists. Is what you say true? Wan Yimin nodded heavily, affirming, Of course it's true. This information was not easy for me to acquire. I had intended to inform you earlier, but you never had the time to listen. Su Yi inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the glass as he feigned composure and drank it all in one go. However, the dark pallor of his face, akin to a lump of coal, betrayed the simmering fury within him. Observing Su Yi's morose demeanor, Wan Yimin pressed her lips together and comfortingly patted his shoulder. Now that you know the truth, what do you intend to do? He is a shareholder of the Long Corporation, the son of Zhong Wenhua, whereas you are merely a junior employee. Moreover, they are set to convene a board meeting next month to elect a chairman. Should he be elected, the disparity between you will only widen. If it becomes untenable, consider transferring to the Guanyin Group. You would face oppression at Long Corporation, but at Guanyin Group, your talents could be fully realized. I'm certain they would welcome you. Chun Zhou suddenly slammed his hand on the table, declaring with indignation, Are you suggesting I avoid him? What is Zhong Zihao even worth? He is merely the son of a corporate shareholder. Even if he were the chairman of Long Corporation, he would be no more than a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon in my presence. Wait a moment. Aren't you the business manager at Long Corporation? I have only heard of you recruiting talent. Why would you send someone to the opposing company? Could it be that you are an undercover agent sent by Guanyin Group? Wan Yimin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. How could that be? I'm doing quite well at Long Corporation. Why would I want to join Guanyin Group? Even if Zhong Wenhua were to become chairman, the pressure on me would not be so immense. I suggest this merely considering Su Yi's predicament. You speak of Long Corporation as if it is insignificant. Do you possess the means to expel Zhong Zihao and Zhong Wenhua from it? Chen Zhou, rather amused and enraged, retorted, Do you think I can achieve that? Enough. As it seemed the two were on the verge of a quarrel, Su Yi timely interjected. He was indeed furious. Both at Lin Kiki for being exploited by Zhong Zihao and at Zhong Zihao for misusing the resources of Long Corporation to satisfy his own desires. Had these individuals not already inflicted enough harm on Long Corporation? Nonetheless, this also presented an opportunity. Qinzhou, I require your assistance. Su Yi gazed at Qinzhou, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. What assistance do you need? Are you suggesting we eliminate Long Corporation? Qinzhou immediately adopted a serious demeanor. It is not Long Corporation that requires handling, but rather the malignancy within it. Zhong Zihao's transgressions against Lin Keek's company are tangible events. No matter how fervently they wish to erase the evidence, they cannot succeed. I intend to leverage this situation to compel those who support Zhong Wenhua to depart from Long Corporation. I possess a list. Assist me in investigating the individuals on it. Leave no one associated with Zhong Zihao and his actions unexamined. As she spoke, He sent a list from his phone to Qinzhou. Upon examining the list, Ruan Yimin's eyes widened in astonishment. In disbelief, she asked, Where did you acquire this list? Some individuals on it are beyond my reach. How could you have investigated them so thoroughly? I feel increasingly unable to discern your true nature. Who exactly are you? Your recent actions are far from those of an ordinary employee. Rather, they resemble those of an agent sent by another company to create chaos. Are you concealing something from me? Am I merely a pawn in your game? At this juncture, a chill of apprehension washed over Ruan Yimin. She felt that He had suddenly transformed into a figure both unfamiliar and frightening. The methods he employed were beyond her imagination, yet he executed them with ease. Where did he find the time and energy for such endeavors? He cast a glance at her, hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. He shifted his gaze to Qinzhou instead. At that moment, he had no desire to explain his identity. His sole focus was to dismantle Zhong Wenhua's foundation. Since the opponent had dared to strike and expose a weakness, he was determined to seize the opportunity to deliver a significant blow. This was merely the beginning. Qinzhou, perusing the list on his phone, heard Ruan Yimin's inquiry and nonchalantly remarked, You mean to say you're unaware of Su Yi's true identity? He is none other than the long-missing heir of the Su family from the capital, who vanished 8 years ago. The Long Group is also under his family's purview. His appearance this time is undoubtedly aimed at the upper echelons of the Long Group. As for whether you are a pawn in his game, that is a question only he can answer. After all, who can truly know if they're being played by the illustrious heir of the Su family? Even I find myself occasionally kept in the dark by him. Upon learning of Su Yi's true identity, Ruan Yimin was left speechless, her mouth agape in shock. She covered her mouth tightly, feeling as though her worldview was being violently shaken. Su Yi was, astonishingly, the heir of the Su family from the capital? What ist? The very person she had once taken in out of compassion, who had fallen to the streets and brought to the Long Group for employment, was, in fact, the chairman of the Long Group. Chapter 82, A Fateful Bond. Everything felt like a surreal dream, yet Su Yi did not refute her. This was the first time Ruan Yimin truly recognized Su Yi. Unable to suppress her astonishment, she swallowed hard and exclaimed, Are you truly the chairman of the Long Group? The very heir of the Su family who went missing? Why didn't you reveal the truth when we discussed this topic before? Had we not encountered each other at the bar, I might have remained oblivious to your secret. In response, Su Yi fell silent for a moment, then casually replied, What significance does it hold? As you mentioned, I was once the heir of the Su family, but that is a thing of the past. I have departed from the capital and have been lost to the world. Now, I am merely a lowly employee of the Long Group. Ruan Yimin exclaimed in frustration. But you are still a person of considerable stature. I was curious why you were so invested in the affairs of the Long Group, possessing such formidable capabilities. Only to be a mere house husband? You have deceived me terribly. Speak, do you harbor any other secrets from me? Faced with Ruan Yimin's relentless inquiries, Su Yi could only, with a sense of helplessness, reveal the truth. Since my entry into the Long family group, I have been discreetly seeking evidence against Zhong Wenhua and Deng Kaifeng, aiming to apprehend them all at once, which necessitated the concealment of my identity to avoid exposure. Not only you, but even Qinzhou only learned of my presence in Jiangxing today. Prior to this, he was entirely unaware that I had a delightful daughter. Ruan Yimin raised her delicate brows and turned her gaze towards Qinzhou. Through their brief exchange, she had already grasped Su Yi's true identity. Despite its incredibility, it remained an unalterable fact. What astonished her further was Qinzhou's identity. According to Su Yi, Qinzhou's background was equally remarkable, potentially linking him to the capital. And he was once a close friend of Su Yi. So, you're also a young master from the capital? Ruan Yimin inquired tentatively, her tone revealing an unexpected humility. Clearly taken aback by Su Yi's true identity, Qinzhou lifted his chin with pride, responding, "What's the matter? Hasn't Su Yi mentioned my name to you? I am from the Chun family in the capital. If you're unaware, I suggest you look it up online." Indeed, Qinzhou too belonged to an illustrious lineage. My goodness, what on earth was happening? The young master of the Su family had vanished without a trace, while the young master of the Qin family turned out to be a reckless scoundrel. Why was there such a vast chasm between individuals? What drove these young masters, seemingly satiated and with nothing to occupy their time, to indulge in such a low-key drinking affair? No wonder they displayed no surprise when she mentioned her stake in this bar. It was evident that they held it in disdain, as any enterprise from their families could eclipse 10 miracle bars effortlessly. "Are you concerned that I might leak your secrets?" Ruan Yimin queried. Su Yi nodded, acknowledging the truth of her concern, with no rebuttal forthcoming. "How could you think such a thing of me? Do I appear to be someone who would betray trust? Before I knew your identity, I even invited you to my home to rest. After all I've done, you still doubt my intentions?" Ruan Yimin felt as if her heart had been brutally pierced, overwhelmed by a sense of betrayal. Qinzhou chuckled lightly. "Do not be so alarmed. That's just how he is. What seems trivial to others, he insists on linking to the fate of the company. If you ask him, he'll surely admit that his reluctance to reveal the truth stems from a fear of you jeopardizing his plans. This is quite normal. He has deceived both you and me for over a decade, so you might as well get used to it." After a moment of silence, Su Yi spoke. "I am sorry." Ruan Yimin inhaled deeply, her complexion flushing with indignation, clearly incensed by Su Yi's actions. However, she quickly composed herself, letting out a resigned sigh. "Well, you're the chairman of the Long family group and a young master of the Su family in the capital, while I'm merely a modest manager in the business department. What right do I have to be angry with you? If you were to dismiss me in a fit of displeasure, I wouldn't dare utter a word in protest. But given your formidable background, why not simply occupy the chairman's seat directly? Why still fear Zhong Wenhua and Deng Kaifeng?" Su Yi shook his head, clarifying that it was not a matter of ability, but rather feasibility. The position of chairman was merely a chair. Anyone could occupy it. "Even you," he said. Ruan Yimin's eyes flickered with surprise. "Really? You let me take it?" "No," Su Yi replied flatly. "Then why mention it?" Ruan Yimin pouted, feeling that Su Yi was deliberately toying with her. Meanwhile, Qinzhou displayed a sympathetic expression, recalling how he had once been ensnared by Su Yi's deceptions, only to discover the truth when it was too late. "What I mean is, the chairmanship requires someone with capability. Otherwise, if you were to sit in that seat, you would be ousted within half a month, and that would be unnecessary. My foundation is still unstable. You are aware of the situation at the Long Group. It has already been infiltrated by the factions of Zhong Wenhua and Deng Kaifeng. Even if I were to declare myself the chairman of the Long Group today, those people would not acknowledge my authority. So, I have come," Qinzhou interjected, shaking his phone with a smile. "Rest assured, I have taken note of all these individuals, and I am confident that soon enough they will all be expelled from the Long Group. Should I reach out to some former associates to involve them in this endeavor? Although Jiangcheng is not large and offers little opportunity for us, I believe they would be more than willing to assist you." "Not for now." Su Yi declined Qinzhou's goodwill. "This is a trump card. It is best to reserve it." He preferred to rely on his own capabilities to navigate this situation. Ruan Yimin observed the exchange between the two prominent figures, feeling as though their casual dialogue was shaping the future of Jiangcheng. Was she truly a participant in such discussions? It seemed more prudent to withdraw. After conversing with Qinzhou for a while longer and confirming specific timings, he prepared to leave. Ruan Yimin stood up, expressing her desire to see Su Yi off. Just as Su Yi was about to refuse, he heard Qinzhou whispering with a mischievous grin, "Don't worry. Take your time. I won't tell anyone, especially not Qin Wenwen. After all, she was once your fiancée. Even if you have lost contact, fate is inescapable." Su Yi felt overwhelmed. When had he ever shared a bond with Qin Wenwen? If there was any connection, it was a cursed one, and they were currently rivals. Chapter 83. Help me draft a divorce agreement. Sitting in Ruan Yimin's car, Su Yi rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With Chun Zhou's assistance, a significant weight had finally lifted from his shoulders. Ruan Yimin, seated beside him, curiously inquired, "When do you plan to take action?" Zhong Wenhua and Deng Kaifeng are formidable opponents. It might be better to have your friend from Beijing come and assist. I would love to witness the spectacle. Su Yi let out a resigned chuckle. Do not heed Qin Zhou's boasts. Individuals like us have no genuine friends. Our relationships are merely bound by mutual interests. As it was in the past, and remains so today, the Su family has already begun to decline. Those individuals, upon learning of my disappearance, had not attempted to seek me out, but rather focused solely on dividing our family's substantial legacy. Even if I were to emerge now and announce my return, I would be met not with flowers and embraces, but with cold, sharp daggers. Ruan Yimin appeared somewhat astonished, clearly unaware of these matters. Su Yi had long come to terms with the situation. Seeking assistance from others was futile, and ultimately, one must rely on oneself. By taking control of his own fate, he ensured that in future collaborations, he would not be led astray by others. The lives of you young masters are indeed quite unadorned. Ruan Yimin remarked with a hint of wistfulness. She then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, are you and Lin Kiki on the verge of divorce?" "How do you know?" Su Yi responded, taken aback. "It's quite evident," Ruan Yimin replied, casting him a sidelong glance. "Though our acquaintance is not particularly lengthy, I have gleaned enough insight about you to discern when you are serious and when you jest. It is apparent that your feelings for Lin Kiki have waned significantly. And you also have a fiancée, Yi, Qin Wenwen. I've heard she is both stunning and capable under her stewardship. The Guanyin group has caught up to the Long group within a year. If you return to Qin Wenwen now and join forces, you might have the opportunity to revive your family's standing in the capital." Su Yi pondered this for a moment, but soon dismissed the idea. He had already caused her heartache, and to this day had not apologized. It was unrealistic to think of forming a powerful alliance with Qin Wenwen. "I shall rely on myself," he declared, reclining in the car as he contemplated the events of the following day. According to his plans, actions against Zhong Wenhua and Deng Kaifeng would commence within the next couple of days. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. He would soon initiate a second wave of offense, leaving his adversaries no respite. Before long, the car arrived at his destination. Exiting the vehicle, Su Yi expressed, "Thank you for bringing me back." "No need for thanks," Ruan Yimin replied, a meaningful smile crossing her lips. "Once you become the chairman of the Long group, will you help me with a promotion and raise?" It became clear that this was the reason Ruan Yimin insisted on escorting him home that evening. Su Yi found it amusing and teased, "No problem. I'll appoint you as the janitor. Then you would be the freest person in the company, able to go wherever you please." Ruan Yimin's expression darkened, and she replied dejectedly, "Who wants to be a janitor? Thanks to Deng Kaifeng and Zhong Wenhua's oppression, I haven't had a promotion in ages. With my capabilities, I should at least be the president of a subsidiary. Not to mention you've witnessed my business acumen firsthand." Speaking of business acumen, Su Yi said earnestly, "Could I ask for your assistance with something?" "What kind of assistance? Am I to be tested on my abilities so soon?" Ruan Yimin joked, seemingly excited by the prospect of her first task before any promotion or raise. "There's nothing much. I merely wish for your assistance in drafting a divorce agreement. Once I conclude my current affairs, I shall proceed with my divorce from Lin Kiki. At that point, I should also formally assume control of the Long Corporation. I do not wish to divert my focus to such matters until I have fully grasped the reins of the Long Corporation," Su Yi remarked. Ruan Yimin was momentarily taken aback, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort and peculiarity. She clearly did not anticipate that her inaugural task would involve the creation of a divorce contract. Assigning her this responsibility could easily lead others to believe she was intentionally trying to sever the bond between the couple. This doesn't seem appropriate. Besides, there is no immediate necessity for a divorce. You could wait until you acquire the Long Corporation and divorce at a less hectic time, she suggested. Suddenly, Ruan Yimin had a realization and, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "You wouldn't be reluctant to share your assets with Lin Kiki, would you? If you divorced before obtaining the Long Corporation, it wouldn't be considered marital property." Su Yi did not refute her. He simply nodded in affirmation. This revelation left Ruan Yimin even more astounded. She had not expected Su Yi to be so ruthless, leaving Lin Kiki with no opportunity whatsoever. If Lin Kiki were to discover that Su Yi's true identity was that of the chairman of the Long Corporation and the scion of the Su family in the capital, she would surely be filled with regret. Is this feasible? Su Yi inquired. Absolutely. I have a friend who practices law. I can have the documents ready for you by tomorrow. However, I am curious if your reluctance to share the Long Corporation with Lin Kiki stems from other motives. Although our acquaintance is brief, I know you are not inherently so callous. You certainly have not contemplated using wealth or status to coerce Lin Kiki. Otherwise, you would have revealed your identity long ago. Is there another reason for your chosen course of action? Wang Yimin's insight was indeed sharp, striking at the very heart of the matter. Su Yi had indeed pondered this issue. Correct. My concern is not that Lin Kiki would seize the Long Corporation, but rather that Zhong Zihao might exploit this vulnerability to target the company. You must understand that Lin Kiki and Zhong Zihao are childhood friends. He has long harbored aspirations for her and has been waiting for an opportunity. Should I divorce Lin Kiki and divide the Long Corporation's assets with her, and subsequently they were to marry, it would provide them with a direct opportunity to lay claim to that portion of the assets. The Long Corporation belongs to my Su family, and I cannot afford to grant him such an advantage. Upon hearing Su Yi's perspective, Wang Yimin's mouth fell agape in shock. She had not anticipated that Su Yi would contemplate matters so deeply. This was indeed the mindset of a wealthy heir, starkly different from her own. His meticulous approach left no room for error. She felt fortunate not to be an adversary of Su Yi. Otherwise, she feared she would be utterly devoured, leaving nothing but remnants. I understand now. I shall endeavor to procure the contract for you expeditiously. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Yimin gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. Thank you for your assistance, Su Yi nodded. Once I complete my tasks, I shall ensure your promotion and raise. Please exercise caution on your way. Farewell. Chapter 84. I wish to divorce Lin Kiki. After speaking, Su Yi ascended the stairs with purposeful strides, eager to check if Yi had fallen asleep. It had been over 2 hours since he left home, a span not excessively lengthy. Observing Su Yi's departing figure, Wang Yimin settled back into the car, her expression of astonishment still lingering. To her surprise, Su Yi was indeed the chairman of the Long Group. Fortunately, she had refrained from speaking recklessly earlier, where she might have jeopardized her job. It was imperative to focus on her work henceforth and avoid any missteps. Upon returning home, Su Yi found the lights in the room dimmed. Yi had long since drifted into slumber, while Lin Kiki sat alone on the sofa. Hearing Su Yi's return, she quickly rose and hurriedly approached, grasping his hand with concern. How did it go, dear? Was your business meeting successful? Did the client agree to collaborate? Her demeanor reflected fatigue and worry, as she had been contemplating these questions alone at home, anxious for quite some time. We've signed the agreement. The deal is sealed, Su Yi replied. Indeed, he had gone to negotiate, but the contract had been finalized merely 10 minutes into their meeting. The remainder of the time was spent in conversation and strategizing on how to reclaim the Long Group. Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki exhaled in relief and embraced Su Yi tightly, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Thank goodness it all worked out. I hope I haven't done anything wrong. I shouldn't have stopped you from leaving earlier if I had known how crucial it was. You don't hold it against me, do you? As she spoke, she gazed up at Su Yi with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Su Yi responded earnestly. You reminded me to make the right choice between work and Yi. I owe you my gratitude. With that, he settled onto the sofa, intending to review some company documents before retiring for the night. Lin Kiki stood momentarily in confusion, unsure of the implications behind Su Yi's words. Was he subtly criticizing her choice of work over Yi, or merely expressing his own thoughts? She found herself perplexed. Soon after, she approached and nestled beside Su Yi, affectionately clinging to his arm. Darling, do you remember what tomorrow is? Our wedding anniversary, Su Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the computer screen, his tone composed. Indeed. You promised to join me for dinner tomorrow. I've already made reservations. But before dinner, let us enjoy some coffee together. I've booked a spot at DNCAF. Tomorrow, I'll have my sister take care of Yi, so we can spend the day celebrating our anniversary. How's that sound? At these words, Su Yi's body stiffened. Indeed, tomorrow marked the last celebration of their union. After this anniversary, their 8 years of marriage would reach its conclusion, and they would each embark on separate paths. Contemplating this, Su Yi finally shifted his gaze from the computer to Lin Kiki. Lin Kiki wore an excited smile on her face, gazing expectantly into his eyes. clearly unaware of the unfolding events and oblivious to Su Yi's inner resolve. "All right, I will go." Su Yi nodded in agreement, which filled Lin Kiki with immense joy, prompting her to plant a kiss on his cheek. Fortunately, she had managed to persuade Su Yi, and although his work faced no obstacles, it was completed smoothly. However, Zhong Zihao mentioned he would come by the next day to help clarify matters and reconcile with Su Yi. Seizing this opportunity, everyone gathered to calmly discuss the situation, thereby resolving any lingering conflicts. Su Yi would surely feel touched upon learning that Zhong Zihao had intentionally found him a boss to compensate for his work-related mistakes. At that moment, one could hardly doubt that Su Yi would no longer harbor such deep misunderstandings toward Zhong Zihao as before. With this thought, Lin Kiki couldn't help but commend herself. Time swiftly passed. After organizing some materials, Su Yi shut down his computer and entered Yi's room. Lying beside her to coax her to sleep, Lin Kiki lay on the other side, occasionally glancing at Su Yi's expression. The following day, Su Yi rose early and began his morning routine. As per his usual custom, he entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just then, the door swung open, and Lin Xiaolon strode in. She immediately spotted Su Yi cooking and let out a soft huff, intending to check if Yi was awake. Lin Kiki had called her the previous day, asking her to care for Yi for the day. Despite being irked by past events, she agreed, considering that Yi needed someone to look after her. However, just as Lin Xiaolon was about to enter the room, Su Yi suddenly called out to stop her. "Wait, Sister Lan." Lin Xiaolon halted, casting a cold glance in his direction. "What is it?" Su Yi untied his apron, brewed a cup of hot tea, and handed it to Lin Xiaolon. "Sister Lan, I was wrong in the past, and I apologize. I'm truly sorry." Lin Xiaolon was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the shift in Su Yi's demeanor after their time apart. Had his relationship with Lin Kiki improved, leading him to recognize his mistakes and act accordingly? It seems Su Yi was not entirely foolish. He understood his errors. "It's fine. I've long forgotten about it. Just be mindful in the future. Don't let anger escalate into loud arguments. It's bothersome to listen to, and I warn you both. Any future disputes should occur outside, not in front of Yi, as it could negatively influence her." With that, she decided to check on Yi, but Su Yi stepped forward, blocking her path with a serious expression. "Sister Lan, I would like to discuss something with you." Su Yi's demeanor appeared peculiar, as though he had significant news to share. This serious expression and atmosphere made Lin Xiaolon feel uncomfortable and even repulsed. Unable to restrain her furrowed brow, she inquired, "What do you wish to say?" "I am aware, Sister Lan, that you harbor considerable dissatisfaction towards me, stemming from some previous unpleasant incidents. Indeed, I acknowledge my mistakes in the past. Yet I implore you to allow me to express my thoughts completely." Su Yi inhaled deeply, and upon opening his eyes, they emanated a profound stillness, seriousness, and unwavering resolve, as if he had finally reached a momentous decision. Such an expression instinctively caused Lin Xiaolon to feel a surge of tension. Her intuition suggested that Su Yi had arrived at a significant conclusion. However, were they not meant to indulge in their cherished moments together today? They had made plans, and at the time of departure, what was the source of this emotional turmoil? After a brief pause, Su Yi articulated clearly, "I wish to divorce Lin Kuku." Chapter 85. It is time to become the pillar of the family in the capital. Upon hearing Xiao Chei's words, Lin Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief. She questioned whether she had risen too early, still in a state of drowsiness. "What did you just say? Who do you intend to divorce? What does this mean?" "Su Yi, weren't you two perfectly fine before? Last night, you even promised to celebrate your wedding anniversary with Lin Kuku today. Had it not been for this matter, I wouldn't have come here at all. Now, mere minutes after my arrival, you declare your intention to divorce Lin Kuku? You'd better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Su Yi understood that revealing the truth to Lin Xiaolon so suddenly would undoubtedly provoke her anger and scrutiny. Yet, this was a decision he had long since resolved, and he would not easily waver. Noticing Lin Xiaolan's complexion pale with indignation, he led her to the balcony. Once assured that their conversation would not be overheard, he finally spoke. "Sister Lan, I have already made my decision regarding this matter. This will be my last anniversary with Lin Kuku. Tomorrow, I will have the divorce agreement brought over, and thereafter, we shall proceed with the signing and discussions regarding the divorce. I understand your confusion regarding why I would take such a course of action. This is not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a carefully considered outcome. Su Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly torn about whether to disclose the full truth to Lin Xiaolon. She immediately discerned that he had withheld something. Her expression hardened, and she said firmly, Su Yi, if you have something to say, speak plainly, otherwise I will not consent. I wish to distance myself from the chaotic dynamics of your family. Since you wish to discuss this with me, I presume you already know how to persuade me. If you remain silent, I shall take my leave. Though Lin Xiaolon verbally expressed her intent to depart, her feet remained rooted in place, awaiting Su Yi's response. After a moment of silence, summoning his resolve, he exclaimed, Are you familiar with the Long Corporation? Yes, it is the largest conglomerate in Jian City. Aren't you employed there as well? Is your divorce related to the Long Corporation? Lin Xiaolon inquired, her brow furrowing. She had previously heard Lin Kuku mention Su Yi's employment at the Long Corporation. In fact, just last night, he had left home to negotiate a collaboration, which of course pertained to the Long Corporation. Yet, what direct correlation could there be between the Long Corporation and Su Yi's impending divorce? Since you, Sister Lan, are familiar with the Long family conglomerate, you must also be aware that the true owner is not from Jiansheng, but rather from the capital, the Su family. Su Yi took a deep breath. I am indeed a member of the Su family from the capital, to be precise, the missing young master of the Su family who vanished 8 years ago. This revelation marked the first time in 8 years that Su Yi disclosed his true identity to Lin Xiaolon. As he anticipated, Lin Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing his claim. She even questioned whether she had been dreaming or if Su Yi had lost his senses. Are you jesting? Just because you share the surname Su, you expect me to believe you are the missing young master? Lin Xiaolon frowned slightly, rolling her eyes. Has boasting reached such absurd levels in today's world? If Su Yi were indeed the lost heir of the Su family, would that not make her the missing young lady of the Lin family? Although there is indeed a Lin family in the capital, it bears no relation to her. Su Yi understood that Lin Xiaolon would be skeptical, so he promptly elaborated. Sister Lan, I have never disclosed my identity over the years. On one hand, I wish to escape the troubles associated with the capital, and on the other, it was because of my love for Lin Kuku. At that time, I was engaged to a member of the Qin family from the capital, specifically Qin Wenwen, the current chairwoman of the Guanyin group in Jiangxing. I was unaware of this arrangement until the day everyone was set to dine at the hotel when my mother revealed the truth. That evening was supposed to be a time for everyone to gather and discuss over drinks, but Lin Kuku called me, claiming she encountered difficulties at her company in Jiangxing. A client had berated her, leaving her in tears. My heart ached for her, prompting me to escape the Su family and come to Jiangxing. The time of my disappearance coincided precisely with 8 years ago. Su Yi recounted the truth to Lin Xiaolon. Initially, she found it hard to believe, but upon seeing his earnest expression, even she could discern something amiss. The disappearance of the Su family's eldest son had caused quite a stir, even making headlines. She had certainly taken note of it. Not only had she been aware, but she recalled bringing the news article to Su Yi back then, playfully asking him if he were indeed the missing heir of the Su family. Since they both shared the surname, what had begun as a jest now bore the weight of reality, and 8 years later, Su Yi confirmed it with gravity. How could Lin Xiaolon not be astonished? You truly are the missing young master of the Su family? Why would you forsake such immense wealth to come to Jiangxing? Lin Xiaolon exclaimed in shock. Because I love Lin Kuku, Su Yi replied. He then sighed softly, gazing out the window at the vibrant nightlife. A world of indulgence and excess that did not appeal to him. What he yearned for was a home and a woman with whom he could grow old together. He had once firmly believed that person was Lin Kuku. Thus he sacrificed everything to accompany her to Jiangxing and marry her directly. Lin Kuku wished to keep their marriage discreet, and he too did not desire to attract attention. Therefore, they merely obtained a marriage certificate without holding a wedding ceremony. I never anticipated that this matter would become one of the pivotal catalysts for their emotional disintegration 8 years later. The unpredictable nature of life leaves one perpetually unaware of what tomorrow may bring. Perhaps this encapsulates his predicament. So why do you wish to divorce her now? Lin Xiaolon has already come to accept Su Yi's true identity. She suddenly feels that she has misjudged him. Over the years, she has harbored disdain for Su Yi, believing him to be a mere idle man, confined to the home, incapable of contributing anything meaningful, a quintessential kept man. Yet now, she realizes how profoundly mistaken she has been. It is not that Su Yi is merely a sponge. Rather, he has refrained from seeking employment to protect his true identity. To this end, he even learned to cook, maintain the household, and change the diapers of the still infant Yi. He has dedicated himself to being a stay-at-home father for nearly 8 years. In the face of Lin Xianglan's inquiries, Su Yi turned to gaze deeply into her eyes. Do you believe Lin Kiki harbors any feelings for me now? Countless times, she has chosen work over Yi and selected Zhong Zihao over me. She is no longer the Lin Kiki I once adored. Letting go is in the best interest of her, myself, and everyone involved. Moreover, I have matured. It is time for me to return and become the pillar of support for the Su family in the capital. Chapter 86, The Last Meal. Su Yi's resolve has never been so unwavering and decisive. Lin Xianglan knows more about the intricacies of their relationship than anyone else. Thus, she is acutely aware of Su Yi's deep affection for Lin Kiki. However, the emergence of Zhong Zihao has exacerbated the conflict between them. It can be said that, without Zhong Zihao, Su Yi and Lin Kiki would have been an enviable couple. Yet now, this once-admired model couple has reached their conclusion. Lan Jia, this is the truth I wish to convey to you. I also want to prepare you psychologically, so I will not have to explain myself later. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianglan pursed her lips, feeling a whirlwind of confusion. The revelations from Su Yi have overwhelmed her, and her mind struggles to process the magnitude of it all. She can only clutch her forehead, lean against the wall, and take deep breaths to calm her tumultuous emotions. Wait, you intend to divorce Lin Kiki so abruptly? Could it be that you wish to prevent her from claiming your assets? You are the chairman of a Long Group, yet you have not officially assumed the role. At this juncture, divorcing Lin Kiki raises suspicions about your motives. Su Yi, I implore you to be honest with me. Do you truly harbor such intentions? Lin Xianglan scrutinized Su Yi's eyes with a piercing gaze. She sought to discern whether his actions were motivated by the Su family's legacy, his status as a young master, or the position of chairman of the Long Group. If that were the case, her disappointment in Su Yi would be profound. For all these years, Su Yi has benefited from Lin Kiki, and she has invested significantly in him. Now, as he ascends to become the chairman of the Long Group and claims the title of a young master, he intends to depart without leaving Lin Kiki a single coin? That would be the epitome of shamelessness. Gazing into Lin Xiaolan's unabashed, scrutinizing eyes, Su Yi did not shy away. Instead, he faced her directly. Having no guilty conscience, he felt no trepidation under her unwavering gaze. However, before Lin Xiaolan could complete her thought, Su Yi interrupted her. The reason I intend to divorce Lin Kiki before I fully assume control of the Long family enterprise is not driven by monetary concerns. To put it bluntly, I once wielded considerable influence in the capital, to the extent that chairmen of conglomerates like the Longs would kneel before me, polishing my shoes. Money in my eyes is merely a sequence of digits, devoid of significance. If I were truly so avaricious, I would not have left the capital to marry Lin Kiki and lead a life of domesticity, cooking and doing laundry. My urgency stems from Zhong Zihao. Zhong Zihao? This revelation bewildered Lin Xiaolan. What connection does this have with Zhong Zihao? Although he is somewhat distasteful, it seems implausible that he could pose a threat to Su Yi. What do you mean? Lin Xiaolan inquired. Su Yi gathered his thoughts and explained. If I were to divorce Lin Kiki after acquiring the Long family group, Zhong Zihao would undoubtedly pursue her, and she might very well acquiesce. Consequently, the Long family group would be divided, an outcome I cannot permit. To be candid, the Su family in the capital has diminished significantly. I require this achievement to deter those with ill intentions. Once I have solidified my position and re-entered the capital, you may demand any sum you desire, and I will not bat an eye. Even if you wish to leverage our divorce to extort money from me, that would not be an issue. His words reflected Su Yi's concerns and determination. Even though he knew Lin Xiaolan would not act in such a manner, he felt compelled to articulate his resolve. He needed to demonstrate to Lin Xiaolan that this time he was not jesting. He was genuinely intent on divorcing Lin Kiki, an urgent matter. Lin Xiaolan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she suddenly perceived Su Yi as particularly unfamiliar. He was entirely different from the Su Yi she remembered, exuding a unique aura that instilled in her an inexplicable pressure. Is this still the Su Yi I know? Or has the situation surrounding the Su family in the capital deteriorated to such a degree that it has fundamentally altered his character and demeanor? Have you discussed this with Lin Kiki? Lin Xiaolan acquiesced. No, it would be more accurate to say she conceded. After all, the divorce is a matter between Su Yi and Lin Kiki. As Lin Kiki's sister, she could not possibly intervene. She had already said what needed to be said and offered her counsel. The future of their lives now rests upon the decisions of the parties involved. Furthermore, upon learning of Su Yi's identity, Lin Xiaolan understood the depth of his affection for Lin Kiki. If she were in his position, she might find it difficult to relinquish the status and assets of the Su family in the capital. For this reason alone, she felt a modicum of admiration for Su Yi. No, Su Yi shook his head. I plan to accompany her through the final holiday, ensuring a sense of closure. Subsequently, I will provide you with the signed divorce agreement, and I hope you can persuade Lin Kiki to sign it promptly. Thank you for your assistance, Lan Jia. Su Yi solemnly bowed before proceeding to the kitchen to continue preparing breakfast. It was the final day, and he did not mind treating it with a bit more diligence. He cast aside the myriad of chaotic thoughts for the time being. After all, it was merely one day. How bad could it possibly turn out? Moreover, Chen Zhou had also arrived in Jiangsheng, having acquired the list from him, and was likely already at work in secret. Lin Xiaolan, burdened with complex emotions, walked into the living room and gazed at Su Yi, who was earnestly cooking, momentarily lost in thought. Simultaneously, she imagined what life would be like after Su Yi departed from his home. It seemed unlikely that anyone would set foot in this kitchen again. After more than half an hour, Lin Kiki awoke, practically sprinting out of her room. Upon seeing Su Yi cooking at the door, she visibly relaxed. She then turned to Lin Xiaolan, who was sitting on the sofa. Sister, when did you arrive? You should have let me know in advance, so I could get up. After speaking, Lin Kiki dashed over to Su Yi, embracing him tightly from behind. Darling, what delicious meal are you preparing for me today? Su Yi momentarily froze. Then a gentle smile spread across his face as he turned to tidy her disheveled hair. I'm making you sandwiches with hot milk and fried eggs. Seeing the smile on Su Yi's face filled Lin Kiki with joy, and she remained blissfully unaware of the subtle tension in the house. She seemed to believe that Su Yi's smile signified a return to his former self. Unable to resist, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, darling. You're wonderful. Do you need my help? No need. You go sit and chat with Sister Lan. I'll call you both when the food is ready. Su Yi gently shook his head, preferring to complete this final meal alone. Chapter 87. Dad, you're so verbose. Su Yi was meticulous and earnest in his cooking. This last meal encapsulated all his efforts and the myriad memories of the past 8 years. Observing Su Yi's diligent demeanor, Lin Kiki joyfully bounded onto the sofa, settling beside Lin Xiaolan. He, sister, don't you think I've managed to cheer Su Yi up? He barely smiled yesterday, but today he is so happy. My efforts must have made an impact. Of course, part of the reason could also be that he signed that contract last night. While the specifics of the amount remained unknown, it was undoubtedly significant for him. Lin Xiaolan paused, unwilling to shatter Lin Kiki's buoyant spirits. She merely nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, it's wonderful that you both are happy. Enjoy today's itinerary. Leave E to me, and I'll bring her back when I have time tomorrow. Lin Xiaolan's offer to take care of E for the day undoubtedly provided Lin Kiki and Su Yi with a chance to relax. They could spend the entire day without worrying about E, which was immensely important for their wedding anniversary. With their concerns alleviated, Lin Kiki excitedly hugged Lin Xiaolan's arm. Thank you, sister. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Lin Xiaolan smiled, choosing not to say anything further. Lin Kiki remained oblivious to the subtle trace of melancholy concealed within Lin Xiaolan's gaze. It is uncertain what expression Lin Kiki will wear upon receiving the divorce agreement signed by Su Yi the following day. Given her current emotional state, it is likely that she will feel profoundly heartbroken and distressed. Contemplating this, Lin Xiaolan could not help but embrace Lin Kiki, tilting her head to the side, fearful of revealing her unease. Lin Kiki, however, thought little of it, assuming that Lin Xiaolan simply desired a hug, as had often been the case in the past. Before long, a sumptuous breakfast was prepared and presented on the dining table. Lin Kiki went back to her room to awaken E. The family gathered together to enjoy their meal. Lin Xiaolan looked at E and smiled, saying, E, today your mom and dad are going to celebrate their special day. Would you like to spend the day playing with your aunt? E lifted her head, glancing at Su Yi and then at Lin Kiki, pouting slightly in reluctance. What special day is it? Can E come along? Are mom and dad going to do something fun? Lin Xiaolan reassured her. Mom and dad are celebrating the anniversary of their meeting, a day every couple cherishes. Don't worry, your aunt will ensure you have a delightful time. E, understanding, agreed without insisting on accompanying them, though her demeanor was noticeably less cheerful than before. It was unclear whether her sadness stemmed from the prospect of being separated from her parents for a day or from not being able to partake in the festivities. Sue-yi gently ruffled Yi's hair, placing his fried egg into her bowl. You must eat well to grow tall and strong. Lin Kiki followed suit, adding her egg to Yi's bowl. Indeed, Yi needs to grow up healthy, so eat plenty. Yi opened her mouth wide, eagerly shoveling food in, prompting laughter from those around the table. After breakfast, Lin Xiaolan prepared to take Yi away. Yet, before departing, she cast one last glance at Sue-yi, her heart a tumult of emotions. Unable to resist, she approached him while he washed the dishes, whispering, Yi is still so young. Are you certain you want to separate from Lin Kiki? Can you bear to see Yi in distress? Sui se moviments momentary faltered. He was undoubtedly reluctant. However, the current circumstances demanded action, regardless of his desires. Even if it meant causing Yi pain, he vowed to dedicate his life to alleviating her suffering. Sister Lan, I know what I must do. I will take good care of Yi. In response, Lin Xiaolan frowned. You wish to take Yi away? I cannot agree to that. She must remain with us. With you? Will you cook for Yi, or will Lin Kiki do it? Or perhaps Zhong Ziheo? I refuse to let my daughter call someone else dad. A fierce glint flashed in Su-yi's eyes. This was one matter on which he would not yield. Even if it meant relinquishing his status as the young master of the Su family in the capital, he would keep Yi close. She was his sole source of solace. Without her, he felt he would have nothing, having lost all he had cherished over the years. Lin Xiaolan was momentarily rendered speechless by Su-yi's words. Upon learning of Su-yi's true identity, her hopes of contesting for Yi's custody grew dim. She realized that if the matter were to be brought before the court, the judge would undoubtedly rule in favor of Su-yi. After all, he had been the one caring for Yi all these years, and from a familial standpoint, Su-yi's background was not one she could easily challenge. The identity of Lin Kiki as Accompany president might seem imposing, yet in Su-yi's presence, it paled in comparison, even less significant than the modest ventures that the Su family casually disregarded. Surely you won't take Yi away and prevent us from seeing her again? Lin Xiaolan inquired with a furrowed brow. Rest assured, Sister Lan, you will still have the chance to see her, though perhaps not as frequently as before. Su-yi offered her a graceful exit from the awkward conversation. Although his words hinted at a certain self-importance, they were undeniably truthful. Without the backing of the Su family, he would still have the audacity to speak to Lin Xiaolan as he did. Lin Xiaolan discerned the unspoken implications in Su-yi's remarks, and her gaze towards Yi softened considerably. All right, you two go have fun. I shall take Yi with me now. With that, Lin Xiaolan departed the kitchen, taking Yi's small hand in hers. As they reached the doorway, Yi waved her hand joyfully. Goodbye, Daddy. Yi is going out to play with Annie. I want to visit the pet store to see the kittens. A tender smile graced Su-yi's face as he nodded earnestly. Go on, have a wonderful time. Remember to look for cars before crossing the street. Keep your distance from strangers, and don't play outside for too long. Always stay with Annie. In that moment, he resembled a seasoned father, fervently reciting the very words he once found tiresome. It was only after this shift in his identity that he truly comprehended the burdens his own father had borne. This realization solidified his resolve to return to the capital as the pillar of his family, no longer wishing to offload all the pressures onto them. Got it, Daddy? You're so chatty. Yi playfully made a face before skipping out of the house. The door closed firmly behind them, and Su-yi's gaze gradually withdrew. At that moment, a sultry hum wafted in from the entrance, as Lin Kiki's voice pierced the air. Darling, do you think I look beautiful in this outfit? Su-yi turned to behold Lin Kiki clad in a pristine white spaghetti-strap dress. Her already beautiful face was adorned with light makeup, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer, particularly with her cherry-red lips. To be frank, Su-yi felt a stirring within him. His initial attraction to Lin Kiki stemmed from her beauty, as she had been the belle of the Finance Academy. Certainly, he believed himself to be quite handsome as well. Though no longer in his youth, the unique charisma and masculinity he exuded had only intensified. Noticing that Su-yi was lost in his admiration, Lin Kiki shyly turned her head, a rosy blush blooming on her cheeks. Although Su-yi did not respond to her inquiry, his demeanor undoubtedly served as the most eloquent answer. He had clearly demonstrated through his actions that he held a deep appreciation for her attire, a look she had painstakingly curated over a significant period. The sight of Su-yi's reaction made every moment spent on her appearance worthwhile. Upon regaining his composure, Sui gently nodded and approached Lin Kiki with intention, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and drawing her into his embrace, sealing their connection with a kiss. Lin Kiki felt as if her heart was racing uncontrollably. The sensation of Su Yi's fervent, almost possessive kiss left her breathless, and she realized it had been far too long since they had shared such passionate intimacy. While the kiss filled her with a delightful shyness, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, wanting to meld away in his arms. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted. Lin Kiki's cheeks were aflame, as if she might bleed from the embarrassment. With a hint of lingering desire, she licked her lips and playfully chided, "How rude. I spent so long on my makeup, and you nearly ruined it." Sui chuckled softly, tenderly brushing a strand of hair from her face. "It matters not. I adore you in any guise." His words were heartfelt, as he chose to present the version of himself that had always cherished Lin Kiki, especially on this, their final day together. At that moment, he cast aside thoughts of the Long family corporation and the precarious situation of the Sui family in the capital. For the entirety of this day, he belonged to Lin Kiki, and she to him. This day would undoubtedly become one of his most cherished memories, and he was determined to make it beautiful and worthy of remembrance. "Wait for me a moment. I shall change into something else and tidy up," he said, lightly patting her hand before retreating into the room and closing the door behind him. Watching Sui Yi's departing figure, Lin Kiki felt a sweetness in her heart, unconsciously tracing her lips where his kiss had lingered. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if she had rediscovered the essence of their youthful romance. They had once been so innocent, encountering each other in their prime, swiftly falling into the depths of love. In their purest years, they harbored the boldest dreams and aspirations, eagerly anticipating each day ahead. However, as life progressed and became more prosperous, their tender moments of connection dwindled, gradually diverging from their shared dreams. Lin Kiki repeatedly reassured herself that her sacrifices were for Sui, and for a brighter future. Yet, the truth remained that what was lost could never be reclaimed, and desires were perpetually unfulfilled. With this realization, Lin Kiki's resolve to nurture a life with Sui solidified. She could endeavor to gradually relinquish her corporate responsibilities and spend more time with both Sui and Yi. After a span of more than 10 minutes, Sui finally emerged from the room. He was now clad in a crisp white shirt, his long black hair meticulously styled, with the excess trimmed away and the remaining strands curled to perfection. He finally presented himself before Lin Kiki, a vision of refined elegance. Upon witnessing Sui Yi's transformed appearance, Lin Kiki momentarily stood frozen in place, her enchanting eyes sparkling with astonishment and exhilaration. Even though Sui no longer possessed his former 8-pack abs, his physique remained impeccable, radiating a tall and handsome demeanor, with striking brows and captivating eyes. Particularly, the love-filled gaze he held was impossible to conceal. A significant part of Lin Kiki's affection for Sui stemmed from the expressiveness of his eyes. "Darling, I haven't seen you like this in ages. Truly, you are the man I fell in love with. You look absolutely stunning," she exclaimed, excitedly leaping into his embrace, rising on her toes to cup his face and planting a kiss on him without a care for appearances. It seemed as though she wished to imprint every inch of his skin deeply into her memory, ensuring she would never forget. A gentle smile graced Sui Yi's lips as he wrapped his arms around Lin Kiki's slender waist and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. "Let's go, my love. We shall wander the streets together. You may choose whatever your heart desires, and I shall cover the expenses," he declared generously. In the past, it was Lin Kiki who often funded their outings, despite Sui Yi's protests of disinterest. Yet, she would always secretly purchase something for him, taking immense satisfaction from the surprise that lit up his face. This time, however, Sui intended to reverse the roles, allowing Lin Kiki to select freely while he bore the costs. "All right, darling, I shall not hold back. I want to buy a necklace." Lin Kiki playfully stuck out her tongue, unaware of the exact amount Sui possessed. However, the state of his finances was inconsequential, as she had ample means of her own. What she truly desired was his thoughtfulness and a gift chosen by his hand. Soon, hand in hand, the couple departed their home and headed to the largest mall nearby. Due to their deliberate attire and the shift in emotions, they attracted numerous glances from passers-by, eliciting gasps of admiration. Clearly, many were envious of the couple's stylish appearance and affectionate display. "Wow, that woman is stunning. Her outfit is simply exquisite. Could she possibly be the belle of some school? One observer remarked. How could she be a school belle? Just look at them. They are clearly not students. Such maturity cannot be feigned. Even if a college student can transform into a sophisticated woman through makeup, what about the aura? That strong sense of a married woman cannot merely be achieved through cosmetics. The guy beside her is incredibly handsome too. He would undoubtedly be the heartthrob of any school, especially in that white shirt. If he donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he might just become the epitome of a charming rogue. I'm smitten and envious. Why are the men around me so lackluster? I too wish for a boyfriend who exudes such charm and security. A match made in heaven. They look so perfect together. It makes me want to steal him away. Do you dare steal? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Chapter 89. So you also reside in Hating District. Wherever Sue, E, and Lynn Kiki ventured, they would incite a wave of astonishment, having become the most resplendent sight within them all. Listening to the discussions of those around her, a shy yet blissful blush adorned Lynn Keek's face. Darling, did you hear? They're all praising how well-matched we are. And they even say, I'm the campus belle while you're the campus heartthrob. She giggled. They surely wouldn't guess that we are not as young as we once were and that we have a lovely daughter. Sue, he nodded in agreement, absorbing the compliments that floated through the air, feeling a surge of joy. Fortunately, he had not transformed into a middle-aged, greasy uncle. The younger generation still appreciated his handsome looks. However, it was a pity that he held no interest in the admiration of others. Once upon a time, I was indeed the campus heartthrob, and you were certainly the campus belle. In that regard, their words ring true. Sue, he chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lynn Kiki exclaimed in surprise. Really? You were even more handsome in college than you are now. No, darling, you're still very handsome, she teased. I naturally know how to appreciate my husband, but I still wish to ask, which university did you attend? I only know you weren't in the same province as me, but you have never mentioned where exactly. As she spoke, Lynn Kiki gazed at Sue E with curiosity, gently imploring, Darling, can you tell me now? Sue E hesitated for a moment. He had indeed kept his past a secret from Lynn Kiki, always evading her inquiries with various excuses or diverting her attention. Eventually, Lynn Kiki, understanding his reluctance, ceased her questions and focused instead on savoring the present with him. Yet, at this moment, with her renewed inquiry, Sue E felt that these secrets had lost their significance. There was no longer any need for concealment. In the past, he had feared being discovered by those in the capital, but now that concern had vanished. By next month, at the latest, everyone in the capital would know that the missing young master of the Sue family was alive and had even become the chairman of the Long Corporation. I attended Dying University in the capital, Sue E finally revealed, the first time he spoke of his past. Upon hearing this, Lynn Keek's eyes widened in disbelief, her steps halting. Are you serious? You studied at Dying University. My goodness, how did I not know you attended such a prestigious institution? Your grades must have been exceptional. As she spoke, Lynn Kiki pouted slightly, feeling a touch of grievance. Why didn't you tell me? I always thought you were in a vocational school and were too embarrassed to share, fearing I would look down on you. Do you know how hard I try to suppress my doubts to avoid upsetting you? And now you tell me you were a genius student? Hearing this, Sue let out a wry smile. He had anticipated Lynn Keek's reaction upon learning about his university. Yet he felt powerless after all these years. This was the only moment he could finally reveal the truth to her. He had also resolved that today, regardless of the questions Lynn Kiki posed, he would strive to provide honest answers, save for matters he could not disclose. Is Dying University really that remarkable? It is merely an ordinary university where I completed my undergraduate studies and was subsequently granted a recommendation for graduate school, though I chose not to attend, Sue E remarked nonchalantly. Lynn Kiki expressed surprise and astonishment. A recommendation for graduate studies? This achievement requires exceptionally high grades. Is my husband truly that remarkable? But why did you not continue your studies? Was it a financial constraint? Lynn Kiki hesitated, sensing that her inquiry might probe into a sensitive area for Sue E. He had never divulged details about his university experience, nor about his family. This led Lynn Kiki to mistakenly believe that Sue E was orphaned, compounded by the fact that during their courtship, she had always been the one spending money, while Sue E seemed to live off her generosity. Consequently, she speculated that his family background was not affluent. Perhaps he was even relying on a scholarship to pursue his studies. It was not a matter of finances, but rather the fact that I completed my undergraduate degree and did not pursue further studies. If I had continued my education, I would have had little time to spend with you, Sue chuckled softly, gently squeezing Lin Keek's small hand. The life of a graduate student is not as effortless as one might imagine, and at that time, my family did not wish for me to continue my education. A degree is merely a stepping stone to wealth, yet I do not require that particular stone. What I seek are opportunities to engage practically and take charge. The only way for me to earn money was to enter society. I am genuinely grateful to you, for your companionship has taught me much and enabled me to undertake ventures I would have otherwise shied away from, Sue stated earnestly. Lin Keek's curiosity was piqued. Her presence had encouraged Sue to do things he had previously feared. She was unaware of the significant impact she had on him, and an inexplicable sense of accomplishment and joy washed over her. What were the things you were afraid to do? Sue pondered for a moment before delicately articulating his thoughts to Lin Keek. For instance, during negotiations with clients, I have turned and walked away, leaving them waiting for me to return from meetings. I have also defied my family's expectations to live life on my own terms. Even though I recognize that some of my actions were not entirely correct, I harbor no regrets. He was alluding to his escape from the capital, though Lin Keek remained oblivious to the true circumstances and thus did not grasp the reference. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of happiness, irresistibly leaning into Sue Yi's embrace, a blissful smile gracing her face. This moment did not go unnoticed by passers-by, who exchanged envious sighs. Some even surreptitiously captured photographs, intending to inspire their own boyfriends to emulate Sue Yi's style. Yet, they could only mimic his appearance, not his essence. Did you previously reside in the capital? Lin Keek inquired. Indeed, in the Hating district of the capital, Sue replied. Lin Keek, the Hating district of the capital? Isn't that a luxurious villa area? I have heard that villas there can easily fetch hundreds of millions, and with better renovations, the price can soar into the billions. Some areas are even pre-reserved. One might have the money but still be unable to purchase a villa there. Sue claims he lived there? Surely, he must be jesting with her. Where did he acquire the funds to reside in such a splendid abode? Are you jesting? Lin Keek scrutinized Sue Yi's expression, her brows knitting together in mild confusion. Before Sue could utter a word, a flicker of realization crossed her face. So, you also dwell in the Hating district. Perhaps we are neighbors. Which building do you inhabit? With a faint smile tinged with bitterness, Sue understood that Lin Keek harbored doubts about his sincerity, believing him to be merely jesting. Given her skepticism, he resolved to let the matter rest, treating it as a light-hearted jest. Suddenly, Lin Keek halted before a jewelry store. The transparent display cases within showcased an array of exquisite jewelry, including gold and diamond rings. Lin Keek came to an abrupt stop, playfully tugging at Sue Yi's hand, exclaiming, "Did you not mention wanting to buy me a necklace? What do you say? Shall we step inside for a look?" Following Lin Keek's gaze toward the jewelry store, Sue stepped inside without hesitation. "Let us go and see what styles you fancy. I shall cover the expense. Then I shall not hold back. I wonder if your salary has been dispersed. If it falls short, I can lend you some." Lin Keek giggled, covering her mouth. Sue calmly nodded. Could his salary possibly be inadequate? The business deals he had engaged in recently were all substantial, and he was not merely liaising with the counterpart companies, but directly with the proprietors themselves. The commissions alone would suffice to sustain an ordinary person for 2 or 3 years without worry. How much could a diamond necklace possibly cost? Before long, the couple arrived at the counter, hand in hand. Upon seeing Sue Yi's striking features, the saleswoman felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing. What a handsome gentleman! He exuded both charm and maturity. The woman beside him was equally stunning, with years of experience in sales. Her discerning eye recognized the quality of their attire. Both were clad in designer labels, each piece worth no less than $50,000. Such a couple visiting a jewelry store was either placing an order or prepared to indulge extravagantly, all for the sake of a smile. The saleswoman keenly sensed they were likely the latter. With an exuberant smile that eclipsed even that of her own mother, she approached them. "Welcome. Are you both in search of gold or jewelry? We pride ourselves on being one of Jiangxing's premier jewelry boutiques. Whatever your desires, we can fulfill them, and we can even transfer items from our other locations." Upon entering the jewelry store, Lin Keek's gaze swiftly scanned the necklaces and rings on display. She had not adorned herself with a ring, a deliberate choice to conceal the truth of her marital status. Of course, she possessed one, but it had remained at home, forgotten over time. She recalled the modest life she and Sue had once led, which had only afforded them a 1-carat ring. Yet, Within that small ring lay the entirety of their love story. She had no intention of purchasing another ring, instead redirecting her attention to necklaces. "Please show me that necklace," Lin Kiki requested, pointing to a piece adorned with blue and white crystals. The saleswoman's eyes lit up with excitement, nearly bursting to exclaim her joy. The discerning eye of the affluent is truly unparalleled, as they promptly selected one of the most exquisite necklaces in the store. "No problem, Mississippi. This necklace is designed by a renowned artist from abroad, embodying elegance and subtlety, and it will enhance your fair complexion beautifully. Given the impeccable condition of your skin, it will only serve to embellish your already radiant appearance." The sales associate cautiously retrieved the necklace and respectfully presented it before Lin Kiki. "Taning, go Sui," Lin Kiki requested. "Would you put it on for me? Let's see how it looks." Sui, without hesitation, took the necklace, gently swept Lin Kiki's hair to one side, and tenderly adorned her with it. As Lin Kiki turned to face him, Sui could not help but nod approvingly, lavishly praising her. "It suits you perfectly. You look stunning." What woman does not relish being complimented, especially when the praise comes with such sincerity from Sue? The words lingered sweetly in Lin Kiki's ears and warmed her heart. With a playful smile, she replied, "Thank you for the compliment, darling. Shall we go with this one, then?" Sue, without a moment's hesitation, turned to the sales associate and inquired about the price. "Oh, are you already decided?" The sales associate was momentarily taken aback. She had encountered affluent clients before, yet they typically compared options or requested superior pieces. Why was Sue so direct in asking for the price? It appeared they intended to leave the store adorned, without removing the necklace. Goodness, these two truly exuded wealth. The sheer extravagance was almost overwhelming. "All right, sir, please hold on while I calculate," she said, her excitement building. The original price of this necklace was 888 yuan, discounted to 999 yuan. "We be paying by card or?" As she rubbed her hands together, the realization of the sale illuminated her eyes. The commission from this single transaction was equivalent to half a year's salary. This necklace had lingered in the store for quite some time, and today, it was finally sold directly by her. She could feel the envious gazes of her colleagues upon her, igniting a sense of pride within her. For a moment, she longed to turn and proclaim, "See, selling necklaces is that easy." Upon hearing the amount, Sue did not even blink. He immediately produced his bank card and handed it to the sales associate. "Go ahead and swipe it." Lin Kiki was momentarily stunned, then grasped Sue Yi's hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is a necklace worth over 55,000. Where did you acquire such funds? What if your balance is insufficient? Let me handle this." She reached into her bag to retrieve her own card. However, Sue gently pushed her half-outstretched card back towards her. "Rest assured, I would have offered it if I weren't capable. I promised to buy you a necklace today, so let me do this. What's wrong? Are you not happy that I'm buying you this necklace?" A smile graced Sue's lips as he cradled Lin Kiki's face, his eyes brimming with affection. "As long as you adore it, feel free to choose anything today. I can purchase it outright." Upon hearing the words of such a domineering CEO, the sales attendant's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. If given the chance, she too would wish to encounter a man like Sue. Spending 550,000 without so much as a blink is the hallmark of a truly affluent and commendable gentleman. "Very well, sir. Your bill has been settled. And here are some exquisite gifts for you," the sales attendant said, presenting several red-wrapped bags to Sue. He accepted the gifts, taking Lin Kiki's hand as they made their way out of the store. "Let us proceed to the next shop. Tell me what else you desire." Even after exiting the jewelry store, the astonishment on Lin Kiki's face had yet to dissipate completely. Feeling the somewhat cool temperature of the necklace against her chest, she was enveloped by a surreal sense of disbelief, as if what had just transpired was not reality, but rather a vivid dream. Yet, it was indeed a splendid dream. Chapter 91, The Sinister Scheme. "Did you truly possess 550,000? I recall you joining Long's group not long ago. Certainly not even a month has passed. Even with outstanding performance, such a high salary seems implausible. Confide in me. Did you rob a bank?" Lin Kiki whispered conspiratorially. Her voice lowered as she leaned closer to Sue. "So you chucked it softly. Do I appear to be that sort of person? This money is my savings. To be precise, it is what you have given me. I have simply refrained from spending it all, and it has accumulated over time. Additionally, the company granted me my bonuses and salary in advance. Otherwise, how would I have dared to enter that jewelry store? At his words, Lin Keek's mouth fell open in astonishment. He had not exhausted the funds she had bestowed upon him. Where then did he allocate his expenses? Aside from purchasing groceries and clothing or toys for Yi, she seldom witnessed him spending money. Yet, the sum was indeed staggering, judging by Su Yi's demeanor. The card undoubtedly held far more than 550,000. How much more is in your card? Will it suffice for your future expenses? Lin Keek inquired with a hint of concern. Shall I transfer you a bit more? Su Yi shook his head, declining her generous offer. No need. There is ample money within, enough for my needs. While I may not have tens of millions, I can certainly withdraw 100,000 or 200,000. Lin Keek was nearly rendered speechless by the amount he mentioned. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yi had accumulated more than her own savings. Was he jesting? She certainly had not given him that much money. What could his salary and bonuses possibly be? Long's group truly lived up to its reputation, enabling a mere house husband to amass such wealth in such a short span. It was no wonder many sought to enter prestigious companies. Darling, seeing how much money you possess, could you perhaps share a little with me? Consider it a red envelope gift. Who knows, I might need you to support me in the future. Lin Keek pouted playfully, wrapping her arms around Su Yi's as she feigned a pitiable demeanor. Su Yi affectionne te ruflet, had heur. All right, I will give you everything later. Lin Keek assumed he was jesting, unaware that Su Yi was utterly sincere. He has always possessed the habit of saving money, having previously indulged in extravagant spending while residing in the capital. Since his escape from the city, his interactions with Lin Keek have gradually enlightened him to the arduousness of earning a living for those at the lower echelons of society. Consequently, he cultivated the practice of frugality, diligently preserving every sum Lin Keek bestowed upon him. Although he has spent a considerable amount over the years, the profits from several prior business ventures have allowed him to recuperate his losses and even amass an additional several 100,000. All of this wealth has been securely deposited into his bank account, awaiting the moment Lin Keek signs the contract tomorrow to receive the funds. He trusts that she will adeptly manage the company with this capital, provided that no disruptions arise. For instance, the meddlesome Zhong Zihai, who exploits the power of the Long family to coerce Lin Keek's company. As the couple strolled through the market, immersed in each other's affection, a pair of sinister eyes gradually materialized from the third floor of a shopping center. The figure was none other than Zhong Zihai himself. He had long anticipated that Su Yi and Lin Keek would frequent this location, and thus he had risen early to stake out the area. It was not long before he caught sight of the couple. However, he was taken aback by the evident closeness and warmth between Lin Keek and Su Yi. There was no sign of a fractured relationship. From his vantage point, he could overhear passers-by discussing the enchanting couple, their words piercing his heart like sharp knives, inflicting deep anguish. His countenance darkened with fury. Su Yi, just you wait. I shall allow you to revel for a while longer, but soon enough, you will find yourself unable to shed a tear. Today will be an unforgettable experience for you. Lin Keek is my woman, and you shall not take her from me. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhong Zihai turned and entered a nearby buffet restaurant, seizing a secluded corner where he would not be noticed. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After 2 rings, the call was answered, and he was greeted by the hearty laughter of Deng Kaifeng. What brings you to call me at this hour, Zhong Zihai? How is your plan progressing? I cannot wait indefinitely. If you have not yet separated Su Yi from his daughter, I may have to intervene personally. Do not say I am not giving you the respect and opportunity you deserve. By noon, I will take action, so keep an eye on the time. With a grim and resolute expression, Zhong Zihai replied in a hushed tone, Rest assured, my plan is unfolding smoothly. Su Yi and Lin Keek are out shopping, while his daughter is playing outside with Lin Keek's sister under the watchful eye of my associates. When she heads to the pet store, it will present a prime opportunity. I will call you at the right moment, and you can take action then. You will not be kept waiting long. Let us aim for noon. Upon hearing that Zhong Zihai's scheme was progressing well, Deng Kaifeng's demeanor brightened with satisfaction. If he could avoid the task of separating Su Yi's daughter from Lin Keek's sister, it would save him considerable effort and help conceal his own secrets and maneuvers. The less interaction he had, the lower the risk of exposure. In the end, he would naturally cast the blame onto Zhong Zihao. Little does Zhong Zihao know that his phone has already begun recording. This is his trump card to suppress Zhong Zihao and a tool with which to threaten Zhong Wenhua. Once the matter with Su Yi is resolved, what leverage will Zhong Wenhua hold over him? Cunning and astute, he prepares for both collaboration and contingencies. No problem. This is our first collaboration, and I hope it will be mutually enjoyable. Please do not disappoint me. At the very least, you must perform better than your father. With that, Deng Kaifeng ended the call. In his office sat two older executives clad in black suits. All set, by noon at the latest. The issue with Su Yi will be resolved, after which we shall use the recording to coerce Zhong Wenhua into withdrawing from the competition for the chairmanship of the Long Group. Although the board meeting has yet to convene, the Long Group is already as good as ours. Deng Kaifeng took a puff from his cigar, laughing heartily. His smile was both arrogant and unsettling. The two executives opposite him shared self-satisfied smiles, exchanging glances that revealed mutual resolve. You have done well. Initially, we thought we were merely securing the Long Group, but unexpectedly, we have ensnared the big fish that is Su Yi. Chapter 92. What is conscience worth? The two executives held positions no less significant than Deng Kaifeng's. In fact, they were his superiors. However, they seldom communicated, only appearing during critical moments. Upon learning of Su Yi's reappearance after 8 years, Deng Kaifeng immediately contacted General Liu and General He, divulging everything. He had also thoroughly investigated the affairs of Zhong Zihao and Lin Kiki, yielding results that delighted and surprised him. General Liu exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, narrowing his eyes like a hidden serpent poised to strike. The young master of the Su family in the capital, humph. I thought he was dead, only to find he has resurfaced in Jiangcheng, evading detection for all these years. Had we not been planning to seize the Long Group, we might never have discovered him. General He nodded in agreement and expressed his conjecture. The prominent families in the capital are saying that Su Yi has met with an accident, perhaps even died. In truth, he has likely been under the watchful eyes of the Su family all along. Just consider his father, Su Qingtian, and his mother, Meng Qinghan. Neither are individuals to be trifled with. How could they not search for their missing son? With their influence, they must have known of Su Yi's whereabouts long ago. But they chose to grant him freedom to pursue the life he desired. General He's analysis was astute, reflecting the reality of the situation. Though Su Yi appeared to be lost, he was, in fact, under the covert surveillance and careful protection of Meng Qinghan. It was inconceivable that so many could not locate him. Do they truly believe that in our modern age, finding someone is a daunting task? Humph. I do not concern myself with their intentions behind concealing Su Yi. Nevertheless, the abrupt disappearance of Su Yi has undeniably plunged the Su family into a state of decline, diminishing their former glory. Initially, we remained cautious of the Su family's influence in the capital, hesitant to act, but with Su Yi vanishing on his own accord, we have seized the opportunity. Over the years, we have absorbed a considerable portion of the Su family's assets. Upon mentioning this matter, General Manager Liu's expression brightened, clearly reminiscing about his confrontations with the Su family in the capital. In the past, they approached the Su family with utmost reverence. Now, the Su family scurries to avoid them. The sensation of trampling upon a rival is utterly exhilarating. Listening to the conversation between the two executives, Deng Kaifeng chuckled in agreement. Rest assured, General Manager Liu and General Manager He, since Su Yi vanished 8 years ago, I shall ensure he does not reemerge. After all, how can a dead man be revived? Once we secure the Long family group, I will collaborate with your enterprises in the capital to expand our influence continuously. However, at present, aside from the Long family group, there exists another significant threat. Deng Kaifeng need not elaborate further. Both General Manager Liu and General Manager He understood the implications. Their gazes instinctively shifted to the towering, magnificent structure across the street. The Guanyin Group, Qin 11, indeed poses a formidable challenge. They are not inferior to the former Su family and, at times, may even surpass them. The crux of the matter lies with that detestable Qin Tianhao, who, upon learning of Su Yi's elopement, sent his daughter abroad to gain experience, enabling her to cultivate formidable skills. Rather than faltering alongside the Su family's decline, they have ascended to greater heights. What a cunning old fox. As he spoke, General Manager He's expression morphed into one of menace and terror. The depth of these prominent families is beyond their comprehension. They can only bully the weakened clans. For those families exhibiting no apparent vulnerabilities, they must remain cautious and observant from a distance. Deng Kaifeng nodded, contemplating the possibility of an alliance between the Su and Qin families. Are you worried about that? General Manager Liu scoffed, confidently waving his hand. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are unaware of the happenings in the capital. When Su Yi abruptly fled, it infuriated Qin Tianhao to no end. He even offered 30 million in the black market to locate Su Yi, vowing to exact revenge. Had it not been for Su Yi's father, Su Qin Tian, intervening and paying an exorbitant price to quell Qin Tianhao's fury, I dare say Su Yi would have long since met his demise. Do you believe that even if we were to lose the Long family group and allow Su Yi to assume the chairman's position, he would barely warm the seat before Qin Tianhao would storm in to dismantle the company? With the current power of the Su family, they cannot withstand Qin Tianhao's wrath. Upon hearing this, Deng Kaifeng finally relaxed. General Manager Lu's words instilled confidence within him. It seems this chairmanship is destined for him alone. Should Su Yi dare to occupy it, the consequences would be far more unbearable than losing the Long family group. Well then, Mr. Lu, Mr. He, I shall take my leave to instruct my subordinates to prepare for action against Su Yi's daughter at noon, Deng Kaifeng stated respectfully. Mr. He waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, but ensure your methods are clean and devoid of any trace. Rest assured, leave it to me, Deng Kaifeng replied as he exited the office with his phone in hand. The spacious and brightly lit office was left with only Mr. Lu and Mr. He. At that moment, Mr. He seemed to recall something. Glancing outside the office to confirm Deng Kaifeng's departure, he suddenly inquired, what if Deng Kaifeng's plan is exposed? Mr. Lu cast him a disdainful glance, retorting, if it is exposed, so what? What does it have to do with us? We are not involved in this plan. It was not devised by us. Should trouble arise, we will simply shift the blame onto Deng Kaifeng, and we will continue our lives in the capital as usual. Business must persist. A shadow of a sinister smile crept across Mr. He's lips. You truly are formidable. Your methods are indeed ruthless. How else could we survive in the cutthroat circles of the capital? Mr. Lu raised an eyebrow, seemingly regarding it as a matter of course. This was their code of survival. How many entrepreneurs possess a conscience? How much is a conscience worth? Can it provide them with a life of affluence and a status unattainable by others? Indeed, yet we must remain vigilant and observe the movements of those in the capital. One can never be too cautious lest news of Su Yi's appearance leaks to others. Although Su Yi is younger than us, one must not forget how he once dealt with us. He made us wait an entire hour for a meeting, putting on airs as if he were a big shot. The mere thought of this infuriated Mr. He. Chapter 93. The Frustrated Staff. This was Su Yi's typical strategy, to set a time, yet arrive late. In truth, he had arrived long before, but chose to remain hidden outside, testing their patience to ascertain whether a partnership was viable. They were, after all, his elders. Yet he toyed with them, and in the end, the contract was never finalized. This grievance had lingered in their minds, yet they had found no opportunity to retaliate. Now, they finally awaited this rare chance. Just a clever little fox, having inherited his father's bad habits. I acknowledge that he was difficult to handle in the past. But that was then, not now. We hold the reins now. He is nothing more than a jester, oblivious to who is truly pulling the strings. Mr. Lu chuckled heartily. Mr. Yi joined in the laughter. Now we simply await noon. In the marketplace, Su Yi and Lin Kiki, who had been wandering for over an hour, began to feel fatigued. It had been quite some time since they had enjoyed a leisurely outing like today, and they were still adjusting. Lin Kiki rubbed her calves and, entwining her arm with Su Yi's, playfully exclaimed, Darling, I'm exhausted. Shall we pause for coffee and rest a while? Su Yi nodded, feeling somewhat weary himself. Indeed, defying age was futile. He was no longer the spirited young man he once was. No problem. Let us head to the CAF outside. No need, Lin Kiki suddenly interjected, her face alight with anticipation. I've already made a reservation at the coastal CAF. The scenery and decor are delightful. Let us go there for coffee. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi nodded in agreement. To him, the destination for coffee was inconsequential. What mattered was sharing the experience with someone. Let us go, let us go. As soon as Su Yi consented, Lin Kiki's spirit soared. This CAF was chosen during her phone call with Zhong Ziheo the previous night, intended for them to sit down, converse, and perhaps mend some misunderstandings. Moreover, Su Yi seemed to be in particularly high spirits today, making it an opportune moment to discuss reconciliation. With such joy, it was likely that Su Yi would shake hands with Zhong Ziheo, avoiding the antagonistic encounters of the past. On their way out of the mall, Lin Kiki discreetly took out her phone and messaged Zhong Ziheo, signaling him to arrive early and wait. They will be there shortly. The phone vibrated. Zhong Ziheo, upon reading Lin Kiki's message, curled his lips into a sinister smile. Finally, it's about to begin. Sui, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Just you wait. Soon you will regret your past actions and relinquish Lin Kiki. Even a long group will fall under my control. A missing heir. You may as well remain missing forever. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhong Ziheo glared at Su Yi and Lin Keek's departing figures from the third floor, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. He swiftly descended the elevator, headed for the parking lot, and soon sped towards the coastal CAF. Along the way, he reminded his prepared associates to be ready for action. The time for his move was imminent. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolan and Yi had arrived at the pet store. Upon seeing the kittens and puppies confined in their cages, Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly leaned in to play with the kittens. Back again, Yi? Didn't your dad come with you? The store clerk greeted with a smile. Yi was a frequent visitor, and her thoughtful demeanor left a lasting impression on the staff, as she often purchased pet food for the animals. Dad and Mom are celebrating their special day today. It's my aunt who brought me here to play, Yi replied in her sweet, childlike voice. The clerk, enchanted by Yi's radiant smile and her eyes that seemed capable of holding the entire galaxy, felt her heart melt. You are truly adorable and considerate. These pets are eager to welcome you, so do come in. The clerk opened a small plastic barrier, allowing the pets to roam freely. Yi's eyes lit up as she rushed inside. Suddenly, two little kittens and a Labrador retriever dashed towards Yi, leaping into her embrace and affectionately licking her cheeks. Hee, how ticklish. Are you all hungry? I'll fetch you some treats right away. With great expertise, Yi approached a nearby shelf and opened a cabinet. Inside lay an assortment of pet snacks she had previously purchased, save for her beloved feline and canine companions. Sensing the delightful aroma of treats, several more kittens meowed and circled around her eagerly. The dog wagged its tail vigorously, displaying a fondness for Yi surpassing that of its own owner. After all, she was their little angel, always ensuring they were well fed during her visits. Who else could they charm if not her? Lin Xiaolan stood nearby, observing Yi's adept movements with a smile gracing her lips. A fluffy white kitten leaped on her lap, snuggling in and letting out a soft meow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaolan began to pet the kitten. Sister Lan, you're bringing Yi here to play again today? You really take on the role of a doting aunt with such dedication. When Yi's father comes next time, I must have a word with him about how he can keep troubling you like this, teased a female shop assistant with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolan's expression stiffened momentarily, revealing a hint of discomfort. Soon, he might not be able to visit this place anymore. Once Su Yi firmly established himself in Jiancheng, he would undoubtedly hurry back to Beijing, where his true home awaited him. This little Jiancheng could hardly accommodate the young master of the Su family from Beijing. She wondered how Lin Cuckoo and Su Yi were faring, hoping that perhaps today she could persuade him to return to their former lives. The thought of being separated from Yi troubled her. She had grown accustomed to having Yi by her side after so many instances of caring for her. Noticing Lin Xiaolan's prolonged silence, the shop assistant worried that she had misspoken and quickly waved her hands in explanation. Sister Lan, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. I'm genuinely delighted that you can bring Yi here. It's perfectly understandable that her father is busy. Yi's mother is fortunate to have an older sister like you. In my single-parent family, we lack such a warm atmosphere. Lin Xiaolan fell into deeper silence, even halting her gentle caress of the kitten. This left the shop assistant feeling exasperated, pondering how to appease Lin Xiaolan. Chapter 94. Tomorrow will bring results. She could understand the peculiarities and moods of the affluent. However, what was troubling Lin Xiaolan today? She had only spoken a few sentences, yet Lin Xiaolan had fallen silent twice, her complexion growing increasingly abnormal. This was perplexing. She had previously engaged in casual conversation with Lin Xiaolan without any signs of distress. Why had things changed today? Could it be that her menstrual cycle had begun, causing discomfort? Or perhaps she was entering menopause, becoming unpredictable? After much contemplation, the shop assistant could not discern the reason. At this moment, Lin Xiaolan emerged from her reverie, offering an apologetic smile to the female attendant. I'm so sorry. I was lost in thought and completely forgot about you. Oh, it's quite all right, Sister Lan. The attendant quickly waved her hand, jokingly adding, I didn't have anything particularly important to say, so please don't take it to heart. She was eager to assure Lin Xiaolon that she would never dare to demand an apology from her. After all, none of these individuals were to be trifled with. A dissatisfied customer could mean her dismissal, and in this day and age, securing a job with a high salary, good benefits, and minimal pressure was no easy feat. Sister Lon, I have some juicy gossip. Would you care to hear it? The attendant said with a conspiratorial air. The mention of gossip instantly piqued Lin Xiaolon's interest. No one could resist the allure of gossip, especially women. Lin Xiaolon was no exception, eagerly nodding and asking, "What is the gossip? Let me tell you slowly, please." "Take a seat," the attendant suggested. She realized that if she didn't engage Lin Xiaolon and bolster her fondness, her job could very well be at stake. Thus, she devised a clever plan to chat about gossip. Leading Lin Xiaolon into a room, the door was ajar, and outside, Yi was conversing with her pet cat and dog. Not too far away. As long as Yi remained indoors and no one opened the plastic barrier, there would be no danger. The attendant shared secrets about her colleagues and amusing anecdotes regarding their boyfriends for over half an hour. Amidst the laughter, Lin Xiaolon's mood lightened, and a smile graced her face as she gradually became immersed in the conversation. Noticing the shift in Lin Xiaolon's emotions, the attendant finally relaxed, her psychological burden easing significantly. As the conversation progressed, Lin Xiaolon could not resist the urge to share her own thoughts. However, she refrained from naming names, instead subtly conveying her recent experiences. The attendant listened intently, her expressions shifting with each passing moment, fully engaged and providing emotional validation. Yet, there was genuine sentiment in her reactions. "My goodness, Sister Lon, are you telling me that a wealthy heir from the capital abandoned his family's billion-dollar fortune to marry and have children with someone else in Jiangxin? You can't be joking. This sounds even more unbelievable than a soap opera." Lin Xiaolon nodded earnestly, affirming the reality of her friend's experience. She altered the narrative, presenting Su Yi as a story about a friend, which, given her connections, seemed entirely plausible. This not only enhanced the credibility of her tale, but also made the attendant fully believe her account, growing somewhat envious. "If what you say is true, that man must truly love that woman. To leave everything behind for love, it's incredibly gallant, and to forsake such immense wealth. I can hardly imagine the resolve it took to make that decision. That girl must be so happy. By the way, does she know about his background?" The female shop assistant's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the unfolding tale. Lin Xiaolon shook her head, uncertain of what was to come. She had initially perceived the man as an ordinary individual. It was evident that emotions had long lingered between them. However, the interference of a third party had caused their feelings to fluctuate. Recently, divorce had even been mentioned. Divorce. Such sensational news ignited the flames of gossip within the shop assistant's heart. This was far more intriguing than any television drama, and one of the few pleasures she encountered during her work hours. Who was the third party? Had the man strayed, or had the woman been unfaithful? This question momentarily left Lin Xiaolon speechless. Indeed, was it Su Yi who had been disloyal, or had Lin Kiki taken a step astray? It seemed as though both could be true, yet neither fully encapsulated the situation. After all, they had not caught Su Yi in any ambiguous interactions with another woman. Perhaps Wan Yimin could be considered, but most of that was merely misunderstandings and hardly counted. At most, they were merely friends who had assisted one another. If staying overnight at someone of the opposite sex's residence constituted infidelity, then countless individuals across the nation would be guilty. Was Lin Kiki the one who strayed? Her relationship with Zhong Zihao indeed bordered on overly intimate, transcending the bounds of childhood friends and teetering on the brink of romance without fully crossing over. They had even staged a mock wedding, a privilege that Su Yi himself had not experienced, which undoubtedly incited his fury upon learning of the news. Yet, had Lin Kiki truly been unfaithful? There had been no substantial progression between her and Zhong Zihao. Rather, Lin Kiki had merely blurred the lines between friendship and romance, leading to actions that pained Su Yi. Deep down, however, her heart still belonged to Su, were it not for Zhong Zihao's incessant meddling. Would their relationship have devolved into this chaos? The shop assistant was on the verge of exasperation. Having only partially heard the gossip, Lin Xiaolon's sudden silence left her perplexed. She felt that, without hearing the conclusion, she would not be able to sleep soundly that night. There are two types of people most despised in this world: those who speak halfway and those who. Yet, she dared not urge Lin Xiaolon, opting instead to gaze at her with an eager, inquisitive expression, hoping for a response. After a moment, Lin Xianglan seemed to realize her own digression. With a sigh, she remarked, "If one were to determine who was at fault, it seems everyone shares a measure of blame. They are so consumed with arguing that they fail to pause, reflect, and communicate. Anger will not resolve their issues. They are adults, yet they do not grasp this fundamental truth. If we were to identify the true instigator in this intricate relationship, it would undoubtedly be the third party. He is the source of all mischief." The shop assistant's eyes lit up as she vigorously nodded in agreement, then fell silent, awaiting Lin Xianglan to continue. Lin Xianglan glanced at her and asked, "Why do you look at me like that? Sister Lan, what happened next? Do they get divorced? How should I know? The outcome will only be revealed tomorrow." Lin Xianglan rolled her eyes. She was just as eager to know the answer. Chapter 95. Mr. Su appears to have taken an interest in me. Dian Coffee, nestled within a bustling commercial district, stands at the heart of Jiangxing. The foot traffic here is remarkable. Dining out can easily cost several thousand yuan. It is a realm of the affluent, where the wealthy indulge while the less fortunate can only gaze in admiration. One can never be certain if, just beyond a certain window above, a billionaire might be savoring a cup of coffee, donned in a bathrobe, intently observing the world as if it were a grand spectacle. As a CAF in this prestigious locale, Dian Coffee itself holds immeasurable value. Daily, one can witness numerous successful individuals enjoying their coffee, engaging in discussions about the future of their industries and career trajectories. Perhaps, in a moment of elation, they may casually ink contracts worth millions. Naturally, there are also ambitious young people hoping to catch the eye of an influential figure, aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of success. Should they attract the attention of a wealthy patron, their future would be secured, relishing in the luxuries of life. Su Yi and Lin Kiki arrived hand in hand at the ground floor. Zhang Zihao had already anticipated their arrival and was awaiting them upstairs. Upon spotting the two through the glass, he hurriedly retrieved his phone to make a call. "Wang Ku, have you seen Lin Kiki and Su Yi? It's your time to shine. No matter the excuse, you must prevent Lin Kiki from ascending too soon. Only allow Su Yi to pass. Otherwise, you'd better pack your things and leave. I have supported you for so long, while I do not expect you to prove your worth. You must stand up when I am in need." At his words, a corpulent man on the first floor broke into a cold sweat, fervently agreeing. This man was Wang Ku, a friend of Zhang Zihao working at Longshore Group. While his statement held some truth, Wang Ku indeed worked at Longshore Group. He was not a formidable manager or shareholder, merely a team leader. Due to his somewhat prosperous appearance and the air of a businessman he exuded in a suit and tie, Zhang Zihao had taken a liking to him and enlisted him to play the role of an imagined big boss. Previously, he had exploited his position within Longshore Group to oppress Lin Kiki's company, later claiming to Lin Kiki that he had introduced her to a prominent figure, who was none other than Wang Ku. In this gathering of successful individuals, having Wang Ku play the role of an obstructive figure, feigning a chance encounter with Lin Kiki, was indeed most fitting. "I understand, young Master Zhong, but how should I obstruct Lin Kiki? After all, you are not here with me, and I am not the true boss. I fear that I may inadvertently expose our intentions," he stammered. "Useless. Think of a way yourself. You must concoct a reason to impede Lin Kiki." Zhang Zihao hissed in a low, furious tone. This was his last opportunity, leaving no room for error. If all else failed, he had alternatives in Wang Ku, another fabricated magnate, though this persona was entirely fictitious. In his pursuit of Lin Kiki, he had certainly invested considerable effort into crafting such personas, having invented at least 5 or 6 imagined bosses. As the phone call ended, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Ku's forehead. He anxiously fixated on the entrance of the CAF. Feeling the weight of pressure bearing down on him, for this was the first time he was to confront Lin Kiki alone. Soon enough, he spotted Lin Kiki and Su Yi entering, hand in hand. He hastily composed his facial expression, feigning interest in the coffee as a pretext to position himself within Lin Kiki's line of sight, hoping she would notice him. Approaching her directly might expose his intentions, and individuals of such stature were adept at discerning subtleties of human nature far beyond his capabilities. To Wang Ku's surprise, however, Lin Kiki's gaze was entirely fixated on Su Yi, not sparing him a single glance. Despite his considerable girth, he was overshadowed by Su Yi's striking presence. As the couple prepared to ascend the stairs, anxiety surged within Wang Ku, prompting him to grab a coffee and, disregarding the risk of exposure, hurriedly stride towards Lin Kiki. Ah, is that you, President Lin? What an unforeseen coincidence to encounter you here. Wang Ku gasped, his breath heavy and his face quivering with the exertion. It was unclear whether the perspiration on his brow was due to nerves or the heat of the day. President Wang? Upon hearing his voice, Lin Kiki turned her head, momentarily startled before her expression brightened with joy. Her company had recently faced unprecedented turmoil, with key clients withdrawing their support, leaving her on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for Zhong Zihao introducing Wang Ku, her business would have faced bankruptcy. President Wang, what a delightful surprise. Are you here to discuss a collaboration? Lin Kiki inquired with a smile. Wang Ku hesitated, rapidly devising a response. Zhong Zihao had previously advised him on how to navigate such situations, as this CAF was frequented by successful individuals, making Lin Kiki's inquiry entirely plausible. Indeed, I am here to discuss a partnership, as well as to meet an old friend. Wang Ku stammered, his words lacking conviction. This elicited a frown from Su Yi, who scrutinized Wang Ku's shifting facial expressions. His gaze wandered, accompanied by fidgety gestures, and although he exhibited no signs of illness, his nose twitched incessantly, a clear indication that he was fabricating his story. Lin Kiki, oblivious to the underlying tension, warmly introduced Su Yi. This is my husband, Su Yi. Darling, this is President Wang, the individual who helped my company navigate through its crisis, a formidable figure within the Long Corporation. The Long Corporation, the benefactor who assisted Lin Kiki, Su Yi se demanor shifted, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Wang Ku. He was already well aware of the sordid details surrounding Lin Kiki's predicament. It was evident that Zhong Zihao had orchestrated the entire affair. The villain and the savior were one and the same, as Wang Ku was merely a pawn in Zhong Zihao's elaborate scheme. Indeed, is this preparation for a strike against me? Surely, Zhong Zihao must be aware of my identity now, and even the individuals from the Long Group have been summoned. I have yet to make a move. Yet you seem unable to contain yourself. Su Yi's expression gradually darkened, becoming ominous. The gravity of his gaze unnerved Wang Ku, filling him with trepidation. Naturally prone to perspiration, the tension in the air exacerbated his sweating. One intriguing notion, Mr. Su appears to take a keen interest in me. Chapter 96, The Flawed Wang Ku. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Wang Ku felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. What does it mean that he seems to be very interested? Is he implying that Su Yi is a homosexual? The crux of the matter is, even if he were, which homosexual would be drawn to someone like him? That would be tantamount to defecating on someone else's head. Indeed, Lin Kiki glanced at Su Yi, sensing the seriousness and scrutiny in his demeanor. Unable to restrain herself, she tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Darling, why do you wear such an expression? This is a significant benefactor who has aided me. We should be courteous. She urged him to cease his unwavering gaze. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's expression softened slightly. Yet a knowing smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, Mr. Wang, is it? A pleasure to meet you. I hear you are employed at the Long Group. Coincidentally, I am also a minor employee there. May I inquire which department you belong to? If the opportunity arises, I would be honored to make your acquaintance, given your esteemed position. Oh no, this could spell disaster. Wang Ku felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Zhong Zihao had never forewarned him that Su Yi would be such a formidable opponent. How should he respond? Wang Ku fell silent for a moment, ostensibly assessing Su Yi. Yet in reality, he was contemplating how to navigate this predicament. So, you two are with the Long Group? Well, it is not convenient for me to disclose my department at the moment. However, I shall make it a point to reach out to you personally in the future. Since you are Lin's husband, and I am in a cooperative relationship with her, it is only natural for me to lend a hand. Lin Kiki was oblivious to the subtle exchange between the two. She was simply pleased that Wang Ku was willing to befriend Su Yi. Overflowing with gratitude, she expressed, Thank you, Mr. Wang. Now, we shall not delay you any further in your business discussions. With that, she took Su Yi's arm, intending to continue their ascent. Wang Ku was left in a state of disbelief. Wait, my esteemed boss comes to greet you, and you merely exchange a few words before departing? Shouldn't we start with a coffee and engage in a more leisurely conversation? Subsequently, Wang Ku intended to use his work-related reasons as an excuse to send Su Yi away, hoping to prolong his time with Lin Kiki. But now, with Lin Kiki unexpectedly wishing to leave with Su Yi, the situation deviated entirely from what he had envisioned. Wait, Lin, I have something to discuss with you. Wang Ke hurriedly intercepted Lin Kiki, fearing that if she ascended, his position would be jeopardized. The Dragon Group offered such splendid benefits. He might only have this singular opportunity in his lifetime, and losing it would mean irretrievably forfeiting his chance. Is there a matter related to work, Mr. Wang? Lin Kiki hesitated, as today was originally meant for a rendezvous with Su Yi. She had resolved not to engage in any work-related discussions, intending to revel in a day of joy and amusement. However, at this moment, the conversation veered toward work. What would become of her date with Su Yi? Su Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wang Ke before him. It was evident that the man's psychological fortitude was lacking, appearing as if he had been hastily summoned to fill a role. In Su Yi's eyes, Wang Ke's actions were as juvenile as a child playing house. Contemplating this, Su Yi grew curious about the intentions of these individuals who had cornered them in this manner. Did they intend to prevent their ascent? No, the ground floor was merely a lobby. The upper level housed private rooms designated for business discussions, quieter and more suitable for negotiations. Wang Ke had clearly been deliberately summoned here to obstruct his interaction with Lin Kiki. The orchestrator behind this was none other than Zhong Zihao. He did not aim to prevent both of them from ascending, but rather sought to facilitate only Su Yi's ascent, as Zhong Zihao awaited him above. A flicker of coldness flashed in Su Yi's eyes. So, the opponent had been waiting for him here. Was Zhong Zihao truly so simplistic? Such a brazen scheme could be discerned by anyone. Yet, Lin Kiki had evidently failed to perceive it. Perhaps it was due to Zhong Zihao's constant installation of Wang Ke's supposed prowess that left Lin Kiki in a state of indecision, wary of offending this major figure from the Dragon Group. Mr. Wang, may I inquire how long you wish to discuss this? Would it not suffice to converse tomorrow instead? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Kiki articulated her thought. She quickly glanced at Su Yi's expression, anxious that he might exhibit anger or dissatisfaction. Fortunately, she exhaled a sigh of relief, for Su Yi's demeanor bore no overt signs of displeasure. He stood quietly, fixated on Mr. Wang. Though his gaze and expression were somewhat peculiar, at least he was not angry. This much she could discern. It was indeed a favorable outcome. Upon hearing Lin Kiki's words, Wang Ke's eyes brightened. This question had been taught to him by Zhong Zihao. He merely needed to regurgitate Zhong Zihao's words. Ahem, it is not particularly significant. But I wanted to discuss the status of the business at your company, Ms. Lin. We have only recently embarked on this collaboration. Yet I recognize your potential in the room for future development. Consequently, after signing the contract with you, I reached out to some of my old friends. They were captivated by your narrative, and with Zhong Zihao continually advocating on your behalf, they urged us to assist. We convened to meticulously review the situation and ultimately made slight modifications to your original plan. If you are amenable, then it shall not be just I who collaborates with you, but rather a consortium of our esteemed acquaintances, with an investment summing to approximately 200 million. Upon hearing Wang Ke's audacious pretense, Su Yi could scarcely contain his mirth. After an interminable discourse, not a single statement addressed the crux of the matter. There was an utter lack of substantive evidence. Such rhetoric is rife with inconsistencies. If this is the line that Zhong Zihao has imparted to Wang Ke, one can only conclude that Zhong Zihao remains rather naive. This tactic may suffice against the inexperienced youth, yet in a more discerning arena, others will not allow such discourse to conclude. Surprisingly, Lin Kiki harbored no suspicion. Instead, she was enveloped in a wave of gratitude and astonishment. Mr. Wang, is everything you say truly genuine? Are you indeed willing to amplify your investment? Has Zihao facilitated this opportunity for me? As she spoke, Lin Kiki suddenly felt her eyes welling with tears. She had not anticipated that Zhong Zihao had quietly undertaken so much on her behalf. Moreover, today, Zhong Zihao even took the initiative to invite her and Su Yi for coffee, extending an apology to Su Yi. To have such a friend is a blessing for a lifetime. Chapter 97, Young Master Zhong. Wang Ke awkwardly averted his gaze, steeling himself to emphasize his words. Yes, indeed, it was Zhong Zihao who prompted me to convey this. No, it was Zhong Zihao who sought us out. Considering our connection with him, and given Zhong's own understanding, he has truly moved us. Therefore, we have resolved to extend an opportunity, both to him and to you. What do you think, Mr. Lin? If you have a moment, perhaps we could sit down and discuss this further. Of course, if it is inconvenient, I recall that there is another company in Jiangcheng that also wishes to explore collaboration, but we have yet to agree, instructing them to await our response. As he spoke, Wang could discreetly observe Lin Keek's expression, eager to discern whether his facade had been compromised. However, the moment he inadvertently caught Su Yi's gaze, an overwhelming pressure surged within him. This tension eclipsed even the dread he felt before Zhong Zihao, as if he were not confronting an ordinary individual, but rather a deity, one capable of discerning the deepest recesses of human intention. Before Su Yi, Wang Ke felt as exposed as an unadorned maiden. This inexplicable weight of pressure rendered him unable to meet Su Yi's eyes, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms, fearful of having his scheme unveiled. Yes, I have time, Mr. Wang. I can accompany you for discussion. Darling, could you grant me half an hour? Let us sit and converse for just half an hour before we ascend. Furthermore, this Mr. Wang is the grand patriarch of the Long family group. Should you impress him, he might take a liking to you, potentially aiding you in your professional endeavors. Would that be agreeable, my love? Lin Kiki pleaded, grasping Su Yi's hand, hoping to persuade him to remain and engage in work-related discourse for a brief while. Wang Ke, in a state of urgent anxiety, contemplated his mission, to intercept Lin Kiki and allow Su Yi to proceed alone. If Su Yi were to join him in the conversation, it would spell failure for his task. How could he devise a reason to extricate Su Yi from this situation, leaving Lin Kiki behind? It is conceivable that Su Yi is currently pondering whether he is captivated by Lin Kiki's appearance and perhaps desires to take advantage of her. To everyone's surprise, Su Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, you may converse with Mr. Wang. I shall await you upstairs. Lin Kiki's gaze shifted, and she hastily grasped Su Yi's hand, her eyes revealing a hint of remorse and entreaty. Darling, please accompany me. Don't leave, all right? Clearly, Lin Kiki assumed that Su Yi might perceive her as unreliable and was consequently upset. In reality, Su Yi merely wished to discern what schemes Zhong Zihao was concocting. Knowledge of both oneself and the adversary leads to victory in every battle. Shenzhou had already commenced actions elsewhere. If Su Yi could gather incriminating evidence against Zhong Zihao at this moment, it could expedite the downfall of these individuals. It's quite all right. You may converse. I harbor no anger. After all, this pertains to your company. Mr. Wang might not wish to divulge such commercial secrets to me. I am merely a junior employee of Long's group, and I shall focus on fulfilling my duties. Reassuringly, he patted Lin Kiki's hand and offered a gentle smile. At that moment, Lin Kiki finally realized that Su Yi was not upset. Rather, he was being considerate of her feelings. This unexpected revelation filled Lin Kiki with joy, prompting her to rise on her toes and plant a kiss on Su Yi's cheek. You are truly wonderful, my love. Do hurry along. Su Yi turned and ascended the stairs step by step, while Lin Kiki, smiling, inquired, So, Mr. Wang, where shall we hold our conversation? Right here. I have secured a reservation, Wang Ke replied, relieved, as he swiftly led Lin Kiki to a nearby vacant seat. Although he was uncertain why Su Yi had abruptly departed, he was grateful that his task had been largely accomplished. Now, he was required to employ his least favored skill, deception, in order to ensnare Lin Kiki and persuade her to remain. The subsequent events would depend on Zhong Zihao's gradual maneuvers. On the second floor, after arriving, Su Yi glanced at the room number of the private booth and proceeded directly to room 008, the address Lin Kiki had provided him on their way. He had initially anticipated this to be a mere rendezvous, yet it had unexpectedly entangled him with Zhong Zihao. Was this fellow truly so impatient, even on the final day? Reflecting on this, Su Yi pushed open the door to the booth, a sardonic smile forming on his lips before he even entered. Young Master Zhong, what is it? Did you summon me to convey something? Inside the booth, Zhong Zihao was anxiously awaiting, having noted that it had been over 10 minutes since he saw Su Yi and Lin Kiki enter the CAF. Logically, with Wang Ke obstructing below, it shouldn't take so long. The longer the delay, the more detrimental it was for him. Could it be that Wang Ke had failed? Just as he contemplated making a phone call to subtly inquire about the situation, he heard the sound of the door opening. A congenial smile instinctively formed on his face, an attempt to disguise his true intentions. However, to his astonishment, Su Yi appeared to have been aware of his presence in the booth all along. The sarcastic remarks were clearly a jab at him. Brother Su. Zhong Zihao stood up, gazing at Su Yi, who had appeared before him, and discreetly glanced behind to check if Lin Kiki had followed. There was no need to look further. Lin Kiki was downstairs, engaged in conversation with the manager Wang, whom he had summoned. The individuals you dispatched to obstruct the way seemed to lack emotional resilience. After merely exchanging a few words, their feelings and thoughts were laid bare on their faces, unable to withstand even the slightest pressure. Such individuals are incapable of achieving great things. In the future, one should exercise greater caution in discerning people, lest they find themselves in a situation akin to today's, nearly jeopardizing your significant plans. Am I not correct, young Master Zhong? Sui plopped down onto the sofa opposite Zhong Zihao, a smirk playing on his lips as he scrutinized him. Listening to Sui's words, Zhong Zihao felt a chill run down his spine. Had his entire scheme been unraveled by Sui? How could this be? Had Lin Kiki informed Sui in advance of his presence here? That was implausible. Lin Kiki would never betray him. Having assured him she would keep the truth from Sui. Yet how did this man possess such profound insight? Was it truly that Wang Ke's demeanor had been excessively conspicuous? No. Even if Wang Ke had been overtly obvious, Sui would not have deduced his involvement. It was simply that this fellow's intuition was remarkably keen. Suge, I am at a loss regarding your words. I was just curious as to why you graced my private room with your presence. It seems we are quite fated, Zhong Zihao replied with a smile, attempting to feign ignorance. However, Sui merely returned a cold smile, and Zhong Zihao felt on the verge of breaking down. Young Master Zhong, the charade has been exposed. Why persist in pretending to be a formidable wolf before me? This entire affair was orchestrated by you, was it not? All I can say is, it's rather mediocre. Did Zhong Wenhua not teach you to be more cautious when dealing with discerning individuals? The details determine success or failure. Zhong Zihao's pupils constricted sharply, incredulity washing over him as he regarded Sui. How could this be? Sui even knew his father's name? No, that line of thought was quite foolish. After all, Sui was the scion of the esteemed Sui family in the capital, a true heir of a powerful lineage. Having encountered more people than Zhong Zihao had consumed meals. He had also witnessed the treachery of human nature far more extensively. Indeed, there was little left for him to conceal before Sui, for all attempts at subterfuge would be effortlessly pierced through by him. Moreover, Sui's return was evidently aimed at the Long Corporation. How could he not have conducted thorough investigations into its affairs? Thus, knowing his identity was hardly surprising. Sui, I never anticipated you were already aware. Stripped of certain conflicts, I must admit I hold a degree of admiration for you. It is fear, is it not? Sui interjected, speaking for himself. The son of a corporate shareholder truly fancies himself a young master? I am aware you have secretly investigated me. Perhaps you are unaware of my true identity. But your father and that Deng Kaifeng certainly are, and they will reveal the truth to you. So, what are your thoughts upon learning of my true identity? A false young master. These three words seem to strike a nerve with Zhong Zihao. He has always been a low-key yet elegant young master in public, embodying the archetype of a wealthy heir. Everyone treats him with utmost respect. However, in the presence of Sui, that sense of superiority evaporates entirely. In terms of status and family background, he is no match for Sui. Sui is the esteemed heir of the Sui family in the capital, a true scion of a prestigious lineage, with a vastly superior family fortune. To put it bluntly, he is merely a subordinate to Sui, relying on his father's influence to maintain a facade of grandeur. Encountering a genuine heir exposes his true insignificance. This is one of the reasons for his deep-seated resentment towards Sui. Sui, you have gone too far. Zhong Zihao furrowed his brow, his voice laced with indignation. Indeed, I was astonished upon discovering your true identity. It was beyond my wildest dreams to learn that you are that young master from the capital. But what of it? The Sui family today is not what it once was. You are merely a long-lost youth. Even if you re-emerge now, how many would truly heed you? The Long Corporation is set to hold a board meeting next month, and my father is certain to ascend to the position of chairman, while you remain just a lowly employee. What grounds do you have for your sense of superiority and confidence? At his words, a knowing, cold smile crept across Sui's lips. What is this? Have you lost your composure so soon? I expected you to maintain your facade longer than that fellow Wang could downstairs. It seems your composure as a young master is rather lacking. Now tell me, what did you summon me here for today? Sui took a sip of his coffee, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Zihao, and leisurely crossed his legs, regarding Zhong Zihao from a position of superiority. Such insignificant characters had previously been beneath his notice. The contempt in his gaze made Zhong Zihao grit his teeth, wishing to strike Su-yi. Yet, he understood that anger would not resolve the matter. It would only allow Su-yi to manipulate him. This was not his intention. His plan was not yet complete. Despite Su-yi currently holding the upper hand, the true power of choice remained in his hands. A little more patience and delay would suffice. Zhang Zihao forced himself to regain his composure, his eyes turning icy as he regarded Su-yi. Su-yi, I can offer you an opportunity. Depart from the Long Corporation voluntarily, and after we conclude the board election, you may continue your employment here. I can even promote you to a managerial position, allowing you to operate a branch office without interference, irrespective of your esteemed lineage. You must realize that in the Su family of the capital, your status has diminished to nothing. Even if you were to assert your identity at the board meeting, I doubt there would be more than a mere 10% willing to support you. Do you truly have the confidence to succeed with such scant backing? Zhang Zihao sneered, attempting to leverage the board situation as a means to coerce Su-yi into acquiescence. If successful, their subsequent plans could proceed without hindrance, thereby reducing their risk of exposure. To conquer an adversary without engaging in battle is a profound wisdom. This lesson, imparted by Zhong Wenhua, has been etched in his heart. Is this the source of your audacious confidence in confronting me? Su-yi regarded Zhang Zihao with a look of incredulity, unable to suppress a shake of his head, anxious for the latter's intellectual capacity. Observing this, Zhang Zihao suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. Unbeknownst to him, Su-yi's presence had subtly overshadowed his own. The weight of Su families standing in the capital rendered him unable to feel at ease. The crux of the matter was his ignorance of the formidable power wielded by the elite families in the capital, which led him to conjure limitless fantasies about Su-yi's capabilities. They might be either boundless or exceedingly ordinary. Particularly, Su-yi's enigmatic nature left him perplexed. Nonetheless, he feigned composure and inquired, "Is this not sufficient? Perhaps you could enlighten me on what grounds you believe you can usurp the chairman's position. If you can persuade me, we might willingly relinquish the chairmanship. What say you?" Zhang Zihao sought to extract information, eager to discern the source of Su-yi's confidence, hoping to find a remedy to his predicament. Yet, he overlooked that Su-yi's mastery of human psychology far surpassed his own. Such trivial schemes were of little consequence in Su-yi's eyes. It was as though he believed the Long family conglomerate was merely at his beck and call. What are my trump cards? What constitutes my confidence? Humph. Zhang Zihao, if you wish to extract information from me, at least employ a more sophisticated approach. Did you not study abroad and gain some polish? How can you be so oblivious? This question should be posed to you. Which of your trump cards do you believe can compel me to vacate my seat as chairman? To take a hypothetical step back, even if you were to ascend to that position, what assurance do you possess to withstand my retribution? Are you aware of what the capital represents? The combined years of service of your entire family pale in comparison to the history of the Su family's rise. You are but a stray dog that has wandered in from the street. A mere kick could render you silent. Chapter 99. The Arrival of Danger. Su-yi unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Zhang Zihao, unreserved in his scorn. With their animosity laid bare, he felt no obligation to spare Zhang's feelings. In fact, Zhang had never held any esteem in Su-yi's regard. Unsurprisingly, after enduring such a scathing rebuke, Zhang Zihao was utterly incensed. He slammed his palm upon the table, rising abruptly, his eyes blazing with fury, his body trembling with suppressed rage. It was uncertain whether his agitation stemmed from fear of their respective familial circumstances or from a sense of inferiority. A thin, dying camel is still larger than a horse. His father, Zhong Wenhua, exhibited even greater shock and fear upon learning that the young master of the Su family was still alive. Clearly, Zhong Wenhua possessed a deeper understanding of the terrifying force that the Su family represented, and it was this very knowledge that instilled fear. He was not exempt from it. "Su-yi, how dare you insult me? I refuse to believe you could truly dislodge us from the chairman's position. You are merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. I do not fear to disclose that currently, more than 2/3 of the Dragon Group's personnel are aligned with us. The original backbone and veterans of the Dragon Group have long been driven away by us, leaving merely 2 individuals who are hardly of any consequence. At a mere command from us, the position of chairman would be within our grasp." Su-yi shook his head and cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Zihao. His assessment was not mistaken. This fellow was indeed devoid of intellect. Having been spoiled by a life of extravagance, he remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Have you forgotten about one individual, Deng Kaifeng? He is the largest shareholder of the Dragon Group. Without his endorsement, even if you convene a board meeting, you will not secure the chairmanship. Otherwise, why would your two factions have been engaged in such a prolonged, covert struggle? Let me ask you, do you possess the means to wrest shares from Deng Kaifeng? With this remark, Zhang Zihao was rendered speechless. Indeed, Deng Kaifeng stood as a formidable barrier before them. He was akin to a vast chasm. Without devising a strategy to confront him, Zhong Wenhua could never ascend to the role of chairman. In the past, Zhang Zihao perceived Deng Kaifeng merely as a plump shareholder with an ample amount of shares. Yet after witnessing Deng Kaifeng's ruthless nature firsthand, fear gripped him. He dreaded the day when Deng Kaifeng might employ similar tactics against him. Thus, upon Su Yi mentioning Deng Kaifeng's name, Zhang Zihao's demeanor shifted to one of despondency. His eyes brimming with resentment and fury, his hands clenched tightly into fists. You speak the truth. Deng Kaifeng is indeed a nuisance. However, even if I were to be vanquished by him, I shall never concede to you. Su Yi, you underestimate me gravely. Since you have chosen to disrespect me, I shall ensure you face the consequences. With that, Zhang Zihao sank back into his seat, the fury on his face gradually dissipating, replaced by a somber determination. Previously, he had harbored reservations about taking action against Yi, but now, after being verbally chastised by Su Yi, he no longer wavered. He discreetly retrieved his phone to signal those waiting outside. The final signal was directed to Deng Kaifeng. Su Yi could not have anticipated that in his quest to eliminate him, he had inadvertently allied himself with Deng Kaifeng. The ramifications of this union were unclear to Zhang Zihao. He was solely focused on utterly defeating Su Yi, willing to employ any means and resources necessary. Su Yi frowned slightly, an inexplicable wave of anxiety and unease washing over him. It felt as though something ominous was about to transpire. This sensation was abrupt and left him bewildered. Clearly, Zhang Zihao no longer posed a threat, so from whence did this disquiet arise? In the Dragon Group's office, Deng Kaifeng picked up his phone and saw the message sent by Zhang Zihao. A sinister smile crept across his face. Mr. He, Mr. Liu, the intel is in. The fish has taken a bait. Mr. He and Mr. Liu had yet to depart. Upon hearing Deng Kaifeng's words, they exchanged knowing smiles. Excellent. We have traveled all the way from the capital to Jiangshan for this moment. Let us proceed without hesitation. Since we have decided to act, let us do so boldly and without reserve. Indeed, Meng Qinghan seems to be in Jiangshan as well. Previously, one of my associates informed me that he serendipitously encountered her on the road. This woman is quite a formidable troublemaker. Once we conclude this matter, we must lay low for a while. The mere mention of Meng Qinghan's name caused General Liu to pause, and Deng Kaifeng's expression shifted to one of displeasure and seriousness. The Su family's esteemed status could not have been attained without Meng Qinghan's invaluable assistance. It is often said that behind every powerful man stands a reliable woman. And for Su Qingtian, that steadfast figure is none other than Meng Qinghan. It is precisely due to her support that the Su family's position soared to unprecedented heights, akin to a rocket's ascent until it reached its pinnacle. No issue. It's merely a matter of remaining inconspicuous for a short duration. The gifts we sent her are more than sufficient to divert her attention for an extended period. Next, we shall return to the capital to tend to our interests there, confident that Meng Qinghan will be too preoccupied to come after us. At this thought, a cold smile crept across He's face. Soon, under Deng Kaifeng's orders, his subordinates received the signal and began to stir with anticipation. Outside the pet store, Lin Xiaolan was engrossed in a lively gossip exchange with the female staff. Their conversation filled with animated chatter. Meanwhile, he was outside in the enclosure, joyfully playing with the kittens and puppies. None of them noticed the imminent danger approaching. Outside the pet store, a man donned in a black baseball cap glanced at his phone, confirming the operational message sent by Deng Kaifeng. He adjusted his cap and silently entered the pet store. "Welcome," echoed the mechanical voice at the entrance. The female staff momentarily paused, surprised that a customer had arrived while they were engrossed in conversation. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" she called out from within. However, the man remained silent, making his way directly towards the plastic enclosure. With a gentle motion, he unlocked the door. The kittens and puppies, upon seeing the door ajar, rushed excitedly towards the exit, triggering a herd mentality as more of them scampered out onto the thoroughfare. E's expression turned frantic as she anxiously called out, "Don't go. Come back." Yet, once the pets were in full frenzy, they heeded no commands. In the blink of an eye, 3 kittens and 5 puppies dashed outside. Desperate, E instinctively followed them out to the roadside, just as a fruit transport vehicle emerged from the opposite direction, barreling straight towards her.